Chapter 1. I am Kaido, the King of Beasts. Chapter 1. The Abyss. Shall I jump? Then let me leap. Kaido. Year 1508 of the Sea Circle era. In the latter half of the Grand Line. High above the clouds, at an altitude of 10,000 meters, a towering figure gazed downwards and murmured, "Shall I jump?" After a brief silence, he declared, "Then, let me leap." Below the clouds, in the oceanic expanse, on Retya Island, the sky was ablaze with fire, while the earth was shrouded in smoke. On the streets, people fled in terror as the Navy valiantly attempted to shield the populace's retreat. However, the boundless inferno had already instilled a deep-seated fear in the hearts of the citizens, plunging them into chaos. Around them, the cacophony of cannon fire roared, buildings crumbling under the force of the bombardment, the shock waves toppling the terrified crowd. The pirates surged forth like a pack of ravenous beasts, frantically wielding their crude yet deadly weapons. Blood cascaded through the air like a shower of cherry blossoms, beautiful yet horrifying. The pirates greedily licked the blood from their blades. Corpses and blood littered the ground, the streets stained crimson with gore. Angry Navy soldiers surged forward, roaring defiantly as they unleashed a barrage of firepower at the pirate captain. But it was all in vain. Captain Delmer, engulfed in flames, appeared as a mass of flesh akin to cotton, rendering the incoming bullets utterly ineffective as they fell limply to the ground. This is Delmer, with a bounty of 230 million berries. The Navy soldiers were struck with shock, cold sweat trickling down their brows. Delmer trampled over the searing corpses and scattered shell casings, charging toward the Navy with reckless abandon. Though he seemed portly, his speed was anything but slow. He moved like a human fortress, shaking the ground beneath him. With ease, Delmer tore apart artillery pieces as though they were mere pancakes, a disdainful grin curling upon his lips as he pressed his massive hand upon the head of a Navy brigadier general, twisting it violently. Crack! Blood erupted from the neck, splattering the surrounding Navy personnel with gore. Run! We can't possibly defeat Delmer. The Grand Line is terrifying. This place is no realm for humans. It is hell. The Navy's soldiers' morale shattered. Losing their leader, their ranks fell into disarray. Delmer observed the panicking Navy as if they were mere clowns, a cold smirk curling at his lips as he hefted a massive boulder and hurled it, reducing the Navy to a pulp. Amidst the overwhelming flames, the Navy was utterly annihilated. A battered seaman leaned against a narrow alleyway, blood streaming from his forehead, his vision blurring. He grasped the transponder snail, shouting into it, "This is the G9 Naval Branch. We are under attack by Delmer's pirate crew on Retya Island. The G9 naval vessel is completely destroyed. Repeat, the G9 naval vessel is completely destroyed. Requesting immediate support." Boom! It was as if lightning struck the ground outside the alley, dust swirling as Delmer landed beside him. The seaman turned stiffly, feeling a chill envelop him. The transponder snail seemed to be screaming something. "Delmer!" The seaman frantically drew his weapon. But in the next instant, he felt his weight vanish as Delmer hurled him skyward, then brought him crashing down to the earth. Thud! Blood splattered. These Navy fools are pathetic. Delmer spat, turning to see his subordinates finishing off the remaining survivors, their weapons mercilessly slashing the throats of those begging for mercy. Soon, aside from the pirates, no one else remained alive. Retya Island had been ravaged, and Delmer waved his hand, "Boys, it's time to retreat." The pirates echoed him with fervor. At that moment, Delmer suddenly sensed something, looking up to see a dark shadow descending rapidly, accompanied by a fierce rush of wind. Boom! It was as if a meteor from the heavens struck the ground. A transparent shockwave erupted like a typhoon, scattering the flames as billowing black smoke was instantly blown away. The very ground beneath them collapsed, fissures spreading like a web, tearing several buildings asunder. What is happening? Something seems to have fallen from the sky. What about the captain? He's still inside. Damn it! The black smoke roiled like a tide, obscuring the scene within, yet the pirates stared anxiously at the swirling clouds. A thunderous voice resonated from within the smoke, its peculiar power causing the pirates to stiffen involuntarily. Rustle! A shuffling sound emanated from deep within the black smoke, as if something were climbing up from below. Suddenly, with a tremendous crash, akin to a colossal object striking the earth, the ground trembled violently, nearly toppling the pirates over. A jolt of fear surged through the hearts of the pirates. A towering, indistinct figure emerged from the black smoke, its stature far surpassing that of their captain Delmer, at least double his height. As the smoke began to settle, the figure gradually became discernible. When they finally beheld the full silhouette, An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. The pirates gaped, their mouths agape enough to fit an egg, their eyes widened in disbelief. Before them stood a man of colossal build, with shoulder-length black hair, adorned with a pair of horns and a long beard reminiscent of dragon whiskers. His left arm bore a dragon scale tattoo. His bronze skin radiated an incredible tension even in the dim light of the torch, his muscular physique exuding explosive power. His upper body was bare, with a cross-shaped scar on his right abdomen, and a violet garment hung loosely at his waist, adorned with 2 golden chains and a large gourd inscribed with the character Forsake. His lower body was clad in oversized, dark green trousers, with a shimenawa tied around his waist, resembling a demon from the depths of the abyss. An eerie silence prevailed, as the pirates remained transfixed, mouths agape, in a state of shock. My head is pounding. Is this a hangover? The man pressed his forehead, the scent of alcohol wafting from him. Moments later, he finally took note of the surrounding ruins and the horrified stares of the pirates. Kaido, the captain of the beast pirates? The pirates' eyes nearly bulged from their sockets in astonishment. Chapter 2, The Path of Kings. Chapter 2, The Inferno. The pirates were utterly dumbfounded. This individual, renowned for his invulnerability, standing shoulder to shoulder with Big Mom and Whitebeard, hailed as one of the 3 great powers, was now standing before them. How could they even hope to fight? At that moment, Kaido also regained his composure, patting his head as chaotic memories flickered like static on an old television, suddenly sharpening into clarity. His name was Wong Kai. Just 3 days prior, he had been an ordinary citizen of Earth, but after experiencing a career setback, he found his meticulously planned project stolen by someone he considered a good friend. To add insult to injury, this thief, who had been a brotherly figure, denied any wrongdoing and shifted the blame for the failed project onto Wong Kai. Frustrated and feeling used, Wong Kai sought out the thief for confrontation, only to be met with obstinate denial. In a fit of despair, he drowned his sorrows at a bar, and to his astonishment, he awoke to find himself transformed into Kaido. Moreover, he was thrust into the timeline of the year 1508 of the Sea Circle era. The year 1508 meant he had only ruled Wano country for 6 years, and the drought-causing Jack, who should have been 28, was still just a child. Last year, Fisher Tiger had just scaled the Red Line, invading Mariewa to liberate slaves. Kazan, Borisolino, and Sakazuki had yet to ascend to the rank of admiral, and Sengoku still held the position of admiral. There were still 14 years until the Straw Hats would land in Wano, claiming they would defeat him. Kaido felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on him. Shaking off his thoughts, Kaido gazed at his palm, murmuring with a hint of regret, I still cannot control the Busashoku and Ken Bunchiko Haki? Perhaps due to the aftereffects of his transmigration, he could sense that this power resided within him. But whenever he sought to unveil the mysterious veil just within reach, it seemed to drift away silently. His physical form was formidable. There were but a few who could challenge him directly in this world. However, his inability to control Busashoku Haki was indeed a significant flaw. Thus, Kaido resolutely decided to leap from the sky, attempting to force out Busashoku Haki, but to no avail. Kaido's mood soured immensely. Boom! A bolt of lightning cleaved through the heavens, the blinding light sending chills through the hearts of the pirates. Kaido's expression darkened ominously. In a certain maritime region, a warship cleaved through the waves, sails billowing with wind. The corpulent Marine Vice Admiral Fire Mountain, upon hearing the anguished cries from the transponder snail abruptly cease, dark clouds gathered upon his face. How far is Rekia Island from here? Speed up. The G9 naval vessel is still waiting for us. Delmer, the captain of the Delmer pirate crew, bore a bounty exceeding 200 million berries. Fire Mountain was acutely aware of Delmer's might should they fail to intervene. The fate of the G9 naval crew would be dire. 2 hours later, the warship lay anchored at the shores of Risha Island. Flames soared into the sky, with embers still swirling as the raging fire spread to the coastline, seemingly intent on trapping the naval forces upon the beach. Why is the fire so severe? The Marines exclaimed. What are you standing around for? Hurry and extinguish the flames. A colonel commanded. Hiwashishin, with a heart full of dread, drew his long blade and with a swift motion, unleashed a cutting strike that extinguished the flames in its path. A fiery corridor was cleaved open by his blade, as he proclaimed, one squad. Follow me, the rest stay behind to fight the fire. With that, Hiwashishin took the lead, charging towards the town situated on the island. Corpses everywhere. All that met the eye were lifeless bodies. Amidst the ruins, dismembered corpses lay scattered, blood pooling in the depressions, congealing into a dark red sludge, while some formed mountains of cadavers, each with a grotesque number scrawled upon their left cheeks. The Navy personnel stood aghast at this horrifying scene, their hearts racing with terror. Hiwashishin's gaze hardened as he pressed onward, encountering countless charred and collapsed buildings. The battered streets were littered with bodies, with neither Marines nor civilians spared. The Marines were soon drawn to a conspicuous pit, from which a nauseating stench of blood wafted. Hiwashishin sent someone down to investigate, and upon learning that it was Delmer, lifeless beneath, he fell into silence. The G9 cruiser lay in ruins, the inhabitants of Risha Island perished, and the captain of the Delmer pirate crew, along with his subordinates, were all obliterated. He felt as though he were enveloped in a fog, the entire affair reeking of the bizarre. "They're all dead. It's our fault for arriving too late," a naval lieutenant lamented, wiping away tears of self-reproach. "Help me," a faint voice called out suddenly. The Marines turned towards the sound to find a man with a mohawk hairstyle trapped beneath the collapsed debris, desperately seeking their aid. Civilian or pirate? What on earth transpired here? The naval lieutenant demanded as he approached him. "I'm a civilian from the island." The mohawk man gasped weakly, clutching at the lifeline before him. "A civilian?" Hiwashishin's eyes narrowed, seizing the mohawk man's wrist and flipping it over to reveal a multitude of calluses from wielding blades. He sneered, "What kind of civilian bears such scars? I am a pirate. Please, capture me instead, or I will truly die here." With his identity exposed, the mohawk man pleaded, feeling his strength rapidly ebbing away. "Tell me, what exactly happened?" Hiwashishin demanded, his tone leaving no room for dissent. "We encountered Kaido." The mere mention of that name was a nightmare for the man. Even uttering, it made his heart feel as though it had momentarily ceased to beat. "Is that so?" Hiwashishin said, gradually straightening his posture. The mohawk man implored, "I've told you everything, please, just capture me." "Capture you?" Hiwashishin chuckled coldly. "There are no cells for pirates aboard our warship. Let your life atone for the sins you've committed." Hiwashishin swung his sword, the blade slicing through the mohawk man's throat, a line of blood slowly emerging, followed by a violent spray of crimson. Chapter 3. Where's the promised three-color hockey? Chapter 3. Onigashima. The sun began to set. The horizon blazed a deep crimson, the evening breeze turning cool. A dark cloud, accompanied by a thunderstorm, raced toward them with the speed of lightning. At times, skimming the surface of the sea, it tore open a terrifying rift, while at other times it soared into the heavens, resembling black lightning. Within the dark cloud, a cerulean dragon surveyed the waters below. "I never imagined that one day I could soar so freely beneath the skies." As he transformed into the colossal dragon, Kaido's voice deepened, resonating like thunder. He moved with incredible speed, brimming with strength, utterly unaware of fatigue. Soon, he beheld the island kingdom of Wano, where the waterfalls cascaded backward into the sea. The torrents rushed fiercely, the currents swirling ominously. Any unwary vessel that drifted into this region would undoubtedly encounter the fearsome whirlpools. Fortunately, there existed a safe concealed harbor leading to Wano, allowing Kaido's fleet to navigate freely. Kaido approached the waterfall, the mist drenching his face in a refreshing, cool spray. He single-handedly leapt over the waterfall, rising into the 9-mile sea, serving as a natural barrier isolating Wano from the outside world. Instead of heading to 9 Mile, Ringo, or Haiori, he directed his course straight towards a stronghold, Onigashima. Crackling thunder. The sky darkened, and a series of purple lightning bolts struck down, cleaving through the heavens. The tumultuous waves rose to great heights, roaring as if 1,000 stallions were charging, plunging into the dark mist, then cascading into the icy depths below. Amidst this cacophony of thunder, a solitary island emerged, seemingly a defiant beast from hell, rising from the depths to showcase its might and terror to the world. Wano, Onigashima. Its boss Kaido returning. As the massive black cloud rolled in, the pirates on Onigashima erupted in ecstatic cheers, waving their arms in excitement. Boom! Upon reaching the skies above Onigashima, Kaido immediately transformed back into his human form and plummeted straight down from the black cloud. His tremendous force created a terrifying crater in the earth, with spiderweb-like fissures radiating outward, shattering the surrounding terrain. Kaido stepped forth slowly, exuding an astonishing aura of intimidation. His already imposing stature seemed magnified 1,000-fold in the minds of the pirates, resembling a colossal mountain blocking their path. Boss Kaido. The pirates, filled with a mix of awe and fear, felt trepidation in the presence of their capricious leader. Yet, they held unwavering respect for Kaido, as his immense power possessed an irresistible allure akin to a tempest. Even a mere glance or a few words from him felt like a divine blessing. "Don't block my way." Kaido shot them a cold glance. "As per usual, have the sake delivered to my residence." "Understood," the pirates replied, wiping the sweat from their brows. "Disperse," Kaido commanded. The pirates retreated like a receding tide, not a moment wasted. Intimidated by Kaido's imposing presence, they treated him with utmost reverence, dutifully adhering to his commands. Kaido saw nothing wrong with this, finding it rather conducive to maintaining order. Although the distribution of Kaido's forces has remained ambiguous over the past 14 years, he possesses a godlike perspective that allows him to reshape future power dynamics and continuously expand his territory in recent years. Currently, he is aware that Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, has seized numerous islands and possesses astonishing resources, with her intelligence capabilities regarded as unparalleled in the industry. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, is considered the mightiest pirate due to his distinctive way of survival, commanding countless pirate crews, with formidable captains under his banner and a multitude of nations seeking his protection. Presently, Kaido is confined to Wano country, attracting a multitude of ruthless pirates due to his own formidable strength. Apart from the calamities of fire and plague, he commands over 8,000 subordinates, including more than 30 elite fighters. While Wano's territory is several times larger than that of an ordinary island, its influence does not extend far. Among the three, his power is comparable to Big Mom's. However, in terms of territory, Kaido undoubtedly possesses the least. Expanding his domain, strengthening his forces, and developing the economy are the most pressing challenges Kaido must confront at this time. Although Wano country occupies a strategic position that is easy to defend yet difficult to attack, if he merely aims to maintain a small foothold without seeking growth, it will be exceedingly difficult for him to stand out amid the chaotic era of piracy. Kaido savored the wine brought in by his subordinates, smacking his lips. The land of Wano, vast and fertile, offered ample opportunity for stockpiling provisions and training troops. Such a lucrative territory could not be forsaken. Kaido contemplated the situation. The populace harbored profound resentment towards him. While they appeared outwardly stoic, countless conspirators plotted in the shadows, their loyalty to the Kazuki clan far surpassing that of Koizumi Orochi. Wano, a land of warriors, thrived under the wise leadership of former Shogun Kazuki Sukiyaki, who had fortified the realm into an impregnable bastion. Following him, Kazuki Oden, a remarkable figure among the daimyo, made his mark despite numerous missteps. Yet, his charismatic and carefree demeanor garnered him a devoted following. Upon Sukiyaki's demise, Koizumi Orochi, feeling threatened by differing ideologies and the pursuit of the shogunate, decisively allied with Kaido to eliminate Oden, casting all blame for the nation's founding sins upon him. Orochi emerged as a dazzling hero, rightfully inheriting the title of Shogun of Wano, while Kaido assumed the role of the nation's protector, ruthlessly oppressing the defiant populace. The resurgence of the Kazuki clan was a matter of historical inevitability, but with my arrival, the tides could surely be turned. By organically blending modern concepts with the issues of this world, there exists vast potential for the advancement of weaponry, devil fruits, factions, territories, economy, provisions, and technology. Kaido lifted his gaze slightly, emitting a pair of piercing glimmers that distorted the air before him. During this period, Quinn had been residing in the Rabbit Bowl Quarry prison, while Jin had departed from Wano under the command of the original Kaido, intending to establish connections with the underground dark market. He had yet to have a formal encounter with these two renowned combatants. According to accounts from later times, aside from the flamboyant Don Quixote da Flamingo, there were no other figures from the underworld who had dealings with Kaido. Furthermore, at this juncture, da Flamingo was merely a somewhat notable captain of a pirate crew. In Kaido's view, that meager influence was hardly worthy of his attention. It was utterly insignificant. At that moment, a messenger stumbled through the door, breathlessly proclaiming, "Boss Kaido, Lord Orochi invites you to a feast in the flower capital." Kaido raised an eyebrow at the mention of Koizumi Orochi. Kaido murmured, and an image of a short, stout, cowardly figure sprang to his mind. He narrowed his eyes. "I understand now. Inform him that I shall arrive punctually." Chapter 4. The Great Snake and the Court Warriors. As night fell, the indigo sky was adorned with countless stars, resembling pearls shimmering in the vast ocean. The cicadas sang in the empty valleys, and the mountain springs flowed deep and serene. The luminous moon hung over the treetops, casting a gossamer light that enveloped the blooming cherry blossom forest, where the petals danced down like ethereal sprites. The night in Wano was vibrant and flourishing. filled with song and dance, particularly in the capital, the city of flowers, where the nightscape was most enchanting. Towering lofts lined the streets, bustling with vehicles and throngs of people flowing like tide. The neon lights dazzled, and the flickering lanterns created an atmosphere both surreal and genuine. Countless men and women dressed in kimonos strolled along the streets, their wooden sandals tapping rhythmically, smiles gracing their faces. The women were adorned with exquisite makeup, their eyes glistening like autumn waters, exuding an array of charm, while the men appeared dignified, their neatly coiffed hair shining brightly, engaged in lively conversations. Within the black charcoal Great Snake Palace in the City of Flowers, the Great Snake sat at the head of the main hall, flanked by the court warriors and regional administrators who had gathered. The table before them was laden with fruits and delicacies, yet none of the attendees touched the food, their gazes occasionally drifting towards the entrance, seemingly awaiting a particular figure. At that moment, a servant emerged from behind the screen and knelt beside the Great Snake, whispering, "My lord, the banquet has been arranged, and the courtesans are waiting in the back hall. They will perform as soon as you give the command." The courtesans were renowned as symbols of beauty in Wano, embodying both grace and talent. The Great Snake's mind conjured the image of a curvaceous and stunning courtesan, a flicker of greed flashing in his eyes. Has Xiaoling arrived? She is a distinguished guest of mine. Ensure she is treated with utmost care. Whatever she desires, fulfill her wishes, the Great Snake commanded. Xiaoling, known as the courtesan Misty Night Ling, was a multi-talented beauty adored by men throughout Wano. The Great Snake glanced towards the back hall, feeling a surge of impatience and urgency. "Go outside and see if Kaido has arrived," he urged. The servant complied and withdrew, while the leader of the court warriors, Fu Shou, spoke up. "My lord, the time for the banquet is come. Shall we commence? I have heard from my subordinates that Mr. Kaido was quite inebriated yesterday, and it remains uncertain if he will attend. If he does arrive, we shall have fine wine ready." The remaining court warriors nodded in agreement. The Great Snake looked at Fu Shou and remarked, "Kaido has helped us eliminate the strongest force of the Kazuki clan. Without his assistance, defeating Kazuki Oden would have been an insurmountable challenge. Moreover, on the day of Kazuki Oden's demise, rumors circulated that the 9 red scabbards would return as spirits 20 years later to fulfill Oden's founding wishes. As you know, during the coup 6 years ago, not even a single corpse of Oden's illegitimate child was discovered. In recent years, this general has faced considerable opposition from various rebel factions. Were it not for the formidable military strength of Kaido, my position as a general would be far from secure. If the rumors hold true that the 9 red scabbards will return from the dead, my peace of mind would be perpetually shattered as long as they remain alive." A cold glimmer flickered in Black Carbon Kaido's eyes. One of the Black Guard, with a blade at the ready, grinned and said, "General Orochi, you worry too much. I have witnessed firsthand how the likes of Foxfire Kinemon and Reizo perished in that inferno. The flames were so fierce that they were reduced to ashes, leaving no bodies to be found." Black Carbon Kaido's gaze shifted, for the 9 red scabbards were a thorn in his side. In the years since seizing power as general, apart from the Flower Capital, he has frequently encountered rebels in the other 5 regions, all rallying under the banner of restoring the Kazuki clan, intent on undermining his hard-earned dominion. Should the Kazuki forces rise from the ashes, his current splendid existence would merely be an illusion, destined to shatter. Ray Eyes interjected, "General, in my view, this rumor is a fabrication devised by those with ulterior motives to sow fear and anxiety in you. You must not fall into their trap, for that would allow their schemes to succeed." The venerable Fukuro Kaju, wise and aged, pondered for a moment before speaking. "Although Mr. Kaido is currently our ally and has played a pivotal role in the downfall of the Kazuki clan, General Orochi, his influence permeates throughout the nation, monitoring the situation across the land. His reputation among the populace surpasses even that of the general. Should Mr. Kaido ever desire to supplant you, he would likely find a ready audience, and none would be able to stop him. We must remain vigilant." Black Carbon Kaido furrowed his brow slightly. The Blackguard, being his most trusted soldiers, were his confidants, and while he could disregard the opinions of others, he had to take the counsel of the Blackguard, especially that of their leader, Fukuro Kuju, with utmost seriousness. "This is what I promised Kaido when I sought his assistance. He is not as reckless as you perceive, rather. He is astute, and I am well aware of his intentions. Presently, I openly govern Wano, and he merely requires a stronghold to bolster his forces, a mutually beneficial arrangement. He is a clever man who would not engage in a disadvantageous deal." One critical point that Black Carbon Kaido did not voice was that Kaido's monstrous strength could not be easily countered by sheer numbers. Moreover, although Wano is under his control, unrest and rebellion persist throughout the regions. Shimatsuki, Tokiwa, Kuri, Suzu, and Hakomai are all engaged in constant subterfuge. Kaido's military might serves as a means to monitor and suppress these insurgents effectively. It is undeniable that Kaido's forces pose a significant threat to his rule, yet, does not the general also utilize Kaido to solidify his own standing as the ruler of Wano? It is merely a matter of mutual exploitation and reciprocal benefit. Fu Lushou silently closed his eyes, clearly acquiescing to the sentiments of the black charcoal great serpent. The black charcoal great serpent shook the wine jug and remarked, "Let us wait a little longer. Since he has promised to attend the banquet, he will undoubtedly arrive. To commence the feast in advance of our distinguished guest would be a profound disrespect. We must exhibit a broader perspective when engaging with esteemed visitors." The members of the imperial court all bowed in agreement. Although the allure of wine and sumptuous food was enticing, the members of the imperial court and local administrators had all undergone rigorous training in the ways of samurai and ninja from a young age. The renunciation of base desires was the foundational lesson of their training. Even when the pangs of hunger stirred within, their stomachs growling and eyes fixated on the delectable spread, with saliva flowing like a stream, they would never compromise the dignity befitting proud warriors. As Lei Run, Feng Run, and several administrators felt their throats constrict and drool pool on the ground, they remained as still as statues. As time swiftly passed, the black charcoal great serpent cast a glance towards the grand hall's entrance, a flicker of displeasure evident in his eyes. Chapter 5. It is best not to overthink. Chapter 5. Quinn. Kaido ultimately refrained from attending Orochi's banquet due to the unexpected arrival of an uninvited guest, Queen the Plague. Queen occupied a position at the lower left of Kaido within the grand hall of the mansion. His corpulent physique resembled that of a sphere, exuding a robust presence. With his neck nearly obscured by his considerable girth, his left arm bore a mechanical prosthetic, while his visage was adorned with 2 golden whiskers, and a single golden ponytail cascaded from the back of his head, held in place by 2 strands of rope that secured his spectacles. His right arm was emblazoned with a tattoo featuring the word Queen alongside the emblem of the Beast Pirates, and he donned a black and white suspenders outfit. A cigar perched between his lips. While many pirates suffer from diminished mobility and endurance due to their hefty frames, Queen the Plague is a remarkable exception. His corpulence does not hinder his movements. Rather, he exhibits an astonishingly swift and agile demeanor, outpacing even those renowned for their speed. Queen's personality is unabashedly flamboyant. Marked by a cruel arrogance, he relishes in devising elaborate methods of execution for his foes, showing them no mercy. His demeanor suggests a certain whimsicality, as he delights in revelry and performance, earning the affection of his subordinates, who are required to report to him regarding the latest troubles in a ranked fashion. The manner in which he rationally dealt with Big Mom's ruckus at the quarry, coupled with his desire to discreetly abscond during the confrontation between Kaido and Big Mom at Onigashima, indicates that Queen is not as reckless as Jack the Drought. He possesses a certain cunning. With a face brimming with flesh and a beaming smile, he addressed Kaido, "Boss, I heard you went out last night?" "Ah, I had a few drinks last night," Kaido murmured, his eyes glimmering with a cold light, as he leaned on the stone pedestal, tilting his head to regard him. "By the way, Quinn, what is the situation over at Rabbit Bowl?" he inquired. "Haha, the prisoners are quite lively. Many of them are clamoring about the return of the Akazaya 9, Quinn replied, casting his gaze downward with a sinister smile. "They can only chatter. When I actually set up a sumo match for them, they turn pale with fear. It seems that the great fire from 6 years ago has not diminished their confidence." Knowing the original narrative, Kaido was well aware that the Akazaya 9 had not truly perished. Rather, they had been sent to the future by Kazuki Oden's wife. Utilizing the powers of the Toki Toki no Mi, Kaido, clutching a crimson wine gourd, took a couple of swigs and remarked, "Since the demise of Roger and the advent of the great pirate era, the seas have been inundated with countless emerging powers, with numerous formidable individuals vying for dominion over territories. Among these, Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, has garnered immense renown and is regarded with great honor among pirates, leading many crews to pledge their allegiance to him, thus forming an overwhelmingly large faction. Meanwhile, Charlotte Lin Lin, famously known as Big Mom, commands numerous islands, boasting ample financial resources and reserves, making her a force to be reckoned with. Her intelligence-gathering capabilities are unparalleled in the industry. We have entrenched ourselves in the land of samurai for several years, seizing strategic choke points, and our influence has been steadily growing in recent times. Although Wano is vast, it is ultimately but a single nation, and we must not confine ourselves to its borders. Kaido pondered over his thoughts, uncertain of when the original Kaido began to expand his territories. However, aside from Wano, he had indeed established several factories on overseas islands. At this juncture in time, his forces were primarily deployed across various regions of Wano to quell rebellions, showing no inclination towards external expansion. Thus, he was eager to bolster his power and extend his domain. Boss, do you intend to seize the overseas islands? Quinn, ever astute, grasped the implication immediately. Yet soon furrowed his brow. But boss, disturbances in Wano occur frequently. If our troops leave, they might seize the opportunity to incite chaos. Wouldn't that create complications for us? What of Orochi? Kaido retorted with a chilling laugh. Moreover, we are not dispatching all our forces. The minor uprisings within Wano are scarcely a threat and pose no risk to our foundation. Kaido primarily aims to utilize these 14 years to establish an intelligence network, build influence, and create a top-tier pirate crew. Quinn, perhaps following Kaido's line of thought, suddenly had a spark of realization in his eyes. I comprehend your intent, boss. Since you grasp it, share your thoughts, Kaido replied, gazing at him. Quinn pondered intently, organizing his thoughts before articulating. To expand our influence and amass soldiers, I propose 3 suggestions, Chief. Wano country is a fortress that is difficult to assault, and it serves as our optimal refuge. There, we can nurture our forces. Firstly, we should exploit Wano's vast terrain to cultivate farmland for self-sufficiency. As for labor, we can utilize prisoners from the quarry if we require additional manpower. We can hire the citizens of Wano at a low cost. Secondly, we can dispatch teams overseas to plunder other pirate crews and towns, which is the swiftest route to acquiring treasures. Simultaneously, we can assimilate defeated and captured pirates into our ranks. I will ensure a judicious selection process, relegating those who resist to labor roles. Lastly, centered around our base in Wano, we must gradually conquer and incorporate the surrounding islands and factions. This strategy will allow us to establish an intelligence network, facilitating the collection of overseas information while ensuring seamless communication between the islands. Quinn, oblivious to Kaido's astonished expression, furrowed his brow and concluded, Boss, these are the only ideas I have for now. Kaido was momentarily taken aback, but he managed to muster a benevolent smile and said, Quinn, you have indeed lived up to my expectations. Your suggestions are quite commendable. A talent capable of creating plague bombs as a bioweapon in their spare time is certainly not to be underestimated. Quinn chuckled, a hint of bashfulness evident as he rubbed the back of his head. Kaido gazed at him, pondering for a moment before speaking. Wano country, as our fertile land for cultivation and grain storage, must strive to preserve its water sources and vegetation, ensuring that development does not compromise the environment. Quality water sources and fertile soil are the cornerstones of life. Furthermore, we can cultivate a cadre of individuals to learn the techniques of Wano, which are often unparalleled even by the most advanced technological nations abroad. Now that we have gained control over Wano, if we do not seize and master its techniques, would it not be a waste of a treasure trove? Meanwhile, Quinn listened attentively, occasionally furrowing his brow in contemplation, and at other times nodding with a smile, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. Kaido has infused some modern concepts into the ideas proposed by Quinn. Naturally, it is impractical to adopt these modern notions wholesale, as they do not align with reality. Therefore, he has predominantly integrated his supplementary points with the harsh truths of this world, striving to ensure a harmonious coexistence between the two. This plan is merely a developmental prototype, intended for initial implementation. Adjustments can be made promptly should any deficiencies arise during execution, Kaido remarked. Hearing many intriguing and novel ideas from Kaido sparked Quinn's imagination. A scientific genius fond of small inventions, igniting an irresistible desire to create immediately. Quinn exclaimed with excitement, truly impressive, boss. If we execute this plan as you propose, within not 10 years, no, at most 5, we will not only produce enough food to sustain an entire nation's populace, but also accommodate a legion of 50,000 warriors. We shall become the most formidable force upon these seas. Chapter 6. The Intelligent Quinn. Chapter 6. The vanguard of an era. Kaido dismissed Quinn, and the vast underground palace fell into a profound silence, leaving him alone in an instant. He gazed at the flickering ghostly flames of the candles, their cold, deep light rendering him somewhat despondent. Gradually, he shifted his gaze, rising to his towering, robust stature as he sheathed his spiked club within his cloak, then strode out of the subterranean chamber. The terrain of Onigashima was treacherous, with jagged stones and fortified defenses guarding every path. Upon seeing Kaido's approach, the leading guards greeted him with caution. "You are the guardians of Onigashima, my shield and my eyes. Continue your vigilance and patrol without wavering," Kaido declared in a booming voice. "Yes, we vow to protect Boss Kaido with our lives." One of the guards responded. "With Boss Kaido's strength. Does he truly need your protection?" Another guard jested. The guard who had pledged to safeguard Kaido's safety flushed with indignation and replied, "I certainly recognize that Boss Kaido is the strongest in the world, but as his subordinate and confidant, I must pledge my unwavering loyalty to ensure his safety." Several guards silently nodded in agreement with his words. "Do your best," Kaido said. His predatory gaze softened as he regarded the earnest guard. Kaido offered sincere encouragement. Yet the gaze he directed made the latter feel a shiver run down his spine. Kaido remained blissfully unaware, surveying his surroundings before dismissing them to continue their patrol. He proceeded to examine the terrain and topography of Onigashima, which he discerned to roughly resemble the visage of a bull-headed demon. With a radius of no less than 8 miles, the island was garrisoned by 11 formidable warriors, accompanied by nearly 2,000 soldiers. Towering structures adorned the island, some meticulously crafted through the excavation of stone caverns. He sought a tranquil training ground in the rear mountains, instructing his subordinates who might approach the area to maintain their distance temporarily. The sky darkened with ominous clouds, churning restlessly, while thunder rumbled incessantly, a harbinger of dread. The sea erupted into towering waves, ominously hinting at an overwhelming force. Kaido stood in the training ground, his mind wandering back to the military boxing of his past life. With his legs slightly apart and a subtle crouch, his left fist was drawn back to his waist, while his right fist was tightly clenched, infused with immense power. In an instant, Kaido thrust his right fist forward. The resounding bang echoed like a bomb detonating beside him. What seemed to be an ordinary punch, under Kaido's might, carved a spiral trench several meters deep, extending far beyond 100 meters, shattering a 5-meter-wide granite boulder into fragments. Just as the rock exploded, Kaido leaped into the air, his robust frame seemingly equipped with springs beneath his feet, propelling him over 20 meters high. The ground where he once stood splintered under the recoil, resembling a spider's web. Suspended in midair, Kaido suppressed the exhilaration swelling within him, recalling the majestic form of the flying dragon. Suddenly, tendrils of mist began to evaporate from his body, his sinewy muscles solidifying further, as azure dragon scales gradually emerged upon his bronze skin, reminiscent of the clouds that enveloped the divine dragon in myth. Thick fog nearly obscured the entire sky above the training ground, while fierce winds howled, whipping up dust and debris, rendering it nearly impossible to discern Kaido's location. With a primal roar, Kaido unleashed his heated breath. A fireball, enveloped in intense heat and density, burst forth from the mists, hurtling towards the sea beyond Onigashima. The searing fireball collided with the towering waves, the clash of extreme temperatures creating a thunderous explosion that reverberated across the waters. Boom. The sound was akin to multiple missiles detonating simultaneously upon the ocean, the shockwave flattening the tumultuous waves in an instant. The already precarious Onigashima, adrift in the lonely sea, teetered perilously under the aftermath of the fierce winds, causing panic among its inhabitants. It was Kaido's breath. Had the mighty Kaido fallen into a rage? Instantly, those on Onigashima recognized the source of the tremor as Kaido, their gazes shifting in trepidation towards the training ground on the mountain. Kaido emerged from the mist, his limbs stirring the fiery clouds as he soared through the air, his dragon-like form towering nearly 100 meters above the ground, surveying the scene below with an all-encompassing gaze. In that moment, an unsettling thought took root in his mind, regarding the fragility of human life, likening it to that of mere ants. He shook his head vigorously, hastily extinguishing such notions, before descending and transforming into his human form, landing steadily upon the training grounds. Although he currently lacked mastery over the armament and observation haki, Kaido's physical prowess remained astonishing. He pondered the formidable strength of Whitebeard at this point in time. Soon, Kaido regained his composure. The Golden Lion, Kaido, Big Mom, and Whitebeard had all once been members of the Rocks Pirates, alongside figures lost to the currents of time, such as Silver Axe, Captain John, and Wang Ji, who had also served under the once mighty pirate captain, Rocks. At that time, Kaido was merely an apprentice pirate. However, as time passed and the Rocks Pirates met their demise, the remaining pirate factions did not weaken. Rather, they grew even more formidable, each becoming a powerful entity that dominated the Grand Line. Whitebeard, universally acknowledged as the strongest in the world, stood as the emblematic figure of the current era of great pirates, the pinnacle that all pirates aspired to surpass. Yet, heroes often fade into obscurity. During the Marineford War, this legendary pirate, beset by illness, faced the full might of the Navy with a body weakened by time. Ultimately, in that brutal conflict, Whitebeard sustained 267 sword wounds, was shot 152 times, and struck by cannon fire 46 times, perishing at the age of 72. But now, Whitebeard, at the age of 60, remained robust and undeniably at his peak, a formidable opponent that Kaido must confront. Chapter 7. The princess and her retainers. Kaido could not help but sigh. The true strength of Whitebeard could only be comprehended through personal confrontation, though not at this moment. He retreated to his residence to indulge in drink. Perhaps it was the effects of alcohol or the strain he had recently endured that rendered his gaze hazy. He murmured to himself, It seems I have forgotten something of great importance. What could it be? Oh well, never mind. After a long day, I shall rest. Soon. He succumbed to a deep slumber. In the Heim region of Wano, the moon hung high, surrounded by swirling mist, reminiscent of a layer of blue smoke. The silvery moonlight filtered down, creating an enchanting and magnificent scene. At this hour, the streets were desolate, the wind calm and serene. In a narrow alleyway, a figure donning a straw hat cautiously peered out, their gray eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Lord Nihiro, there is no one on the street. We may come out now. The figure gestured into the depths of the alley, and a young girl emerged, her face mostly concealed by a silk scarf, revealing only her captivating eyes. Lord Kawasumi, has anyone discovered our presence? Nihiro inquired softly. Kawasumi cast a gentle glance at Nihiro and patted his chest, assuring her, Do not worry, Lord Nihiro. The traders have all gone to attend the farce of Orochi's banquet. No one will notice our movements. Nihiro removed her scarf, unveiling a face as exquisite as a painting. Though only 12 or 13 years old, she possessed the beauty of a budding flower. Her skin was as white as snow, unmatched in beauty, her eyes resembling a tranquil pool of water, filled with tenderness. In her graceful demeanor, there was an innate elegance that left one in awe, feeling unworthy to trespass upon her presence. For a moment, Kawasumi was utterly mesmerized. Lord Kawasumi, I owe my escape from Orochi and Kaido's pursuit to your care over the years. Now, only you and I remain of the Kazuki clan, Nihiro said, her expression sorrowful. Rest assured, as long as I, Kawasumi, draw breath, I vow to protect your safety and fulfill my duty as a retainer, Kawasumi declared resolutely. Nihiro seemed to recall past events, wiping her tear-streaked eyes with her sleeve as she spoke. That inferno destroyed everything of the Kazuki family. My father perished in battle, and my mother, before her demise, spoke of sending my brother into the future to seek vengeance upon Orochi. Yet, Kawasumi, how many warriors as the sun shone brightly. Yet the atmosphere was laden with sorrow. Hisong lowered his head and spoke. I apologize, Your Highness. My mission is to ensure your safety, and the fates of others awaiting the young master's return are of no concern to me. A bittersweet smile escaped Rihi as she gazed at the once vibrant city of Gioli, tears glistening in her eyes. Suddenly, Hisong's expression shifted, and he grasped Rihi, pulling her into the shadowy corner of a cluttered cargo box. Someone is approaching, he whispered urgently. Almost immediately, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed nearby, causing Rihi to hold her breath instinctively. The newcomers were a group of rugged men, dressed casually, their exposed skin adorned with the distinctive skull insignia of pirates. Leading them was a man donning a black military cap. It's the patrol team of Kaido. Hisong's pupils dilated as he recognized their identities. Search thoroughly. Leave no detail overlooked. I distinctly heard sounds coming from this direction, barked Babano, a figure of modest renown within Kaido's ranks, yet possessing an extraordinary sense of hearing, twice that of an ordinary person, allowing him to detect enemies well in advance with remarkable accuracy. Babano, there's a woman's scarf here, exclaimed a sharp-eyed pirate, pointing to the scarf lying on the ground. A chill ran through Rihi in her anxiety. She had failed to notice the scarf slipping from her grasp as Hisong hurried her away. Chapter 8. A startling encounter. The great axe appears. Due to the master-servant relationship between Rihi and Hisong, the terms of address shall be adjusted. Rihi refers to her retainer Hisong as Your Excellency as a mark of respect, while Hisong addresses Rihi as Your Highness. Although the previous reference to Rihi as Your Excellency holds little significance, for the sake of narrative consistency, Your Highness will be uniformly used, and the samurai shall refer to themselves as this humble one. Babanu sneered ominously, cold light glimmering in his eyes as he gestured for his subordinates to search the surroundings meticulously. After dismissing all improbable hiding spots, the pirates ventured into the narrow alley, soon zeroing in on the disheveled pile of cargo boxes. Babanu signaled 4 of his men to investigate, while the others drew their weapons, preparing for a confrontation. Meanwhile, behind the cargo boxes, Rihi and Hisong felt their hearts race. Hisong gripped his renowned blade tightly, contemplating that retreat would surely expose their location. It was better to eliminate the threat before it could escalate, to extinguish these enemies in their infancy. Resolute, Hisong acted as the 4 pirates drew near. His imposing figure did not hinder his speed. Like a streak of light, he swiftly closed the distance to the pirates. At the same time, he concentrated the power of flowing cherry into his right palm, summoning the force of the wind, and unleashed a powerful sumo push. Flowing cherry, with considerable strength in his wrists, bolstered by the flowing cherry technique, Hisong's explosive power surged several-fold in an instant. With a mere strike of his blade, he sent 4 burly pirates flying through the air. Without pausing, he swiftly propelled himself upward into the sky, gripping the scabbard of his sword. The blade and sheath emitted a harsh, grating sound as they clashed, sending sparks flying. Under the cold, silvery moonlight, the renowned sword gleamed with a chilling radiance, instilling fear in the hearts of those below. He was like a nocturnal assassin, a cold-blooded warrior gliding through the darkness, powerful and relentless. Annihilate Namachuan. The light of the blade sliced through the air, producing a series of piercing shrieks reminiscent of the blooming of hellish mandrakes, vibrant yet proud, their presence a harbinger of death. The long sword fell with sudden ferocity, while he had already repositioned himself on the ground, leaving behind a striking arc of sword energy and 4 lifeless bodies. "It's the rebels." Babanuus squinted at the figure beneath the straw hat, inquiring, "There are not many warriors in Wano who master the technique of luing. Who are you?" Truly? He strained to discern the identity of his opponent, but the figure's bulk and rounded form obscured any clarity. "Dead men have no need to know my identity." With that, he moved again, wielding his renowned blade towards Babanuus. "Do not be too presumptuous, rebel." A flicker of anger crossed Babanuus's face as he advanced, intent on blocking the attack with his armored fists, undeterred by fear. However, as he made contact with the descending blade, a wave of dread washed over him. The force emanating from the blade seemed capable of penetrating his defenses, sending pain coursing through his fist and causing the ground beneath him to collapse into a circular pit from the impact of the powerful strike. Fortunately, he managed to withstand the blow, avoiding immediate defeat. "Impressive strength. No wonder you serve that demon Kaido," Babanuus noted with surprise, realizing he was facing a formidable opponent. Yet, with a cold smirk, he replied, "Unfortunately, your strength is still insufficient to match mine." As soon as the words left his lips, he increased the force of his strike, sending Babanuus staggering backwards several meters. "My lord, are you all right?" Yahi peered anxiously from behind a cargo box, concerned that his master had not dispatched the enemy with a single blow. Kappa-Kawasong, one of the 9 red scabbards. Babanuus's mind raced as he recognized his opponent's identity, his heart swelling with excitement at the chance encounter. Quickly, use the transceiver snail to alert the nearby troops. "We have found Kawasong of the 9 red scabbards." Realizing his identity had been uncovered, Kawasong's expression shifted slightly. He immediately tossed the straw hat to Yahi, urging, "Your Highness, flee at once. I will hold them off." As the sun shone, Hiyori adjusted her conical hat to partially obscure her face, anxiously declaring, "Kaido's henchmen are about to arrive. We must escape together." The rotund Kappa, Kawajuo, appeared rather endearing, yet as a loyal retainer, he understood the gravity of their situation. If he fled alongside Hiyori, their whereabouts in the Shimazan region would be compromised, and they would likely be tracked to their hiding place. The only solution was for Hiyori to escape first while he remained behind to eliminate all enemies who had witnessed their presence, thus ensuring their safety. He turned to Hiyori with a reassuring smile, saying, "Your Highness need not worry about me. I am quite skilled in combat and can easily deal with these henchmen. I shall find you at our designated location afterward." Hiyori furrowed her delicate brows, still unconvinced. "If it is so easy, then I shall wait for you here. Please do not put me in a difficult position." Kawajuo's smile faded. Hiyori was momentarily taken aback. In the years they had spent together, she had never witnessed such an expression on his face, causing her to bite her crimson lip in distress. She recognized that staying would only complicate matters for Kawajuo. And thus she said, "Take care, Lord Kawajuo. I will await your safe return." With that, Hiyori pressed down her hat and swiftly ran into the shadows of the alley. Do not let that woman escape. She is likely the illegitimate child of the Kazuki clan. Barbanus bellowed. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately pursued her into the alley. Capistream masts. A spiraling gust of air, sharp as a blade, struck the pursuers, sending them sprawling. Do not misdirect your ire, Kaido's henchman. Kawazuo snorted coldly, brandishing his weapon to obstruct their advance. You damn bastard. Barbanus seethed, gritting his teeth. Charge. Kill this guy. The pirates surged forward in a coordinated assault. But Kawazuo fought back fiercely, clashing swords and creating a cacophony of sounds, sparks flying in all directions. After several minutes, the tumult of battle subsided. Kawazuo, panting heavily, surveyed the scene strewn with bodies, crimson blood soaking his kimono. Kaido, my captain, you shall not escape unscathed, he murmured ominously. Barbanus lay on the ground, covered in multiple wounds, his strength waning, yet his bloodshot eyes glared at Kawazuo with fierce defiance. Kawazuo's gaze turned icy as he spoke. Kaido? Humph. That pirate who plunders and pillages Wano will be driven out once our young master returns. Lord Odin's prophecy shall surely be fulfilled. You are already half dead. Perhaps I should send you on your way. Kawazuo approached Barbanus, raising his weapon, ready to strike at his back. Just as his blade was about to descend, a violent whoosh pierced the air from afar, and sensing danger, Kawazuo leaped back several meters. Boom. A heavy, sharp axe crashed down in front of Barbanus, scattering dirt and debris. Suddenly, the street echoed with the sound of heavy, rapid footsteps. Clearly, many were approaching. Chapter 9. True Combat. The New Era of Pirates. It was as if countless soldiers, burdened with an array of armaments, were converging from all directions. The dense and thunderous sound of their footsteps resonated like a surging black tide, causing the ground to tremble. Hisong's eyelids twitched slightly, and a grave expression crossed his face as he prepared to evade. Suddenly, several arrows shot toward him from the left. Quick on his feet, Hisong executed a series of backflips, narrowly avoiding the projectiles, which instead lodged into the wall, creating gaping holes the size of bowls. The force of the arrows sent a chill of sweat down Hisong's back, and he felt a surge of relief at his narrow escape. Casting a wary glance at the smoke-emitting wall, he remarked, "They've even entwined the flowing cherry blossoms around the arrows?" I had heard tales of the formidable strength of the samurai from Wano Kuni, possessing the audacity to refuse allegiance to the world government. I was skeptical before, but witnessing it firsthand today, it is indeed as they say. Before he could finish speaking, a man clad in a blue cloak and wearing a headband approached, wielding a golden pattern bow with a confident stride, followed closely by more than 30 pirates with cold smirks. "Alvis, it appears your strength is rather lackluster," came a nonchalant taunt from the opposite end of the street. The speaker was a massive, bare-chested figure wielding an intricately carved axe, flanked by dozens of pirates. Alvis narrowed his eyes and replied, "Baron, do not forget that your axe has also missed its mark." The animosity between Alvis and Baron was palpable, the air thick with tension as they glared at one another. "You all need to behave yourselves and not let past grievances jeopardize our mission." A portly man with a bushy beard and a cigar interjected. Upon hearing his voice, both men displayed signs of displeasure, yet they ceased their banter. Baron remarked, "Chad, what brings you here? With me and this fool Alvis, we have enough." Chad grinned, revealing his gold-capped front teeth. "I cannot let the opportunity to capture one of the 9 red scabbards slip away. This is a golden chance to present myself to Captain Kaido." Baron and Alvis gritted their teeth, muttering, "You are as insufferable as ever." Despite their verbal skirmishes, they quickly aligned their objectives, instructing their subordinates to seal off the area and block Hisong's escape route. "Do not let this guy slip away. He is with the Kazuki clan. We must capture him and extract information about their whereabouts." Barbanus shouted hoarsely. These 3 were newly recruited powerhouses under Kaido's banner, renowned in the Grand Line, all with bounties exceeding 100 million. Barbanus was acutely aware that although he had a longer tenure in Kaido's ranks, he was outmatched in strength by any of them. "Barbanus, leave this to us." Chad gestured for 2 subordinates to lift Barbanus away. Turning his gaze to the encircled Hisong, he smirked coldly. "Kazuki Hisong, humph. I am eager to see whose strength prevails." With that, Chad's form suddenly surged in height, his powerful muscles straining against his coat, and in an instant, he transformed into a towering 4-meter-tall white ape. The white ape, Chad, has placed a bounty of 270 million berries. Chad's voice thundered, shattering the windows of nearby buildings as his broad fist struck his chest, producing a resonant sound akin to a drumbeat. Both Yalvis and Baron's expressions shifted slightly as they exchanged glances, recognizing the surprise reflected in each other's eyes. Chad unleashed a ferocious roar directed at Hisong, generating a powerful gust of wind that stung Hisong's face. This individual was on an entirely different level of strength than before. Hisong quickly discerned Chad's formidable prowess. The mere pressure emanating from him was enough to instill a sense of imminent danger. Yet, this feeling of challenge quickened his heartbeat, igniting a fervor within him. It was a sign of the resurgence of his combative spirit as a sumo grand champion. It had been too long since he had truly engaged his body. With fire igniting in his eyes, Hisong sheathed his beloved blade at his waist, shed his upper garments, and assumed a sumo fighting stance. Come forth. Without further ado, Chad transformed into the white ape, charged with ferocity, his eyes gleaming with fierce intent. His fists, as large as water barrels, crashed down like heavy artillery, generating a fierce gale that struck towards Hisong. Unyielding, Hisong met the challenge head-on, his sinewy muscles entwined with flowing cherry blossoms, blood coursing rapidly through his veins, and his arms adorned with bulging veins resembling tree roots. Bang! Their fists collided with a resounding impact, releasing a shockwave that stirred a tempest, uprooting wood, stone, and soil. Both combatants sensed they were equals, engaging in a fierce exchange while keenly searching for an opportunity to vanquish one another. In mere moments, they had exchanged countless blows, each sustaining injuries, yet their fighting spirit soared, showing no intention of halting. Yalvis and Baron were astonished, not expecting a warrior from Wano to possess the capability to match Chad. Amid their shock, they remained vigilant, wary of Hisong's potential escape. Hisong, invigorated by the clash, was acutely aware of the weight of his mission, knowing that prolonged combat was not an option. Thus, he fought while retreating towards the densely built lofts, seeking an opportunity to escape. However, the seasoned warriors Yalvis and Baron, adept from years of maritime skirmishes, easily perceived his intentions. Seizing the moment of Hisong's momentary lapse, Yalvis drew his ornate golden longbow, releasing a flaming arrow that soared through the air, striking true at the joint of Hisong's shoulder, leaving a crimson bloom in its wake. Chad gave a cold snort, expressing his displeasure at Yalvis's meddling. Yet he promptly delivered a heavy blow to subdue Hisong. Haha, the white ape Chad truly is formidable, Yalvis exclaimed with laughter. The grand champion Hisong from the Red Sky 9 is no match for you. Meddlesome. Chad shot a glance at him, causing Yalvis's smile to falter. Soon after, Chad reverted to his human form and commanded his subordinates, take this warrior directly to the quarry. And remember to report to Lord Quinn that we have captured Hisong from the Red Sky. As Chad transported the River Pine, Baron approached and lightly tapped Yalvis on the shoulder, his tone dripping with sarcasm. That fellow, the white ape, is not one to be trifled with. Your contribution in capturing the Chishao River Pine cannot be overlooked. Can you truly allow him to take the credit for apprehending one of the 9 from Chishao? Yalvis's gaze flickered momentarily before he shot a cold glance at Baron, sneering. Baron, rather than wasting your time sowing discord, you would do better to invest your efforts in earning Lord Quinn's favor. With that, Yalvis beckoned to his subordinates and departed in a grand procession. Chapter 10. The Kaido Operation. The sky was as blue as the sea, a streak of pale white breaking the horizon as dawn quietly approached. The martial arts training ground at the rear mountain. Kaido, burdened with several tons of colossal stones, repeatedly alternated his hands, performing push-ups with a single finger. In the world of pirates, there are no limits. Anyone can continuously strengthen their physical prowess through rigorous training. This is especially true for those endowed with extraordinary talent and insight, as their cultivation progresses at an astonishing pace. One can only imagine the formidable existence that Charlotte Linlin would become if she devoted herself to mastering physical arts, given her inherently monstrous physique. Strength is akin to navigating upstream. Without progress, one inevitably regresses. Even if one can maintain and prolong their peak strength, there is no guarantee that others will not surpass them. It is for this reason that Kaido rises early to train, although it is challenging for him, with his current physical intensity, to achieve a qualitative breakthrough through exercise. His training serves merely to provide him with a sense of reassurance. 9,758. 9,923. 10,000. After completing a staggering 10,000 push-ups, Kaido realized that, for his monstrous constitution, the progress gained from training was negligible, perhaps even inconsequential. In his current state, he could easily perform push-ups for 10 days and nights, even under a burden of several dozen tons, without sustenance. Kaido sighed helplessly. lamenting that his immense strength hindered his determination to progress. Alas, with a high starting point, the room for improvement diminished. He despondently slumped to the ground, uncorking a gourd of liquor and gulping several mouthfuls in frustration. Aimless training yielded mediocre results. Perhaps a shift in perspective was warranted. After some contemplation, Kaido mused that although his power and stamina were abundant, in addition to mastering the two forms of haki, he might seek breakthroughs in the application of his strength and techniques. The principle of using force against force, whether in life or in this world, remained relevant. This notion of utilizing one's own techniques to deflect an opponent's formidable strike, and even to rebound their strength back at them with greater force, sparked a light of inspiration within him. With this revelation, Kaido picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it forward with tremendous force, producing a series of thunderous cracks as it sliced through the air. The stone soared swiftly, generating intense heat through its rapid friction with the atmosphere. Kaido's form shifted, vanishing from sight, only to reappear before the soaring firestone. His senses were extraordinary, far surpassing those of ordinary beings, perceiving the firestone hurtling towards him like a meteor. He calculated the optimal position and raised his hand, channeling a fraction of his strength to strike the edge of the firestone. The force of the launched stone was pure, its trajectory unwavering, representing the simplest and swiftest direct assault path in the midst of battle. Kaido's palm strike redirected the trajectory of the firestone, veering it to the side and slightly downward, effectively dissipating a significant portion of its formidable force. As a result, the firestone plummeted towards the ground, and despite the reduction in power, the explosion it unleashed created a crater several meters in radius. The concept is indeed feasible. Kaido felt an overwhelming joy within. Accurately pinpointing the location to redirect his opponent's attack trajectory would undoubtedly yield more pronounced effects if he possessed the ability of observation haki. However, he realized that the force he exerted during the redirection was excessive, and he had failed to completely dissipate the energy from the stone. Once more, success is not achieved on the first attempt. It is through diligent practice that one masters the nuances. In the training grounds, Kaido relentlessly practiced with the stones scattered on the ground, the sound of explosive impacts resonating like a continuous symphony. After each attempt, he would pause to mentally replay the missteps and identify areas for improvement before resuming his efforts. As noon approached, Kaido had attempted the challenge 3,000 times. Kaido summoned all his strength and hurled the stone with remarkable force. The tremendous power he infused into it, combined with the friction against the air, nearly melted the stone. Grasping his spiked club, he suddenly vanished from his original position, reappearing 100 meters away. Observing the approaching projectile, he raised the club and gently swung it towards the airborne stone. A miraculous scene unfolded. The seemingly inconsequential spiked club, whose might appeared to be less than 1% of the stone's force, met the projectile with a soft thud. In an instant, the ferocious stone transformed into a mere wisp of cotton, gently falling to the ground. It was accomplished. Kaido's face was alight with joy. After repeated practice, he had finally achieved the second realm of his skill, which he had meticulously categorized into 3 realms. The first realm involves redirecting the opponent's force. At this level, using merely 1/10 of the opponent's strength to nullify their attack is considered an entry point, while the ability to do so with 1/100th denotes proficiency. The second realm consists of completely dissipating the opponent's power, rendering their attack as inconsequential as a vast ocean. Achieving this with 1/10 is deemed foundational, whereas 1/100th signifies mastery. The third realm represents the pinnacle of this skill, wherein the force of the opponent's attack is not only countered but returned with multiplied intensity, the exact multiplier being contingent upon individual capability. As of now, Kaido had yet to grasp this level. Conceptually, the third realm bears a resemblance to the technique of armament haki's rebound, yet distinctions remain between them. The rebound emphasizes projecting haki outward to form a protective armor on the body's surface, enabling the return of the opponent's attack in full measure. In contrast, the third realm epitomizes the ultimate application of this skill, transforming the opponent's attack into one's own and then amplifying it upon return. Kaido had thoroughly immersed himself in the philosophy of this skill, but its practical application still warranted further exploration, especially since he had yet to master the ability to reflect an opponent's attack, let alone magnify it. However, he still had ample time to delve into the third realm, and having successfully transitioned from using his fists to employing weapons in the second realm was no small breakthrough. Kaido's spirits instantly lifted. He suddenly recalled the future plans discussed with Quinn and wondered if Quinn had implemented them according to his own methods. Kaido, feeling somewhat uneasy, transformed into a divine dragon. Soaring above the island of ghosts, his feet treading upon the flames of clouds. The dragon commands the clouds, while the tiger commands the winds. In the moment when Kaido transformed into a dragon, dark clouds gathered from several miles around Onigashima, drawn towards him. This commotion instantly alerted everyone on the island. All the fierce pirates looked up at the sky in terror, their faces etched with astonishment. Was Kaido about to depart from Onigashima? The dark clouds surged, concealing most of Kaido's figure within the overcast sky. Only fragments of his dragon form could be glimpsed as it writhed among the clouds. At times, howling winds roared. Thunder clapped, and the tumultuous waves of the deep sea threatened to engulf the heavens and the earth. The pirates revered the strong, and none were exceptions to this. Witnessing Kaido's dragon form invoking such atmospheric changes, all were filled with a sense of awe and admiration. Under the watchful eyes of the Onigashima denizens, Kaido soared through the thick clouds, heading straight for the Wano country's Tono Bowl. Chapter 11. A new mission in the flower capital, the Great Snake's castle. The audacity is intolerable. Black Carbon Kaido forcefully overturned his cup onto the ground, his face a mask of fury. That scoundrel Kaido has left this general in the lurch. Not even an explanation. Does he truly believe this general is made of clay? The trembling guards and maidservants cowered, allowing him to vent his wrath without daring to utter a word. After about a furious outburst, Black Carbon Kaido calmed somewhat. Sitting back in his chair and addressing a samurai in formal attire. What is the situation over at Onigashima? The samurai replied candidly. According to Mr. Kaido's subordinates, he was in a foul mood last night and locked himself away in his mansion. Black Carbon Kaido furrowed his brow, his anger dissipating as he remarked. He has always been temperamental and unpredictable. Given the circumstances, I shall not pursue the matter regarding the celebration. The formally attired samurai dared not respond, his expression one of embarrassment. At that moment, a long-faced samurai rushed in, panic written all over his face. Black Carbon Kaido shot him a piercing glare, his patience wearing thin. What is the meaning of this frantic behavior? Great Snake General. The long-faced samurai stammered, his words tumbling out. A warrior has spotted Mr. Kaido's transformed dragon leaving the mansion, heading north, with the predicted destination being Tono Bowl. Tono Bowl. Black Carbon Kaido leapt from his chair in astonishment. Tono Bowl? What could he possibly want there at this time? General, since your rule over Wano, Mr. Kaido's forces have consistently aided us in governing the land, with his influence spread throughout the nation. If there is any reason for Mr. Kaido to personally visit the Tono Bowl area, it must be the quarry. In total, Wano comprises 7 major regions: Shimetsu, the flower capital, Kyuri, Tono Bowl, Suzu, Shirama, and Onigashima. Black Carbon Kaido was well aware of the quarry in Tono Bowl, as it served as a prison for captives. Kaido, usually self-important and aloof, typically leaves the training of defeated foes to his subordinates, rarely inquiring into their progress. However, what could have prompted his fervent rush to the rabbit bowl today? Black Carbon Snake found himself perplexed. General Snake, there is a matter that my subordinates are uncertain whether to report to you. The long-faced warrior hesitated, stammering. Speak swiftly. Black Carbon Snake's displeasure was evident. The long-faced warrior swallowed hard and continued. According to reliable sources, at midnight last night, Mr. Kaido's subordinate, Jinda, captured one of the Akatsuki 9, the Yokozuna, Kappa Kawamatsu. The visage of the green-skinned sumo wrestler, Yokozuna Kappa, flashed before Black Carbon Snake's mind, instantly filling his face with delight. The dark clouds of his mood began to dissipate as he erupted in laughter. Who would have thought that one of the Akatsuki 9 would be captured? Truly, fortune smiles upon me. Ecstatic, he danced with joy and inquired of the long-faced warrior. Where is Kawamatsu now? The long-faced warrior responded, Yokozuna Kawamatsu has been transported to the Rabbit Bowl quarry by Jinda, knowing that Kawamatsu had fallen into captivity. Black Carbon Snake felt as though a nightmare that had plagued him for years had been lifted, his face radiating with elation. He waved his hand and declared, Let us proceed to the Rabbit Bowl and witness the dismal fate of those who oppose me, the dog-tooth of Odin. Is this truly the Yokozuna Kappa Kawamatsu of the Akatsuki 9? Jinda, you have done well. At the entrance of the Rabbit Bowl quarry, Queen, clutching his belly, boasted to Jinda before casting a derisive glance at the near-lifeless Kawamatsu in the cage, leering at him with unabashed scrutiny. After indulging in several bowls of bean soup, he leaned closer to the cage and remarked, What a peculiar skin tone. I don't recall seeing you when we attacked the Odin Castle 6 years ago. Hey, greenskin lad, how fares your sumo? Kawamatsu glared back with bitterness, gritting his teeth. You pirates will one day be driven from these shores by our young master. Haha. Queen laughed heartily, dripping with mockery. It seems you remain unaware of your predicament, lad. The Kazuki clan you so fiercely serve is utterly insignificant in the eyes of our beast pirates, weak beyond measure. Do you truly believe we lack the strength to eradicate you? Do you think the Akatsuki Nine can contend with us? Dream on, boy. If it weren't for Kaido's appreciation of talent, wishing to recruit you as part of his forces, you would have perished long ago. Aside from the few warriors who died in the Great Fire. With a menacing grin, Queen continued, we control several regions of Wano. Do you really think we cannot locate you with our extensive network? Kawamatsu felt as though struck by thunder, left in a daze. Kaido cannot bear to kill them? How is this possible? Yet, reflecting on the tragic events of the past, when Lord Odin perished in battle, and the flames consumed the castle, plunging the nation into chaos. He dutifully honored the late lord's wish to protect Kazuki Hiyori as they navigated the city through the moat. The journey was fraught with peril, as he was relentlessly pursued by Kaido's forces and the nefarious Orochi, nearly losing his life in the process. Kaido, do you think you can deceive me? Do you truly believe me to be a fool? Hiruzen scoffed coldly. It was Lord Odin who bestowed upon me this life, who shaped my very being. I vow with my humble existence to remain steadfastly loyal, never to betray the honor of the Kazuki clan that I bear upon my shoulders. Quinn, suppressing his ire, glared fiercely. You fear not death? A warrior never bows before mortality. Hiruzen remained unyielding. What a pity, Quinn lamented. I had thought you might recognize the situation and pledge your loyalty to Kaido, which could have granted you a genuine chance at survival. Alas, you choose to descend into the abyss. You have no idea what hell awaits you. Quinn shook his head repeatedly, signaling Chad. Put shackles on him and take him away. Chad waved his hand, instructing his subordinates to bind Hiruzen in chains. Quinn clapped his hands, and with a resonating sound, the iron gates of the quarry slowly opened, revealing the scene within. The sight of the prisoners clad in tattered garb left the pirates astonished, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Lord Quinn, what is this? Chad's face twitched as he pointed towards the quarry, where prisoners wielded hoes, shovels, and various farming tools. Quinn spread his arms wide, exuding pride. Did you not see clearly? This is the new task that Kaido has entrusted us with. Land reclamation. Chapter 12. Kaido emerges. Land reclamation? The group appeared bewildered, staring at Quinn as if they had misheard him, struggling to comprehend his intentions. Chad, puzzled, inquired, Lord Quinn, we currently possess vast territories and ample food supplies. Is it truly necessary to send the prisoners to cultivate the land? What do you know? Quinn replied with a mysterious smile. Kaido possesses foresight and has already discerned the current maritime situation. While raiding towns and pillaging resources must continue, it is not a sustainable strategy. To expand our territory, we must nurture our soldiers and achieve self-sufficiency to be prepared for any eventuality. Moreover, these warriors are like wild stallions. Ordinary methods will not tame them. Better to let them toil in agriculture to temper their ferocity. Chad nodded in a manner that suggested a vague understanding. The land of Wano, steeped in a feudal monarchical culture, held a stark distinction between its warriors and the agrarian populace. The convicts sent to the quarries were predominantly samurai captured from various regions of the country. Sending them to die in battle was a matter of indifference. However, compelling them to engage in agricultural toil was the utmost affront to their dignity. This insidious strategy was conceived by Quinn during a heartfelt conversation with Kaido. Yet, deep within, Quinn was certain that Kaido had already contemplated this approach, merely allowing him to articulate it. Contemplating this, Quinn's admiration for Kaido deepened further. The prisoners, faces contorted with rage, hurled their farming tools to the ground with a clatter, exclaiming, "What does that scoundrel Kaido intend to do? Is he attempting to humiliate us?" Quinn's expression darkened at this insolence. Those tools had been painstakingly gathered by his subordinates earlier that morning. How dare these samurai discard them in his presence? A few guards, keenly observing the situation, cracked their whips, the sound echoing like gunfire, striking the foremost offenders mercilessly, leaving them bloodied and wailing in agony. Do not overestimate yourselves, Vol Samurai, Quinn declared coldly. Do you still consider yourselves the proud warriors of the land of Wano? Do not forget your current status. You are now my captives, prisoners of the beast pirates. Your fates lie solely within my whims. Were it not for Kaido's belief that you still possess some utility, do you truly think I would hesitate to end your lives? The samurai could not help but be intimidated by the aura exuded by Quinn. Gasping for breath and daring not to meet his gaze, Chad, too, felt a twinge of apprehension, recognizing that Quinn, the third-in-command who had forged the current empire alongside Kaido, possessed a commanding presence beyond his own. Quinn, is it? A robust elder, adorned with tattoos and exuding vitality, stepped forward among the prisoners. We agree to cultivate the land. Leopard. The other prisoners gasped in shock. We cannot acquiesce to them. As samurai of Wano, we shall never bow to malevolent forces, even in death. Then observe your current predicament, the elder lamented. How many have perished from exhaustion, unable to move stones? His face reflected deep sorrow as he lamented. The valiant samurai of Wano have mostly been seized by Orochi and Kaido under various pretenses, subjected to torment and servitude. A samurai may fear neither death nor ferocious beasts. Yet do not forget the patriotic duty resting upon your shoulders. To endure humiliation and bear burdens is the true essence of a samurai. The prisoners, struck by a sudden realization, bowed their heads to the ground, tears glistening in their eyes as they gazed up at the elder, feeling his presence towering above them. They silently roared in unison, "We understand now. Thank you, Leopard, for your guidance." Quinn, naturally, found delight in this turn of events. Approaching the elder, he wore a smile tinged with irony and said, "Leopard Goro, you possess considerable strength. Have you given thought to joining our ranks? Kaido holds you in high regard." Gore the Leopard, before the great black serpent Kaido could eradicate Kazuki Oden, was a formidable figure in the underworld of Wano. With a resentful glare directed at Queen, he coldly declared, "I vow to never conspire with the likes of you. Truly, a tenacious old man. I have all the time in the world to wait, haha." Queen, unperturbed, chuckled with a carefree demeanor. "My lord Leopard Gore." The shackled Kamasu approached with great difficulty, bowing deeply in a samurai's greeting. "I had envisioned various scenarios for our meeting, yet I never anticipated it would unfold in this manner." "Kamasu, you have endured much," Gore sighed. Once the leader of Wano's underground, Gore had often interacted with the Kazuki clan, thus forging a bond with the 9 red scabbards. Wano shall surely rise again, returning to its former glory. Coughing, Kamasu, filled with fervor, brought forth blood from his mouth. "You must take care of your health and endure," Gore urged. "I have heard of Lord Odin's prophecy. Despite their torments, we must survive to fulfill his legacy." Tears welled in Kamasu's eyes as he nodded fervently. Nearby, Queen scoffed. "Lord Odin, huh? The prophecy of Kazuki Odin is no longer a secret in Wano. Do you truly believe in a dead man's words? A bunch of fools. Bring them all to the 9-mile wilderness." As Queen's voice faded, a tempest arose, swirling dust and debris, causing trees to sway and compelling those who intended to advance to halt in their tracks, squinting against the sudden gust. Someone looked up at the sky, mouth agape in astonishment, as if it could accommodate an egg. "Look at the sky." Dark clouds gathered swiftly, ominous thunder rumbling. Chad's expression shifted, fear creeping into his eyes as he felt a chill run down his spine, discovering that his back was drenched in cold sweat. He glanced around, noticing only Queen smiling, and couldn't help but ask, "Lord Queen, what is that? Surprised, are you?" Queen shot Chad a knowing glance, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Who else in Wano could cause such a commotion? Chad's eyes widened in realization. Is that the boss Kaido? The turbulent black clouds loomed, obscuring the sun, and within the swirling tempest, a colossal figure could be seen, surveying the earth and regarding all with disdain. The lightning crackled violently, as if ready to tear the heavens asunder in an instant. Indeed, Chad's eyes lit up. Aside from the being known as the world's strongest creature, Kaido, no one else could wield such cataclysmic power in Wano. This is the world's strongest creature, universally acknowledged as the unrivaled champion, a true monster, beyond the reach of human strength. The beast Kaido. Chapter 13, A Shocking Revelation. Quinn. Kaido's voice resonated like thunder, echoing throughout the heavens and earth, as the atmosphere shifted dramatically, stirring the winds and clouds with boundless might. He moved through the dark clouds with his imposing figure, riding the mists and clouds, bearing the attributes of a serpent's body, a crocodile's head, lizard's legs, eagle's claws, a serpent's tail, deer antlers, and fish scales, exuding an air of wild arrogance and overwhelming dominance. As Kaido cast his gaze downward, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, instilling a profound sense of dread among the crowd. The sheer pressure he exuded caused several prisoners and pirates to convulse and faint, foaming at the mouth. Did I not unleash my conqueror's haki? Kaido felt a deep sense of exasperation, The current generation truly seems to be weaker than the last, utterly lacking in resilience. This scoundrel appears to have grown even stronger. The countenance of Leopard Goro shifted between gloom and brightness, his heart filled with reluctance. "Boss," Quinn exclaimed joyfully, "what brings you here?" Kaido looked down and remarked, "I merely came to see how matters are progressing." Quinn patted his chest and confidently replied, "Rest assured, everything is proceeding smoothly." The hundreds present dared not utter a sound. The atmosphere so still that one could hear a pin drop. Indeed, one must not overfeed the beast, for a satiated creature may turn aggressive, Kaido continued. Yet, do not starve them. It is essential to maintain the vigor of the workforce, Quinn. I trust you grasp my meaning. The balance of labor and rest. The duality of reward and punishment has always been what Kaido sought to emphasize. Just as one must appropriately feed a falcon to ensure its diligent hunting. Quinn wholeheartedly agreed and said, "Boss, we are about to transport the prisoners to Gioli. Would you like to join us for an inspection and to provide guidance?" Kaido hesitated for a moment, his concern for Quinn's potential recklessness evident. After a brief contemplation, he replied, "Very well." Instantly, Kaido dissipated the dark clouds and plunged towards the ground, transforming into his human form as he landed heavily. His imposing figure, towering at 8 meters, created a substantial crater in the earth beneath him. As soon as he touched down, Quinn eagerly approached, exuding enthusiasm as he flatteringly remarked, "Boss, my carriage is quite comfortable for travel. Given the long journey ahead, please allow yourself to rest aboard." Kaido turned his gaze in the direction indicated, where a spacious carriage stood, and before it lay a beast, panting heavily on the ground, appearing on the verge of collapse. A shadow of discontent crossed Kaido's face in an instant. This creature, serving as a source of power, had undoubtedly suffered greatly under Quinn's oppressive control. Bearing the weight of Quinn's considerable bulk as it trudged back and forth between Onigashima and the rabbit bowl, utterly exhausted. It was merely a matter of a few miles. Does one truly believe my physical condition necessitates a respite? Kaido chose not to travel by carriage, and naturally, Quinn felt reluctant to ride alone in Kaido's presence. Thus, he accompanied Kaido at the forefront of the group, regaling him with amusing anecdotes from the quarry. After sharing tales from the quarry, Quinn suddenly recalled something. Pointing to one of the prisoners in the procession, and exclaimed, "Boss, last night we captured one of the red clouds, he song and shimmy." The mention of the red clouds piqued Kaido's interest as he glanced at the green-skinned, rotund figure among the prisoners. A subtle smile crept onto his lips when no one was looking, and he inquired, who captured him? The members of the Red Clouds were renowned for their exceptional skills, capable of extraordinary feats and enduring unimaginable hardships. The mere fact that Hisong had managed to survive for 13 years in the quarry prison, subsisting on nothing but rotten fish, was enough to capture Kaido's attention. Logically, Hisong should have been apprehended a year later. How could he have been caught a year ahead of schedule? Kaido furrowed his brow, deeply perplexed. Could it be that the butterfly effect has already begun to take hold? The one who captured the river pine was none other than this newcomer to our ranks, the true fighter, White Ape Chad. Quinn grinned and introduced him to Kaido. White Ape Chad. I have never heard of such a figure. Kaido narrowed his eyes and scrutinized Chad from head to toe. Standing before Kaido, Chad felt his breath quicken, and beads of cold sweat poured down like rain. The imposing aura of the strong naturally suppresses the weak. This is not to suggest that Chad is feeble. The fact that he has a bounty of nearly 300 million berry from the Navy in these waters attests to his considerable strength, surpassing that of many. Yet, this level of prowess seemed diminutive, like a mere grain of millet, in the presence of the monster known as Kaido. Well done. Kaido cast an encouraging glance at the new pirate before turning his attention to Kawamatsu, speaking in a grave tone. Kawamatsu, since you have become my prisoner, you shall work diligently for me. Perhaps if I am in a good mood, I might grant you a single request. Bah! I would rather die than make a deal with you, demon. Kawamatsu vehemently retorted, his face filled with indignation. Kaido effortlessly dodged the spittle hurled at him. Remaining unperturbed, you will inevitably reflect upon my words from today. I possess ample time to wait. He was acutely aware that the person Kawamatsu wished to protect, Kazuki Hiyori, was none other than the courtesan Kamurasaki from Wano, 14 years hence. Kaido understood that to eradicate any remnants of opposition, he would have ample opportunities and justifications. Moreover, who could foretell that his arrival might alter the prophecy concerning Kazuki Oden's son, which was destined to unfold in 14 years? Should the scales of fate continue to tilt toward the future he foresaw, he could preemptively eliminate Ashuradoji, Toki, Kawamatsu, Hiyori, and the others, extinguishing future threats once and for all. Kaido, no matter who it may be, you and that bastard Orochi are utterly unforgivable. A roar erupted from the lips of Leopard Goro, who lunged at Kaido with the swiftness of a cheetah. Yet, before he could reach Kaido, he was swiftly subdued by Queen, whose expression was as dark as ink. How dare you act out in front of Boss Kaido? Are you seeking a death wish? Leopard Goro gritted his teeth in seething hatred, glaring venomously at Kaido. Release his shackles, Kaido commanded, scrutinizing Leopard Goro, who bore a striking resemblance to someone he had encountered before. Boss Kaido, this? Queen looked on in confusion. He was acutely aware of Leopard Goro's formidable strength and could not guarantee he could handle him. Do not make me repeat myself. Queen dared not defy him, immediately instructing his men to release Leopard Goro. Once unshackled, Leopard Goro surged forth like a tiger unleashed from its cage, swiftly closing the distance to Kaido. His hands entwined in the martial art of Sakura, lunging towards him. The crowd was astonished by the sudden burst of speed displayed by Leopard Goro. Just as he was about to strike, Kaido raised his left hand and, with a gentle upward motion, dissipated Leopard Goro's force as if it were a stone cast into the ocean, vanishing without a trace in an instant. Before Leopard Goro could react, Kaido's right fist struck him solidly in the chest. The impact reverberated. Leopard Goro felt a searing pain as if his insides were in turmoil. Blood erupted from his mouth and nose as his body shot back like a meteor, crashing into the iron gate of the quarry with a resounding explosion that shattered it to pieces. Shock permeated the atmosphere. The entire assembly was stunned. With merely a single punch, Kaido had vanquished the long-reigning leader of Wano's underworld, Leopard Goro. This exemplified the might of the world's strongest creature. Lord Leopard! The crowd exclaimed in awe. One must recognize their own strength when choosing adversaries. Kaido's gaze was piercing as he declared, Queen, ensure he does not perish. He is no benevolent soul. He is a pirate who would go to any lengths to eliminate threats to his power, regardless of the cost. Chapter 14. The White Prison to speak candidly. Upon realizing that the robust elder he had vanquished was none other than the illustrious flower Leopard Goro, Kaido felt a twinge of regret. No one understood better than he the immense value of flower Leopard Goro. Had he been able to garner Goro's support, he would have achieved half of his goal of winning the hearts of the people of Wano. However, the incident had unfolded abruptly. Kaido had initially intended to intimidate the criminals and had acted impulsively, failing to connect the victim with flower Leopard Goro. Who could have anticipated that as time advanced? The once vigorous elder would be reduced to a frail and diminutive figure by the ravages of time? Yet, every situation presents both advantages and disadvantages. The formidable power Kaido exhibited not only served to psychologically subdue the criminals but also established a formidable reputation for the newly formed pirate crew, facilitating future governance and command. To him, taming humans and beasts was a matter of the same principle. What troubled him, however, was that on their journey to Kuri, flower Leopard Goro, severely injured from Kaido's assault, lay in a near-death state, prompting the prisoners, including Kappa and Kawa Matsukawa, to weep inconsolably as if mourning a loss. Fortunately, this did not delay their progress. An hour later, they arrived in Kuri. The Kuri region of Wano is vast, encompassing Kabuto Village, Jian Town, Polo Town, Towson, and several small hamlets. It borders the Rabbit Bowl to the east, connects with Shime to the north, opens to the sea to the south, and guards the pass to the west, serving as a crucial gateway for outsiders entering Wano. For years, this territory had been governed by the Kazuki clan, whose influence was profound and enduring. However, since the downfall of the Kazuki clan 6 years ago, the people of Kuri have resisted the reign of Kaido, consequently landing themselves on his blacklist. In recent years, the economy has plummeted and self-sufficiency has become a pressing concern for the populace. Upon Kaido and his entourage's arrival in Jiuli, as they passed through Jianlu town, the townsfolk, upon witnessing the imposing march of Kaido's army escorting hundreds of prisoners, hastily secured their doors and refrained from venturing outside. The response from the other villages and towns was similarly apprehensive. The notorious Kaido's legion is infamous far and wide. It is said that merely mentioning the Governor Kaido's name can silence a child's midnight cries. In response to this, Kaido finds himself somewhat exasperated. The group ultimately comes to a halt in a desolate expanse situated between Beanlian Village and Jianlu Town. As far as the eye can see, this barren area spans approximately 1,000 acres, cleaved in two by a crystal-clear stream, its waters distinctly separate. In the midst of the stream, several aged water wheels laboriously turn, emitting a creaking, raspy sound. On either side of the stream, numerous fields lie abandoned, overgrown with wild grasses. However, it is not difficult to perceive that, with the aid of the pristine water and fertile soil, this land will soon regain its former vitality. Kaido expressed his satisfaction with the farming base selected by Queen. On the way, he had instructed Queen to report the list of prisoners, totaling 634 individuals. Additionally, there were 115 guards, bringing the total to 749. A number of 700 is no trivial matter. Managing their daily sustenance would require nearly 3 million berries each day. Over the course of a year, this amounts to an almost billion berry deficit, and that is the most conservative estimate. If mishandled, it could lead to significant financial turmoil for their pirate crew. It seems I had underestimated the complexities from the very beginning, Kaido thought, as he rubbed his forehead in frustration. However, this gesture was perceived by Queen and the others as dissatisfaction with their handling of the situation, causing them to tense up. Drenched in sweat, after a moment of contemplation, Kaido stated, "First, we shall summon 6 capable individuals from within the country to guard this location. This will henceforth serve as our experimental base, and it must be meticulously monitored to prevent any lapses. Additionally, we need to promptly organize the prisoners to clear the waterways and construct water wheels, ensuring that irrigation reaches every acre of our experimental fields. However, we must not allow the river spirit to approach the streams. He is known as the Kappa, and he may possess means of escape. Furthermore, on a less crucial note, we must ensure that the guards do not disturb the nearby villages, inciting panic among the populace. Yet, should the citizens provoke unrest, we shall show no mercy in suppressing it." Quinn attentively absorbed this information, nodding in agreement. "How is the facility for detaining the prisoners coming along?" Kaido inquired. Understanding that labor must not solely be about oppression, a balance of work and rest is essential for maintaining the prisoners' vigor. Pointing ahead, Quinn indicated a white iron structure. The white prison rises approximately 50 meters above ground, featuring 4 levels, with an additional subterranean level. Each floor contains 30 cells, each capable of accommodating around 10 individuals. With summer's heat upon them, Kaido expressed concern about the well-being of the prisoners, particularly within the confines of a building forged from stone and iron. Kaido spoke in a low voice. "Make slight adjustments to each cell, designing the ventilation openings in a porous shape that is larger on the outside and smaller on the inside. As for the warden, do you have any candidates in mind?" Chad, who was listening to the conversation between the two, couldn't help but perk up his ears. Quinn pondered for a moment before responding. This time, capturing the river pine was largely thanks to Chad and Babanuus. Chad possesses formidable strength and skill, making him the most suitable choice for warden. As for Babanuus, as you know, he has always been loyal. Why not appoint him as deputy warden? Kaido nodded. "Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. Since we have a deputy warden position, it would be prudent to establish 2 deputy warden roles. This way, the 6 elite guards we have can each oversee a different level of the prison, while an additional deputy warden can assist Chad in managing the white prison." After speaking, Kaido turned to face Chad, who found himself breathing heavily, his heart racing, as if standing before an insurmountable mountain. Kaido narrowed his eyes, emanating an intimidating aura as he spoke. "Chad, the ultimate authority over the experimental fields and the white prison is about to fall into your hands. You will not disappoint me, will you?" Chad felt as though an invisible hand could crush his heart at any moment. Clenching his fists tightly, his complexion turned pale, and with trembling lips, he stammered, "I, your subordinate, had the fortune of witnessing your solitary valor against several naval warships in the North Sea many years ago. Since that moment, you have been my idol in my maritime endeavors. Now, as a fortunate member of the Beast Pirates, I wish to share your burdens, engage in great battles across the seas, and dominate the Grand Line. I promise I shall not let you down." Kaido cast an approving glance at him. Despite being enveloped in a portion of his own conqueror's haki, he managed to maintain his composure and consciousness. This sheer determination alone earned him Kaido's respect. Kaido grunted. "For now, I shall follow Quinn diligently. There will be ample opportunities to conquer the Grand Line in the future." "Yes," Chad exclaimed, as if granted a pardon, his eyes brimming with uncontainable excitement. Chapter 15. The Challenge from Afar. Having concluded matters in 9 Li, Kaido transformed into a divine dragon and surged towards Onigashima. Enveloped in a majestic shroud of dark clouds, in mere moments, he beheld the ominous sight of Onigashima rising from the sea. Without lingering, he made his way to the martial arts arena at the rear mountain. At this moment, The arena was teeming with people, bustling like an anthill, engaged in fervent discussions amidst the cacophony. Suddenly, a dark cloud swept across the sky, threatening to engulf the heavens. In an instant, purple lightning streaked across the firmament, as if to rend the very fabric of reality. The winds howled violently on Onigashima, with sand and stones swirling chaotically, while the surrounding seas roared like an enraged sea monster, conjuring towering waves that stirred the tempest. The crowd could not help but be momentarily entranced, their hearts racing wildly. Regardless of how many times they had witnessed such a spectacle, it never failed to instill a sense of awe and trepidation, as if encountering a divine phenomenon. With no inclination to resist, the dark clouds above the martial arts arena formed a swirling vortex, with purple lightning dancing within its center. The vortex gradually bulged downward, and the black clouds on either side surged violently, ultimately releasing a towering column of darkness that plummeted straight towards the ground. Boom! The entirety of Onigashima trembled violently, enveloped in swirling dust and smoke, as a transparent shockwave erupted forth, scattering the dark clouds like a sudden typhoon. The crowd felt their garments and hair whip back against the force, their faces stinging from the biting winds and flying debris. Kaido rose majestically from the swirling dust, his right arm sweeping outward, as if lifting a veil, causing the haze to dissipate into nothingness. Kaido slightly raised his gaze, a glimmer of brilliance igniting in his eyes, stirring the hearts and minds of those present. Under the leadership of a formidable warrior, more than 2,000 individuals parted ways, creating a pathway for Kaido to pass through. Kaido, silent and poised, traversed the crowd with steady steps before taking his seat upon the stone platform of the training ground. Immediately, the assembly unified in a harmonious display of reverence, exclaiming in unison, "Boss Kaido!" Concurrently, 3 resounding roars echoed through the air, roar, 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 infusing the atmosphere with exuberant spirit and formidable presence, startling the birds in the forest into flight with their fluttering wings and cries. Kaido removed the wine gourd and took several hearty gulps before forcefully smashing it down beside him. In a deep voice, he remarked, "The morale is commendable. Yet I hope that in the forthcoming training, you will sustain the current spirit." The crowd instantly held their breath, silently gazing at Kaido. Kaido surveyed the crowd with his piercing, predatory gaze and spoke, "I believe many of you have heard about last night's events. I summoned you here to convey a crucial message. To survive upon the vast seas, strength is paramount. To enhance one's strength, one must engage in relentless training to fortify their physical prowess, pushing their limits in battle to become ever more formidable. I shall assign 5 true fighters to lead the training, while 6 others will supervise. The regimen consists of running 3 laps around Onigashima at dawn and dusk, followed by 2 hours of wave training in the scorching stone sea. As pirates, one must possess the audacity to face the towering waves. Do not fret for your safety, as the ship has already been modified for our purposes. The training grounds will also be appropriately equipped with various apparatuses, such as barbells, resistance bands, and grip strengtheners, along with a dodgeball game where pairs will compete, facing penalties for those struck too often. With the training plan and rules laid bare, Kaido cast a cold, penetrating glance over the assembly. Do you all comprehend? Those capable of traversing the latter half of the Grand Line undoubtedly exhibit superior physicality. Thus Kaido has deemed it necessary to intensify the training regimen, aiming to forge a formidable legion to prepare for the impending conflicts and territorial expansion. We understand. The crowd responded in unison. Good, Rigo, Kaido called, as a robust man clad in a black cloak stepped forward from the throng. This man was one of the true fighters on Onigashima, and by chance, Kaido had learned his name during his patrol the previous night. At your service, the subordinate replied. The training must proceed without error. We are an indomitable force at sea, yet we adhere to principles. Should anyone attempt to cut corners or take shortcuts, they shall be unceremoniously tossed into the sea to feed the fish. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Kaido remained as unyielding as ever, executing his directives without mercy. Those harboring ulterior motives found their hopes dashed. Moreover, considering the presence of several devil fruit users among the pirates, Kaido adjusted the training regimen for these individuals, transforming the wave training into a pair combat format, allowing them to hone their abilities in the heat of battle. With the military arrangements firmly established, Kaido retreated to his underground residence to indulge in food and drink, during which he received a private communication from Queen. Queen informed him that shortly after his departure, Orochi had arrived with the Onmyoji, mocking and allowing them to mercilessly beat Komosu. To everyone's surprise, Komosu did not yield, He referenced Orochi's past indiscretions, igniting Orochi's fury and prompting him to consider executing Kamosu on the spot. Fortunately, Queen intervened just in time, explaining that Kaido had decreed Kamosu's life be spared, which prompted Orochi to relent, departing in a huff with the Onmyoji. "You did well. I trust you with the experimental grounds," Kaido remarked. Indeed, Queen's intellect shone brightly, executing the task with finesse. Suddenly, Kaido recalled something and inquired, "Queen, are you capable of producing high-density iron blocks weighing hundreds or even thousands of tons?" The telephone insect before him furrowed its brow, appearing equally troubled on the other end of the line. Quinn pondered, "Boss, setting aside whether a 100-ton iron block can be manufactured, merely gathering 100 tons of iron is no trivial task. You may not fully grasp the concept of 100 tons, so let me illustrate it this way. If a single weapon weighs 10 kilograms, then 100 tons of iron could forge 10,000 weapons, sufficient to equip 10,000 soldiers. Even if we were to scour the entirety of the kingdom of Haji for all its iron and metal, we would likely only amass around 500 tons. Kaido, somewhat reluctant, inquired, "What if we mix iron with other materials or employ scientific techniques to increase the weight of the iron blocks? Is it possible to manufacture training tools weighing 100 tons? The phone bug, seemingly struck by lightning, transformed its gloomy demeanor, exclaiming with exuberance, "How could I have overlooked such a simple concept?" Quinn, brimming with excitement, replied, "Boss, just wait for my good news. In a week, a complete 100-ton iron block will be delivered to you." With that, the phone bug drooped its head, its lifeless eyes resembling those of a dead fish. Kaido's lips twitched slightly. How dare Quinn hang up on me? As the governor of the beast pirates, I must maintain the composure befitting a leader. Moreover, judging by Quinn's tone, it seems he has devised a method for creating 100-ton iron blocks and is currently engrossed in refining his ideas. Kaido took several swigs of strong liquor, rubbed his forehead, and then fell into a deep slumber. Outside the treacherous waters of Wano, a colossal ship, towering into the clouds and resembling a massive island, slowly approached. The wind, rain, and waves danced beneath the vessel like mere playthings, unable to stir a single ripple. The ship was adorned with towering structures, complete with forests and rivers. A flag that seemed to touch the heavens fluttered violently in the storm, emblazoned with a fiery, bat-winged skull. Within one of the ship's Gothic edifices, a robust man clad in black Gothic attire, complete with a bat collar and adorned with horns, stood at a window, peering through a telescope. Is that Wano up ahead? Do you see the waterfall flowing backward? Kaido has indeed chosen a splendid territory. The muscular man grinned wickedly, revealing razor-sharp teeth, and cackled, "But soon, Wano will be mine." Relay the order to prepare for landing. Yes, Captain Moria. Chapter 16. Conspiracy. The setting sun bled crimson, casting a scarlet hue across the landscape. The afterglow spilled over the valleys, painting them in somber shades of red and deep blue, evoking a sense of melancholy. In Kuri, at the head of the mountains, the dense forest of head mountains stood tall, with slanted rays of sunlight filtering through the leaves, illuminating the ground in golden splendor. Deep within the woods, the sound of trickling springs mingled with the chirping of insects, where a few tatami houses nestled among the trees. In the courtyard of one such dwelling, a 2-person-high artificial hill was arranged, with spring water cascading down its sides, filling a bamboo tube. The water spilled out, striking the cool stone below with a soft plop. And soon the bamboo was emptied. As dusk fell over the western hills and the moon rose above the treetops, the houses suddenly lit up with flickering flames, casting tall shadows on the paper windows. "Is the information accurate?" a hoarse voice inquired. "Was it truly Hizo who was captured last night?" "It has been confirmed. It is indeed Hizo." Another voice, heavy with gravity, sounded like a rasping blade against plaster. "That bastard Orochi came all the way to Kuri today to humiliate Hizo." Kuri? At the head of the table sat a ronin, dressed as a warrior, with a gourd emblazoned with the character for heaven strapped to his waist. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, 2 beams of light bursting forth. The other attendees involuntarily straightened their postures. The deep-voiced warrior swallowed hard and said, "This morning, all the prisoners from the quarry were transferred to the wasteland of Kuri, escorted personally by Kaido and Queen. They even constructed a prison there, ominously named the White Prison. What could they possibly want in Kuri?" The ronin narrowed his eyes, seemingly deep in thought. "Kuri, having suffered devastation in a battle years ago, has long lost its former prosperity and pales in comparison to other regions. What is Kaido truly thinking, abandoning the rabbit bowl and choosing Curry as a prison. We have yet to gather intelligence on this matter, but now is indeed a prime opportunity for us to assault the White Prison and liberate our fellow warriors. However, after deep contemplation, Lord Sakatamaro shook his head and replied, "No, our current strength is insufficient to contend with Kaido. An attempt to attack the White Prison would not only fail to rescue the imprisoned warriors, but could also jeopardize the forces we have painstakingly amassed over the years. The time is not yet ripe." The assembled warriors were immediately cast into despair. The warrior with Mediterranean hair gritted his teeth, refusing to give up, and exclaimed, "The opportunity lies before us. Must we truly stand idly by while the brave men of Wano suffer?" Sakatamaro furrowed his brow and said, "We have gathered here to restore the Kazuki clan and to expel the demon Kaido from our land. Lord Toki's prophecies cannot be mistaken. I have faith in Lord Toki." The others clenched their fists tightly, their nails digging into their flesh, causing blood to flow freely. For 20 years, how many such decades could they afford to squander as warriors? It had only been 6 years. Yet Wano had been wrought with despair under the tyranny of Orochi and Kaido, leaving the populace in suffering, with cries of anguish echoing throughout the land. Warriors either succumbed to oppression or were captured in uprisings, or like them, hid in the mountains to gather strength, utterly incapable of rescuing their people from peril. Sakatamaro uncorked the gourd and took a swig, sighing, "I understand your sentiments, but the time is not yet right." The warriors offered no reply, their spirits visibly diminished. Soon, they dispersed in haste. After their departure, Sakatamaro leaned against the wall, drinking deeply from his gourd, his face contorted in anguish, tears streaming down his cheeks as he murmured, "Hamasu." After a moment, he lifted his gaze to the luminous moon hanging in the sky, a look of resolve suddenly crossing his face. With a swift motion, he drew his sheathed sword, extinguishing all the candles within the room, plunging it into darkness. Gradually, Sakatamaro rose, fastening his sword at his waist, and with one hand grasped the gourd-esque cord. He stepped out into the courtyard, where he approached a stable and led forth a sturdy black bull. The bull affectionately nudged Sakatamaro's head, and he tenderly stroked its bristly mane, saying, "I must trouble you once more. Tonight, we shall rescue an old friend." With that, he mounted the bull and vanished into the dense forest. Meanwhile, in a concealed cave in Wano, a group of men stood guard outside, their attention occasionally shifting to the conversations within. Suddenly, a fierce argument erupted inside, causing them to exchange bewildered glances. "How dare you appear in Wano without a word? If Kaido discovers you, you will endanger us all," a thunderous voice reprimanded, its owner a man with a peculiar grin. Moria chuckled, "No need to be alarmed. I have brought only a few subordinates with me. The majority of my forces are stationed in the mountains of Q. Can you not see my sincerity? Kaido's influence pervades the land. It is only a matter of time before he discovers your presence." A young man, tall and bare-chested, spoke while carrying 2 large axes on his back. After finishing his words, he turned to the deep-voiced man beside him, a playful expression on his face. "What surprises me is that you have allied with Moria as well, Alvis." Alvis cast a cold glance at him and replied, "Once we bring Kaido down, you shall be the next to die, Baron." Baron, undeterred, met his gaze defiantly. Moria, with a peculiar laugh, intervened, "Now is not the time for infighting. Let us discuss how to deal with Kaido." Alvis snorted dismissively, recognizing the gravity of the situation, and elaborated, "Kaido's current forces exceed 8,000, with at least 5 elite fighters assigned to each region, the most concentrated being in 9 Li." Baron nodded in apparent agreement, a smirk appearing on his face as he remarked, "Kaido must be out of his mind to transport all the criminals from Rabbit Bowl to 9 Li. I hear he is setting up some experimental base and even constructing a white prison there." According to reports, aside from Kaido's signature enforcer, Queen, over 8 elite fighters were stationed within the white prison. Alvis then added, "To dismantle Kaido's military power, attacking the white prison is our best option." "Oh, why is that? Did you not say the strongest forces are stationed at 9 Li?" Moria inquired. Before Alvis could respond, Baron crossed his arms and explained, "The white prison houses numerous prisoners, all of whom are warriors. If we seize the white prison and release the inmates, we won't even need to lift a finger. Kaido's forces will be too preoccupied. With the prisoners drawing the main force of Kaido's army, we would only have to contend with Kaido himself." Moria's eyes sparkled as he envisioned his victory over Kaido, bursting into wild laughter. "Brilliant. Hee. When shall we commence our assault on the white prison?" Baron's eyes flickered as he replied, Jean is likely to return to Wano in the next couple of days. If we are to defeat Kaido, now is the opportune moment. The three exchanged knowing glances. Reaching a unanimous agreement, Moria rose and declared, "Let us set the attack on the White Prison for 5 o'clock in the morning. At that hour, everyone will be weary, and the guards will be caught off guard by our assault. Let us bring an end to Kaido's legend of immortality." Chapter 17, Nightmare in the Flames Fire. A conflagration, an endless inferno. It raged mercilessly, as if emerging from the very depths of hell, consuming everything in its path. The city walls crumbled, and buildings toppled. 2, or perhaps 3, factions were engulfed in the flames, their eyes clouded with rage, oblivious to the wounds they bore from gunfire and sword strikes. Mechanically wielding their blades against their foes with the ferocity of harvesters cutting through crops. Beneath their feet, corpses piled high, and blood flowed like rivers. The corpses in the blood river swiftly transformed into emotionless husks, their limbs contorted in chaotic disarray, as if they had been reborn from the depths of hell. Like a swarm of ants emerging en masse, they converged into a dark and formidable army of vengeance, frantically tearing at the living. At that moment, as if a meteor had rent the sky asunder, an ethereal blue light pierced the dawn. A shadowy, indistinct mass enveloped in darkness plummeted from the azure glow, heading straight for the ravenous horde of zombies engulfed in flames. The undead, caught in their rampant fury as they clawed at the living, suddenly sensed an ominous presence as the azure comet descended with unwavering force, looming perilously close. Boom! As if a celestial meteorite had struck the earth. The soil and rocks surged outward like a swarm of locusts. The formidable impact instantaneously unleashed a wave of transparent energy, extinguishing the raging flames within a 100-meter radius as if by a tempest. Simultaneously, thousands of both the undead and the living were violently hurled away. The colossal shadow gradually rose from the swirling black smoke, casting forth a gaze akin to lightning, filled with unfathomable resentment and fury directed at a lurking observer. Kaido suddenly awoke, his face a mask of terror. Realizing he was merely dreaming, he felt a slight sense of relief. Yet the events of the dream were strikingly vivid, etched in his mind as if they were unfolding right before his eyes, within reach. Zombies, prisoners, raging fires, battlefields, and the colossal shadow that appeared at the end. Most haunting of all were those chilling, penetrating eyes. He was all too familiar with them. Was that figure in the dream truly me? Kaido, haunted by lingering fears, found this dream to be unlike any other he had experienced. It was far more visceral and blood-soaked, enveloping the dreamer in an unsettling sense of reality. The prisoner muttered a few words under his breath, a sense of unease gnawing at his heart, before bellowing, "Bring someone here." A few guards rushed in, flustered and scrambling, having just undergone a grueling training session, only to be met with the demands of a night watch, their spirits quite exhausted. The guards strained to keep their bleary eyes open and inquired, "Boss Kaido, is there something you wish to command?" Having himself strayed during previous night watches in past lives, Kaido refrained from casting blame, waving his hand and asking, "What hour is it now?" The guards exchanged anxious glances before responding, "Reporting to you, Boss Kaido. The moon hangs high in the sky. It should be around midnight." Kaido repeated midnight twice, furrowing his brow. "Immediately contact the White Prison using the transponder snail. Instruct Chad to keep a close watch on the prisoners and ensure they do not cause any disturbances." Kaido pondered for a moment, feeling that something was still amiss. He murmured to himself, "Kajiryu, Kajiryu." Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind, as if he had glimpsed a glimmer of hope in a dire situation. In his excitement, he shattered the stone pedestal with a single slap. T-Zon, Jitenmaru. Jitenmaru, originally one of the Akasha 9 serving Kazuki Oden, held the codename Azura Boy and had a notorious reputation in the underworld of Kajiryu. If there was any threat he could conceive from Kajiryu, it would undoubtedly be Jitenmaru. Residing deep within the mountains of T-Zon, Kaido composed himself, narrowing his eyes, informed Chad that the White Prison is of great significance. Ensure he keeps a vigilant watch, as there may be an attempt at a jailbreak. Though there was a hint of paranoia akin to a shadow of a bow in a cup, the vivid nightmare he experienced felt like a glaring red light, cautioning him to remain alert. After delegating the matters at hand, Kaido paced back and forth within the underground estate. He then procured a transponder snail from his pocket. Within the beast pirates, the majority communicated via speaking snails, with only a select few, namely the formidable fighters Jin and Queen, as well as Governor Kaido himself, possessing personal transponder snails. Kaido dialed Queen S number. Beep. No. It was more of a crackle. Then came a click, signifying the call had been connected. "Hello, boss. What brings you to call at this hour?" Quinn's voice sounded somewhat agitated. Kaido replied, "I need to discuss something with you. Are you still awake?" Quinn laughed heartily, as expected. "Nothing can be concealed from you." "Boss, the electromagnetic heavy-duty device has taken shape, marking a minor breakthrough. While my mind is clear, I intend to make further progress." Kaido was instantly intrigued and, upon further inquiry, discovered that the world of pirates itself functioned as a colossal magnet. Consequently, Queen devised a plan to embed a dense and powerful electromagnetic net within the iron mass to attract it, thus generating immense magnetic force. In essence, if the iron block were to be set at a weight of tons, activating the electromagnetic net would cause the iron mass to exhibit a weight several times greater due to magnetic force. Naturally, Queen faced numerous challenges ahead, such as the varying magnetic factors between islands, which necessitated logical reasoning and calculations for resolution. Additionally, the specific range of weight amplification due to magnetic force required meticulous computation and repeated experimentation for final implementation. After listening, Kaido could not help but express his admiration, acknowledging that the field of science indeed draws upon various disciplines, especially for top-tier scientists. Beyond their mastery in a specific realm, other scientific concepts render them exceptional in the eyes of ordinary individuals. Truly, he mused, one of the heaviest among genius scientists, executing tasks with both stability and gravity. Reflecting on Queen's dedication to his words, Kaido felt a profound sense of appreciation and remarked, "Do not jeopardize your health for the sake of a weight-enhancing device. In my eyes, not even 100 such devices can compare to your well-being. You are my invaluable ally, and I need you by my side to conquer the Grand Line." Queen nodded in agreement and replied, "It is my honor to serve you, Captain. Rest assured, I would never compromise my well-being in this regard." Kaido smiled, but suddenly recalled an important matter. He swiftly concealed his smile and, with a serious demeanor, commanded, "Quinn, send someone to the Gioli Cove beach to investigate for any anomalies. Should any unfamiliar vessels be discovered, it is imperative that we ascertain their nature and report back immediately." Kaido's expression was stern, and a chilling light glimmered in his eyes. "I fear that significant events will soon unfold in Wano. A second update will be released at 9 o'clock tonight. Tomorrow, I will be heading back to school. So I am notifying everyone in advance that only one update will be posted tomorrow. The signed contract has been successfully sent out, and the signing status should be completed this week. I hope all esteemed readers will invest and collect. Thank you." Chapter 18. The prison intruder. The cold moon hung like frost in the sky. A shadow raced across the barren plains like a streak of dark light, moving with astonishing speed and fierce winds, causing the man seated upon the back of a wild bull to involuntarily squint his eyes. The 9 members of the Red Sky collectively served a singular lord, their bonds deepened after the palace was set ablaze. Since that day, Jiao and the others seemingly vanished from existence, with no trace or news of one another. Upon learning that his former comrade, Hisong, had been captured and humiliated by Kaido, how could he remain passive? Aware that the mission to rescue Hisong was fraught with peril and likely to end in tragedy, he resolved to undertake the journey alone, concealing his intentions from his subordinates to prevent unnecessary casualties. In the distance, a stark white structure loomed on the horizon, strikingly conspicuous. Jiao found the white prison to be an eyesore, as if mocking his own impotence and cowardice. Gritting his teeth, he grasped the hilt of the sword strapped at his waist, his expression resolute. "Hisong, I am coming." He retrieved a piece of black cloth from his pocket to cover his face, drawing his long knife with a sharp hiss, the blade reflecting cold glimmers under the moonlight. In the white prison on the first level, Chad, who had recently earned Kaido's trust, was in high spirits. Leading a man clad in a black feathered cloak and half-mast with a black devil's visage on a night patrol, Chad glanced at the man in the black cloak, a flicker of surprise passing through his eyes, before smiling and saying, "Bark, I didn't expect Lord Quinn to appoint you as the deputy warden. Although I hold the primary position, your tenure under the boss surpasses mine. You are my senior. From now on, let us collaborate closely under the boss's command to ensure the white prison operates as a well-oiled machine." The bone-cutting knife, Bark, was a pirate hailing from the North Sea, who, after merely 2 years at sea, had been placed under a bounty of 340 million berries by the Navy. He subsequently joined the Beast Pirates, becoming one of the renowned fighters under the Beast King. 6 months prior, Chad had clashed with Bark at sea. Their 2 pirate crews battled fiercely for half a day, ultimately concluding with Chad's defeat. Typically self-assured, Chad considered himself a formidable opponent in battle, yet he harbored no illusions about his ability to best Bark. In response to Chad's enthusiasm, Bark remained notably composed, merely offering a quiet acknowledgement. Chad could only mask his embarrassment with a smile, well aware of Bark's taciturn nature. The unique sound of the transmitting snail echoed, and Chad internally breathed a sigh of relief, nearly applauding as the opportunity to alleviate the awkwardness arrived just in time. Ahem. Chad offered a benevolent smile to Balky, as if to say, I apologize, but I must take a call. Could you please be a bit quieter? The response he received was merely a bland gaze from Balky. Chad couldn't help but silently curse himself for his own cleverness, realizing that conversing with the taciturn individual was a futile endeavor. Thus, he activated the communication snail. Chad, this is Rigo, a steady voice resonated from the other end. I apologize for disturbing you at this late hour. I shall be brief. Chad recognized the communication snail's number as one originating from Ghost Island, and he immediately straightened his demeanor. Rigo continued, Kaido has instructed me to inform you that the White Prison will be entering a state of heightened alert in the coming days to prevent enemy assaults on Ghost Island. As for the specific reasons, I am not fully aware, merely know that executing Kaido's orders is paramount. With that, Rigo concluded the communication. Chad was left perplexed by this vague order, a deep furrow forming on his brow. Just as Rigo hung up, Chad's communication snail chimed again. Upon checking the number, he was surprised to find it was his direct superior, Quinn. The repeated late-night calls made Chad acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. What is it, Lord Quinn? He inquired. The messenger, clutching a cigar, nearly shouted, Chad. Half an hour ago, Captain Kaido contacted me, instructing me to send someone to investigate the coastal beach. Just after I received word of signs of a ship's landing, we lost all communication. Do you understand? The captain's concerns have been validated. One can easily surmise that at this moment, Quinn from the Transsound Snail side wore an extremely grim expression, her voice laced with fury as she inquired. How did the inspection fare? The inmates haven't caused any disturbances, have they? No, everything is fine here, Chad said, but before he could finish his sentence, two disheveled guards rushed over in a state of panic. Chad's expression instantly darkened. Indeed, the two guards crawled before Chad in bulk, trembling as they pointed towards the corridor outside. Masked individuals have injured the guards at the entrance and are heading this way. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over the head of the man who had just assumed the role of warden at the White Prison, rendering him utterly bewildered. On his very first day of duty, trouble had already come knocking. This is to court one's own demise. Calamity descended from the heavens, striking Chad unawares. Kaido, with his capricious temperament, was prone to violent outbursts should he discover that the prison under his watch had been infiltrated or even breached. It would signal the end of his reign over the beast pirates. Chad's face contorted with rage, his eyes nearly ablaze. Did you not assure me that everything was under control? Quinn, evidently aware of the commotion, approached. Chad, unjustly burdened with the blame, managed to suppress his frustration and replied, I will handle it, Lord Quinn. Quinn, with an air of menace, warned, Chad, the White Prison is entrusted to you, and you must bear this position and responsibility with your life. Do not betray the trust that I and Captain Kaido have placed in you. I would prefer not to personally intervene in this matter. I understand. Chad gritted his teeth, fingers tightening around the transponder snail, his gaze flickering. Chapter 19. Chaos in the prison. Sake Temaru wielded his sword with exceptional skill, his martial prowess in the style of flowing cherry blossom transcending the ordinary. With explosive speed, he darted among the guards like a nimble leopard. He resembled the mandala flower that blooms in the depths of hell, flourishing in darkness and at dawn, ruthlessly reaping the lives of the weak with cold indifference. After dispatching a dozen guards, Sake Temaru's gaze hardened as he stepped over the still warm bodies and approached the grand bronze door of the first level of the prison. He raised his long blade to eye level, the mirror-like surface reflecting the chill of his cold gaze. A glimmer of icy light danced along the blade's edge, enhancing its lethal sharpness. With a focused expression, Sake Temaru drew his sword, slicing diagonally through the air. Two arcs of white energy surged forth, crashing into the bronze door with a resounding explosion, shattering it into countless fragments. On the other side of the door, a group of guards awaited, led by the grim-faced Chad, who scrutinized the intruder before him. Recognizing the distinctive attire of the invader, a wooden clogs-wearing figure with tousled curls and a bun, Chad's demeanor darkened. A samurai from Wano. How dare you breach the White Prison? I assure you, your demise will be most unpleasant. The clamor of the shattered door attracted the attention of the prisoners in the iron cells lining the corridor. They rattled their bars, pleading, "Whoever you are, please, rescue me. Fool, with your meager strength, you would meet your death outside. Choose to save me. I have defeated a notorious Yakuza. Save me." The cacophony of desperate cries, the clanging of iron bars, and the piercing roars melded into a dissonant symphony, striking the air like a thunderclap, leaving Jiu Tianwan momentarily stunned and bewildered. However, he swiftly regained his composure, his gaze sharp as he scanned the surroundings. He then pivoted, gripping his long blade with renewed resolve, and unleashed a fierce crescent slash forward. Just as the luminous arc was poised to strike the prison cell, Chad's companion, Bulk, sprang into action with astonishing speed, leaving behind mere afterimages on the ground. In the blink of an eye, he traversed over 20 meters, positioning himself in the path of the crescent slash, deftly countering it with a slender black blade. Marked with droplets of molten metal, Jiu Tianwan narrowed his eyes, recognizing the formidable prowess of the black-feathered man before him, who had effortlessly neutralized his attack. A wry smile crept across his lips as he murmured under his breath, where only he could hear, "A troublesome adversary has arrived. You shall perish, I shall endure." The raspy, chilling voice emanated from beneath the demon mask, and with a sudden motion, he revealed a second identical black blade in his other hand. Dual-wielding. Jiu Tianwan mused, silently envious of Kaido's fortuitous fate, attracting such devoted allies willing to pledge their lives. This battle, he feared, would not bode well. Simultaneously, at the beach of Kiri Cove, beneath the resplendent full moon, the sea shimmered like a trove of exquisite jewels, casting a radiant glow as the tide gently receded. Countless fish and shrimp danced upon the surface, alongside a dozen waterlogged corpses. "Captain Moria, it seems we have been discovered by Kaido's forces." A man clad in a purple and black checked coat spoke, clutching a transponder snail atop a massive rock along the coastline. "We did not thoroughly conceal our landing traces. Have we been detected?" Moria appeared unfazed, a nonchalant smile playing on his lips. "I foolishly thought that landing with a small boat would go unnoticed." Ha. The fearsome three-masted ship, immense in size, posed challenges for their ascent onto the shallow shores of Wano, yet it had alleviated their difficulties in navigating the waterfalls. Discovery was merely a matter of time. "Jebbet, your ability to communicate with me signifies you have dealt with them, does it not?" Jebbet flashed a cruel grin. "Of course. Had it not been for that fool Absalom hindering me, I could have reported to you 10 minutes earlier." At that moment, a discontented man with long, thick yellow hair interjected, "Jebbet, don't think your higher bounty grants you the right to speak so carelessly. We still have yet to determine whose first mate you are." Jebbet cast a disinterested glance at Absalom, nonchalantly digging at his ears before shifting his gaze away, displaying his lack of interest. Absalom's nostrils flared with indignation, seething. "Your attitude infuriates me the most. It appears your relationship is quite amicable." Moria's tone shifted, and the gaze projected by the den mushy brimmed with an icy chill as he declared, "I have met with Baron and Yalvis. After negotiations, we have resolved to strike at 5 o'clock this morning, targeting the White Prison to liberate the prisoners within." White Prison. Jebbet and Absalom echoed in unison, their eyes involuntarily darting towards the distant white structure looming on the horizon. Jebbet furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are we certain of success?" "The intelligence gathered from our prior encounter indicated that over 8 formidable foes are stationed there, including Chad and Bulk, who have been hot topics of discussion in recent years. Moreover, one of Kaido's most renowned enforcers, Queen, is likely present within the White Prison as well." Moria chuckled darkly. "You need not fret over that. There will be allies to fend them off. Have our subordinates rest well and prepare to present Kaido with a grand gift." Hee. Suddenly, a pirate who had been scouting the surroundings rushed in, breathless and agitated. "Mr. Jebbet, someone has invaded the White Prison." "What?" Jebbet was taken aback, unable to fathom that at such a critical juncture, an unforeseen disruption could jeopardize their plans. His expression shifted rapidly as he addressed the den mushy, "Captain Moria. You must have heard that. Could it be our scheme has been exposed, and Kaido has orchestrated this chaos to lure us into attacking the White Prison?" "That is utterly impossible," Moria dismissed without a moment's hesitation. "Kaido is not one to engage in cerebral strategizing, and given that our alliance was formed just recently, it is unlikely that word would have leaked so swiftly." As he spoke, an idea seemed to dawn upon him, and he smirked with pride. "It appears there are indeed many in Wano harboring grievances against Kaido, Jebbet. Do you not perceive this as a splendid opportunity? Are you suggesting?" Jebbet suddenly grasped the implication. It seems fate has delivered us an unexpected boon, Moria nodded. I was initially concerned about how to maneuver a large force close to the White Prison, as it is a barren expanse, devoid of cover. Now, however, we have someone to act as our vanguard, drawing their fire. Yet, the breach of the White Prison would inevitably reach Kaido's ears in due time. Once he realizes the situation, our plan could be half ruined. If we are to strike, we must do so with utmost surprise. Chapter 20. The Flames of Rebellion. As we approach the boundaries of the Ninely region, the imposing mountains rise like the formidable spines of colossal beasts, rugged and steep. The garrison stationed in the Shime area originally comprised 6 individuals, apart from Barbarnus, who was promoted to deputy warden due to an unexpected turn of fortune but remains grievously injured, and Chad, the current overseer of the White Prison. The remaining 4 are Baron, Yalvis, Austin, and Alva. In consideration of effective governance and timely suppression of disturbances, they reside in makeshift abodes constructed near the treacherous terrain surrounding the main city of Shime, rotating daily to patrol the area. On an artificially carved avenue at the foot of the jagged Shime Mountains, Austin, with his striking silver-gray hair, leads the group, blocking the path of a gathering crowd. His demeanor alert and vigilant. Baron, Yalvis, where do you intend to venture at such a late hour? The members of the garrison had just received word of an incursion at the White Prison, with orders from above emphasizing the need to maintain order within their respective territories and to prevent any opportunistic chaos. While turmoil erupted at the Ninely White Prison, Baron and Yalvis, seemingly disregarding their duties, appeared at the border of Shime, prompting suspicion. We too have received the orders from above, Baron replied with a smile, his expression unperturbed. The White Prison has been breached, and the number of intruders remains uncertain. Should the prison fall, it would jeopardize Kaido's standing in Wano. That is not your concern, Austin retorted, his gaze unwavering as he sought any hint of treachery in Baron's eyes. You know well that Kaido despises meddlesome individuals, Baron. Yet Baron, seasoned and composed, responded, we merely seek to earn some merit. If there exists any misunderstanding on this matter, we shall return post-haste to demonstrate our sincerity. It must be said that when Baron expressed his intentions for personal gain, this strategy of retreating to advance indeed alleviated Austin's suspicions. The tension in Austin's demeanor relaxed immediately, and he regarded the duo's aspirations for recognition with disdain. I can understand your perspective. Given the circumstances, I shall refrain from reporting this matter to Lord Quinn. The incursion at the White Prison will soon be quelled. You should return to your station swiftly to avoid raising any further eyebrows, Austin declared. Upon hearing Austin's initial intention to report to Quinn, even the eloquent Baron felt a shift in his composure, silently relieved that he had managed to deceive this straightforward brute. Of course, we shall return at once, he assured. At that moment, Baron and Alves turned to leave with their troops. Austin watched their departing figures, a flicker of disdain evident in his eyes. He waved his hand, intending to lead the team back to camp, when suddenly the distinctive sound of a communication device echoed from the direction Baron had just departed. Austin paused, a hint of suspicion flashing across his gaze. After confirming that no one from his group was approaching, Baron pressed the answer button and lowered his voice, saying, Why are you calling at this time? You don't sound pleased. Have you encountered some trouble? Just an idiot, Baron replied. I suspected when I received the news of the White Prison being breached that there would surely be a change in plans. His eyes turned icy as he continued. This early invasion of the White Prison isn't your doing, is it, Moria? It was unexpected for me as well upon learning of the breach, but I can assure you this matter has nothing to do with me. Moria's lips curled into a slight smirk. Fortunately, things are progressing in a favorable direction, Baron. Someone has personally taken the lead, helping us resolve quite a few complications. Baron detected the subtext in Moria's words, a glimmer of realization dawning upon him. Such an opportunity was indeed rare, and now was the perfect moment to seize the White Prison. I have reunited with my subordinates and am preparing to head to the White Prison. Baron, I know Alves is with you. How long until you arrive? After a moment's contemplation, Baron replied, we should be able to rendezvous with you in an hour. Although they were already at the edge of the 9-mile territory, they still had to traverse a rugged mountain path to avoid detection. An hour is too long. Half an hour at most. You must reach the White Prison within that time. I do not wish to attack only after the White Prison has successfully suppressed the invaders. If you fail to arrive, I will lead my troops into battle without you. Baron furrowed his brow, a surge of unnamed anger rising within him, nearly crushing the communication device in his hand. Moria, we are allies, not your subordinates. There should be sufficient honesty and respect when dealing with allies, and your attitude leaves much to be desired. Moria's cold laughter resonated through the line. Don't misjudge the situation, Baron. Our opponent is that strongest entity. Don't say I didn't warn you. Opportunities are fleeting. If your absence leads to my failure, I might act rashly if I am displeased. You scoundrel. Baron's eyes blazed with fury. If Moria stood before him at that moment, he would not hesitate to strangle the man with his own hands. Well then, let us wish for a pleasant collaboration, Baron, Alves remarked as Moria abruptly ended the communication. Baron, infuriated, hurled the communication device to the ground. It seems your usual calmness is merely an act, Alves remarked with unmistakable sarcasm. I will eventually take you down. You wretched fool, Baron retorted. Alves shrugged nonchalantly. That will depend on whether you possess the capability to do so. Baron glared fiercely at Yalvis. Yet aware of the gravity of the situation, he snorted coldly and prepared to lead his subordinates towards Gioli. Suddenly, a chilling voice emerged from the shadows of the woods by the roadside, startling everyone. They turned their gazes to the darkness, where a pair of eerie, azure eyes gleamed with a cold light. Baron, Yalvis, so you are conspiring against me? Dare to betray Boss Kaido? I cannot allow you to leave alive. With a swift motion, a figure darted out from the thicket, its icy gaze fixated on the group before it. As the onlookers discerned the identity of the newcomer, they were taken aback. Its sleek, jet-black fur resembled a coat of steel needles enveloping its body. Its back arched high, and sharp claws glinted in the moonlight, supported by robust limbs. At that moment, this humanoid creature was staring intently at Baron and the others with those chilling azure eyes. A wolf? Baron exclaimed in astonishment. No, Yalvis responded solemnly. That is a hyena. Austin possesses the abilities of the animal fruit, specifically the dog fruit, hyena form. Chapter 21. Moonlight Moria. The animal-type devil fruits are among the three major categories of devil fruits, enhancing physical capabilities and vital signs most evidently. They grant the consumer the ability to transform into animals and acquire their traits. Though lacking the invulnerability of the Logia type, which can ignore attacks without haki, and the supernatural techniques of the Paramecia type in terms of physical combat, the performance of animal types is particularly remarkable. In fact, the dog fruit is not uncommon in the compendium of devil fruits. For instance, Mr. For Lasso, who works for Baroque Works, wields a gun that transformed into a dachshund due to technological enhancement from a devil fruit. Additionally, the loyal attendant Gaka, who swears fealty to the kingdom of Alabasta, is a user of the dog fruit in its jackal form. Furthermore, Gabra, a member of CP9, Cipher Pol No. 9, the Navy's secret espionage and assassination organization, is also a user of the dog fruit, taking the form of a wolf. Transforming into a beastman form can further unleash the primal ferocity latent within the devil fruit. However, this does not imply that the user loses their rationality. On some level, it allows the user's physical capabilities to reach an optimal state of coordination and fullness. Having had their secret discovered, Baron had no intention of allowing the opponent to return alive. Aware that he could not single-handedly subdue Austin, the hyena man, he grasped two intricately carved battle axes and declared, "We don't have time to linger here, Yalvis. Let us go." Yalvis nodded in agreement, unstrapping his patterned golden snake bow, drawing the string taut, with dark energy swirling around the arrow. As the night air was filled with the sounds of chirping insects and croaking frogs, Jebbet glanced at the towering figure beside him, nearly 7 meters tall, and remarked, "Captain, it's been nearly half an hour. They wouldn't just leave us hanging, would they? Do they have any options?" Moria smiled with an air of arrogance, assuring, "Do not fret, they will undoubtedly arrive. Perhaps they are merely delayed on their journey. We can no longer wait for them. Let us assault the White Prison." With a grand gesture, Moria issued a command, and over 1,000 pirate warriors surged forth, a dark tide flooding into the desolate expanse. Kill. Each warrior was filled with vigor, their robust physiques attesting to their formidable strength. Their prowess, honed through the trials of this merciless sea, rivaled that of the most disciplined navy, perhaps even surpassing it. They charged forth with astonishing speed, akin to a raging torrent, their spirits aflame and their presence overwhelming as they swept across the wasteland, quickly approaching the White Prison. Inside, Gotion and Bulk were locked in a fierce confrontation, each nursing wounds as the aftermath of their battle carved deep gashes into the corridor's ceiling and walls. Their movements were swift and reaction sharp, their swordsmanship was equally matched. Neither able to gain the upper hand, fighting to a stalemate, uncertain who might prevail. Once more, their figures collided in the corridor. the clash of blades sending ripples of sword energy cascading outward, unleashing a fierce gust of wind. Jiutianwan suddenly exerted his strength, executing a backflip that propelled him several meters away, his gaze fixed intently on Bulk, his chest heaving from the exertion. A sense of dread washed over him. Bulk's strength exceeded his expectations. Although he had prepared himself for a fight to the death, he had not anticipated the situation to be so dire. Initially, he intended to exploit the chaos to break open the iron prison and release some prisoners to create a diversion for his rescue of Hitsong. Yet, each strike he attempted was either intercepted by Bulk or countered with equal force, leaving him bereft of strategy. He sought to feign an attack, hoping to slip through the corridor and descend to the upper level, but Bulk seemed to read his intentions, relentlessly pursuing him. Thus, he found himself trapped, unable to advance or retreat, while also needing to divert some attention to guard against Chad's ambush, resulting in him sustaining more injuries than Bulk. Jiutianwan understood clearly that the longer the stalemate persisted, the greater the likelihood of failure for his prison break plan. Meanwhile, Chad, who had been watching from the side, could no longer bear the sight. Furrowing his brow, he urged, "Bulk, let us combine our efforts to swiftly deal with this fellow, lest we encounter unforeseen complications." "I am sufficient," Bulk replied succinctly. Chad's eyes flickered. He recognized Bulk's solitary and taciturn nature, especially his unwavering dedication to combat. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to endure for the time being. Suddenly, a cacophony of discordant sounds erupted from outside the prison, a raucous clamor that grew increasingly overwhelming. Like a tidal wave approaching, Chad's complexion drained of color as realization struck him. Just as he was about to shout a warning, a throng of warriors burst through the entrance. Moria. Chad's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the towering figure amidst the crowd. Standing out like a crane among chickens, his mouth agape in a perfect O. How could you possibly be here? His heart raced as if struck by lightning, leaving him momentarily paralyzed. Since the illustrious pirate king Roger ushered in the era of piracy, countless formidable warriors from across the globe have set sail in pursuit of the treasures left behind by Roger, challenging the treacherous Grand Line. In a fleeting moment, the seas have been inundated with powerful foes, and chaos has erupted across various territories. Despite the Navy's extensive recruitment efforts to suppress the pirates, the audacity of these marauders has only intensified, rendering the maritime situation increasingly dire. The Navy's attempts at recruitment are akin to merely stirring a pot of boiling water, proving utterly ineffective against the burgeoning pirate forces. Consequently, after deliberation among the world government, a decision was made to select renowned pirates, endowed with catastrophic destructive capabilities that could rival entire nations. In exchange for certain privileges, these pirates would willingly assist the world government in combating the more commonplace pirates. There are 7 vacant positions for such individuals, yet currently, only 2 hold the title of the Warlords of the Sea, Crocodile and Dracul Myok. Recently, rumors circulated that the world government had extended an invitation to Gecko Moria to assume a role among the warlords, only to be met with a firm rejection from Moria. His appearance in Wano country now signifies that the ambitious Moria has turned his gaze towards Kaido's territory, rather than aligning himself with the warlords. At that moment, both Jotaro and Bulk halted their actions, furrowing their brows in confusion at the unexpected intrusion of Moria into the prison. Bulk had heard tales of Moria's notorious reputation, yet this was the first time he had laid eyes upon the man himself. As for Jotaro, he sensed a formidable aura emanating from the grinning man before him, adorned with horns upon his brow. Regardless of whether this man was a foe or an ally, Jotaro recognized that Moria's presence afforded him a moment of respite. With an air of arrogance, Moria raised his chin defiantly, disregarding the expressions of those around him, and mockingly declared, "My little brothers, release all the prisoners and let chaos ensue." Chapter 22. A devastating defeat. How dare you? Chad seated, his veins bulging with rage, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent, fists cracking ominously. Yet, Moria's subordinates paid no heed to his furious rebuke. They approached the iron prison, their faces adorned with mockery and arrogance, brandishing long knives with brazen confidence. The guards, refusing to yield, charged forward with unwavering resolve, weapons in hand, engaging in fierce combat with Moria's subordinates. The clash of blades igniting sparks in the air. Currently, the White Prison was defended by only 8 true combatants, with the total number of guards, both inside and outside, barely exceeding 120. Having been recently constructed, the management of the prison had yet to solidify its internal relationships, resulting in a relatively weak defensive awareness. Moreover, the overwhelming number of enemies launched a sudden assault, leaving them vulnerable and unable to respond effectively. Within moments, the first layer of guards was decimated, their defeat becoming increasingly apparent. Enraged, Chad swiftly produced a communication snail to alert the entire management of the prison, calling for reinforcements. Ha ha ha. Yes, let the chaos ensue. Moria stood amidst the throng, grasping 2 guards in his hands, his face twisted in derision as he reveled in their terror and struggle. With brutal force, he slammed the guards against the wall, his palm pressing down with relentless pressure, moving back and forth. The sickening sound of cracking bones echoing as blood splattered. To him, killing a guard was as trivial as squashing a cockroach. The prisoners, guards, and all present were left in a state of cold sweat, their backs chilled by the brutality of Moria's methods. The guards, gripped by a sense of dread, found themselves paralyzed, unable to advance a single step further. This grotesque display of using bodies to paint the walls was a cruel mockery of human life. A sight so vicious and bloody that even the most fearsome pirates had never encountered such savagery. The spectacle of dismemberment and bloodshed was incessantly reshaping their understanding of reality. "Moria, you scoundrel!" Chad roared in fury, silver bristles sprouting from his skin as his form rapidly expanded, transforming into a towering 4-meter-tall white ape in an instant. "Oh, an animal-type devil fruit user is among us," Moria noted with a glint of intrigue in his eyes, licking his lips and grinning. "What splendid material. A zombie made from you would surely be formidable." The white ape, Chad, possessed icy, electric eyes as he swiftly dispatched dozens of enemies with a few powerful leaps. Advancing rapidly towards Moria with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger. "Captain, allow me to handle this one." A figure leaped forward, positioning himself in front of Chad. "It's all yours, Jebbit," Moria smirked, his gaze hungrily scanning the guards for suitable artistic specimens. Chad's expression darkened, almost dripping with ink, as he bellowed, "Get out of my way, you damned fool. Apologies, but I cannot allow you to disturb our captain's enjoyment." Jebbit retorted with a cold smirk. At that moment, a commotion erupted from the corridor leading to the upper level. "At long last, we've been waiting, Captain Chad." Chad turned to see 6 true fighters leading dozens of prison guards rushing towards them, engaging in fierce combat with the enemy. He silently praised their timely arrival, exhaling a puff of white vapor. "Brothers, let not a single foe escape," Chad bellowed, then glanced at Bulk. "Bulk, do not concern yourself with that warrior. Only by capturing Moria can we quell this turmoil." Bulk cast a fleeting glance at Ju Tianwan, decisively abandoning the chase, and with blades in hand, he plunged into the midst of the enemy, creating a flurry of bloodshed. Jiu Tianwan, eager for unimpeded passage, seized the opportunity to swiftly navigate through the crowd, moving upward while remaining unnoticed. The 8 true fighters, each possessing the formidable strength to single-handedly take on 100 foes, led the prison guards into battle, gradually turning the tide, establishing a subtle balance with Moria's forces at 4-6. Despite their numerical advantage, Moria's troops were also preoccupied with the true fighters, leaving them with the opportunity to attempt to break the locks and liberate the prisoners. Wano country, a nation that reveres martial prowess, has its citizens trained in swordsmanship and ninjutsu from a young age. Whether it be an elderly man of 70 or a youth just over 10, they wield their weapons with skill, rivaling any warrior in the fray. "I am finally free," someone exclaimed, their face alight with excitement, akin to a beast unleashed. "Warriors of Wano, the years of humiliation and torment inflicted by Kaido will never extinguish our warrior spirit. Let Kaido witness the fury of our rage. It is time to counterattack. Kill." The liberated prisoners surged forth like wild stallions, akin to dragons plunging into the sea, unstoppable in their momentum. The hatred for Kaido's army, particularly these guards who had mercilessly whipped them, burned deeply within them. They in but a few breaths. Under the relentless onslaught of the samurai and Moria's forces, the guards succumbed to a tide of defeat, the ground awash with corpses and blood, staining the entire prison crimson. In the end, only a handful of guards and 8 valiant souls remained, barely holding their ground, their bodies marred by injuries from ambushes, their garments drenched in blood. The samurai and enemy troops encircled them, their chilling laughter echoing in the air. Among the prisoners were formidable warriors. Chad had been struck several times in the arm by a samurai, the wounds deep, blood gushing forth as he gazed with urgency, urging, "Quickly report to Kaido. The white prison cannot be held." "Report?" Jebbit scoffed derisively. Humph. I truly wonder what you are thinking. Wano still relies on transponder snails for communication. How utterly archaic. To speak plainly, when we assaulted the White Prison, we severed your ties to the outside world. Thus, within these walls, no one can reach out. And you are destined to perish here. Chad's heart sank. If Jebbit's words held truth, and their communication was indeed severed, they were utterly cut off from Onigashima. Should they surrender, or fight to the death? Unease spread through their ranks, panic and worry breeding negative emotions among the crowd. Just as they teetered on the brink of indecision, a thunderous boom resonated throughout the prison. Startled by the sudden noise, they turned their gazes toward the source, where, through the thick black smoke at the far end of the corridor, a colossal, indistinct figure slowly emerged into clarity. What manner of dinosaur is this? Why would such a rare creature appear here? Their eyes widened in disbelief as they beheld the massive brontosaurus. Indeed, quite a number of unexpected guests had arrived. Throwing the White Prison into chaos, this would surely incite the wrath of their leader, and trouble was afoot. The brontosaurus, cigar clenched in its jaws, bore the word Queen inscribed upon its forelimb, and with a steady gait, it swatted away the obstructing guards and enemy troops. Lord Queen. The true warriors' faces brightened anew. Chad added, Lord Queen, our means of communication have been compromised. Queen replied disdainfully, I discovered that when I attempted to contact the outside just now. You fools. Chad smiled awkwardly, feeling the sting of embarrassment. Queen and Moria exchanged glances, both figures strikingly prominent, igniting a spark in the air. Queen's eyes glinted coldly. Moria, you truly are oblivious to your own mortality, daring to extend your hand into Wano. Good things naturally gravitate toward the strong, do they not? Queen. So, what do you say? Will you consider joining me? Following that brainless fool Kaido will yield no glory. Do you even think you are worthy? Spare me your flattery, Moria. Quinn let out a chilling laugh. Now that you have arrived in Wano, do not expect to leave alive. What a pity. Moria shook his head. I initially thought you possessed considerable strength and intended to win you over. Since you are unappreciative, I shall have to turn you into a zombie. Boys, eliminate them. The enemy surged forward with fervor, as relentless as an impenetrable tide. Quinn snorted dismissively, his elongated neck whipping around like a colossal white tempest. The sheer force sending dozens of foes flying. Despite his massive frame, his speed was astonishingly swift, wrapped in an aura of dominance that rendered him all the more formidable. Recognizing the futility of close combat, Moria's faction promptly switched to a barrage of gunfire. Yet, Quinn, enveloped in his armament hockey, stood as an unyielding fortress. The projectiles rebounded harmlessly, merely sparking against him before being deflected away. Is this fellow made of iron? Someone remarked, their expression darkening. The artillery has no effect whatsoever. No one could answer this query, for Chad, Balk, and other prison overseers had already swooped in before them. Chad's massive fists smashed two enemies into the ground. Do you really think you can harm Lord Quinn? What a dream. Lord Quinn, leave the prisoners and minions to us. Focus solely on capturing Moria. Just subdue him. Oh, who did you say you would deal with? A sinister voice echoed from behind. Chad's pupils dilated in shock. He had not even noticed how the foe had approached him. Severing your shadow will surely make for a splendid corpse. Moria emerged slowly from the ground. A grotesque grin plastered on his face as he gazed at Chad, who was brimming with fury and poised to strike. Only to discover that his body had become utterly immobilized. Why can't I move? What have you done, you fiend? Chad's poised fist hung rigid in the air. And from the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a shadow seizing his own, contorting it into irregular shapes. Moria crouched before Chad, as if peeling off a sticker, tearing at something on the ground. How is this possible? Chad could scarcely believe his eyes. His shadow was being lifted from the earth by Moria. Moria reveled in Chad's reaction, producing a large pair of scissors from seemingly nowhere, and began to snip at the junction where the shadow connected to his body. Though uncertain of the outcome, Chad instinctively sensed it would not bode well. His face contorted with a primal fear of the unknown. No. With a decisive snip, Moria successfully severed the shadow. Chad immediately rolled his eyes back and collapsed, unconscious. What a lively and delightful fellow. Moria chuckled, observing the squirming, distorted shadow in his grasp. Now, where shall I put you? The gaze swept around, surveying the aftermath of a fierce battle, where 200 to 300 lay dead or wounded upon the ground. Moria selected a robust corpse from the chaos, inserting Chad's shadow into it. What was this fellow doing with Kimura Rokuro's body? Was he mocking the deceased? The chosen corpse belonged to a warrior from Wano, and the prisoners voiced their discontent at his bizarre actions. You should be grateful to me and the warriors of Wano. Now, open your eyes wide and behold the birth of this magnificent moment. Moria laughed recklessly. It seemed the deceased heard his summons. As the body began to contort irregularly on the ground, limbs twitching violently as if electrified. Then, before the astonished eyes of all, the corpse astonishingly rose to its feet. What am I witnessing? Kimura, he has come back to life. The warriors of Wano, as if witnessing a miracle, were filled with astonishment and joy. However, only Moria's side remained unfazed, fully aware of the situation. Who am I? The deceased's eyes were devoid of spirit, appearing as if still in slumber. Moria leaned closer, pointing at Quinn and the others with a wry smile. Those are your enemies. Will you not slay them all? Slay? Why? And you? Who are you to command me? The corpse, recently infused with the shadow, retained a fragment of its former owner's memories for a brief time. Yet, for Moria, this was not a challenge. I am your master, capable of fulfilling your desires. Upon hearing the word desire, the deceased's eyes sparkled for the first time. My wish is to meet Kaido and become his right-hand man. But who was Kaido? Chapter 24, Scheming. The shadow or impersonator is referred to by their original name. The white prison was engulfed in chaos, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The lamps along the corridor walls were overturned, and fierce flames began to spread and ravage the prison. Chad's actions were evidently anticipated by Moria, who subtly encouraged Quinn. That fellow is Kaido's right-hand man. You must kill him to take his place. Kill, Chad murmured softly, his gaze flickering, attention darting rapidly between the ground and Quinn. His tone quickened, ultimately resolute. Kill, slay him. With that, Chad strode forward, leaping over the heads of the crowd, fists coalescing with power, heading straight for Quinn. Quinn disdainfully snorted, his form gradually shrinking to a more human shape, effortlessly blocking Chad's punch. Kid, do not overestimate yourself. You are no match for me. Quinn flicked his hand, causing Chad's body to involuntarily spin. In a hurried effort, Chad managed to break free, executing a series of backflips before landing a dozen meters away, glaring menacingly at Quinn. Meanwhile, Moria continued to exploit the advantages of his shadow fruit, releasing his own shadow to seek out targets, subsequently switching places to seize control of his foes and skillfully sever their shadows. Balk and the other combatants were embroiled in a fierce battle, unable to attend to any other looming threats. Furthermore, with Jotemura successfully releasing the notorious underworld bosses, including Heisong, they could barely sustain the current situation. During the time Quinn was enraged and defeating Chad, Balk and the others found themselves besieged by Moria's shadow warriors, all of whom were successfully stripped of their shadows and forced into corpses to create a formidable army of zombies. The shadows of fallen jailers, severely injured warriors, and even Moria's subordinates were all forcibly extracted and stuffed into the lifeless bodies. In an instant, Moria conjured a vast legion of undead. Look, Quinn, do you see? All your subordinates have become my zombie servants. Can you handle this alone? Moria taunted, commanding the zombie horde and his subordinates to encircle Quinn. Do you think this can trap me? Who do you think I am? Moria. Quinn's forehead bulged with veins the size of earthworms, clearly furious. He surveyed his surroundings coldly, remaining silent. His piercing gaze instilled fear in those around him, causing them to nearly lose their grip on their weapons, loudly masking their trepidation. This guy is one of Kaido's two signature enforcers. Let us not underestimate him. We must all unite and take down Quinn. In truth, Quinn felt a twinge of uncertainty. The enemy forces numbered nearly 2,000, including no fewer than 10 renowned figures from Wano, capable of holding their own against distinguished fighters like Balk. Moreover, his own allies had been stripped of their shadows, succumbing to the enemy's might. Although Quinn's prowess was exceptional, the scale of the opposing force exceeded his capacity to confront it. No matter how he analyzed the situation, he understood that his chances of victory were slim. However, in the world of pirates, life and death were mere trifles, and he was a renowned powerhouse of the beast's pirates, a terrifying presence that instilled fear across the seas. To yield in such a manner was utterly inconceivable. He could only fight with all his might. Master Quinn, I come to assist you. At that moment, a thunderous shout erupted from outside. As the voice reverberated, a figure swiftly traversed the enemy lines, heading straight for Quinn. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Quinn's expression brightened. Baron? Yet, his smile quickly faded, for Baron, seizing the moment of Quinn's momentary lapse, cleaved open Quinn's chest with a massive axe, blood erupting forth like the Seti ha-ha. Lord Quinn, do you still not comprehend? It is, of course, about eliminating Kaido's right-hand man and seizing Wano. Baron laughed heartily, gazing at Quinn as if boasting. Truly, you are a formidable force. Even in the face of my ambush, you managed to evade a fatal blow. Remarkable indeed. Quinn's expression shifted tumultuously, and in an instant, realization struck him. How dare you betray the captain? You and Moria have been colluding all along, haven't you? Ha indeed. But it is not just me. It is we. Quinn's eyes filled with confusion as he glanced behind Baron, where stood the figure of Alvis, adorned with a headband and draped in a blue cloak. Alvis, could it be that you have long plotted this as well? Quinn's voice trembled slightly. Alvis remained silent. His silence sent a chill through Quinn, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Baron mockingly regarded Quinn, stating, without seizing the opportunity to join you, how could we thoroughly investigate the situation in Wano? Thanks to your misplaced trust, we have acquired the distribution map of Kaido's forces in Wano. Once we conquer the White Prison, we shall proceed to Ghost Island to claim Kaido's head. So that is the case, Quinn murmured, seemingly relieved. You and Moria have conspired to capture the White Prison and release the prisoners. Once freed, the prisoners will undoubtedly return to their homeland to rally forces and resistance, distracting the scattered true troops from suppressing them, allowing you to launch an assault on Ghost Island. Moreover, with Jean still abroad, he cannot serve as the captain's force to exert control, and having been defeated by you in the White Prison, I too cannot rise to battle for the captain. You can thus concentrate your efforts on Ghost Island and seize Wano in one fell swoop. Am I correct? Upon hearing Quinn's methodical exposition, as if he had eavesdropped on their clandestine discussions, Baron and the others could not help but look alarmed. How do you know this? Quinn thought to himself, as expected, and smiled mysteriously. I must say, your plan is indeed comprehensive. However, it is a pity that half an hour ago, upon reporting the disappearance of the masked man and the patrol team at the 9 Mile beach to the captain, he has already taken action. The expressions of the others changed dramatically, filled with shock. Kaido, yes, coming to 9 Mile? Quinn displayed a sympathetic smile. 9 Mile? Fools. To vanquish the enemy, one must first sever their escape route. Children, it is truly unfortunate. The adversary you face this time is a true demon. Chapter 25. The storm approaches. The air felt suffocatingly cold. Moria suddenly grasped something, his face paling. What does severing the escape route mean? Quinn, what on earth is that bastard Kaido up to? You must clarify this for me. Up to? Moria, are you not feigning ignorance? Quinn looked at Moria with a cold smirk. If you are so eager to know, why not simply call and ask? Moria's gaze turned icy, his teeth clattering in agitation. Restore communication at once. Yes, sir. His subordinates, startled by Moria's dark demeanor, quickly hurried to reinstate the communication within the prison. Before long, the lines were restored, and Moria, consumed by anxiety, hastily dialed the number of the speaking snail left aboard the terrifying 3-masted ship. Click. The sound of howling winds filled his ears, reminiscent of something soaring swiftly through the skies. A sense of foreboding washed over Moria as he began to fathom the unfolding events, yet he yearned for personal confirmation. He roared into the speaking snail. Kaido, I know it's you. Answer me. On the other end, a cunning laughter echoed, akin to that of a fox reveling in its scheming success. The speaking snail in Moria's grasp began to project horns and long whiskers, indicating its connection. It seems bringing the ship's speaking snail with me was indeed a prudent decision. Moonlight, Moria. Moria's pupils constricted sharply. Prior to landing in Wano, he had stationed over 100 men to guard the terrifying 3-masted ship to prevent any unforeseen complications and to ensure a safe retreat. The presence of the speaking snail now in Kaido's possession took on a rather intriguing significance. What have you done to my subordinates? Moria's expression darkened ominously. How did the speaking snail end up in your hands, Kaido? Do not mistake the situation, Moria. I am under no obligation to entertain your trivial inquiries, Kaido replied coolly, his tone devoid of warmth. To encroach upon my territory is to prepare for total annihilation. Being a pirate is far from child's play. The dead do not return, and the vanquished have no voice. Kaido evidently lost his patience, and the din mushi emitted a chilling glare, instilling a sense of dread among the onlookers as cold sweat dripped down their brows. Since you've arrived, let your ship sink into the depths of the sea. Beep. Accursed scoundrel. After Kaido severed the communication, Moria, seething with rage, crushed the din mushi in his grip, his eyes bloodshot as he furiously commanded, "Burn the white prison to the ground. Seize Onigashima overnight." Captain Moria was aware that the formidable Kaido was approaching rapidly. He seized a trembling subordinate and coldly declared, "Did you not hear clearly? That brute Kaido has already decimated the terrifying three-masted ship. If we do not take Onigashima now, shall we simply await his arrival with his troops? You fools." With a swift motion, Moria crushed his subordinate into a bloody pulp. The others dared not defy him. Without a moment's hesitation, they set out to execute his orders. "Stop at once," roared the injured queen, resembling an enraged lion. "This is the captain's hard work. He will not spare you." Although he had narrowly avoided a fatal injury, his wounds were grievous, and as he attempted to rise in anger, blood gushed forth from his injuries. His desire to intervene was thwarted by his weakened state. The flames that had initially been moderate in the white prison suddenly roared into a blazing inferno, with billowing black smoke darkening the walls and ceiling. The stone walls, subjected to relentless heat, began to crack alarmingly, threatening imminent collapse. "We must flee. I wish to avoid encountering that demon Kaido again." The prisoners trembled in suggestion, haunted by the nightmarish impression Kaido had left upon them. "Flee? Where can we escape to?" One esteemed gang leader among the prisoners glared at him and asserted, "Wano is our home. If we do not drive Kaido away, we shall forever dwell in a world devoid of light. Only by seizing this opportunity to fight Kaido with all our might can we hope to restore Wano. To battle Kaido to the death." The warriors shouted in unison. "Hasan, you are injured. It is unwise to engage for long," suggested Jotaro. "As a warrior, how can I be deterred by mere wounds?" Hasan insisted stubbornly. "We bear a heavy responsibility, and now is an excellent opportunity. Do not try to dissuade me. My mind is made up." Jotaro sighed, choosing not to argue further. "What shall we do about Queen?" Baron approached Moria with a furrowed brow. "Kill him," Moria declared with palpable intent. "His body is a fine vessel, though regrettably, I lack a suitable shadow at present. Only a robust body paired with a powerful shadow can create the most perfect of zombies." Moria waved his hand, leading his forces to withdraw from the white prison. The warriors of Wano followed closely, aware that these outsiders harbored ulterior motives, yet recognizing that, given the current situation, collaboration was the best course for both parties. Just as they exited the prison gates, an unexpected phenomenon illuminated the sky with fiery brilliance. A vast expanse of rain clouds rushed in from the distance, a glimmering light flickering in and out of sight. The hot air currents generated by the prison fire collided with the cold currents of the sky, causing the black clouds to converge and intertwine, while violet lightning darted through, tearing apart the entire firmament. Thunder roared and lightning flashed, illuminating a colossal figure amidst the dark clouds. Witnessing this familiar scene, the prisoners trembled uncontrollably, collapsing to the ground in despair, their gazes vacant and hollow. What was that? Many of Moria's subordinates stared in shock at the bizarre phenomenon hundreds of meters above. Moria's face turned ashen, his gaze fixed intently on the black clouds. He was drenched in a cold sweat, gripping the hilt of his sword, realizing Kaido was coming. Whoosh! A massive humanoid figure shot forth from the black clouds, plummeting straight towards the ground. It struck like a meteor from the heavens, erupting with a thunderous sound that sent a mushroom cloud soaring dozens of meters high. Immediately, a powerful shockwave burst forth from the mushroom cloud, the fierce and domineering wind extinguishing the raging inferno of the white prison. Simultaneously, countless boulders were hurled into the air, akin to a swarm of locusts, crashing down upon the densely packed crowd. In an instant, the wasteland was filled with cries of despair and anguish. Here, the scene is too bloody to describe. Let your imagination conjure the grim details. Bang, bang, bang. The heavy footsteps echoed, accompanied by a fountain of dust erupting. Amidst the expressions of sheer terror and dread on everyone's faces, a figure slowly emerged from the rising mushroom cloud. Kaido. Chapter 26. The world's strongest creature. Everyone felt as if Kaido's figure was infinitely magnifying before them, resembling an insurmountable mountain, standing resolutely in their path. In Kaido's grasp lies a spiked club, its surface adorned with menacing and sharp protrusions, akin to a demon surveying the depths of hell, baring its blood-stained fangs with a predatory gaze. The throats of the onlookers quiver uncontrollably, beads of cold sweat trickling down their foreheads, as the overwhelming aura radiating from him sends shivers through their very souls. Kaido, you wretched being, you have finally arrived. Scattered boulders have claimed the lives of over 100 subordinates, and Moria seethes with fury, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently upon Kaido. Kaido slightly raised his gaze, and a glimmer of brilliance erupted from his eyes. The crowd was instantly filled with fear and trepidation, instinctively retreating a few steps. Their expressions wary as they regarded Kaido with caution. Kaido surveyed the surroundings, taking in the terrified expressions of the crowd, a myriad of grotesque visages, his eyes flickering with disdain. As he caught sight of the white prison billowing black smoke, teetering on the brink of collapse, his countenance darkened abruptly. Turning his gaze towards Moria, he regarded him as one would a corpse. "Moria," Kaido declared, "the gravest mistake of your life was to encroach upon my territory. This sea has always belonged to the strong. I am superior to you, and thus Wano naturally belongs to me." Moria retorted with a cold smirk. Kaido could not help but cast a few more pitying glances at him, sneering, "Who bestowed upon you the audacity to believe you are superior to me? You pitiful creature. Blinded by your own delusions, it is truly a tragedy that you continue to draw breath." Upon hearing the disdain woven into Kaido's words, Moria was instantly consumed by a mix of indignation and rage. "Are you truly that formidable, Kaido? How many times have you dared to challenge Whitebeard, only to be captured each time? Others may fear your immortality, but I do not. If Whitebeard can defeat you, then so can I. To challenge without grasping the disparity merely accelerates your demise." Kaido scoffed derisively, his eyes narrowing suddenly. "Moreover, considering the state you have left my experimental base in, I see no reason to allow you to return alive. It is you who is oblivious to the circumstances, Kaido." Moria's heavily painted purple lips curled slightly. "Look around. My men surround us, along with those samurai you have oppressed for years. Their hatred for you runs deep. The white prison has fallen to us, and Queen has been slain. Do you truly believe you can contend with them alone? Queen has been killed?" Kaido blinked in surprise, but quickly narrowed his eyes, as if amused. "That rascal is cunning. He would not perish so easily. As for your ragtag army, what impact could they possibly have? You will inevitably meet your end in these treacherous waters due to your own hubris." Moria, dismissing further conversation, waved his hand, signaling the zombies infused with the power of his shadows to lead the charge towards Kaido. "Attack!" The emotionless zombies, upon receiving their command, surged forward, a relentless tide of black, rushing towards Kaido. In an instant, a torrential downpour of arrows and cannon fire descended upon him, a relentless barrage that filled the sky, trailing fiery tails as they fell toward his position. Meanwhile, the true fighters pressed fiercely into the fray, their blades clashing in a chaotic symphony of light and shadow. Intent on engulfing Kaido in a tempest of steel, Kaido stood unperturbed, his gaze slightly fierce, as he strode forward with determination. He faced a deluge of dazzling yet lethal attacks, unfaltering and unyielding, allowing various assaults to rain upon him. Explosions, slashes, and gunfire. These assaults that would be fatal to an ordinary person failed to impede his advance. With a single sweep, he sent several agile zombies flying, then cast a glance at the advancing enemy forces before raising his spiked club and smashing it into the ground. Crack! A breathtaking fissure tore open before him, branching out and spreading rapidly for hundreds of meters, akin to the violent movement of tectonic plates. The earth and stones on either side bulged upward at an angle, with the gaping maw spewing forth a torrent of dust and debris. The sudden upheaval of earth and stone sent many flying, the sensation of weightlessness rendering them unable to find solid footing, their bodies plummeting straight down like scattered paper in the wind. Many on the ground clung desperately to the swirling rubble, but as the earth continued to tilt and rise, they could no longer find support and were, with terror etched on their faces, swallowed whole along with their weapons into the unfathomable chasm below. In the blink of an eye, nearly 2,000 troops had suffered heavy losses. The remaining soldiers looked on in dread at Kaido. His inhuman strength was not something they could overcome with mere numbers, and thoughts of retreat began to take root in their hearts. This was the might of the world's strongest creature. Baroness' eyes flickered with surprise. Truth be told, it was his first time witnessing Kaido in action. Beside him, Alvis wore a grim expression, his eyes betraying a sense of helplessness and resentment. Moria, the commander, wore a dark scowl and spoke resolutely. "There is no time for hesitation. We must all strike together. Perhaps we still have a chance." No sooner had the words left his mouth than he swiftly utilized his shadow warriors to maneuver across the wasteland, closing the distance to Kaido. Baron and Alvis exchanged a glance, then quickly followed suit, subtly surpassing Moria in their haste. Alvis knocked an arrow, infused with his armed haki, enveloped in a flicker of fiery energy, resembling a serpent of flame as it whistled through the air towards Kaido. Meanwhile, Baron swung his twin axes, cloaked in haki, dark energy flashing forth as he leaped into the air, aiming to cleave Kaido in two. Buzz! The fiery arrow in the dual axes struck Kaido almost simultaneously, eliciting immediate joy from both men. However, that elation was short-lived. With a crack, the arrow snapped in two, and the axes bore several spiderweb-like cracks. Their expressions of triumph vanished, and they trembled as they lifted their gazes towards Kaido. Kaido's expression was grim as he struck Yalvis with a force that sent him flying hundreds of meters, shattering several newly constructed water wheels along the way. He then transformed his palm into a fist, mercilessly driving Baron's head into the ground. The overwhelming might of his blow sending earth and stones flying in all directions for dozens of meters. Kaido possessed exceptional eyesight and hearing, swiftly detecting a shadow amidst the debris hurled by the shockwave. Rising to his feet, he seized the figure by the neck, casting a cold gaze upon his adversary. I have long warned you. The disparity between us is insurmountable. Chapter 27. To serve as a warning, dark clouds engulfed the sky, and jagged bolts of purple lightning illuminated the desolate expanse. The wasteland was marred by deep, intersecting ravines, resembling a scene of utter devastation. As far as the eye could see, the ground was littered with disordered and mangled corpses, while the air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and blood. Heavy and pungent, with the smoke still lingering and the dust yet to settle, the mournful cries echoed in the silence, amplifying the sorrow and despair that spread among the living, as if the entire world were collapsing swiftly, consuming their dwindling will to survive. Despair permeated the crowd. Moria found himself ensnared by Kaido's grip, his face turning a shade akin to that of a liver. Kaido, release me at once. He clawed desperately, attempting to summon the shadow sorcerer to his aid, but Kaido was resolute in his determination to thwart Moria's escape. With the swiftness of lightning, Kaido's other hand swung the spiked club, striking Moria's joints with a resounding crack, shattering his bones with overwhelming force. Moria was left reeling, nearly losing consciousness from the pain. When you launched your assault on the White Prison, you effectively sealed your own fate, Kaido remarked, observing Moria's limbs contort in a grotesque spasm. Do not attempt to provoke an opponent beyond your capabilities. As he spoke, a chilling glint ignited in Kaido's eyes. He stomped down on a protruding rock, causing it to splinter, accompanied by a heart-rending scream and a spray of crimson blood. Kaido let out a cold snort, warning the insignificant creature not to meddle. He then slowly lifted his foot, withdrawing it to reveal a bloodied young man beneath the shattered earth and stones. His eyes rolled back in a pitiful expression. Kaido coldly regarded Moria, who was utterly devoid of any capacity for resistance. He understood that if this man were to survive, he would undoubtedly rise again to trouble him in the future, and the murderous intent within him intensified. I offer you a choice: surrender and serve under my banner, or face death. The power of the shadow fruit was exceedingly formidable. Its existence meant that he could effortlessly summon a vast and obedient army of zombies to his aid. If he could harness that ability, it would undoubtedly become a significant asset. Don't even think about it. Moria's eyes were bloodshot, filled with resentment as he glared at Kaido. Blame my subordinates and allies for their weakness. Otherwise, I would have severed your head. Even now, he attributed his own inadequacies to others. Kaido couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity for Moria. What audacity did this man possess to believe he could conquer him? Those who are pitiable often harbor qualities that elicit disdain. Kaido recognized that this was not the time to eliminate him. At least the shadow fruit still held some value. Choosing not to waste further words, Kaido delivered a swift elbow strike, rendering Moria unconscious. He then cast a frigid gaze upon the remaining 600 or 700 individuals on the battlefield, their already pale faces losing even more color. They hastily retreated, as if fearing that the next moment would see them scatter like frightened birds. Take another step back, and you shall perish. Kaido exerted his full strength, unleashing a thunderous roar that transformed into a powerful whirlwind, dispersing outward and toppling dozens of individuals standing at the forefront. The wasteland trembled violently. The samurai and pirates were so intimidated by this astonishing display of power that they dared not make a move, their eyes devoid of any fighting spirit. As they surveyed their surroundings, the countless corpses served as a grim reminder of their fate. Lacking a decisive leader, they no longer had the courage to resist, and promptly discarded their weapons, bowing their heads in surrender. At that moment, a voice brimming with excitement rang out. "Boss, you have finally returned." As Kaido gazed ahead, he beheld Quinn, who, despite his grievous injuries, was leading several other severely wounded members of the crew out from the dilapidated prison gates. Quinn's expression was one of distress. Yet the sight of Kaido afforded him a flicker of hope. Kaido proclaimed, "Quinn, I always knew you would not succumb so easily." Quinn navigated through the crowd, approaching Kaido with fervor as he exclaimed, "It is thanks to you, Captain, that you arrived in the nick of time. Otherwise, we would all have perished in the inferno." With indignation etched on his face, Quinn cast a scornful glance at the Moria in Kaido's grasp, adding, "This scoundrel is truly despicable. He spared their lives merely to extract their shadows. Yet he conspired to deal me a fatal blow." The they he referred to were, of course, the fellow members of the crew beside him. At that moment, Chad clenched his teeth, his face a mask of remorse as he looked at Kaido, anxiety gnawing at his heart. "Captain Kaido, I am deeply sorry. I failed to safeguard the White Prison, betraying your trust in me. The fall of the White Prison is entirely my fault. Please, punish me as you see fit." The other crew members exchanged glances, initially thinking that in such dire circumstances, they should deflect blame. To their surprise, Chad willingly stepped forward, accepting responsibility, which elicited a sense of shame within them. Thus, they began to shoulder the blame among themselves, uttering sentiments such as, "It was my lack of strength that allowed the enemy to prevail. Had I coordinated better with the warden, this calamity could have been avoided. And my negligence in defense enabled their sneaky assault." Quinn, observing the scene before him, was left astounded, while others would scramble to evade blame. These individuals were fervently embracing each other's burdens, arguing passionately, and turning red in the face. It was utterly incomprehensible. What a peculiar bunch they were. "Lift your heads," he commanded. Kaido bellowed, commanding the attention of all present. "Look at your current state. What a disgrace." The crowd initially perceived his words as disappointment over their failure to secure the prison, bracing themselves for an impending storm of wrath. However, Kaido continued in a resonant tone. "The White Prison, regardless of who guards it, is perpetually vulnerable to incursions from all directions. While the recent assault has inflicted considerable losses upon us, witnessing your unwavering solidarity in the face of adversity and your steadfast loyalty means far more to me than these setbacks. There shall be rewards for merit and penalties for shortcomings. Failing to defend the White Prison is indeed a fault. Yet your resolute resistance against our foes is worthy of commendation. As it stands, your transgressions and commendations shall cancel each other out. Thus, you need not fear punishment at this time. Return and tend to your wounds, and in 3 days, report to me at Onigashima." With that, Kaido turned his gaze towards the dazed Quinn and instructed, "Send a few individuals to clean this place. Fill in the pits where possible, and check if there are any survivors among the fallen. Those still breathing shall serve as laborers, while the deceased can be cast into the sea to feed the fish. I have no desire for a plague to arise from these corpses, disrupting the progress of our experimental base." He gestured towards the surrendered individuals, stating, "The White P." Kaido's words undoubtedly marked their lives with an ephemeral label. But it was his subsequent remarks that sent a chill through the hearts of those who harbored any lingering hopes. He ordered a thorough investigation into the prisoners who dared to lead the rebellion, stating that their prior mercy in sparing their lives was already a considerable act of clemency. Those who had the audacity to incite rebellion would be executed immediately, to serve as a stark warning to others. After delivering this decree, Kaido seized the half-dead, wretched man from the ground and concealed him within his cloak. He then transformed into a divine dragon, sweeping away amidst dark clouds and thunder, swiftly departing from the 9 Li, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Chapter 28. The Fruit Compendium. Upon returning to Onigashima, Kaido first commanded Reigo to bind Moria and the wretched youth with sea-stone chains and confine them in the dungeon, selecting capable subordinates to oversee them with utmost vigilance. He then entrusted Reigo with the treasures plundered from the terrifying 3-masted ship for safekeeping. After assigning these tasks, he entered the palace, seated himself upon the horned stone throne that had been repaired, and sipped on his brew, a contemplative glint occasionally flickering in his eyes. If he was not mistaken, the wretched man they captured had previously rendered himself invisible, attempting to launch a surprise attack against him with his extraordinary abilities. A common individual would undoubtedly have fallen prey to such a stealthy assault. However, Kaido's perceptive prowess was nothing short of remarkable. Such a ruse could hardly elude his keen senses. The moment he detected the slightest shift in the surrounding air currents, Kaido preemptively crushed him into the earth. As far as Kaido knew, only 2 entities possessed the ability to become invisible, one being the stealthy black combat suit developed by the Vinsmoke family utilizing advanced technology, and the other, a future denizen of the Grand Line's Devil's Triangle, one of Moria's subordinates known for his transparent fruit ability, Absalom. Kaido evidently leans towards the latter. The transparent fruit is a paramecia-type devil fruit, allowing its user's body to become transparent, permitting visible light to pass through, rendering them invisible to the observer's eye and achieving an unparalleled form of camouflage. Conversely, the shadow fruit, also a paramecia type, grants its user the ability to sever and manipulate other shadows, transforming stolen shadows into zombies by placing them within corpses. The user can also create a shadow clone to act as a decoy and can interchange positions with their shadow at will. However, the drawbacks are equally apparent. The zombies created are vulnerable to fire, and exposure to salt causes their shadows to depart, as the salt, imbued with the essence of the sea, disrupts the operation of the zombies' faux souls, the shadows. Regardless, the capabilities of both the shadow and transparent fruits are exceedingly remarkable. The former can amass a formidable army of zombies, while the latter excels in covert infiltration and assassination. Such exceptional fruits cannot be idly watched slip from one's grasp. Kaido is determined to possess the powers of these two devil fruits. Should he have the opportunity to seize devil fruit abilities like Blackbeard, Kaido would undoubtedly seize Moria and Absalom's powers without hesitation, selecting suitable individuals to serve him. In the past, numerous internet sages speculated that Blackbeard could commandeer the abilities of devil fruit users by consuming their hearts, thereby transferring the powers to himself. Similarly, there exists another renowned figure in the world, Charlotte Lin, who acquired the soul fruit ability after succumbing to her appetite and consuming Sister Carmelo during her childhood. Another theory posits that when a devil fruit user perishes, their abilities may transfer to the nearest fruit that bears a resemblance. This theory holds merit, as the genius scientist Caesar Clown, while creating artificial devil fruits, modified toxic gases ingested from the salamander fruit to manifest as a salamander. Following Caesar's death during his experiment in the Land of Death, those who consumed the colossal candy he prepared subsequently exploded into the gases of that realm, revealing devil fruit patterns on the surface of the nearest apple, eventually transforming into the salamander fruit. Both hypotheses are plausible, after all. If Lin consumed the nun while grappling with her voracious appetite, she might have considered anything within her sight as sustenance, making it entirely feasible for her to eat a fruit that was nearest to the nun's demise. Conversely, Blackbeard, who has meticulously memorized the devil fruit encyclopedia, undoubtedly recalls fruits that resemble those of the devil fruits. Once he confirmed Whitebeard's death, it would not be surprising for him to consume the prepared fruit, thereby acquiring Whitebeard's powers. This interplay of two theories offers a reasonable resolution to the paradox. If one were to adopt these speculations to seize devil fruit abilities, the most prudent course would entail having a suitable candidate consume the original user's heart, while simultaneously consuming a similar fruit. This appears to be the most reliable method. However, it presents a critical dilemma. Where could one find someone willing to consume a heart, entirely devoted to them, and strong enough to contend with formidable foes? The latter two conditions may be relatively easy to fulfill, yet individuals capable of satisfying the first condition are exceedingly rare. This scarcity is precisely why Kaido summoned the few who had suppressed the recent turmoil to Onigashima 3 days later. Lacking a manual of devil fruits, he was left with no choice but to resort to extreme measures to extract information. Thus, Kaido called upon Rigo, instructing him to employ any means necessary to press Krelish for details regarding the forms of the devil fruits consumed by Moria and Absalom, and to find an artist among his subordinates to depict these forms. With Rigo dispatched, the vast estate was left in profound silence, with only Kaido remaining. His gaze flickered, and out of habit, he raised his hand to knock on the armrest, only to suddenly recall something, letting out a sigh as he lowered his hand. It appeared imperative to obtain a devil fruit manual, even if it were not comprehensive. At the very least, he required a guide to Zoan-type devil fruits. The side effects of artificial devil fruits were too significant to consider. To forge a formidable beast pirate's crew, the genuine Zoan-type devil fruits were essential. The question then arose, where could one procure a devil fruit manual? Should he request it from Blackbeard? Perhaps visit a major auction house to see if one was being sold? Or venture to the North Blue to seek out the Vinsmoke family? Chapter 29. Reactions from various regions. Faced with these three choices, Kaido conducted a thorough analysis. First, Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, was an ambitious and cunning individual. Despite his formidable strength, he preferred to remain in the shadows, currently lurking aboard Whitebeard's ship as a mere foot soldier, biding his time. Should Kaido attempt to procure a devil fruit manual from Blackbeard, it would be essential to present irresistibly tempting conditions, and this would inevitably lead to contact with Whitebeard. Presently, Whitebeard was at the peak of his powers, his haki at its finest. Any engagement between Kaido and Whitebeard would likely escalate into a fierce battle. Without mastery over observation and armament haki, Kaido had no confidence in withstanding Whitebeard's cataclysmic tremor fruit abilities. Moreover, as the saying goes, the most perilous adversary is often the one most familiar with oneself. Kaido had challenged Whitebeard multiple times, only to be defeated and captured. Thus, he had an intimate understanding of Whitebeard's temperament. If Whitebeard were to perceive even the slightest hint of Kaido's intentions, the endeavor to acquire the Devil Fruit Manual could lead to further complications. Therefore, this self-sabotaging strategy was promptly dismissed by Kaido, shifting his focus to the large auction houses. He recognized that while numerous legitimate auction venues existed, approaching one as his current self would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention, making it only a matter of time before the Navy would close in on him. Kaido is not particularly afraid of the Navy's encirclement. To a being of his caliber, the concept of quantity is merely nebulous. An ant is an ant, and a swarm of ants remains just that. There is no distinction in his eyes. His primary concern lies with encountering the renowned natural-type admirals, magma, light, and ice. Should fortune turn against him, and he cross paths with these formidable foes, Kaido can only express his apologies for the intrusion. Consequently, if he were to seek a comprehensive catalog of devil fruits, the underground auction houses would be his most prudent option. The Vinsmoke family, originally of royal lineage from the North Blue, unified the North Blue through force in a mere 66 days, earning the moniker Germa 66 due to their hereditary curled eyebrows. The notorious reputation of Germa 66 instills fear even among pirates, with the Navy and the world government equally wary of the technological prowess possessed by the Vinsmoke family. Following their defeat at the hands of the North Blue royalty, Germa has been clandestinely amassing strength in pursuit of vengeance, their movements shrouded in mystery. Locating Germa has proven to be a task more arduous than ascending to the heavens, though for Kaido, such an ascent is as simple as feasting and drinking. After considerable contemplation, Kaido ultimately resolved to focus on the underground auctions. With his dreams disturbed and fatigued from a night spent dealing with Moria's affairs, he succumbed to a deep slumber to replenish his energy. The following day, in Wano, a nation characterized by its information lockdown, news of the riot at Curry Prison spread like wildfire, transmitted solely through word of mouth and the use of transponder snails. This incident quickly ignited fervent discussions across Wano, leading many opportunistic restorationists to secretly rejoice and convene for recruitment. Meanwhile, some cautious daimyo sought to ascertain the outcome of the conflict at White Prison involving Kaido. Yet they encountered a multitude of conflicting accounts. The Guardian King, Mr. Kaido, single-handedly suppressed tens of thousands of foes. What valor! White Prison has fallen, and Queen has perished. The demon Kaido was besieged by hundreds of thousands, ultimately succumbing from exhaustion. Astounding. The king merely sneezed and vanquished tens of thousands, truly terrifying. As Curry fell into chaos, the cries of imprisoned warriors echoed, their swords pointed towards Onigashima. In a secluded tatami room nestled within hidden alleyways, a stern elder clad in a kimono, bald, and adorned with reading glasses, listened with a dark expression to the reports from his subordinates. His face clouded with displeasure. How did you procure this information? Each version more exaggerated than the last. I simply wish to know if that demon is alive or dead. His subordinate, attired as a ninja, trembled as he prostrated himself. Stammering, you should be dead, I suppose? Should be. Is that your tone? You dare to shift the question back to me? The elder's eyes glinted with cold fury, radiating a palpable menace. The ninja buried his head deeper into the ground, paralyzed by fear and rendered mute. With narrowed eyes, the elder remarked, as a ninja, you are woefully inadequate. The elder's words amounted to a death sentence for him. A competent ninja must swiftly acquire the most accurate intelligence. The act of lurking and assassinating is but secondary. With a flick of his sleeve, the elder sent the ninja tumbling out of the attic. The circumstances in other regions were somewhat similar. The anti-serpent faction eagerly invited people to clandestine gatherings, and upon receiving various versions of the news from their subordinates, their emotions fluctuated wildly, filled with both alarm and excitement. Their faces alternated between pallor and flush, their spirits dimming and brightening like the tumult of a significant event crashing upon them. Several individuals suffered heart attacks, collapsing to the ground, frothing at the mouth. Many sensed the unusual nature of the situation and opted to bide their time, preparing to navigate the unfolding circumstances. in the City of Flowers. Within an opulently decorated attic of the Flying Phoenix Pavilion, a young woman, adorned in a black-fitted kimono and bearing a strikingly beautiful visage of 15 or 16, whispered, "Sisterling, do you think that the Demon King has perished? I heard that a great fire broke out at Jioli prison last night, with many foreigners and prisoners breaching its walls." Sitting before her, kneeling gracefully, was a stunning woman clad in a brocade kimono. This woman possessed an exquisite appearance, her eyes resembling a clear spring, subtly expressive, sparkling like myriad stars. Her long, jade-like neck was as smooth as white jade, and her lustrous, glass-like hair cascaded down to her waist, bound with an emerald-hued ribbon, adorned with a blue four-leaf clover ornament. She carried herself with charm, yet maintained an air of dignity. "Shatanai, the most unreliable thing in this country is the news," the woman known as Sisterling remarked, a faint smile gracing her lips, concealing her true thoughts. "Did you not notice the patrols on the streets?" As Shatanai furrowed her brow in concern, Sisterling continued nonchalantly, "The guards displayed no signs of panic. Their calm demeanor only indicates that the Demon King has quelled the prison uprising." Xiao Taonai gazed at her in astonishment. "But that involves tens of thousands of people. How could the Demon King possibly be their match? The White Prison housed only 700 or 800 inmates. If the foreigners truly numbered in the tens of thousands, they would not need to invade the prison to release the prisoners. They could directly assault the island of ghosts." Sister Ling elegantly poured tea into Xiao Taonai's cup, the perfectly brewed tea exuding a fragrant steam. Xiao Taonai couldn't help but admire Sister Ling's tea artistry. "Sister Ling, your tea skills are always a delight to behold." With a gentle smile, Sister Ling set down the teapot and resumed her earlier train of thought. "Merely relying on numbers will not suffice to conquer the Demon King. He is a genuine monster, one whom no one can defeat." Chapter 30. The fiery catastrophe. Zidane and I could not help but recall the defiant figure engulfed in flames 6 years ago at Yuding City. A shiver coursed through her, compelling her to straighten her posture and solemnly declare, "Indeed, no one can conquer him. After all, even Lord Yutian." Lingxia furrowed her delicate brows and cast a glance at Zidane and I, who promptly covered her mouth, plunging the room into silence. Just then, a rhythmic and measured sound of footsteps approached from outside, halting at the door. "Miss Wu Yeling, General Orochi has sent a servant to summon you," came the voice from beyond the door. With her lips slightly parted, Wu Yeling replied in a voice that was both gentle and melodious, "Please inform General Orochi to wait for a moment. I shall prepare myself and join him shortly." Before departing, the individual outside added, "Miss Wu Yeling, it seems General Orochi is not in the best of spirits. Please be cautious not to provoke him." With that, the attendant bowed and departed slowly. The perpetual gloom of Onigashima was rarely pierced by sunlight, but today the warm rays dispelled the shadows, enveloping Kaido in a comforting warmth. With nothing pressing on his agenda, he decided to observe his subordinates' naval training in the Rocky Sea area. The turbulent waters were fraught with fierce winds and chilling temperatures, and as the warriors plunged into the sea, they initially felt no discomfort. However, after half an hour, some began to suffer from the biting cold, their lips turning an alarming shade of purple, rendering them unable to withstand the relentless waves. Consequently, several near-fatal incidents occurred during the training. Fortunately, Kaido had already arranged for ships to be on standby, promptly rescuing those warriors who were on the verge of being swept away by the currents. Yet, witnessing their comrades being pulled aboard to warm themselves by the fire, some of the stronger warriors feigned exhaustion, begging to be rescued as well. Kaido observed their expressions keenly. However, when the first pretender was brought aboard and saw Kaido's stormy countenance, he gulped and unhesitatingly leapt back into the sea. "I love the ocean." To prevent this farce from occurring again, Kaido instructed the ships to wait until those warriors had swallowed considerable seawater and were nearly overwhelmed by the waves before rescuing them. With 6 capable officers overseeing the ships, he felt assured that no true calamity would befall the warriors. Thus, the first naval training session concluded with a mix of excitement and relief. Upon returning to his residence, Kaido indulged in a hearty meal of wine and meat, preparing for a peaceful afternoon nap when a subordinate approached him with a report. Standing before him was a man nearly 2 meters tall, his eyes heavy-lidded with dark circles, his complexion pallid, an embodiment of exhaustion and depletion. Kaido recognized him as Yaoman, the deputy of the True Thunder Go. "Boss Kaido," he began, "we have received news from the True Thunder. During the battlefield assessment last night, we confirmed the deaths of all personnel from Moria's faction, including the traitor Baron, Yalvis, and the 4 major underworld leaders, Blood Character Dajing, Broken Hat Gangoro, Evening Flowers a Butterfly, and Snake Eyes Itahe. Yalman glanced at Kaido and continued, additionally, the bodies of Hakone River Song and the masked man have not been found. In the White Prison riot, all 115 guards perished, along with 245 prisoners, and a total of 1,180 from Moria and Baron's forces have died. The absence of Hakone indicated that he had likely seized the opportunity to escape. Kaido understood that Hakone had a mission and was responsible for Kazuki Oden, so he was not overly concerned about him fleeing abroad. As long as he remained in Wano, capturing Hakone was merely a matter of time. Having set that aside, Kaido inquired, have all the bodies been dealt with? Yalman nodded in affirmation. Kaido observed that Yalman had not retreated. Rather, he appeared hesitant, as if on the verge of speaking, yet holding back. Frowning, he inquired, is there something you wish to express? Boss Kaido, Yalman began. In light of the recent riot at the White Prison, numerous rumors have been circulating throughout the country. As he spoke, Yalman discreetly scrutinized Kaido, noting his lack of anger, which allowed him to exhale with relief. He then recounted the various versions of the rumors before concluding, Orochi has attempted to contact you several times, inquiring about your well-being. Concern for my well-being? Kaido's eyes flickered momentarily, followed by a derisive chuckle. That scoundrel's feigned concern for me is but a ruse. His true anxiety lies in the preservation of his own status within Wano. He scoffed, if the rumors are indeed accurate, there should be considerable unrest across the nation by now. He must have sensed something amiss, prompting his urgent need to ascertain whether I have truly suffered a grievous defeat. Since the prophecy of the Kazuki clan emerged, Korizumi Orochi has felt the weight of a Damocles sword hanging perilously above him, living in a state of perpetual fear and trepidation. The slightest disturbance would leave him anxious for days. Upon hearing various reports detrimental to Kaido, the sensitive Orochi grew increasingly uneasy, fearing for his position as shogun, which naturally compelled him to reach out to Kaido in an attempt to glean information regarding his injuries. Kaido pondered momentarily and ventured a guess, gazing at Alman. In that case, did you not inform him of my circumstances? He inquired. I did, but he remained skeptical. Alman, wearing a wry smile, replied, he is eager to ascertain the situation yet fears to reach out to you directly, apprehensive of your reproach. Kaido tapped the stone seat with his index finger and inquired, what is the situation across the country? Yalman replied, in the Baiwu region, some individuals are organizing gatherings to recruit soldiers clandestinely. Strangely, several of them were seen being carried out, frothing at the mouth. Kaido furrowed his brow, pondering. Is there infighting occurring? Or could it be a ruse to make us lower our guard? He continued, the domestic regions are under constant surveillance, but we must avoid inciting unrest. As for Orochi, let him remain on edge for a few days. It will aid us in eliminating some of the restorationists. Yalman nodded in agreement and added, Boss Kaido, we have just received news that Lord Jean has returned. Kaido was momentarily taken aback. And Zai, is Jean back? He inquired with surprise. He should have arrived at Julie Pass half an hour ago, and will likely reach Onigashima shortly. Chapter 31. Masterful torture beneath the azure sky. Devoid of clouds, the waters surrounding Wano shimmered under the brilliant sunlight. A gentle sea breeze caressed the atmosphere, as a flock of seabirds soared joyfully above, chirping in delight. Suddenly, a streak of black lightning surged from the north, slicing through the sky like a radiant arc, igniting the very air it traversed, setting the flock ablaze. In an instant, the sky transformed into a sea of fire, with embers cascading down like delicate flakes. Whoosh! A colossal figure of flames erupted from the inferno, its immense wings unfurling, enveloped in a blazing aura. As it soared, it left behind 2 striking trails of crimson fire, which only dissipated after it had flown several hundred meters. The giant figure glided through the air with ease, as if merely taking leisurely strides over the 100-meter distance with the beating of its wings. Spotting something below, the creature caught the wind beneath its wings and swooped down, landing gracefully at the port of a horn-shaped island, stirring up clouds of dust. Figures had already gathered at the port, and upon witnessing the descent of the colossal shadow, they approached eagerly, smiling through the haze. Lord Jean, you have returned. Indeed, a faint voice responded, and soon a tall, well-built man emerged from the swirling smoke. He wore a mask and goggles, clad in dark attire, with sleek black wings at his back. Adornments decorated his arms and legs, and a long sword hung at his waist, flames swirling around him, ready to burst forth at any moment. He seemed to take great pride in his appearance, leaving no inch of skin exposed. What events have transpired recently in the country? Jean asked, casting a glance at the foremost figure. His keen vision allowed him to survey the surroundings effortlessly. The man felt his heart race and replied awkwardly, "Last night, Jiuli prison was attacked by Moria's forces. Lord Queen and several of the true fighters sustained injuries. Kaido himself intervened, vanquishing the enemy and capturing Moria. That scoundrel Queen truly knows how to hinder the boss." Jean remarked, narrowing his eyes, his thoughts steady. Since when did Jiuli have a prison? Thus, the man recounted the tale of the White Prison. "I see," Jean acknowledged, his gaze lowering slightly. "Where's the boss now?" "At this hour, he should be in the mansion," the man replied, seemingly well informed about Kaido's daily routines. Furrowing his brow, he continued, "I just heard from Yaoman that the boss seems to be in a rather foul mood." Upon hearing this, the man couldn't help but feel puzzled. The boss had appeared in good spirits that morning, even overseeing their training. How could the weather have shifted so dramatically? Yet, he soon reconciled this thought. Acknowledging that the boss's temperament was notoriously erratic, better a shift from sunny to cloudy than from sunny to stormy. "That's just how he is," Jean said evenly, waving his hand dismissively. "You may leave now." A group of subordinates promptly took their leave, while Jean traversed the stone path of the island, acknowledging a few who greeted him with mere indifference and no further pleasantries, directing his steps toward the mansion's subterranean chambers. Moments later, Kaido within the mansion received word of Jin's imminent audience, and he ordered for him to be admitted. Before long, accompanied by the sound of measured, powerful footsteps, Kaido was met by the second of the two renowned enforcers, Zai, Jean. At the first sight of Jean, Kaido discerned an extraordinary presence emanating from him. A demeanor both dignified and austere. His posture and gait were meticulously refined. Each step was precise, his arms and shoulders in perfect harmony, standing upright like a stately poplar, firmly rooted to the ground. Though he had heard tales of Jin's exploits, standing before him now caused Kaido to hesitate momentarily. Jean was enveloped entirely, revealing not a hint of skin, with his character conveyed solely through the intensity of his gaze. The disciplined demeanor he cultivated further restrained his physical expression, rendering his thoughts inscrutable. He resembled a living ice sculpture. How did the matter proceed? Kaido recalled that it was he who had instructed Jean to engage with the underworld. "All eliminated," Jean replied, his eyes unwavering. Kaido narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flickering within. "What is the matter? Do not tell me you are an indiscriminate killer." At this moment, a formidable aura radiated from Kaido, manifesting as a swirling tempest of darkness that reverberated outward. The surrounding stone walls instantly became riddled with cracks, and the crystals shattered. The sudden pressure unleashed ripples across the ocean beyond the island, with waves surging and roaring, causing Onigashima to tremble violently. The sky transformed dramatically, as the previously clear azure was swiftly engulfed by ominous clouds. At the epicenter of this overwhelming force, Jin's gaze flickered, compelling him to retreat 2 steps to stabilize himself. Drenched in cold sweat, this was the conqueror's haki, a true emblem of royalty. As Jean beheld Kaido once more, his eyes reflected a mixture of reverence and complex emotions. Jin's nature was cold, proud, and ruthless, and as a swordsman, honing his skills was intrinsically linked to the cultivation of his spirit. Kaido's eyes narrowed slightly. Strength is paramount. Jean is an exceptionally rare talent, and judiciously utilizing him will undoubtedly yield substantial benefits. Should he be squandered, it may result in considerable losses, for in the future, the calamities will become his right and left arms, representing immeasurable combat power. Kaido slightly raised his gaze towards Jean, instantly sensing an unusual atmosphere in the air. From Jin's eyes, he observed that the once aloof and haughty demeanor had transformed, revealing an arrogance tempered with a hint of submissiveness. "Is this a sign of masochism, boss?" "The decision to eliminate them was justified," Jean remarked, his tone noticeably warmer than before. "Their demands were exorbitant, leaving us with scant profit. I issued threats. Yet those avaricious individuals seemed unperturbed by the prospect of death. Thus, I acquiesced to their desires. You truly possess a remarkable understanding." Kaido chuckled inwardly. Yet such occurrences were commonplace in the world of pirates. He refrained from casting blame, dismissing the matter with a wave of his hand. "If they dare to prey upon me, they have brought this upon themselves," he declared. "Allies can be sought anew, since they are unwilling to cooperate. Their demise holds no consequence." Jean nodded in agreement, acknowledging his sentiment. "Now that you have returned, I happen to have a task for you," Kaido continued. "As you are aware, Moria led a formidable army to invade the Nine-Li prison last night. I have since captured him and confined him within the prison walls." Kaido rubbed his forehead, feeling a considerable headache, and continued, I initially intended for Kresh to extract the form of the consumable devil fruit from him. But that fellow is remarkably tight-lipped and resolutely refuses to speak. I am aware of your proficiency with instruments of torture. Whatever methods you employ, ensure he remains alive. But be certain to obtain the form of the shadow fruit. Chapter 32. The courtesan, Misty Nightling Jean, possessing a calm demeanor and a methodical approach, had a profound understanding of interrogation techniques. Entrusting the task of interrogating Moria to him, Kaido felt reassured. After Jean departed, Kaido had intended to take a brief respite, indulging in the effects of alcohol, but upon awakening, he found that the sun had set behind the western mountains. He marveled at how swiftly time passes. In a state of ennui, he proceeded to the island to observe the warriors' training conditions. Noticing that the earlier disturba, Kaido secretly rejoiced as he examined the sketches of the shadow fruit and the transparent fruit brought forth by Jean. With a satisfied nod, he addressed Jean, who stood upright before him. Your performance is, as always, exemplary. Kureha was utterly helpless against Moria. Yet who would have anticipated that merely a few hours have passed, and you have already accomplished the task? Kaido expressed his astonishment, while in the depths of Jin's eyes seemed to glimmer a hint of amusement as he remarked, No one can endure under my torture. However, he is more resilient than I had anticipated, managing to hold on for so long. It was evident that Jean held a certain admiration for Moria's tenacity, prompting Kaido to cast a sidelong glance at him and inquire, Oh, you hold him in high regard? Jean shook his head, replying, I do not admire the weak. I merely find interest in those who are steadfast prisoners, for they make the interrogation all the more intriguing. Intrigued by Jin's methods of questioning Moria, Kaido inquired further about the process. Upon hearing Jin's description of his torturous techniques, Kaido felt a chill of dread at the sheer cruelty involved. Jin's methods bore a resemblance to ancient forms of punishment: impalement, skinning, bludgeoning, and the pouring of molten lead, demonstrating a complete lack of restraint. Prior to inflicting these tortures, Jean would blindfold Moria, keeping him in a perpetual state of heightened anxiety and fear. The specifics of the tortures are left unelaborated due to their excessively gruesome nature. As Kaido exhaled a sigh of relief that Moria had not yet succumbed to death, he ordered, acquire fruits from the market that resemble the shape of the devil fruit. Although Jean was unaware of Kaido's intentions, he dutifully executed his orders without further inquiry. In the flower capital, at the castle of the Great Snake, the clear, melodious strains of a koto began to resonate, cascading forth like a tide, with lingering echoes that danced in the air, soothing the heart and spirit. Sitting at the head of the hall, the Great Snake, Kaido, raised a cup to the guests, his face aglow with merriment, exclaiming, Drink up, drink to your heart's content. His gaze remained fixed on the courtesan, Wu-Ling, who sat gracefully in the center of the hall, playing her koto. Draped in a beautifully adorned kimono, her lips slightly parted, she plucked the strings with delicate fingers, allowing enchanting melodies to flow forth, ethereal and captivating. What exquisite sound! The accompanying musicians marveled in their hearts. The worries that had burdened the Great Snake earlier seemed to dissolve, his countenance radiant and invigorated. Observing his transformation, the retainers, led by the elite guards, could not help but reflect on the drastic shift from his earlier state of anxiety, where he had been smashing bottles and furniture, to this newfound exuberance. Yet, such matters were not their concern. As long as they could placate the Great Snake, their burdens would be significantly eased. Little Ling's melody is truly enchanting. The Great Snake applauded, exclaiming, It feels as if one is transported to a grove of cherry blossoms, utterly breathtaking. Ha ha ha. With a graceful smile, Wu-Ling exuded charm and allure, stirring a warmth within the belly of the Great Snake. General, we have apprehended the leaders from the White Dance region. Fu Lushou bowed respectfully, inquiring, How would you like to handle them? The Great Snake's smile faded, his gaze chilling slightly. It was a kindness to spare their lives initially. How dare they now seize the opportunity to raise troops and incite rebellion? Fu Lushou, the general commands, will publicly execute them at noon tomorrow in the square. The general, forgive my intrusion, furrowed his brow. They hold considerable renown in the locality. Executing them without justification may incite discontent among the people. Justification? The black charcoal great serpent scoffed. In the land of Wano, I am the law. If they dare to conspire against me, does that not suffice to warrant their execution? Miss Nightling, strumming her, faltered momentarily, her fingers quivering slightly. The melodies of the musicians intertwined, a harmonious yet indistinguishable symphony. Fu Lushou refrained from further argument and remarked, The matter of the White Prison has been thoroughly investigated, although many guards lost their lives. The Ming King indeed subdued the foreigners and prisoners single-handedly. Is the information reliable? The black charcoal great serpent questioned with suspicion. Fu Lushou nodded, after extensive verification. The information is accurate, although Lord Quinn and several prison officials sustained severe injuries. The black charcoal great serpent rejoiced, dancing with elation. Kaido has truly not disappointed me. Haha, splendid. Fu Lushou, since Quinn and others are injured, send more provisions their way. However, the black charcoal great serpent quickly negated his own suggestion. Shaking his head, given their physical condition, sending provisions would merely serve as food for them. Did they not suffer greatly in the White Prison? It would be better to send some funds, so they may understand my benevolence. The general is wise. Fu Lushou bowed respectfully. In the depths of the serene mountains, a shadow moved swiftly, displaying agility as it dashed through the rugged terrain. Occasionally, it leapt, grasping branches with one hand, propelling itself several meters forward, or swiftly skimming across the water's surface. Soon, having crossed a dilapidated stone bridge overgrown with moss, it arrived at a humble, dilapidated thatched cottage. Raising a finger momentarily, it soon lowered it, meticulously dusting off the grime collected along the way. Having navigated numerous heavily guarded checkpoints to evade prying eyes, he had taken a longer route and was now fatigued. Yet, he paid little heed to his exhaustion. Once he had composed himself, a smile broke through. And with a touch of nervousness, he gently rapped on the worn, darkened wooden door. Knock, knock, knock. This was the agreed-upon signal, known only to him and her. Creaking open, the door revealed a cautious figure peering out. Upon recognizing the silhouette before her, she gasped in disbelief, covering her mouth with trembling hands. Tears glistening in her eyes. Lord Hisong, is it truly you? Wowushi collapsed into Hisong's embrace, weeping. Your Highness, Day's son. Hisong gazed at her with affection, gently stroking her head, and said tenderly, I have returned. As if the fatigue from an entire night of travel had vanished without a trace. Reflections on my cold. I have caught a rather severe cold these past few days due to the air conditioning, and with examinations looming, I must prepare diligently. Therefore, from tomorrow until the end of this month, it is highly likely that I will tackle one chapter, with a slight possibility of managing two. I hope for your understanding. I began feeling unwell the night before last, believing I could endure it, only to realize my naivety. I also urge everyone to take care of their health, so as not to find themselves in my weakened state. I sincerely apologize for any inconvenience. Chapter 33, The Fruit Plundering Scheme. The sky is clear, an expanse of azure. The Island of Demons. Kaido was immersed in a blissful dream when he was abruptly roused by commotion from outside, instantly shaking off his drowsiness. Cursing under his breath, he summoned someone to inquire about the situation. It turned out that the incident at the White Prison had surpassed 3 days, and Quinn and the others were diligently adhering to his initial orders. Just after dawn, they had been waiting outside the hall. However, fearing that their summons might disturb Kaido's reverie, they hesitated, exchanging idle chatter with Quinn outside, too intimidated to enter. Upon hearing this report, Kaido recalled that he had instructed those who had truly fought for 3 days to come to Onigashima to meet him today. They appear to take my words quite seriously. Kaido was exceedingly pleased with his subordinates, and a sinister smile involuntarily crept across his fearsome visage, rendering him even more terrifying. The messenger, upon witnessing Kaido's icy and menacing grin, felt a chill run down his spine, beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow. Kaido paid no heed to the messenger's demeanor at that moment, casually gesturing for him to depart and summon Quinn and the others. The messenger, trembling, took his leave and leaned against the stone wall of the corridor outside the great hall, his back already chilled and his complexion pallid. He thought to himself, heavens, what have I just witnessed? Kaido actually smiled. That grin was akin to a malevolent spirit extending a semblance of kindness to humanity. The more he pondered, the more dread enveloped him as he grappled with the unsettling notion. Could the previous messenger have been cast into the depths for merely witnessing the captain's smile? No. I must act as if I have seen nothing. Engaging in self-hypnosis, he steadied his emotions before proceeding to summon Quinn and the others. Haha, Captain. I've missed you dearly. Quinn, portly and jovial, led Chad, Bark, and several others, rolling up their sleeves with enthusiasm. Is that Moria still alive? I wish to challenge him and redeem my honor. Observing Quinn's unabashed demeanor, Kaido discerned that his injuries had nearly healed. He replied nonchalantly, alive, indeed, but only by a thread. Quinn, clearly aware of Kaido's decision to hand Moria over to Jean for interrogation, felt a twinge of resentment at having his glory usurped. Captain, that brat Jean lacks finesse in his endeavors. Just look at this overseas mission. He failed to accomplish the tasks you assigned. Were it not for your magnanimity, I would have relished the opportunity to teach him a proper lesson. Kaido inwardly chuckled at Quinn's shamelessness. Yet his expression remained unchanged as he addressed Chad and the others. There are exceptions to every rule. The recent assault on the White Prison was fierce, with the enemy advancing relentlessly and traitors conspiring in collusion. Your valor in battling the foes clearly demonstrates your loyalty to me. The responsibility does not lie with you. However, as the custodians of this prison, you must regard its fall as a lifelong disgrace. If the bloody lesson is insufficient to instill wisdom in you, I would not hesitate to make you acquainted with my methods. Do you all comprehend this? They could discern the underlying meaning of Kaido's words. Though he brushed over the incident of the prison's downfall with mere brevity, should such an occurrence arise again, they would face the wrath of Kaido's thunderous retribution. Subsequently, Kaido instructed them to introduce themselves, for many subordinates had recently joined the Beast's pirates, and given Kaido's often erratic whereabouts, it was only natural that he was unfamiliar with the new recruits. Thus, the 7 true fighters presented their names in order from left to right, including Chad, Leviathan, Galfa, Chad, Bulk, Devray, Pejuan, and Yunlongmaru. Among them, Chad was a Zoan type, possessing the ability of the white ape fruit. Pejuan was also a Zoan type, an ancient species, with the ability of the spiked back dragon fruit. In other words, the hosts of the transparent fruit and the shadow fruit could only be chosen from the remaining 5 individuals. Testing loyalty is far less tangible than having a powerful leader. Moreover, as the governor of the Beast's pirates, Kaido needed to exhibit a certain degree of authority when dealing with his subordinates. If he were to remain overly restrained, it would be challenging to achieve his ambitions. Their unwavering defense of the White Prison may partly stem from fear of his tyranny, yet beyond that, the majority of them remained loyal to their cause. Kaido's gaze swept across the 5 candidates, and suddenly, a spark ignited in his eyes as his attention settled on Bulk and Leviathan. Bulk exuded a sharp, icy aura, resembling a blade poised for action. Kaido pointed at Bulk and inquired, "Are you a swordsman?" His half-demon mask obscured all but his eyes and the lower part of his face. As if in response to Kaido's question, Bulk slightly raised his gaze, and with a swift motion, revealed 2 glistening cold long knives from his sleeve, their blades shimmering with a chilling light. Indeed, Kaido nodded, and then, as if recalling something, instructed his men to retrieve the black blade salvaged from the terrifying 3-masted ship and tossed it to Bulk. This blade, known as Chioshui, had once belonged to the sword god Ryuma of Wano, destined for the grave alongside him, but had been stolen from Ryuma's tomb by Moria years prior. Kaido remarked, "Before I sank the terrifying 3-masted ship, I discovered it in his trove of treasures. Now, I present it to you." Holding the renowned blade Chioshui, even the usually taciturn Bulk could not contain his exhilaration. As a swordsman, his greatest aspiration was to possess a legendary sword, and now, the black blade of the sword god Ryuma lay before him. How could he not be thrilled? Bulk cast a deeply grateful glance at Kaido, then tenderly caressed the black blade, his eyes ablaze with fervor. After a prolonged moment, he nodded and proclaimed, "A fine sword." The other sword-wielding warriors looked on with envy as Bulk sheathed the blade, gently patting the hilt as if soothing a beloved child. He then turned to Kaido, his voice resolute and sincere, declaring, "I, Bulk, pledge my life and loyalty to you, Kaido." The other warriors, witnessing this, hastened to express their allegiance. Kaido's eyes sparkled with mirth. Indeed, exchanging a renowned blade for an utterly loyal subordinate was no loss at all. "Bark," he said, "there is a task that requires your attention. Please wait a moment by the side." With that, Kaido turned his gaze to a middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s, with a fiery red, maple leaf-styled hair and eyes as narrow as slits. "Leviathan, there's something I need you to handle, though it may pertain to your very survival." "Do you dare?" Leviathan hesitated. To be frank, who would willingly embrace death when they could live? When the White Prison was besieged and defeat became increasingly apparent, he had contemplated persuading others to retreat for assistance. Such chaotic and senseless battles would only hasten their demise. However, the others, consumed by rage, had sworn to fight to the death against Moria's faction, leading to their desperate struggle. Having just escaped the clutches of death, to be thrust back into its jaws filled Leviathan with dread. He could not shake the thought that perhaps his desire to retreat had been perceived by his leader. But then again, It dawned on him that when Moria had extracted shadows to create zombies, Kaido had not yet arrived at the White Prison. How could he possibly have seen through him? Leviathan found himself perplexed, yet upon meeting Kaido's icy gaze fixed upon him, he felt a shiver run down his spine. He quickly replied, "Of course, Boss Kaido, whatever you ask of me, I shall undertake. Even if it leads to my demise, I will fulfill the task you have entrusted to me." Chapter 34. The tribute Leviathan felt a wave of panic wash over him. Recollecting the moment he had hastily pledged his loyalty to Kaido, he remembered how Kaido had called Jean, uttering something about preparing for the strange demon tribute. Before they could fully grasp the situation, Rego's deputy, Yaoman, had led him embarked to a dungeon they had never seen before. Now he found himself traversing a dim and shadowy underground corridor, the air thick with the stench of decay and rotting flesh. The walls flanking the corridor were mottled and appeared ancient, with droplets of moisture trickling down from the ceiling. Drip, drip, in the cold, silent, and enclosed corridor. Every sound amplified, the rhythmic dripping echoed like a grim reminder of mortality, incessantly urging him onward. Anxiety and fear coursed through his every pore. Having navigated the Grand Line for many years, Leviathan felt no moment had ever incited such terror as this. The air was saturated with dampness and the putrid scent of decay, casting a shadow of death over him, as if the Grim Reaper could crush his heart at any moment. This was Lord Jin's dungeon for torturing prisoners. It was truly horrifying. Anyone who entered here, even if they were not killed, would surely be driven mad by this eerie environment. He longed to halt and flee. Yet upon glancing at the composed figure of Yaoman leading the way and the equally unreadable expression of Bulk beside him, he suppressed the urge to escape and resolutely followed Yaoman. After approximately 5 minutes of walking, they arrived in a corridor illuminated by dimly glowing lamps suspended from the stone walls, at the center of which stood the tall and imposing figure of Jean. Leviathan felt an overwhelming aura of menace emanating from the man, as if he were engulfed in an inferno, intense and obliterating. The metallic scent of blood in the air seemed to intensify. "Lord Jean," Yaoman addressed the man, ushering the two of them forward. "Ah, are these the two?" Jean inquired, his gaze cold as he regarded them. He directed his words to Bulk and Leviathan, stating, "Those with knives, the left room. The one with squinty eyes, the right room. Some refreshments have been prepared for you inside. I hope they suit your palate." He paused, his piercing gaze lingering on the visibly anxious Leviathan. "You have 5 minutes to consume everything. If I find that you have not eaten..." The chilling laughter that followed sent shivers down Leviathan's spine. Unable to resist, Leviathan glanced at Bulk, who confidently strode towards the left room. Gritting his teeth, Leviathan trudged towards the right room with heavy steps. What was referred to as a room was more akin to a cramped confinement chamber, its lighting even dimmer than that of the corridor. However, having adjusted somewhat to the gloom, Leviathan was able to discern the general layout of the small space. Inside, there was merely a set of table and chairs, with food laid out atop the table, a piece of fruit, and the heart of some creature. Leviathan pulled out a chair and sat down, staring at the still steaming organ as hesitation washed over his face. "No way. Raw?" he thought, thoroughly exasperated. However, recalling Jin's icy laughter from before, he shuddered involuntarily. Like a child reluctant to take medicine, who either swallows it whole or takes tiny bites, Leviathan decisively chose the former. He seized the heart and shoved it into his mouth. The peculiar, metallic taste nearly made him regurgitate the meal he had consumed the previous day. He fought against the wave of nausea, pounding his chest a few times before successfully swallowing. Once he gathered his breath, he glanced back at the fruit, which now appeared somewhat different. After much hesitation, he opted to grasp the fruit and bite into it. Instantly, a wave of intense nausea assaulted his stomach, as if he had savored the finest delicacies only to be confronted with the filth of a sewer, utterly revolting. This was, without a doubt, the most abhorrent fruit Leviathan had ever tasted in his life, unparalleled in its wretchedness. Was this what Kaido spoke of, the matter of life and death? Indeed, it was dreadfully unpalatable. He painfully swayed as he rose to his feet, nearly stumbling to the ground, his complexion ashen. Suddenly, as if a current had coursed through him, Leviathan felt a peculiar force intertwining within his being. This force was subtle, ineffable, yet undeniably present, as if it were an innate part of him. There was no need for conscious recognition or forced invocation. It seemed to have seamlessly merged with his essence, becoming as integral to him as his own limbs. In that moment, he comprehended. This was the shadow fruit. It dawned on him that Kaido had intended to test him, Those lacking the resolve to serve would surely hesitate, fearing the fruit might be poisoned, and thus would fail to acquire the powers of the devil fruit. As Leviathan contemplated this, his respect for Kaido deepened. What he deemed a test was, in truth, a reward. Kaido's wisdom was indeed remarkable. He felt fortunate to follow such a leader. With a sense of assurance, Leviathan summoned his shadow mage from the shadow beneath him and tentatively explored his newfound abilities. The 5-minute limit swiftly elapsed. With a beaming smile, Leviathan emerged to find Bulk waiting by the side of Jean, a flush of embarrassment creeping across his face. "How is it? The new power feels splendid, doesn't it?" Jean remarked slyly, already aware from Bulk that the fruit had been successfully seized. The shadow fruit granted the power to manipulate shadows. Leviathan nodded in satisfaction and turned to Bulk, inquiring, "What new ability have you acquired?" Bulk glanced at him, then abruptly vanished from sight, as though he had never been there at all. Disappeared. Leviathan gasped in astonishment. Bulk then reappeared slowly, emerging from behind Leviathan, who felt a bead of sweat form on his brow. This ability was astonishing. He had barely perceived how Bulk had achieved such an act. It was a startling realization. Had Bulk intended to harm him, he would have had no time to summon his shadow mage for defense. The gap between them had always been significant, but now Leviathan felt even more outmatched. The application of power truly depended on the wielder themselves. "Come with me," Jean said coldly. "It is time to meet the boss." Dramatic interlude. Do not disturb. Kaido, having successfully intimidated his subordinates, indulged in a veritable feast of exquisite food and fine wine, his boisterous laughter echoing intermittently, sending shivers down the spines of the guards stationed outside. Chapter 35. The Initial Cultivation of Departments. Jin led Bulky and Leviathan back into the underground chamber to meet Kaido. During the absence of Bulky and Leviathan, Kaido had assigned tasks to Queen and subsequently instructed him to disperse his men. At this moment, upon receiving a slight nod from Jin, Kaido felt a surge of delight. Knowing that the demonic ritual had succeeded and that Bulky and Leviathan had successfully plundered the powers of the devil fruit. "How well have you adapted to your new abilities?" Kaido inquired. "This feeling is absolutely exhilarating, Boss Kaido," Leviathan exclaimed, his face aglow with joy, his eyes narrowing to mere slits. "I have acquired the Zoan-type devil fruit, the shadow fruit, which grants me the power to manipulate shadows. With it, I can create a formidable army of zombies at your command. While the shadow fruit's powers are indeed remarkable, you must understand that you have gained strength, not arrogance. Confidence is admirable, as it dispels fear and enhances the ease with which you wield your abilities. However, excessive arrogance will only lead you to lose yourself within the confines of your own power." Kaido gazed at him and spoke in a low voice. "One must understand that those who ultimately survive are the true victors. Weakness is not to be feared. What is truly terrifying is the lack of self-awareness." Without a doubt, Kaido's words served as a powerful tonic for Leviathan, swiftly calming his previously agitated and restless spirit. While Moria has long immersed himself in the mastery of his shadow fruit abilities, his control pales in comparison to that of Kaido, who remains his superior in combat. "Boss, you are right. I must admit I have let my pride get the better of me." Leviathan, being a wise individual, recognized his shortcomings once he regained his composure. "I shall make prudent use of this newfound power and will not allow myself to wander aimlessly." Kaido remarked, "I hope you truly grasp that some matters need not be articulated too explicitly. Subtlety can often provoke deeper contemplation. As for the White Prison, there is no need to venture there for now, since you have acquired new strength. I intend for the two of you to temporarily lead the newly formed assassination department, the Shadow Army." Kaido's gaze was as cold and profound as the abyss, drawing one into its depths. With a slight narrowing of his eyes, he remarked, "Though we currently hold dominion over Wano, the populace outwardly bows and flatters us. Deep within many harbor resentment, yearning to expel us from their land. A great conflict will inevitably arise. It is merely the absence of a spark that keeps them silent, biding their time. Initially, I intended to spare their lives, as much of our production relies on them. However, the recent incident at the White Prison has made it clear that to truly secure Wano, we must utterly conquer this nation, subjugating the samurai to understand that compliance ensures survival while defiance leads to death." The memory of the samurai's gaze during the White Prison incident lingers vividly. Wano's samurai are akin to wolves, ever ready to seize an opportunity to retaliate. Originally, Kaido had planned to utilize the prisoners as invaluable labor, but now, with the shadow fruit firmly in his grasp, he could easily command a vast army of obedient, lifeless laborers. In comparison, the worth of the citizens diminished significantly. With a mere command, citizens could be compelled to surrender their shadows to secure their lives. Those unwilling would be deemed rebels and executed publicly, conveniently providing vessels for the shadows. Although this approach may drastically reduce the nation's vitality, proactive measures are preferable to passive inaction. Furthermore, should he elevate the economy to transform Wano into a commercial hub, it is likely that foreigners would eagerly seek to relocate here. Perhaps, in due course, the undead may even become synonymous with Wano, giving rise to an entirely new culture. Balk, as the Minister of Shadows, was tasked not only with recruiting promising newcomers for assassination, but also with executing missions against any threats to the beast pirates. Leviathan, the Minister of Shadows, would meet with Orochi tonight to coordinate orders. Any citizen unwilling to surrender their shadow would be executed by Orochi's forces, allowing for the collection of shadow vessels. Listening to Kaido's plan, the others could not help but gasp at his ruthlessness. Yet they understood a fundamental truth. Whether it be the relatively new Leviathan and Balk or the long-serving Jean, they all recognized that mercy towards enemies is cruelty towards oneself. To kill one is to kill 100 or 1,000 is still to kill. In Kaido's eyes, there exists only compliance or defiance, acceptance or rejection. They could not help but wonder if Kaido had been contemplating these strategies even at the time of seizing Wano. Kaido suddenly recalled something and remarked, "Leviathan, there is another point you must heed. The containers of shadows are vulnerable to seawater, salt, and fire. Should they come into contact with any of these, the shadows will revert to their original hosts." Leviathan numbly nodded, perplexed as to why Kaido seemed to possess a deeper understanding of the weaknesses of the shadow fruit than he did. "In a few days, I shall depart from Wano and venture overseas, leaving the governance of Wano in the hands of Queen and Ash." Having successfully inherited the powers of the devil fruits from Moria and Absalom, Leviathan and Balky intensified Kaido's yearning to possess the compendium of devil fruits. Once he acquires it, he could outpace Blackbeard and become the foremost devil fruit plunderer in the annals of piracy. He envisioned the creation of an unparalleled legion of devil fruit users, the most formidable and expansive in history. After bidding Leviathan and Balky farewell, Kaido briefed Ash on matters pertaining to the grave of the Bellflower, tasking him with the assignment. Ash, with his decisive nature, did not inquire further and promptly set off. Kaido then summoned Rigo, whom, by contemporary standards, could be considered his semi-secretary. It was Kaido who had issued the true orders to various regions, and Rigo executed tasks efficiently, his straightforward personality aligning well with Kaido's temperament. Upon Rigo's arrival, Kaido instructed him to relinquish his oversight of the prison and to re-establish the former secretarial role into an intelligence and communications department. Although the current communication equipment in Wano was rudimentary and prone to malfunctions, it would suffice for the time being, ensuring timely receipt of overseas information for strategic responses. Thus, the initial framework of the Dark Division, Shadow Division, and Intelligence Department was established. While the first two were currently leaderless, a foundation had been laid for future development. As twilight descended, Kaido, unwilling to squander time, transformed into a divine dragon and soared towards the flower capital. In a small interlude, in a beautifully crafted frame, Chad meticulously placed the newly acquired photograph of Kaido, continuously comparing it to the wall of the warden's office, which was adorned with numerous images of Kaido, in search of the perfect spot for display. Chapter 36. The Dimensional Rift. That night, Kaido personally journeyed to the flower capital to engage in discussions with Orochi. However, it would be more accurate to say that Orochi was merely adhering to Kaido's directives. Kaido harbored no desire to plunge Wano into chaos, nor did he wish for it to devolve into a lifeless wasteland akin to the notorious Bermuda Triangle, to instill a sense of dread among the populace. He conferred with his companion and decided to strike at the Hakuba region. After a brief sojourn in the flower capital, Kaido departed hastily, during which he placed a call to Jin. On the line, Jin informed him that he had slain the fox guarding the Tomb of Eternity and revealed that the swords accompanying the tomb, which were safeguarded by Manta at the bell, had been transported away. The excavation of the Tomb of Eternity would undoubtedly provoke discontent among the local inhabitants. However, what could their grievances truly accomplish? A chill resonated in Kaido's voice as he remarked, "Wano country is in need of a thorough reorganization." Upon returning to Onigashima, Kaido delegated numerous tasks before succumbing to slumber. At the break of dawn the following day, he transformed into a divine dragon and soared from Onigashima towards the entrance of Curry Beach. The azure sky was radiant under the brilliant sun. Haha, Captain. This plunder of Kurasa town has truly yielded great rewards. The anguish etched on the faces of the townsfolk is simply delightful. A raucous celebration was underway aboard a pirate ship adorned with white wings and the skull banner, featuring 2 crossed swords. The bearded pirate captain, his belly protruding and a serpentine tattoo adorning his left cheek, laughed heartily. Merely 30 million berries. What a pitiful little town. Next time, let us choose a larger island to raid. This is the Colosseum of the Grand Line. Only the true strong can survive here. A throng of underlings flattered him, proclaiming, Captain Roya boasts a bounty exceeding 200 million berries. He will surely rise to prominence in the Grand Line and become the true sovereign. Pleased with their sycophancy, Roya beamed with joy and nodded, stating, currently, the maritime powers are tumultuous, with Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Kaido holding the most formidable influences. They merely leverage their long-standing ties to the pirate King Roger's era. Once we strengthen our forces, we shall eliminate them all. Big Mom, Kaido, Whitebeard, the title of Pirate King shall inevitably be mine. To the death. We shall follow Captain Roya. The pirates chorused. Fueled by high spirits, Roya indulged in several bowls of strong liquor. Suddenly, he perceived a dimming of light before him, accompanied by a chilling drop in temperature. Captain, the ship is shrouded in ominous clouds. The pirates gazed skyward, where a mass of dense, swirling black clouds crackled with lightning and rumbled menacingly, while the distant sea remained bathed in sunlight. There's something within the clouds, exclaimed an astute pirate, pointing in astonishment at the dark mass. As they squinted through the flashes of lightning, a colossal form began to emerge from the tempest. An overwhelming presence that left them breathless. Trembling and drenched in cold sweat, the weak-willed fell to their knees in fear. What was it you claimed you wished to become? Little one. A gigantic dragon's head loomed down from the clouds, speaking with a thunderous voice. A monster. The monster is speaking? Panic engulfed the ship as the crew beheld the monstrous dragon, their expressions mirroring sheer terror, as if confronting a nightmare. Roya's teeth chattered as he surveyed his disoriented subordinates, a flicker of dissatisfaction crossing his eyes. With a fierce tone, he declared, the Grand Line is fraught with peril. Countless unknown creatures lurk within. This is merely one monster. No different from the Sea Kings. We have slain Sea Kings before, and we shall vanquish this dragon as well. As he spoke, Roya unsheathed a gleaming silver longsword from his waist, emanating a chilling luminescence. Channeling all his strength, he enveloped the blade with his armed color, coiling it tightly. With a slight crouch of his legs, he propelled himself upward with a thunderous roar, soaring several dozen meters into the air. The silver longsword sliced through the atmosphere, releasing 2 crescent-shaped blade auras, akin to meteors streaking across the night sky, brilliant, yet terrifying. The air was rent asunder, aimed directly at the colossal dragon's head. You foolishly overestimate yourself, the dragon scoffed, extending its massive, azure-scaled claw to meet the attack. With overwhelming force, it effortlessly shattered Roya's crescent strikes into fine powder, the residual strength surging forth with unbridled ferocity. Realizing the immediate danger, Roya instinctively sought to retreat, but the enormous claw descended upon him with relentless speed. With a deafening crash, he was struck from the heavens, resembling a javelin hurled with great force, crashing into the very heart of the pirate ship. The tremendous impact sent shockwaves through the vessel, causing it to sway violently upon the tranquil sea. As the deck erupted in thick, black smoke from the gaping hole, the crew stood in stunned silence, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Their proud captain had been vanquished in a single blow. Captain, the crew's faces paled in alarm, hastily firing their weapons at the dragon in a frenzy. Yet, their bullets and cannon fire proved futile against the beast, merely sparking against its impenetrable scales, which were as resilient as armor. Some despondently shook their heads, sinking to the ground in despair, their fighting spirit utterly extinguished. The dragon's eyes gleamed with disdain as it prepared to descend, bearing down upon the pirate ship. The crew was gripped by terror, their faces drained of color, their bodies taut with fear. Suddenly, just as the dragon was about to collide with the vessel, it transformed into a formidable humanoid figure, landing upon the deck. The sheer force of the impact caused the entire ship to lurch downward several meters, while the crew was thrown aloft, weightless, like scattered leaves in the wind. They plummeted into the sea, gazing in horror at the towering figure on the ship, their minds racing to connect it to a familiar visage. Their pupils constricted in shock, their tongues tied, that is, Kaido, the Beast King. The ferocious, domineering presence before them was strikingly identical to the image on the bounty poster. A chill crept through their veins as realization dawned. How could he possibly be here? Wasn't he supposed to be in Wano? Recently, there had been whispers of sightings of the Moonlight Moria near the waters of Wano, speculated to be challenging Kaido. If that were the case, Moria must have been defeated. Moonlight Moria was renowned across the world, a formidable pirate with a substantial bounty placed upon him by the Navy, possessing a vast network of followers. Even their captain, Roya, had spoken of Moria with respect. Yet, the overwhelming power of Kaido, which they now witnessed, made them feel as insignificant as dust gazing up at the stars, an entirely different dimension of combat prowess. They could only feel a tingling sensation on their scalps. Kaido was notoriously ruthless at sea, and while they had previously only heard whispers of his deeds, witnessing him firsthand made them realize that the terrifying pressure he exuded with every gesture was an insatiable force devouring their will. This was an insurmountable chasm of power. Chapter 37. Disguised, is he truly capable of consuming such vast quantities of alcohol? Observing the deck littered with empty wine barrels that Kaido had drained, the pirates couldn't help but murmur in astonishment at his prodigious drinking capacity. One pirate, a notorious drunkard, licked his lips dryly and remarked softly, "If he continues like this, he'll drink up a month's worth of our supplies." The other pirates exchanged puzzled glances before their eyes shifted to the other end of the deck, where the battered and unconscious Law lay, their spirits plummeting to despair. Yet the drunkard seemed oblivious to his comrades' warnings, grumbling, "Damn it. This monster intends to drink all our liquor, doesn't he?" As soon as he uttered these words, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Everyone's expressions froze in disbelief as they turned to him. The drunkard suddenly felt the light around him dim, and a chilling drop in temperature made him shiver involuntarily. He turned to find Kaido had mysteriously appeared behind him, his cold gaze emanating a deadly glint. "What did you just say, boy?" Panic washed over the drunkard as his complexion paled, his legs trembled, and he stammered in explanation, only to see Kaido's spiked club slicing through the air with a thunderous crack, heading straight for him. Bang! The drunkard was instantly reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Hiss! The other pirates gasped in shock, their faces turning ashen as they bowed their heads, unable to meet Kaido's gaze. "Best correct your positions. You are my captives now." Kaido's voice rumbled like distant thunder. "If I discover any of you in gag," Kaido drained the last drop from the wine jug, casting it to the ground as he gazed at the pirates and inquired, "How far is Depugia Island from here?" Prior to this, Kaido had learned from Jin that the underground dark world had permeated every corner of the globe, boasting numerous auction venues, among which 5 were renowned for their opulence and grandeur. Nestled on Depugia Island was one such venue, the Clobeso Auction House. Affiliated with the clandestine Clobeso family, a large auction house that was, comparatively, the closest to Wano country. Although the reasons for Kaido's journey to Depugia Island remained a mystery, one of the pirates responded, Mr. Kaido, Depugia Island is approximately 3 days' journey from here." 3 days? Kaido furrowed his brow. "I cannot afford to wait that long." He recalled Jin mentioning that the Clobeso auction house was open daily, yet it hosted a grand auction event once every month. According to Jin, if he was not mistaken, the next grand auction was scheduled for tomorrow night. The urgency of the situation was palpable, and he was unwilling to delay for an entire month. "Should I transform into a dragon and fly over?" Kaido pondered, but quickly dismissed the thought. Transforming into a dragon would create too much commotion, easily attracting unnecessary attention. The Navy, while not particularly fearsome, would only complicate matters further, and he had no desire to squander time on this endeavor. Kaido abruptly rose to his feet, seizing the mast with one hand. With a powerful grip, he crushed the 20-meter-high mast with ease. His other hand deftly slid along the broken mast, drawing down the ship's sail, leaving the pirates gaping in astonishment. The bare mast in his grasp had transformed into nothing more than a mere firewood stick. Kaido gazed at them coldly, commanding, "You all, get off my ship." The pirates, slightly bewildered, struggled to comprehend Kaido's line of thought. Bang! Kaido, uninterested in idle chatter, swept the mast in his hand, sending all the pirates aboard plummeting into the water, leaving only the barely conscious Law on the ship. What could he possibly be planning? The fallen pirates resurfaced, their heads breaking the surface of the sea. Is that fellow out of his mind? Dismantling the sails renders the ship utterly useless on the vast ocean. Many pirates thought frantically to themselves. Kaido then sat down on the deck, gripping the mast and plunging it into the sea. What is this action? Is he actually attempting to paddle? How is that even feasible? This vessel is nearly 40 meters in length. Could it possibly be propelled by mere human strength? Even if it could it possibly move as swiftly as a vessel equipped with a propeller? But soon enough, they were left astounded, their mouths agape in disbelief. Wide enough to fit a pineapple, Kaido, with a powerful stroke of his oar, unleashed a force that generated towering waves, surging 3 or 4 stories high from the very root of the oar. The tranquil sea was instantaneously transformed into a tumultuous roar, with successive layers of water rising ever higher. The nearly 40-meter vessel, propelled by his might, glided across the surface like a jubilant seabird, parting the waters on either side and displacing the waves ahead, leaving behind a white froth as it sped away, vanishing into a mere speck in the blink of an eye. The pirates around him were left in stunned silence, their confidence shattered as they realized that their modified ship, capable of reaching a remarkable speed of 70 knots, paled in comparison to this monstrous display of power. They lamented the dawn of a new era dominated by such a creature, vowing never to sail the seas as pirates again. As the surface of the ocean gradually calmed, a sense of dread washed over one of them, who paled at the sight of something terrifying in the depths. There is something in the water. No sooner had the words left his lips than a massive orca surged forth, creating a swirling vortex that swallowed him whole. Meanwhile, Kaido, exhilarated by his exertion, found rowing a trivial task, a mere trifle for one endowed with boundless strength. Calling him a humanoid motor would be an understatement. At that moment, a naval ship patrolled the waters, manned by a man of dubious appearance, squinting his eyes beneath a naval coat draped over a yellow shirt. A sailor stationed at the ship's lookout, peering through a telescope, caught sight of a colossal white wave barreling toward them, his expression immediately shifting to one of alarm. Major Tashigi, it appears a giant sea creature is charging in our direction. What? Our ship is equipped with sea prism stone. How could it possibly detect us? Tashigi furrowed his brow but quickly regained his lecherous grin. It's merely a trivial sea creature. How dare it assault a naval vessel? Fire upon it. Yes. The orders were relayed, and the ship's cannons aimed at the approaching titanic wave, unleashing a barrage of cannonballs that struck the surging water. The colossal wave was instantly engulfed by a cacophony of explosions. Who dares attack me? A voice, laced with anger, echoed through the chaos, and an immense figure leapt nearly 100 meters into the air. The onlookers could only perceive that this figure momentarily eclipsed the sun before they could discern its identity. It swung a spiked club downwards, cleaving the naval vessel in two. After delivering the blow, the figure leapt back into the roiling waves, propelling itself forward with extraordinary speed, leaving behind a grim-faced Tashigi, who stood upon the slowly sinking ship. That bastard is Kaido? He has made his move. Tashigi's expression fluctuated between rage and disbelief. Meanwhile, Kaido, having just sunk the naval vessel, contemplated, to avoid being recognized, it would be wiser to disguise myself. He withdrew the black cloak he had brought with him before his departure, enveloping himself entirely within its folds. Utilizing his dragon transformation ability, dark mist emanated from him, obscuring half of his face and revealing only a pair of menacing eyes. Despite his towering stature, which was undeniably striking, it proved advantageous compared to the identity of Kaido, allowing for greater ease of movement. Depugio Island. I have arrived. Kaido continued to paddle the boat. In a small theater, assassination and counter-assassination. As dusk fell, Bulk, who was assisting Leviathan in seizing shadows in the White Dance region, faced a challenge from a samurai, but was effortlessly defeated by Bulk. Chapter 38. Power is the original sin. As the sun sank below the horizon, through Kaido's relentless efforts, the journey to Depugia Island, which would typically take 3 days, was accomplished in merely half a day, a feat that was nothing short of terrifying. Rowing may seem a coarse endeavor, yet it brought an unparalleled satisfaction. Indeed, there are likely no more than a handful of individuals in this world capable of achieving such a feat through sheer brute strength. For others to attempt imitation would be akin to chasing illusions. Power is the original sin. Kaido sighed as he gazed upon the enchanting scene before him. The island of Depugia standing proudly against the backdrop of a starlit sky, its lights shimmering like a radiant moon in the vast, deep blue sea. Depugia Island, spanning approximately 10 kilometers, boasts 2 harbors on its eastern and western flanks, facilitating the docking of vessels. At its core, a vibrant array of establishments flourishes: casinos, hotels, amusement parks, and bustling streets filled with culinary delights. This island exists within a neutral zone, a sanctuary where even the most notorious pirates can find a degree of legal protection, provided they refrain from instigating trouble. The stationed naval forces tend to adopt a lenient approach, turning a blind eye to the activities that unfold. Consequently, the grand auction houses of the underground world attract countless admirers, transforming this locale into a paradise of wealth and indulgence, where the intoxication of power and riches reigns supreme. Here, one's origins and past endeavors hold no significance. In the realm of wealth, all individuals are rendered equal. Yet, if one were to speak of inequality, it would manifest in the form of monetary abundance, dictating one's privileges on Depugia Island. Due to the haste of his departure, Kaido had forgotten to bring money, prompting him to plunder the treasures aboard his ship and subsequently exchange law for currency. Amidst the towering structures of Depugia, the streets teem with life, bustling with an eclectic mix of individuals. Nobility clad in fine attire exude grace and sophistication, while pirates with menacing visages and sinister grins lurk nearby. In the shadows, human traffickers huddle, plotting their nefarious schemes, while naval officers feign joviality, their gazes occasionally drifting toward the pirates. This convergence of disparate identities on a single island creates an illusion of harmony and tranquility, yet beneath the surface, the true nature of this realm reveals a more turbulent reality. Kaido, towering in stature, swiftly garnered the attention of those around him. Yet, the majority merely cast a fleeting glance before resuming their conversations with companions. Such a physique, though rare, is not uncommon on this island teeming with all manner of individuals. However, the gaze of many was drawn to the figure of Roa, whom Kaido held in his grasp. Isn't that the notorious bounty of 225 million berries? The infamous Roa? One might wonder. Unbelievable. I heard that he recently clashed with the Navy in the waters of Deagalu, sinking 2 naval vessels before making his escape. To think he has been captured now. Is that dark cloak representative of a bounty hunter? 225 million, indeed. What do you say? Shall we seize this opportunity? The Navy is present on the island. We must avoid inciting chaos and swiftly eliminate him in a secluded area. Thus, 2 factions of bounty hunters, united in their intent, set their sights on Kaido as their target, preparing for a brazen act of plunder. On the top floor of a lavish hotel, a golden-haired young girl perched atop a water tank, her slender legs swaying, supporting herself with one hand on the tank. She delicately tapped a golden pipe with the other, adorned with exquisite diamond rings on each finger. She surveyed the street below, her eyes resembling those of a cunning apricot, sparkling with mischief. Oh dear, it seems a remarkable individual has arrived on the island. How intriguing. Who could it be? With her elbows slightly bent, she placed the pipe between her lips, gently inhaling before exhaling, revealing an expression at odds with her tender years. Her method of smoking was meticulous. She allowed the smoke to linger in her mouth, savoring the rich aroma and flavor that danced across her taste buds, relishing every moment. Parting her crimson lips, she slowly released the smoke, unable to suppress a soft gasp, her cheeks tinged with a blush as a flicker of annoyance crossed her eyes at her own indiscretion. Wrinkling her delicate nose and pouting in an exaggerated display of frustration, she muttered, "How infuriating. This body always embarrasses me, producing such strange sounds." Just then, her attention was captured by a brown-haired girl of about 15 or 16, surrounded by a cadre of bodyguards, who was angrily confronting a passerby. Recognizing the insignia adorning the girl's opulent attire, she smiled slyly. "Ah, it appears the Hafatilia family is involved. This time, it shall be you." Near the naval base of Depugia Island lies Kaisu Street. In stark contrast to the bustling vibrancy of other thoroughfares, Kaisu Street exudes a palpable sense of desolation. At this moment, Kaido finds his path obstructed by a cadre of bounty hunters, while shadows lurk in the dim recesses of the street, watching intently. "Hand over that fellow in your possession, big guy, and we might just grant you a chance at survival," one of the hunters taunts, his green mohawk glinting with mischief as he licks the blade of his knife. Another, a burly man adorned with a pink hedgehog hairstyle, sneers. "Don't say I didn't warn you. I am the infamous pirate slayer, Dane Boss, known for capturing 3 pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million. And that man over there, the moving fortress, Galama, has apprehended more than 200 pirates. Big guy, wise up and surrender the pirate you have." Bounty hunters capable of thriving in the Grand Line possess strength rivaling that of pirates. In fact, to confront formidable foes, they often band together, their synergy far surpassing that of others. The cloaked figure before them, capable of capturing the notorious Roya with a bounty exceeding 200 million berries, clearly demonstrates considerable prowess. To face him alone would be folly. Only through collaboration may they stand a chance against their adversary. Fools, he muses. To reveal your fangs to the Grim Reaper is nothing short of courting death. Kaido, unwilling to squander his breath entangled with this group of imbeciles, cast a steely gaze. To avoid drawing attention, he exerted considerable effort to restrain his conqueror's haki to merely 30% of its usual potency, confining its range to a radius of 50 meters. In an instant, a swirling maelstrom of darkness emanated from him, shattering the doors and windows of the surrounding edifices with a resounding crash. The band of pirates, caught entirely off guard, succumbed in an instant, their eyes rolling back, frothing at the mouth, collapsing to the ground in grotesque contortions. Impudent ants, utterly unaware of their insignificance. Kaido cast a fleeting glance down the dimly lit alley, disinterested in expending energy on those insignificant rodents. He withdrew his gaze with a disdainful snort and continued his advance towards the naval base. Meanwhile, a furtive figure huddled in a shadowy corner, still trembling from the residual waves of Conqueror's haki that Kaido had just exhibited. With unsteady hands, he retrieved a den mushi from his pocket. Doflamingo, I've encountered a remarkable individual here on Kuzu Street. He possesses Conqueror's haki, just like you, and he has discovered my presence. Chapter 39. A change of person approaching the eastern harbor of Depugia Island, within a dimly lit alley cluttered with cargo boxes. Several shadowy figures surrounded a golden-haired youth clad in a flamboyant pink feathered coat. The youth bore a cold smirk, the crimson glare reflecting off his sunglasses. Listening to the flustered voice before him, he grinned widely. Conqueror's haki, you say? It seems the intel was accurate. Tomorrow night at the Kurobeso auction, the stone fruit will undoubtedly be up for bid. We must acquire it at all costs. The den mushi he held oozed a milky fluid. Say, Doflamingo, shouldn't I investigate that individual? If he shares our interests, things could become quite troublesome, no? Troublesome? Doflamingo chuckled. In the eyes of the Don Quixote family, nothing is truly troublesome. In this ocean, teeming with formidable beings, he is merely another possessor of Conqueror's haki, nothing of great concern. The golden-haired youth scoffed. Torpole, don't focus on that individual. Your task is to monitor the Navy's movements. If that troublesome woman discovers our presence here, she won't care about the island's restrictions on warfare. Torpole finally seemed to recall his duties, a hint of color returning to his face. Leave the naval base to me. Even if they discover us, I will swiftly sever their communications. As Torpole ended the call, a shrill voice emerged from behind. Doflamingo, should we really disregard that mysterious person? What if he is a significant figure? That could jeopardize our plans. A significant figure? Doflamingo replied with a smile. Aside from that monster from Wano, who here could possibly affect our plans? Pika, surely you wouldn't want the stone fruit to fall into someone else's hands? Pika let out a few sharp laughs. Of course not, Doflamingo. I am determined to possess the stone fruit. You are a born ruler, destined to reign over the seas. The stone fruit will undoubtedly become your greatest asset. Meanwhile, on Kuzu Street, the question lingered, should we truly ignore that individual? A sense of foreboding enveloped him as the overwhelming aura of Conqueror's haki surged forth. Torpole, on the verge of rising, found his legs still trembling beneath him. The intimidation exerted by the Conqueror's haki was akin to a fierce tiger roaring at lesser beings, instilling fear in their hearts. After a brief respite, Torpole finally regained some strength, managing to stand upright before transforming into a puddle of viscous liquid and slipping into a wooden barrel with 2 openings. Meanwhile, Kaido, carrying the unconscious Law, had arrived at the naval base. The G-12 division was stationed at the base on Depugia Island, under the command of Rear Admiral Elbazad. Kaido was not entirely familiar with the process of claiming bounties. Thus, when he expressed his intentions to the 2 marine sentinels, they couldn't help but scrutinize him, who was enveloped in layers of clothing. In this era, many bounty hunters donned peculiar attire, some even masked their entire faces. So the sentinels were not particularly surprised by Kaido's garb. You have actually captured a pirate with a bounty exceeding 200 million berries. You truly are impressive, remarked the square-faced marine, casting an envious glance at Kaido. To claim the bounty, you must first verify your identity with Rear Admiral Elbazad. Kaido furrowed his brow, and the marine, seemingly perceiving Kaido's apprehension, clarified, it's no trouble at all. We merely need to verify your bounty hunter designation. To be candid, Kaido had anticipated that exchanging for the bounty would entail a straightforward transaction, handing over the individual in question in exchange for the reward. allowing him to depart with a carefree disposition, leaving behind the mundane world. However, he had not considered the prospect of engaging in such an endeavor again. Once was sufficient for such folly. If he were to leave a mark in the Navy's records, and his peers learned of it, would they not suspect him of being a traitor, secretly colluding with the Navy? Would his loyal subordinates continue to follow him unwaveringly? Kaido's eyes flickered momentarily as he pondered the audacious thought of seizing the naval base. However, this notion was swiftly suppressed. Should anyone discover his presence on Depugia Island, a formidable host of Navy personnel would undoubtedly converge to besiege him. Although he regarded such a rabble with disdain, certain that he could withstand their assault. Given his resilience, he acknowledged that such an encounter would inevitably disrupt his plans to acquire the coveted devil fruit encyclopedia. After some contemplation, Kaido rasped, "Is it possible to register as a bounty hunter now?" "Of course, follow me," the Marine replied, leading Kaido deeper into the facility to assist him in completing the bounty hunter registration process. Ultimately, when it came time to fill in his name, Kaido deliberated briefly before settling on specialist in dealing with red dogs. "Huh, what a unique name," the Marine chuckled, murmuring under his breath, red dog, red dog. Doesn't that just mean Akainu? Did this bounty hunter harbor a grudge against Vice Admiral Akainu? Kaido overheard the remark, casting a curious glance at the Marine, unable to suppress a quiet reflection. How poignant the truth is. Upon successfully securing his bounty, coupled with the wealth he had previously amassed, Kaido now possessed approximately 300 million berries. He proceeded to the central branch of the World Bank on the island to establish an account, depositing the majority of his riches. This was a common practice among many in this world, whether at auction houses or gambling dens. It was impractical to carry vast sums of cash in places where transactions often reached into the hundreds of millions. In the original narrative, Nami had also deposited her funds in a bank while in Water City. In the bustling streets of Depugia Island, a cohort of black-clad bodyguards was fervently searching for someone. "Damn it, where has that little girl taken Miss Lucy?" A sharp-featured bodyguard gritted his teeth, scanning the crowd with urgency. Just 10 minutes prior, a blonde-haired loli had suddenly appeared and abducted the second daughter of the Hafatilia family, Lucy. While the loli's speed was not extraordinary, she was undoubtedly more agile than the bodyguards, and amidst the throng of the central street, they lost her trail within mere moments. "If our employer learns that we failed to safeguard Miss Lucy, we will surely be fed to the tiger sharks." The bodyguards were acutely aware of the Hafatilia family's merciless methods. Escape from the island was out of the question for them. "We must locate Miss Lucy." As they prepared to split up, a melodious voice chimed in. "Oh dear, there's no need to search. Here I am." A beautiful girl with chestnut hair, adorned in splendid attire, laughed lightly, her almond-shaped eyes feigning annoyance. "I merely ran off with that child for a moment, and you all have descended into chaos. How embarrassing for the Hafatilia family." The bodyguards stared in astonishment at Lucy. "Miss Lucy, weren't you abducted by that little girl? Are you seeing things? Who on this island would dare to abduct me? She's just a small child. How could she possibly kidnap me?" With gentle grace, Lucy unfurled her delicate willow-like brows, calmly extracting a bejeweled golden pipe from her waist. She took a couple of soft puffs, her expression radiating sheer delight. The short-haired bodyguard smirked slightly, inquiring, "Miss Lucy, how did you come to learn the art of smoking this?" To which Lucy retorted, "Is that any of your concern? You are not with me 24 hours a day. Surely I can learn in secret." The bodyguard chuckled awkwardly, noticing the numerous exquisite gemstone rings adorning Lucy's fingers. As Lucy exhaled a cloud of smoke infused with the scent of roses, she caught the bodyguard's gaze lingering on her hand and unabashedly asked, "What, do you desire one?" The bodyguard quickly waved his hands, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, pondering how he could dare to ask for such a thing. Was that not courting disaster? Lucy chuckled softly and continued her stride forward. "Miss Lucy, where are we headed?" The bodyguards queried, sensing a distinct difference in her demeanor today, as if she had transformed into another person entirely. "To the hotel for some amusement." In a secluded alley, a man clad in a black shirt crouched beside a shipping container, clutching a phone bug. "Is that woman really on the island?" he asked. "Indeed, she is. But her counter-surveillance skills are formidable. I have attempted to track her several times, yet she seems to sense my presence, constantly gravitating towards crowded areas, making it impossible to capture her." The man, biting on a toothpick, furrowed his brow and replied, "Boss, do we truly need to apprehend her? She is but a child." "A child?" The voice on the other end chuckled. "Toku, she is far from merely a child. No one knows her true age. She has committed numerous crimes, including murder, fraud, robbery, kidnapping, and treason, inflicting immeasurable losses on a certain kingdom. She infiltrated a naval division base, stole the training methods of the Navy's 6th style, and obliterated the G2-20 division base. Toku, the higher-ups insist that we must capture her before the Navy does. Since receiving the tracking order 2 weeks ago, Toku had been in the dark about the identity of the target. Now, with the boss revealing everything, he felt a flicker of recognition, as if he had encountered a similar dossier before. Sensing Toku's silence, the voice on the line continued, "There is no public bounty on that woman. Her bounty has been sealed by our intelligence agency. No one knows her true appearance or name. She is, in fact, the one who destroyed the Naval Division base 5 years ago with a bounty of 14,800,000 belly, known as the Thousand-Faced. It is she," Toku exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, before regaining his composure. "Since no one has seen her true face, we are equally oblivious to her original gender, are we not? You have grasped the crux of the matter. Selecting you to track her was indeed a prudent choice," the boss remarked. "In truth, this conclusion has been reached previously. The intelligence agents who have tracked her over the years discovered that her targets are invariably young ladies from affluent aristocratic families, all possessing a singular characteristic: they are strikingly beautiful." From the essence of the boss's words, Toku deduced that the objective was a stunning noblewoman. She was either a lovesick fool or, in all likelihood, a woman herself. Based on his observations over the past fortnight, Toku evidently leaned towards the latter. "I understand. But I have now lost track of the target," he began to articulate, yet before he could finish, his peripheral vision caught sight of a blonde girl in the alley across. "Boss, hold on, I have spotted her." Toku swiftly ended the call, his movements as agile as a cheetah, rushing from the alley and weaving through the crowd towards the blonde girl. At that moment, the blonde girl felt lightheaded and her legs seemed to float beneath her, rubbing her sleepy eyes. She was about to call for her guard when a man in a black shirt suddenly pressed her to the ground. "You wretched commoner, release me at once. Otherwise, the Hafatilia family will not let you off lightly," she exclaimed, puffing her cheeks in indignation. "Quite the actress, aren't you, chameleon?" Toku sneered. "I have been tracking you for quite some time. Your visage is etched in my memory." "Chameleon? Who is that?" "You scoundrel, open your eyes and see clearly. I am Lucy, the second daughter of the Hafatilia family." The girl bared her tiny fangs at Toku in defiance. She felt on the brink of madness. Having been abducted not long ago, now she found herself pressed down by this strange man. "Hafatilia Lucy?" Toku's eyes flickered momentarily before he smirked. "Continue your charade." "Wah. Please don't do this." The girl, frightened by Toku's grin, transformed from a fierce little tigress into a meek kitten. "I can offer you money. A great deal of money. Our Hafatilia family is quite wealthy. Please, do not engage in such peculiar acts against me." Toku frowned, aware of Chameleon's cunning nature, and dragged the girl to a nearby glass surface. "Look for yourself. Do you still claim you are not Chameleon?" "What?" The girl was horrified by her reflection in the glass and shouted, "This commoner has kidnapped me. Someone apprehend her." Suddenly, she noticed that the figure in the glass mirrored her every movement, and a dawning realization washed over her, draining the color from her face. How is this possible? How could I transform into her? I am Lucy of the Hafatilia family. Father, mother. As tears streamed down her face, Toku quickly grasped that he had apprehended the wrong person. Damn it, that individual has escaped. Toku's expression darkened as he observed the weeping girl. "Cease your crying. If you wish to reclaim your identity as the second daughter, you must devise a plan to expose that individual." Meanwhile, at the Depugia Great Winery, Kaido currently has no desire for conversation. Half an hour ago, after depositing money into his account, he sought refuge in a bar to indulge in some fine spirits. Upon noticing the opulent and extravagant exterior of the establishment, he decided to enter in search of exquisite beverages. However, shortly after he settled into his seat, a young lady appeared seemingly out of nowhere, taking a seat beside him, accompanied by a retinue of bodyguards. She ordered an array of luxurious wines and unabashedly invited him to partake in the drinking. Initially, Kaido felt indifferent. The opportunity to drink for free was a pleasant boon, so he accepted the invitation. However, after just a couple of drinks, the young girl's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she drowsily leaned against his thigh, drooling and murmuring, "Come on, I want to drink this vast ocean dry." "You are intoxicated," Kaido remarked, feeling a headache arise. "With such poor tolerance, why indulge in alcohol?" "I am not drunk," the girl insisted, propped up on his thigh, her delicate brows furrowed. She pointed outside with an air of authority. Do you see the ocean out there? That is all water I have provided for you. Kaido's face turned an ominous shade of green. However, behind him stood a group of individuals even more anxious than he. Miss Lucy, the short-haired bodyguard, his face contorted with urgency, noticed Lucy in a state of inebriation and could not help but vent his frustration on Kaido, accusing him with an outstretched finger. You scoundrel, did you spike her drink? The other bodyguards joined in, voicing their accusations against Kaido. Kaido sat there, towering over him by 3 or 4 meters, resembling a colossal mountain, emanating an aura of chilling intensity. I despise being pointed at, he declared. The bodyguard with a buzz cut, intimidated by the formidable presence radiating from Kaido, took 2 steps back, his resolve faltering as he stammered, I am pointing at you, so what? Before he could finish his words, he realized that his entire palm had been severed from his wrist by some sharp instrument, and blood gushed forth. In a small theater, vigilance is paramount. Jean was observing the training of the team on Ghost Island and noticed someone lagging behind. With a swift lash of his whip, he summoned the individual forth. Chapter 41. 10 Kings. The blood that spurted forth resembled a flurry of cherry blossoms cascading through the air, creating an enchanting spectacle that captivated the gaze of countless patrons within the hotel. This beauty was abruptly shattered by a heart-wrenching wail. The bodyguard with a buzz-cut grimaced, beads of sweat dotting his brow as he clutched his severed wrist and staggered back several paces. Fortunately, the 2 guards behind him caught him just in time to prevent a fall. Casting a glance toward Kaido, his heart was engulfed by trepidation. How did that giant manage to do this? I could scarcely comprehend it, remarked a man clad in a pristine white suit, narrowing his eyes. To offend the Whitebeard family on this island is to seal one's fate. Survival is utterly impossible. His companion, cloaked and grave, replied with a solemn tone, Mr. Whitebeard. He is no ordinary individual. That maneuver, executed at such close range, is something even I could not evade. Whitebeard looked at him in astonishment. Is he truly that formidable? It's rather intriguing. Should we consider bringing him into our fold? If I were to step in to protect him, the Whitebeard family would surely grant me a modicum of respect. The hooded figure remained silent, his gaze fixated intently on Kaido. Do you truly comprehend what the Whitebeard name signifies? The short-haired bodyguard, his face still betraying traces of fear, mustered his courage to speak. The largest casino on Depugia Island is one of the enterprises under the Whitebeard family. No matter how formidable you may be, should you offend the Whitebeard family, what awaits you is an interminable pursuit. The mention of the backstage seemed to bolster his courage significantly. The more he spoke, the bolder he became. You would do well to release my lady, kneel before me in apology, and leave one hand behind. Perhaps then I might spare you. Otherwise, are you prepared to take my life? Kaido chuckled coldly, remarking, Young one, threatening me comes at a cost. With a sudden motion, Kaido stood up, causing Lucy, who had been resting on her thigh, to tumble to the ground, her delicate face meeting the earth with a soft thud. Her brows furrowed momentarily, but she quickly pursed her lips and relaxed. Even though his cloak concealed him somewhat, it could not mask Kaido's towering and imposing figure, a natural dominance that often looms large within the essence of human nature. Kaido, towering at 8 meters, is akin to a humanoid fortress. The bodyguard with a crew cut felt his throat constrict as a palpable aura of menace enveloped him, rendering his limbs ice cold. Is that fellow truly unafraid of the Whitebeard family? After all, they are one of the 10 kings of the underground dark world. Some were taken aback by Kaido's audacity. Perhaps there was still a chance for conciliation. The Whitebeard family is notoriously difficult to handle. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Kaido stepped forward, his enormous hand seizing the crew-cut bodyguard along with the 2 individuals supporting him, tightening his grip slightly. The trio's necks flushed crimson, and the bodyguard bellowed, Shoot! Shoot him! Kill him! The other bodyguards swiftly regained their composure, drawing their firearms and aiming them at Kaido. Bullets, ignited with sparks, erupted from the barrels like a swarm of fiery serpents, relentlessly assaulting Kaido in rapid succession. As 15 bodyguards unleashed their barrage, the bullets struck Kaido's form as if colliding with an iron wall, failing to inflict even the slightest scratch. The spent cartridges clattered to the ground, their tips flattened. Is this fellow a monster? The expressions of the bodyguards shifted dramatically, fear surging within them. Kaido clenched his 5 fingers inward, reducing the 3 individuals to a pool of blood. Monsters? An apt term. Pitiful beings, you shall never fathom the magnitude of the entity you have provoked. Kaido swept his hand through the fragments, and under the augmentation of his formidable power, those shards erupted with a fierce and overwhelming force, akin to a barrage of penetrating bullets, mercilessly rendering the bodyguards into a bloody pulp. The hotel was enveloped in an eerie silence. Some patrons were completely oblivious, their cups overflowing with the drink poured by the servers, spilling over onto their hands. Others exhibited a slight easing of their expressions, yet their eyes were filled with palpable terror. And still, there were those who, belatedly realizing the chaos, let out piercing screams. Kaido instantly became the focal point of attention within the hotel. How impressive! The hooded man could not help but exclaim in admiration, his fists tightening and then loosening repeatedly. Who on earth is this individual? Such prowess is certainly not that of an obscure person. Are you truly unable to contend with him? Rufield inquired in astonishment. The hooded man revealed a wry smile, shaking his head as he replied, in this vast ocean, there are countless individuals stronger than I. Should I find myself in opposition to him, I fear I would not withstand even a single blow. Hiss! Rufield could not help but gasp in surprise. He was well aware of the hooded man's capabilities, and if even he acknowledged defeat, how formidable must this cloaked man be? Rufield felt a chill run down his spine, his hand clutching the cigar, trembling ever so slightly. Disturbed in his revelry, Kaido's enthusiasm waned. He glanced at the young woman sprawled on the ground, who had eagerly invited him to drink. After a moment's contemplation, he ultimately refrained from any murderous intent and, in a gravelly voice, stated, "Let us settle the bill." The attendant at the counter was momentarily taken aback, swallowing hard as he pointed at Lucy, who lay on the ground like a puddle of mud, and said, "Sir, there is no need for you to pay. Miss Lucy has just covered your tab." "Understood," Kaido replied with a calm gaze. "Please return this woman to where she belongs. It is unsafe for someone inebriated to remain here." "Certainly, sir." The attendant exhaled a sigh of relief internally. "Our establishment relies on the patronage of the Hafatelia family, and it is my duty to ensure Miss Lucy is returned safely." Kaido ceased his words, pouring the remaining wine into the gourd before gracefully departing from the Depugia Grand Winery. The gourd seemed vaguely familiar to the hooded figure, who pondered Kaido's retreating silhouette. The Hafatelia family, one of the 10 kings of the underworld, boasted a castle that exuded opulence and grandeur, a palpable aura of wealth. Indeed, it was the scent of money. The patriarch of the Hafatelia family, Mr. Robert Hafatelia, father to Lucy Hafatelia, was a formidable middle-aged man, adorned with a beard and slick-back chestnut hair, emanating an air of authority. "You mentioned that you have urgent matters to discuss with me. What do you mean?" Robert's keen gaze fell upon the man and woman standing in the chamber. Had it not been for the guards indicating that the visitors were of lieutenant rank in the Navy and requested a personal audience, he would not have made the effort to meet with them. Toku regarded Robert. Despite the latter's status as one of the 10 kings of the dark underworld and his considerable wealth, Toku felt no obligation for gentlemanly decorum, as he represented the world government. "Mr. Robert, time is of the essence, and I shall not conceal the truth from you. I am an agent of the world government's intelligence agency, currently tracking a dangerous woman who recently swapped places with your daughter." Chapter 42, Illusions and Delusions. Upon hearing Toku's account, Robert lightly tapped his finger against the chair, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "A swap? Who can substantiate the veracity of your claims? This is Depugia Island, a neutral territory. Do you not think the reach of your world government has extended too far? You doubt my words?" Toku narrowed his eyes. Robert, unyielding, replied, "Do you presume that your mere assertions will compel my belief? The actions of the world government in recent years are well known. You are capable of resorting to any means to achieve your ends. You claim my daughter has been swapped. But who is to say this is not part of some conspiracy you have orchestrated?" "Dad, I am Lucy," the girl sobbed, her eyes red from crying. "Do you remember? On my 12th birthday, I ran out to play and was abducted by human traffickers. If you hadn't come to rescue me, I would have perished long ago." A look of nostalgia crossed Robert's face, as if recalling that fateful moment, but it quickly darkened. "It seems you have conducted considerable research. Knowing such details, tell me, how long has your intelligence agency been observing us?" "Dad, I truly am Lucy. Before you became the patriarch, you often took me to the amusement park. I remember once, a boy snatched my belongings, and you told me that the Hafatelia family was paramount on Depugia Island, that no one could affront us. You even personally severed his hand before my eyes." The more detailed her account became, the darker the expression on Robert's face grew. The world government has been discreetly investigating various families to eradicate the influence of the underground world. The extent of their knowledge about his life is indeed thought-provoking. The Hafatilia family is not to be trifled with. Robert snorted disdainfully and commanded, "Seize these two individuals." At his command, dozens of well-equipped black-clad bodyguards surged forth from both sides of the hall, encircling them completely. Among them were two particularly robust figures, their cold, piercing gazes radiating a menacing aura. "Fools!" A glint of cold light flashed in Toku's eyes. "Standing before you is your daughter. Even if she has changed her body, her essence remains unchanged. Not recognizing your own daughter truly reflects your prowess as a father. Aren't you agents trained from a young age in various ideologies, adept at deception? You are well aware of my daughter Lucy's affairs. You must have been tracking her closely." While he indeed could not provoke the world government, knowing their ill intentions, he was unwilling to submit without resistance. "Arrest these two for daring to impersonate Lucy and defy the Hafatilia family. Watch as I expose the world government's conspiracy." With a wave of his hand, the bodyguards advanced swiftly. Toku had no intention of sitting idly by. Every individual selected by the intelligence agency for missions possessed a minimum of 500 in combat power, and those like him, executing tasks in the latter half of the Grand Line, boasted strengths approaching 3,000. As the bodyguards closed in, Toku's gaze turned icy. With a mere flicker, he vanished from sight. Before anyone could react, he materialized before Robert, his fingers weaving through the air, locking eyes with him. "Mr. Robert, I harbor no intention of taking a life, but should you seek to eliminate me, I would not hesitate to end yours. You must know that although the Hafatilia family is vast and influential, it would not dare oppose the world government. The death of a patriarch would soon be followed by the emergence of a new heir. Your demise would be of little consequence to those below." Faced with such a blatant threat, Robert's expression darkened considerably, yet he understood the truth in Toku's words. He scrutinized Toku's gesturing fingers, feeling as though they were sharp blades poised to pierce his very essence should he dare to resist. "Is that a finger gun technique? Someone capable of such prowess must hold a significant position in the intelligence agency. But why should I trust your words simply because you are an agent?" As Toku's fingers inched closer to Robert, the latter could distinctly feel a chilling aura emanating from them, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. "If you do not believe in the identity of the girl before you, then summon your daughter to confront her directly." Robert huffed in dissatisfaction but ultimately gestured for the bodyguards to disperse, saying, "Go check if Lucy has returned and instruct her to come to the hall immediately." The head maid promptly responded and soon returned in haste with another maid. Her expression betrayed anxiety as she cast a fearful glance at Robert and said, "Mr. Robert, Miss Lucy is intoxicated and now lies unconscious. What has transpired?" "Lucy never drinks." Robert slammed his hand on the chair, his fierce gaze glinting with cold fury. The head maid recoiled slightly. She was brought back by Jamie, a sommelier from DePugia Winery. According to him, Miss Lucy was drinking at the hotel, and her bodyguard was killed. "Lucy never drinks, so I suspect she was coerced. Who dares lay a hand on Lucy?" Robert snarled through gritted teeth. "First, let the doctor examine her for any harm. Whoever dares to target the Hafetlia family shall not leave this island. Sophia, you are usually responsible for Lucy's well-being. Now that she is intoxicated, you must take utmost care of her to avoid any mishaps. Otherwise," Robert threatened. The maid, dressed in a frilled floral dress with a slightly cherubic face, met Robert's gaze and replied calmly, "Understood, sir." Toku interjected, "Mr. Robert, to prevent the elusive figure from escaping, I believe it is prudent to secure Miss Lucy's room." Robert furrowed his brow. "It is necessary. She is my daughter." "Dad, I am your daughter," Loli implored with tear-filled eyes. Feeling somewhat perturbed, Robert glanced between Toku and Loli, then waved his hand dismissively. "As you say, arrange for Lucy's room to be secured. Notify me immediately if she awakens." Is there truly such a person as the elusive figure? Robert rose and paced, casting a cold look at Toku. "You had better not deceive me. If I discover you have, I won't care whether you are affiliated with the world government. I imagine they wouldn't be concerned over the loss of an agent. What does it matter if one possesses the 6 powers of the Navy? On this island, where wealth governs all, he could easily hire formidable assassins to deal with the man before him." Dramatic interlude. Exercise is the shortcut to strength. In the courtyard, Balk bound a massive stone to the hilt of his sword and relentlessly practiced his horizontal slashes and thrusts. Chapter 43. The troublesome ability. Beneath the profound and expansive starry sky lies the vast, unending azure sea. A warship glided smoothly across the surface, with valiant female soldiers stationed at various posts. Kaido, surely you cannot be serious. Tontata, is it truly him? The stoic Crane, in his 60s, replied. He is no ordinary adversary. If it is indeed him, we are in grave trouble. There is no doubt. Only he could sink a warship with a single strike when my guard was down. Tontata lamented, what terrible luck to encounter such a monster. According to your description, the fellow's trajectory traverses several islands: Puyan Island, Magalip Island, Depugia Island, and Haiyan Island. Crane's eyes suddenly gleamed with realization that fellow's objective is Depugia Island. Depugia Island? The neutral zone? T-Pig was momentarily taken aback, but quickly came to his senses. What could he possibly want at Depugia Island? With his temperament, he would undoubtedly wreak havoc upon that island. I have received word that a grand auction will take place at the Clobeso auction house on Depugia Island tomorrow night, and that Flamingo fellow is also present there. Crane's eyes flickered, seemingly pondering a strategy. Kaido and Flamingo, could they be in collusion? A chill ran through T-Pig's heart. Are those two meeting at Depugia Island to concoct some nefarious scheme? It should be mere coincidence. Crane shook his head and stated, at least from the information I have, there is no news of their alliance. However, their simultaneous presence in the same location can only spell trouble. Crane's expression turned grave. T-Pig, how long will it take you to reach Depugia Island? The military vessel has just been repaired. It would take at least 2 days to arrive at Depugia Island. 2 days? We cannot afford such a delay. Make haste to get there. I will notify the nearby naval fleet to encircle Depugia Island. Kaido is not the sort of character like Flamingo. With just our strength, we cannot hope to thwart him. T-Pig smiled mysteriously. Speaking of this matter, Admiral Crane, perhaps you could inform the nearby Rear Admiral. I happened to encounter him while patrolling the seas yesterday. His capabilities are indispensable. Kaido leaned against a towering ancient tree, tilting his head back to gulp down several mouthfuls of strong liquor. He gazed at the dazzling, neon-lit, and bustling street, his eyes momentarily lost in a haze. However, he quickly regained his composure, his gaze cold and piercing, akin to a sharp steel blade, a sardonic smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The oblivious little mice, daring to spy on a fierce tiger, are bound to meet their demise. As soon as the words left his lips, a group of menacing thugs emerged from the shadows. The leader grinning broadly as he spoke, what keen powers of observation you possess. Alas, you have slain members of the Hafatelia family, and a bounty of 100 million berries has been placed on your head by Chief Robert. Kaido shook his head. 100 million is too low. It seems that this fellow named Robert is not particularly astute. Haha, even when facing death, he remains obstinate. Brothers, show no mercy. Eliminate this scoundrel. Mr. Robert has declared that life and death are inconsequential. The leader raised his sword to rally his subordinates, and nearly 100 men surged forward with fervor, charging wildly ahead. Kaido, indifferent to his surroundings, tilted his head back and took a hearty swig of strong liquor. The burning sensation coursed down his throat and vanished without a trace. Suddenly, he stood up, his towering figure seemingly engulfing the darkness around him, as black mist swirled about his cloak, transforming his entire being into a void, revealing only a pair of blazing eyes that radiated a chilling light. The crowd instinctively halted, their faces tightening, a prickling sensation crawling down their spines, as if swarms of ants were scuttling over them. Before them, Kaido resembled a beast with a gaping abyss for a mouth, waiting for them to leap into the trap. The ominous and formidable aura he exuded instilled fear deep within their hearts. This doesn't feel right, Boss Fry. Perhaps we should reconsider and find another target, Fry thought, his scalp prickling with apprehension, as a suffocating dread enveloped him, akin to being grasped by the throat by the specter of death itself, ready to snuff out his life at any moment. Damn it! What kind of monster has Robert stirred up this time? Fry hesitated. Despite his years of navigating the treacherous seas and pursuing bounties exceeding 100 million, he had never encountered a man whose mere presence weighed down upon him like this. It was an absolute, overwhelming force, a disparity in both spirit and strength that placed him in an entirely different realm. Are you not coming? Kaido's icy gaze narrowed. Then I shall come to you. With that, he strode towards the nearest group of individuals, each step causing the ground to tremble beneath him. The terrified few attempted to flee, only to find themselves ensnared as if trapped in quicksand, unable to move an inch. Escape? Was it even an option? Kaido's colossal hand descended upon them, crushing them into a bloody pulp as if they were mere tofu, the ground fracturing and spreading devastation in its wake. In an instant, the entire hillside was littered with jagged rocks and debris, a scene of utter ruin. Wait, we can still talk about this, Fry exclaimed, drenched in sweat. Realizing too late that had he known the level of power he was dealing with, he would never have dared to pursue the billion-berry bounty on Half-Atelia. Once the battle was initiated, there was no turning back. You think you can escape? Kaido unleashed his conqueror's haki, unleashing a powerful black whirlwind that swept the crowd into the air, shaking the ground and sending debris flying. Kaido swung a fist upward. Boom. It resembled a brilliant display of fireworks, a massive curtain of blood blossoming above Depugia Island, accompanied by a thunderous explosion that drew the gaze of countless onlookers on the streets below. What a beautiful firework! My dear Smith, is this your surprise for me? A refined lady gazed lovingly at the astonished man beside her. Ha. I didn't think you'd notice, Linda. I thought I could keep it a secret. The man replied, scratching the back of his head sheepishly, while the lady nestled contentedly in his embrace. Meanwhile, within Half-Atelia Castle, panic ensued. Mr. Robert, the young lady. She was killed by the doctor. Sophia cried, kneeling before Robert. I saw it with my own eyes. The doctor plunged a dagger into Miss Lucy's chest. Damn it. How could you have let this happen while caring for her? Robert, in a fit of rage, forcefully shoved Sophia aside and stormed into the room, demanding the apprehension of the stout doctor seated at the table, who was scribbling something. He unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon the doctor, bellowing, Doctor, why have you sought to take my daughter's life? Who sent you? I did not. The doctor, battered and bloodied, crawled to Robert's feet, his face a ghastly shade of purple. Dear Mr. Robert, please believe me, I harbored no murderous intent towards Miss Lucy. I was merely examining her and preparing a prescription when this calamity unfolded. You may certainly ask Sophia. She was present with me, attending to Miss Lucy. Sophia claims she witnessed you murder Lucy. Do you still deny it? Robert narrowed his eyes, a murderous intent evident. How could this be possible? The doctor stammered, his face turning a deep shade of liver. I understand now. It must have been Sophia who killed Miss Lucy. I am innocent, Mr. Robert. Robert furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. He cast a glance at his attendants and inquired, Where is Sophia? The attendants exchanged puzzled glances, replying, Strange, she was just here. Suddenly, Toku awakened with a start, exclaiming, Damn it, that scoundrel must have escaped again. He dashed out the door, while Loli gazed at the familiar, bloodied visage on the bed, covering her mouth in tears. Chapter 44, The Straight Man Kaido meanwhile, atop the glass tiles of the Half-Atelia Castle. Sophia rested her chin on her hand, watching Toku dash away with a smile, remarking, Oh my, the troublesome fellow has finally departed. She retrieved a splendid pearl-studded ring from her pocket and adorned her finger, then took out a golden pipe inlaid with jewels from her skirt, leisurely puffing smoke as she sat on the tiles, utterly at ease. The starry sky remained tranquil, and the night passed without incident. The following afternoon, in the waters surrounding Depugia Island, several warships advanced in a converging formation, the waves rippling and white foam frothing. As the warships approached within 5 to 6 nautical miles of Depugia Island, the helmsman signaled to lower the sails and shift to the ship's power, slowly steering towards the island. Sister Crane, from another warship, Peach Rabbit waved enthusiastically at Crane, clad in a naval coat over a pink corset, with cascading waves of hair and long, slender legs. She exuded an aura of grace and vigor, her waist adorned with a long sword, enhancing her commanding presence. The two warships drew nearer, and Peach Rabbit leaped gracefully, her feet slicing through the air as she landed beside Crane. Ji Yuan, I didn't expect you to truly make it here, Crane said affectionately, noting, How is the patrol? You seem to have lost weight. After exchanging pleasantries, Peach Rabbit remarked, The Titans of the Rocks era, the giants of the Roger era Kaidos, in comparison to Whitebeard and Big Mom, possesses a far more malevolent and intricate personality. His peculiar methods would undoubtedly stir a tempest should he truly set foot on Depugia Island. H furrowed his brow and remarked, The Navy has encountered him on multiple occasions. Although they once managed to capture him, they could never extinguish his life. His physique is unlike that of ordinary beings, and it would not be an exaggeration to label him a monster. To be frank, I lack confidence in apprehending him with this meager force. I merely hope to minimize our losses. Furthermore, I have already established contact with Kazan. Though his demeanor may appear lethargic, he never neglects important matters, and I trust he will arrive tonight. Tautu could not help but express her astonishment. She had not anticipated that H would summon Admiral Kazan, also known as Akiji. Among his contemporaries in the Navy, Akiji possesses extraordinary talent and unparalleled strength. Despite his seemingly languid nature and unkempt appearance, his prowess far surpasses that of his peers, making him a formidable contender for the next generation of naval admirals, as widely acknowledged by the Navy. As evening approached, the verdant expanse outside the Clobasso auction house, located in the heart of Depugia Island, was already teeming with a crowd. Among them were nobles of high standing, affluent gentry adorned with gold and silver, elegantly attired socialites, as well as sinister rogues and numerous onlookers eager to join the spectacle. At the entrance of the venue, two men clad in attire reminiscent of the medieval British Army emerged from within, announcing a couple of statements regarding the house rules and the confidentiality agreement concerning the identities of the bidders. Following this, they outlined the entry procedures, which required a fee of 10,000 berries to gain admission, while access to the VIP area demanded a payment of 100,000 berries. For the gathered crowd, the sum of 10,000 berries was akin to a mere trifle, and led by some notable figures, they began to pay the entrance fee. At this moment, Kaido quietly stood in the corner of the venue, observing the crowd. From the expressions of the onlookers, he was able to categorize some of the key figures present. Among the wealthy elite were the Deverdet family, the Hafatelia family, the Resobrant family, the Clobasso family, and the divine representative, Rufield. Notable bounty hunters included the pirate butcher, Chokmik, the leopard tiger brothers, Adro, Kamaro, and the golden hedgehog, Modric. Additionally, aside from the two emerging pirate crews that had risen to prominence in recent years, Kaido noticed the influence of one of the original bosses, the Don Quixote family. Don Quixote da Flamingo? How fortuitous! He had not expected to encounter this individual here. With his hands tucked into his sleeves, Kaido resembled a dark, frozen sculpture. Da Flamingo seemed to catch Kaido's gaze and responded with an arrogant smirk, striding into the venue with his distinctive gait. Was this a provocation? Kaido squinted, a smirk playing on his lips. This was becoming rather interesting. Ah, uncle. Shall we go in together? It would be delightful to have some company, came a melodious voice. Kaido turned to see a young girl in a light yellow floral dress, her eyes blinking innocently at him. Aren't you afraid of me? Kaido raised an eyebrow. Little one, are you not aware of the glare surrounding you? Only then did the girl notice that many around them were eyeing Kaido with suspicion and fear, their hands resting on their weapons, seemingly poised to draw them at any moment. Their eyes conveyed a mix of trepidation and an unmistakable fervor that betrayed their intentions. Kaido was aware that they were after the private bounty of 100 million berries. Are they enemies, uncle? Have you committed murder or arson, or perhaps stolen someone's wife, that so many wish to end your life? The girl with her dark ebony eyes twinkled mischievously as she smiled. What a coincidence. There are also those who wish to kill me. I am aware. Kaido had long observed that with each movement of the girl, the gazes of the black-clad bodyguards hidden among the crowd shifted as well. So, uncle, shall we join forces to defeat them? The girl exclaimed, raising her small fist with excitement. Kaido cast a peculiar glance at her, noticing the expensive items adorning her hands and waist, which seemed somewhat familiar yet eluded his memory. He shook his head and declared, not interested. Why so cold, uncle? I am but a soft and adorable girl. Can't you lend a hand? The young lady pouted, her voice dripping with sweetness. Even the burly Kaido could not help but feel a chill run down his spine upon hearing her tone, reminiscent of the charming girls from his homeland. In the past, he would have remarked, who could withstand such charm? Within the formidable beast pirates, the presence of women was akin to the rarity of giant pandas. Encountering a female amidst 10 individuals was indeed a stroke of good fortune, let alone one of striking beauty. However, the scarcity within the beast pirates did not reflect the abundance of exquisite women in Wano country. The land was replete with enchanting and ethereal beauties, rendering the young girl's modest allure insufficient to sway Kaido. Kaido took a deep breath, scrutinizing the young girl before him, and resolutely shook his head, declaring, there is no benefit in aiding you, thus I shall not. He had no desire to become a pawn for others, risking trouble without any reward. However, the shadowy adversary we face is the same. The girl blinked, glancing at Robert, who stood behind the black-clad bodyguards, his expression dark and foreboding. Beside him was Toku, an agent of the world government's intelligence bureau, in a moment of levity, unmoved as a mountain by the colossal tree. After vanquishing several waves of assailants, Kaido brazenly sat atop a mountain of corpses, indulging in drink. Chapter 45, The Auction Commences. Sophia, Robert exclaimed, his voice laced with fury, nearly roaring, have you all conspired to murder my daughter? Damn it, I should have ensured your wretched existence was snuffed out long ago. His eyes blazed with anger as he glared at Kaido and Sophia, while Toku, observing Kaido, felt a sudden jolt of alarm. His instincts honed by years of stealth and assassination. Around them, bodyguards and bounty hunters slowly began to encircle Kaido, a multitude of over 100, effectively sealing off any escape. As they approached within 8 meters of Kaido and the girl, perhaps due to the recent annihilation of the bounty hunters who had attempted to ambush Kaido, they hesitated to advance further. The Hafatelia family. One of the 10 kings of the underground dark world. How pitifully ignorant are the weak. Kaido's gaze flicked to Sophia, and he realized that the jewelry adorning the girl was strikingly similar to that of the enchanting beauty he had observed at the hotel. Are we to seize the treasure of the slain? Kaido cast a cold glance at Robert, stating, I have no time to waste on you. I still have items to bid on. If you wish to make a move, do so swiftly. Robert, who had always held himself in high regard, was taken aback by such disdain. His expression twisted with fury as he bellowed, turn this giant into mincemeat and feed him to the dogs. Just as his bodyguards prepared to act, a sharp command rang out, stop. The voice seemed to possess some enchanting power, parting the dense wall of people. Everyone turned to see a middle-aged man near the entrance of the venue, draped in a white long coat, cradling a white fox with burn marks around his neck. The man wore a faint smile, accompanied by several muscular, imposing bodyguards who approached at a leisurely pace. The crowd's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, Robert's gaze turned icy. Gorba, this matter is not one that the Klobosov family can meddle in. If you wish to avoid trouble, I suggest you leave at once. Leave? Gorba gently stroked the white fox and replied, Robert, do not overestimate yourself. This is the territory of the Klobosov family. Are you seeking to declare war by causing a ruckus here? The two faced off like lions vying for territory. I care not for your grievances, but here, you must abide by my rules. The Klobosov auction house will not tolerate your reckless behavior, Gorba stated coldly as his burly bodyguard stepped forward, causing Robert's faction to involuntarily retreat 2 steps. Robert, incensed by his subordinates' indiscretion, clenched his fists, suppressing his rage. Very well, I shall grant you this favor today, but I must bring my men inside to keep an eye on them. Of course, that is not a problem, Gorba replied with a smile. Mr. Robert, should you wish to purchase tickets to enter, the Klobosov family would be more than delighted to welcome you. With that, Gorba graciously stepped aside, allowing passage. Kaido observed that Robert had no intention of confronting him at present. Aware of the significance of the auction, he restrained his mounting frustration and silently noted Robert's name in his little black book before purchasing a ticket to enter. Robert, watching as Kaido and Sophia's figures faded at the entrance of the venue, snorted coldly before selecting a dozen robust subordinates to accompany him and Toku into the hall, leaving the remainder outside to await developments. Upon entering the Klobeso auction venue, Kaido noted that the auction hall was arranged in a spiral-tiered layout, with the inner ring and some elevated boxes designated as the VIP section, while the center and outer areas were allocated for the general public. At the heart of the hall stood a square platform of approximately 100 square meters, presumably reserved for the auctioneer who would preside over the proceedings. Kaido had acquired a plot in the ordinary district, situated in the outskirts, while Sophia seemed to have taken a liking to him, effortlessly settling into a nearby spot. Humming a tune and swinging her legs, her curious gaze wandering around the surroundings. As for Robert, he sat with his subordinates not far from Kaido, ensuring he could vigilantly observe Kaido's every move. Uncle, there are numerous significant figures here. Do you see that one in floral trousers and sunglasses? He is a prominent player in the Northern Seas underworld, reputed to wield considerable power there, Sophia remarked, peering around the venue, her delicate neck and rosy cheeks accentuating her youthful charm. Afterward, she pointed towards a group occupying a private booth, saying, those 2 ghastly figures are the infamous bounty hunters known as the Leopard Tiger Brothers. They are notoriously ruthless. Any pirate they capture is likely to endure torment until death before being handed over to the Navy for the bounty. Sophia appeared to have an inexhaustible supply of information, continuously gesturing to introduce various factions within the venue, revealing numerous details not found in newspapers. Although Kaido had previously heard the common crowd's commentary in the plaza, it was evident that Sophia's knowledge was far more precise. Kaido was indeed curious to pry open her mind and uncover the depths of her knowledge. However, he restrained himself. For at that moment, the auctioneer clad in a black tailcoat had taken to the bidding platform. It was Mr. Garugio. Garugio, as the auctioneer made his entrance. The venue erupted into a cacophony, with everyone chanting his name. Is he truly that renowned? Kaido inquired. Not particularly, Sophia replied. In terms of maritime fame, he pales in comparison to the illustrious Don Quixote family. Yet, Garugio is the premier auctioneer of the Clobeso auction house, having once been recorded to have auctioned off over 2 billion worth of items in a single night. Moreover, he seems to possess a commendable character and a pragmatic approach, unlike many auction houses that indulge in underhanded dealings. Furthermore, he is backed by the Clobeso family, which adds to his popularity here. How do you know all this? Kaido asked. Oh dear, are you intrigued by him? Sophia teased, winking playfully and sticking out her pink tongue. I shan't divulge my sources, Kaido's desire to crack open her head intensified. The spotlight illuminated Garugio, who was evidently well-groomed. The tailcoat typically suited for a pianist appeared exceptionally alluring on him. Grasping the microphone, he displayed a professional smile and uttered a few words to ignite the atmosphere. Then, with a flourish of his gloved hand, he proclaimed, Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Depugia Island, Clobeso Auction House, where our grand monthly auction now commences. Allow me to introduce our first remarkable item for bidding. Garugio paused briefly, noticing the bidders holding their breath, sensing the perfect ambience. With a mysterious smile, he continued, I believe many of you have received word that this item will be auctioned here at Clobeso. Rumor has it that whoever consumes it will gain immeasurable power, rivaling even the natural-type devil fruits, wielding a destructive force akin to a calamity. It is none other than the paramecia-type, stone fruit. Chapter 46. I am a pirate. The stone fruit. Kaido was momentarily taken aback. If his memory served him correctly, the stone fruit was originally owned by the Don Quixote family, specifically the devil fruit ability of the leader, Pika. The wielder of the stone fruit possesses the extraordinary ability to assimilate with any rock they come into contact with, thereby adopting its appearance, hardness, and various other properties as their own power. This capability allows for effortless alteration of the terrain, and it even enables the user to penetrate walls with ease. Consequently, the bearer of this rock-based power can transform into a colossal stone giant for offensive maneuvers. In this form, both the size and height of the user experience a dramatic increase, alongside a significant enhancement of their attacking prowess. Pika, utilizing the abilities granted by the stone fruit, managed to hold his ground against several formidable opponents in Dressrosa, nearly defeating the former king along with the mighty god Usopp. In Kaido's perspective, the capabilities of the stone fruit were exceptionally formidable, easy to manipulate, with a low entry threshold and remarkable versatility. If the user were to develop and harness this power wisely, imbuing their stone giant with haki, shattering an island with a single punch would be an effortless feat. Kaido's eyes ignited with fervor. Should his trusted subordinate consume this devil fruit, the future of Wano would undoubtedly witness a significant transformation. Simultaneously, this act would represent a crucial step toward realizing his grand vision. He was resolute in acquiring this devil fruit. The bidders present erupted into fervent discussions, sharing the rumors they had heard regarding the stone fruit. Kuroho observed the expressions of the crowd with keen interest, then clapped his hands, summoning a female attendant who approached with a covered object draped in red fabric, placing it upon the auction block. Instantly, all gazes were riveted upon the stage. As the atmosphere reached a palpable tension, Kuroho dramatically unveiled the red cloth, revealing a pear-shaped, brown, and black striped devil fruit. In that moment, countless eyes fixated hungrily upon the stone fruit, a fusion of fervor and greed igniting within them. Was this truly the stone fruit, capable of rivaling the might of an entire nation? Its exquisite patterns resembled deep ravines slicing through vast plains, lying in wait within valleys, cleaving mountains as if they were mere obstacles. It harbored a terrifying power akin to a calamity. One could only ponder how immensely strong one would become upon consuming it. Countless individuals, who deemed themselves resolute, had stumbled over the stone named power. Power, akin to the poison in the eyes of an addict, akin to the intoxicating ethanol that ensnares a drunkard, reminiscent of the mandrake that accompanies the deceased, lured people into indulgence from which they could hardly extricate themselves. Surely, there was no need for me to elaborate further on the stone fruit. Let the bidding commence. The starting price is set at 100 million berries, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increase of 1 million berries. Kuroho's voice pulled the crowd from their fantasies, initiating the auction. Bid number 76. 150 million berries. Bid number 128. 137 million berries. Bid number 653. 144 million berries. Bid number 91. The stone fruit garnered immense popularity, swiftly elevating the price to 250 million berries. As the bidding reached this pinnacle, the number of participants noticeably dwindled. Aside from a few affluent tycoons, nobles, and prominent pirate crews, only Kaido remained in contention. At this moment, Kaido clenched his pocket, trembling with anxiety. Acutely aware of the pressure that comes with financial insufficiency, his account held a mere 300 million berries. Should the price escalate any further, he would find himself unable to bid for the stone fruit. How embarrassing it is to be financially constrained. Oh dear, uncle, do you desire this devil fruit? Sophia grinned, revealing her small canine teeth, her smile reminiscent of a cunning fox. If you want it, just say so, perhaps I can assist you, she added, proudly showcasing the various diamond rings adorning her fingers. Kaido paid her no heed. Oh dear, it feels rather warm, Sophia mused, as she gently shook the frilled collar of her pale yellow floral dress. With a soft click, it seemed as though something had inadvertently slipped out. Kaido couldn't help but steal a glance, and his eyes widened in astonishment. Do not misunderstand. It was, in fact, a black card adorned with golden patterns. When Kaido initially opened his account and applied for a global bank card, he had inquired with the person assisting him about the requirements for obtaining a black card. It was revealed that one typically needed a deposit exceeding 1 billion belly. Astonishingly, she turned out to be a wealthy heiress. Sophia, feeling anxious, glanced around and quickly concealed the black card, then vigilantly regarded Kaido, asking, Uncle, did you see that? As Kaido observed her pretense, he couldn't help but find it amusing. Thus, he played along with her intentions and replied, No, I didn't see anything. However, his gaze inadvertently drifted towards Sophia, and he nervously clenched his fist. A glimmer of mischief flickered in Sophia's eyes as she leaned closer to Kaido, her breath fragrant as she whispered, Uncle, did you truly not see anything? Kaido feigned guilt, saying, I might have seen a glimpse. Yes, something black. Oh wait, it seems it was a black card. Sophia's eyes sparkled as she remarked, So, what do you say, Uncle? Would you like me to lend you some money? The moment I met you, I felt an uncanny familiarity. If I lend you some, you would surely repay me, wouldn't you? With that, she bashfully lowered her gaze. Kaido could not help but chuckle. Sophia finally sensed that something was amiss. She lifted her head to gaze at Kaido and suddenly realized the truth. Her face instantly clouded with frost. You were playing me? Kaido remarked. You orchestrated this charade deliberately, merely to prompt me into requesting a loan, thereby inflating the price for your own benefit? Alas, such tactics have long since become antiquated. Kaido chuckled coldly to himself. Borrow money. What a fantasy. If I can't buy it, can I simply seize it? I am no ordinary bidder. I am a pirate. You scoundrel. Sophia exclaimed indignantly, her right hand slicing through the air like a beam of white light aimed at Kaido's chest. However, Kaido was not one to let her succeed. He swiftly seized her wrist. With your formidable armament hockey and the shadow of the Marine Six styles, are you a spy for the world government? If this girl before him were indeed a spy, did that not imply that his identity had been exposed? As this realization struck him, Kaido's eyes narrowed, and he tightened his grip, causing Sophia to let out a pained whimper, her delicate neck flushing a deeper shade of crimson. Realizing she could not escape, she pouted and pleaded softly, I am not a spy for the world government, uncle. Please, let me go. I merely wish for your assistance. Considering I am but a soft and adorable girl, could you grant me this one favor? Kaido squinted, unperturbed by her potential escape, and loosened his grip on her hand. Do not presume that your femininity will spare you. Should you dare to raise your hand against me again, it will not be so simple next time. Understood, Sophia replied, feeling a sense of injustice as she rotated her wrist. She sensed that had she entertained any other thoughts moments prior, this man would have undoubtedly dispatched her without hesitation. Chapter 47. A frantic test. At this moment, the Nomi had been fiercely auctioned to a staggering height of 270 million berries. Doflamingo. You must secure the Nomi for me, Pika exclaimed, his high-pitched voice tinged with fervor, bloodshot eyes betraying his agitation. Fear not, Pika. You are indeed a cherished member of my family, Doflamingo chuckled confidently, casting a glance at Diamante, who understood the cue and raised his bidding paddle. Good heavens. Number 58. 271 million berries. Garugio pronounced, emphasizing the word berries with exaggerated body language. Kaido was determined not to let the Nomi fall into Doflamingo's hands. Promptly lifting his own paddle. What have I just witnessed? Number 767 has bid 276 million. Garugio stammered, surveying the wealthy magnates and formidable bidders around him. Half challenging, half intimidated. Is the Raisburn family prepared to withdraw? He queried. Will Captain Bloodblade of the Bloodblade Pirates continue the bidding? Oh my, they have chosen to forfeit. The crowd erupted in astonishment. The head of the Raisburn family, from his private box, listened to the commotion outside, extinguishing his cigar on the armrest of the sofa with a sneer. A bunch of fools, this auction is not solely for the Maramara Nomi bid away. Once you have exhausted your funds, everything remaining will be mine. In another box, a subordinate clad in a black helmet asked, Captain, are we truly relinquishing our bid? It is the Maramara Nomi. Securing it would elevate you to the stature of Whitebeard or Kaido. Bloodblade, dressed in a black martial arts uniform, with sharp eyes that belied his true name, Brant Blad, gently caressed the two long swords at his side and narrowed his gaze. Money can buy it, but one must have the life to enjoy it. Pika. Captain, do you mean? Pika's eyes sparkled with realization, but Bloodblade raised a hand to silence him. Regardless of who ultimately claims the Maramara Nomi, ensure that someone is watching. Meanwhile, in the Don Quixote family's box, Pika ground his teeth in frustration, glaring fiercely at Kaido. How dare he compete with me for the Maramara Nomi? Once I possess it, I will turn that scoundrel into mincemeat. The sunlight glinted ominously off Doflamingo's sunglasses as he regarded Kaido with a mocking expression. Who is this reckless fool that dares to snatch something from me? Diamante. For many years, in the North Sea, Doflamingo has held a monopoly over the underworld, boasting substantial financial resources and confidence. Upon witnessing Diamante raise the placard once more, the tone of Gloriosa began to grow increasingly tense. 280 million berries. The Don Quixote family has secured the bid at 280 million berries. Kaido furrowed his brows, casting a glance at Don Quixote Doflamingo's private booth. This was troubling. It appeared the young man was wealthier than he had anticipated. Had he known that the auction venue was a place of extravagance, Kaido would have certainly brought a fortune from Wano to bid. However, at this moment, he had no other recourse but to continue raising his bid. My goodness, who exactly is bidder number 767, still competing? 830 million berries. Could it be that the first item up for auction today will exceed 300 million berries? The venue erupted with excitement. Doflamingo's expression darkened, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Hiki, raising the stakes against me is tantamount to courting death. His laughter sent chills down the spines of those present as he signaled Diamante to raise the bid further, pushing it directly to 290 million berries. This young man was clearly challenging him. Kaido's eyes flickered, his body trembling with rage, silently jotting Doflamingo's name into his mental blacklist. He then waved his hand grandly, throwing his entire fortune into the fray. 300 million berries. The mysterious bidder number 767 had directly bid 300 million berries. Garugio continued to stoke the atmosphere. Could the mysterious bidder be from a powerful family, spending such an extravagant sum? Upon hearing Kaido's continued raises, Doflamingo's countenance darkened like a thundercloud. Those who dared to openly oppose him usually met a grim fate. Doflamingo had always held his bloodline in high regard, viewing ordinary nobles with disdain. To reclaim his status as a celestial dragon, he had even murdered his own father to prove his resolve. Yet, the celestial dragons of Mariehua did not accept him, and in his humiliation and fury, he returned to the North Sea to expand his territory and cultivate his underworld influence. In just a few years, he had seized control of a significant portion of the North Sea's criminal underbelly, becoming the most formidable dark force in the region. Years of leading the underworld had sharpened his decisiveness, allowing him to manipulate others at will, reminiscent of the opulent life of a celestial dragon, basking in superiority. He behaved like a favored child of destiny, ruthlessly kicking aside any obstacles in his path. Anyone who dared to thwart his progress or defy his will would face his merciless wrath. Although he was unaware of the true identity of the man in the black cloak, Doflamingo's pride would not allow anyone to repeatedly defy him. 400 million berries. Doflamingo covered half of his face, his shoulders trembling with cold laughter, all the while contemplating how to exact vengeance upon the mysterious bidder. 400 million berries. The Don Quixote family had offered a staggering sum. Was there anyone else willing to bid? Was bidder number 767 planning to concede? As Garugio spoke, he cast an expectant glance toward Kaido. If one were to observe Kaido's expression at that moment, they would find his face darkened, his gaze as frigid as steel, causing the temperature around him to drop several degrees in an instant. Sophia, beside him, couldn't help but marvel at the chilling murderous aura emanating from Kaido. Secretly pondering his identity, that little brat Doflamingo truly dared to confront me. Kaido chuckled coldly to himself, his brooding demeanor subdued. One can purchase wealth and seize opportunities, but one must also possess the will to survive and return. Kaido chose to concede. Garujo felt a tinge of disappointment at Kaido's decision not to place another bid. Yet he understood that 400 million berries was no trifling sum. It was a considerable amount that most ordinary nobles would find difficult to procure. He swiftly adjusted his demeanor and proclaimed, "For 100 million berries, once. For 100 million berries, twice. For 100 million berries, thrice." With a resounding thud, Garujo finalized the deal, announcing, "Congratulations to the Don Quixote family for securing the Stone fruit at 400 million berries." The Stone fruit was promptly delivered to the Don Quixote family's private box. Completing the transaction, Pika, brimming with excitement, cradled the Stone fruit, suppressing the urge to consume it immediately, and cast a rather provocative glance at Kaido. His eyes filled with disdain. Kaido regarded this with disdain, merely inscribing the name of Pika in his black notebook. "Don Quixote family, you are recklessly toying with the edge of your own demise." In a small scene, the black notebook. The vengeful Kaido relishes the act of recording the names of his adversaries within this ledger, believing that any individual fortunate enough to be inscribed therein shall inevitably receive a personal visit from him in the future. Chapter 48. An open robbery with the auction of the Stone fruit igniting the atmosphere. Gorjo commenced the sale of various races of slaves: the long-arm tribe, long-leg tribe, long-neck tribe, giants, merfolk, fishmen, as well as humans and pirates, the majority of whom were women. The auction prices varied greatly. Ordinary humans could be sold for a mere 100,000 berries, while slaves skilled in certain domains, such as musicians, could fetch nearly 1,000,000 berries. The more expensive lots included the giants and merfolk, which were highly sought after, particularly the female merfolk, who could command prices exceeding 100 million berries. Many nobles delighted in acquiring these exotic slaves to satisfy their peculiar and extravagant whims. As the slave auction concluded, most bidders had depleted their funds, leaving only the wealthiest tycoons and noble factions to vie for the subsequent items. Kaido, as anticipated, spent 5 million berries to acquire a devil fruit handbook and, amidst fierce competition, secured an animal-type devil fruit, the cat fruit in its tiger form, for 150 million berries from several formidable bidders. Additionally, another animal type and a logia-type devil fruit were auctioned. The animal type, the weasel fruit in the honey badger form, was purchased by the head of the Riseblank family. Riseblank cookie for 140 million berries. Meanwhile, the logia type, the snow fruit, ignited the auction atmosphere to its zenith, ultimately being claimed by Doflamingo for 260 million berries. Doflamingo appeared well prepared, and Kaido found himself envious of the intelligence network that this rascal maintained. The snow fruit, which appeared in the original narrative during the Caesar arc on Punk Hazard, served as the conduit for Doflamingo's spy, Monet, who was positioned near the world's second greatest scientist, Caesar Clown. Although the snow fruit is considered a lesser variant of the ice fruit, its developmental potential remains commendable. As the adage goes, there are no useless fruits, only incompetent users, regardless of how remarkable a fruit's abilities may be. If the user becomes complacent and fails to cultivate and harness their power, they shall inevitably languish in mediocrity, incapable of achieving greatness. Furthermore, it is evident that the world's most formidable individuals often possess a dual mastery of physical prowess and abilities, allowing them to establish themselves as dominant forces. Kaido had no intention of allowing the succulent prize to slip away. Today, a total of 47 items were auctioned, including 85 slaves, amounting to 2,743 million berries. Among these, devil fruits were sold for a total of 950 million berries. With that, the auction came to a close. The hammer of Garujo struck down, signifying the flawless conclusion of the 4-hour event. The crowd began to disperse, yet Kaido remained motionless, observing the movements of the Don Quixote family. "Doflamingo hasn't he left?" Diamante remarked, flanked by Pika, Corazon, and Gladius. "Is he contemplating treachery?" Doflamingo discerned the underlying intention with a knowing smirk. Such schemes were not foreign to him. Rising to his feet, he coldly chuckled. "He is not the only one with such thoughts, Diamante. It appears we may collect a generous bounty before departing from Depugia Island." At that moment, the Den Mushi in Doflamingo's pocket began to ring. Upon seeing the caller ID, his smile faltered, his glasses gleaming ominously as he pressed the answer button. "Torbal, what is the matter?" "Doflamingo, trouble has arisen. The naval base at Depugia Island received a call, led by Vice Admiral Abused, and they have initiated action towards the Clobasso auction venue." "Abused? Merely an old man, Torbal. I am far more intrigued by the source of that call." Immediately contact Sei or Peak, who is responsible for guarding the ship, and instruct him to secure the vessel with those young rascals. After issuing his commands, Doflamingo grinned wickedly. So swiftly targeted by the Navy? Surely this must be a mistake. We are in the neutral territory of Depugia Island. How amusing. With that, Doflamingo cast a glance at Kaido and led the defiant Don Quixote family out of the booth. As they departed, the Bloodblade pirates and several bounty hunters within the venue began to mobilize. Kaido rose to his feet, his imposing stature casting an overwhelming presence upon those departing. As he moved, Sophia and Robert swiftly followed suit, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Many of the retreating figures sensed the palpable hatred in the air. Though curiosity stirred within them, none dared to provoke the wrath of the Half-Atelia family, hastily withdrawing from the venue. It was destined to be an unsettled night. The Don Quixote family exited the gathering, but did not hasten to leave the island of Depugia. Instead, they made a conspicuous advance toward the eastern harbor, moving at a slow and deliberate pace. By this hour, the clock had struck midnight, and the streets were nearly half as populated as during the day. Yet, the throngs of pedestrians remained substantial. Many passers-by recognized the Don Quixote family from a distance, aware of their fearsome reputation in recent years. Their expression shifting dramatically as they quickly made way. Navigating through the bustling districts, they soon approached the desolate slums, where the vegetation appeared grotesque and the buildings dilapidated. In the shadows of night, these surroundings resembled wretched souls clawing out from the depths of hell, revealing their ghastly fangs and claws. The night air was biting, the leaves rustling ominously, stirring up the dried branches and dust from the ground, creating an atmosphere of desolation and chill. Doflamingo raised his hand, signaling his subordinates to halt, and gazed at the towering figure obstructing their path, sneering, "What audacity! You dare to engage in a black market showdown, you giant? I've long found you insufferable." Donning the cloak at this hour to feign mystery, his subordinates wore expressions of mockery, their laughter echoing in the night. Kaido stands as an impenetrable barrier, firmly rooted beneath him, his voice echoing like thunder. "No one has ever dared to take from me that which I covet. Surrender your belongings, and perhaps, in my benevolence, I may spare your life." The filthy celestial dragons are indeed correct. You are now nothing more than refuse. Doflamingo's fury surged as he was publicly humiliated, veins bulging on his forehead, his countenance dark as ink, a murderous intent radiating from him. His fingers curled menacingly. "How dare you, you wretched fool, know this?" Accompanied by the sound of steel cables being pulled, slender wires, imperceptible to the naked eye, materialized seemingly from thin air, sharp as blades, instantly slicing towards Kaido, who stood over 10 meters away. Any ordinary person would certainly fall victim to such a sudden and lethal maneuver, suffering grievous injuries or even meeting their demise in an instant. Yet, Kaido was no ordinary man. He did not flinch or evade. His keen eyesight effortlessly tracked the trajectory of the wires. With a swift push of his palm, a thunderous explosion echoed forth, as if a cannon had detonated, and the oncoming steel wires shattered, falling helplessly between the two combatants. How is this possible? The Don Quixote family's expressions of disdain froze. Their eyes wide in shock as they beheld Kaido, their minds buzzing with disbelief. Chapter 49. Doflamingo's downfall in the eyes of the Don Quixote family. Doflamingo possessed the qualities of a born king, extraordinary talent, unparalleled insight, and a profoundly wicked nature. He could swiftly adapt to any environment, eliminating all who opposed him, and was destined to rule the seas as a true sovereign. However, witnessing the man effortlessly neutralize Doflamingo's assault revealed that his strength was extraordinary. Among all the opponents they had encountered thus far, none had managed to counter Doflamingo's ambush with such effortless grace. Almost instantaneously, they reached a consensus. The man in the black cloak is formidable. The Don Quixote family, Diamante, Pica, Corazon, Gladius, and Lao Ji, exchanged glances, their previous contempt vanishing, replaced by vigilant seriousness as they regarded Kaido with the ferocity of hyenas. Doflamingo's expression shifted momentarily before regaining composure. Sneering, "It is no wonder you dare to engage in treachery. You do possess some skill. Nevertheless, I reiterate, choosing to oppose me is still a foolish endeavor." "Foolish?" Kaido chuckled. "The fallen and filthy celestial dragon. I find that phrase more fitting for you. You insufferable wretch." Time and again, he had been publicly humiliated, that buried past igniting feelings of indignity and shame within him. Doflamingo trembled with rage, his teeth grinding audibly, bulging veins crawling up his neck and brow. His face contorted in a terrifying grimace. The atmosphere thickened with tension, the impending clash palpable. Just then, a furious shout echoed from a distance, accompanied by the sound of heavy, urgent footsteps. Nowhere left to run. Furious, Robert rushed forward with hundreds of black-clad bodyguards and bounty hunters, blocking Kaido's path. Meanwhile, from the desolate streets on the other side, dark figures emerged from the night. Bloodblade, accompanied by dozens of pirates, arrogantly laughed as they obstructed the Don Quixote family's way. In the dim corners of the dilapidated buildings, numerous well-equipped rogues revealed themselves simultaneously, their faces twisted with sinister grins, resembling demons from hell. It was evident they had long been lying in wait to ambush and rob anyone who dared to approach. Before them stood the Half-Atelia family and the Don Quixote family, while the Bloodblade pirates intercepted from behind, flanked by various bounty hunter factions and other underworld forces. The narrow, desolate streets were suddenly crowded with thousands of people, an oppressive atmosphere hanging like dark clouds. "Where is that wretched woman?" Robert seethed as he glared at Kaido, clearly infuriated. He had followed Kaido and Sophia here, but upon arriving, he found only Kaido and no trace of Sophia. Robert's anger flared, for Sophia was the one who had personally slain his daughter. He vowed to destroy that woman, even if it meant razing the island to the ground. Kaido, regarding those on his blacklist, remarked that the louder the barking of cowardly curs, the less formidable they truly were. "You can't even find a woman. It seems your reputation as one of the 10 kings is overstated." In truth, Sophia had ceased to follow Kaido moments earlier. Yet Kaido sensed that the cunning woman was hiding somewhere, likely watching the unfolding drama with great amusement. Doflamingo, with a mocking glance around, never feared an abundance of enemies. With a sardonic smile, he taunted, "A bunch of sycophantic fools obsessed with power and wealth dare to come and seize what is not theirs? Huh? Do you not fear being cast from the heights into the abyss, from hope to despair?" His crimson glasses reflected a cold light as Doflamingo's lips curled into a smile, his expression charged with perverse excitement. He greedily licked his lips, seemingly savoring the unique scent of rust and blood, a prelude to the impending slaughter that would engulf the streets. "Everyone gets a share, do they not?" The head of the Riesbraun family, Cookie, sneered, "I too wish to partake in this feast. Hand over your stone fruit, and perhaps I might assist you in fending off these foes, Don Quixote family." Bloodblade licked his lips, his eyes sharp as twin blades. "With a bounty of 240 million berries, Bloodblade, Brantber lad, if you help me repel these adversaries, I shall promptly grant you the stone fruit." Doflamingo produced the stone fruit, tossing it lightly in his hand, capturing the attention of everyone present. He inwardly chuckled, eager to observe the tragic spectacle of these pitiful beings as they turned upon one another. A genuine treasure. Kaido narrowed his eyes, and with a swift whoosh, the air erupted in a series of sonic booms. In an instant, his body surged forth, achieving speeds exceeding that of sound, vanishing from his original position and reappearing almost instantaneously behind the Don Quixote family, clutching a devil fruit in his hand. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend how Kaido had accomplished such a feat. Don Quixote Doflamingo was no exception. He was still tossing the stone fruit in his hand when he realized it had mysteriously vanished. His expression was a vivid tapestry of emotions, fluctuating between brightness and darkness, twisted in a shade of iron blue, as an unnameable fury surged within him, momentarily overshadowing the terrifying speed Kaido had just displayed. "Damn it! How dare you steal my possession? String! Doflamingo leapt into the air, utilizing the airways to stabilize his form amidst the surrounding structures. With a flick of his fingers, 5 threads as fine as steel and as sharp as blades sliced through the air, aiming to cleave Kaido in two. The other members of the Don Quixote family, clearly in sync, sprang into action simultaneously the moment Doflamingo made his move, unleashing a flurry of techniques directed towards Kaido. Robert, Bloodblade, and the other bounty hunters recognized that chaos had ensued. Robert, fueled by a desire for vengeance against Kaido for the repeated humiliations inflicted upon his family, the Half-Atelia clan, aimed to seize this opportunity to capture him. Meanwhile, Bloodblade and the other bounty hunters were enticed by the allure of the devil fruits held by both the Don Quixote family and Kaido. With various factions harboring their own ulterior motives, they all plunged into the fray, embroiled in the tumult of battle. Kaido emitted a cold snort, raising his hand to shatter the vibrant threads of color, as he observed the oncoming assault from Lao Ji, Pika, Corazon, and others. He concealed the devil fruit within his cloak and with a sweeping gesture, unleashed his formidable force. Before his fists could make contact with them, The sheer force of the gale he conjured sent them hurtling backward for several meters. The unparalleled strength pierced through their defenses, striking directly at their organs, causing their vital energies to spiral into chaos. They could not help but spew forth blood, a vivid crimson staining the scene. Don Quixote Doflamingo's expression shifted abruptly. As he contemplated retreating, he suddenly found Kaido, with lightning speed, grasping his leg. Kaido's hand, akin to an iron clamp, fiercely gripped his leg. No matter how Doflamingo struggled or retaliated, his feeble assaults could inflict no harm upon Kaido whatsoever. Kaido swung Don Quixote Doflamingo, who suddenly seemed to realize something. His expression shifting dramatically. Stop. Yet, how could Kaido be persuaded to cease? Like wielding a club, he continued to indiscriminately smash Doflamingo, scattering the onlookers into disarray, leaving the ground pockmarked and drenched in blood. With each strike, the earth and surrounding structures trembled, debris cascading from the crumbling edifices. The streets and walls bore the chaotic stains of blood, while a network of jagged fissures spread extensively, the entire thoroughfare resonating with the thunderous echoes of destruction. After a relentless barrage, Kaido finally halted, gazing down at the battered and bloodied Doflamingo, whose face was marred with bruises, his mouth agape in a state of utter confusion. Kaido thought to himself that this fellow was remarkably weak. After retrieving another devil fruit from his body, he carelessly tossed him aside. Observing the trembling figures of the less than half present, Kaido narrowed his eyes, instilling such terror that they collapsed to the ground, drenched in cold sweat. A grotesque monster. Chapter 50. Justice. Among those present were pirates, bounty hunters, and dark underground forces. They had navigated the seas for many years, engaging in treachery and bloodshed against various adversarial factions. Yet, none could compare to the overwhelming sense of oppression emanating from the enigmatic man before them. Fierce, suffocating, and stifling. The chaotic and mottled streets were stained with blood, littered with dismembered limbs and grotesque organs, intermingled with excrement that induced nausea. The thick crimson liquid tainted the entire district, and the air was saturated with a pungent scent of blood that lingered incessantly. It was nothing short of a devil's realm, the sinister whims of a demon. Unbeknownst to them, dark clouds had begun to gather ominously over Depugia Island, producing a dull, foreboding rumble. Kaido surveyed his surroundings, noting that the only active figures present were the leaders of several major factions and a few officers observing the grunts charging forward. The half-dead Don Quixote Doflamingo emitted a faint sound, his body racked with excruciating pain, as if someone had torn him apart and shattered his bones, with his internal organs seemingly scorched by fierce flames. As for the other members of the Don Quixote family, they were merely caught in the aftermath, although they bore injuries. They fared significantly better than he did. Oh, still alive? Kaido mused, contemplating that this individual seemed more resilient than he had anticipated. You, who exactly are you? I have no enmity with you. Why do you seek to harm me? Doflamingo's countenance darkened, his voice barely a whisper. In the moment he comprehended the futility of his struggle, he resolutely chose to employ his abilities to shield his internal organs and bodily membranes, mitigating some of the impact from the blows he had endured. Though his body felt as if it could disintegrate at any moment, he had at least managed to preserve his life. What I am matters not to you. A fight is a fight. Must there be a reason? Kaido replied coldly, Kid, you talk too much. The humiliation of not even knowing the identity of the mysterious person who had bested him was an unbearable disgrace for Doflamingo. Those who wish to survive, let us unite, he declared, aware that with 3 devil fruits at stake, they must first defeat the formidable figure cloaked in black to have any chance of seizing them. Bloodblade urged the others to direct their efforts against the shadowy man. Kaido tilted his head, gazing at Bloodblade, his eyes shimmering with a chilling brilliance. Seizing the opportunity presented by Kaido's diverted attention, Doflamingo summoned the last vestiges of his strength to exploit Kaido's blind spot. With fingers curled menacingly, he sneered, Perish. String of the unruly. Infused with haki, the thread surged forth like a bolt of lightning, aimed directly at Kaido. Clang, clang, clang. The thread struck against the cloak, producing a cacophony reminiscent of metal colliding. Yet it failed to penetrate Kaido's formidable physique. Instead, it tore the black cloak to shreds. A crack of white lightning descended from the heavens, illuminating the street and simultaneously casting light upon Doflamingo's pallid, rigid visage. Under the radiance of the white lightning, the imposing figure of the mysterious being loomed like a colossal mountain, his exaggerated musculature exuding explosive power. A shimmering heat haze enveloped his body, accentuating the sharp, fierce angles of his form, while his thick black hair cascaded down his shoulders, adorned with a waist tied by a ribbon and gold chains. He bore a gourd at his side. The true countenance of this enigmatic figure resembled that of a demonic deity. Kaido. Doflamingo's expression twisted in horror, alternating between ashen and green, reflecting the depths of his dread. Curse be this! How could this monster be here, far from Wano? Though this was their inaugural encounter. The tales of Kaido's monstrous might echoed across the seas, and the exorbitant bounty on his head was no mere rumor. Had he not faced Kaido directly, Doflamingo might have fancied himself on somewhat equal footing with the likes of Kaido and Whitebeard, despite the evident disparity in power. Yet, experiencing the overwhelming sense of oppression firsthand revealed to him the chasm that lay between himself and the legendary monsters spoken of across the world. As those surrounding them beheld the true visage of the cloaked man, their pupils dilated in terror, and a frigid wave coursed through their bodies, leaving their limbs icy and paralyzed. Kaido's brutality and might coexist, widely renowned across the globe, standing alongside the legendary pirates Whitebeard and Big Mom as a formidable force of malevolence. Fear burgeons within the hearts of the populace, gnawing at their resolve. Meanwhile, atop a building in the bustling district, Sophia exhales a ring of smoke, her beautiful eyes glimmering with intrigue. Kaido, is it? The world-famous pirate. No wonder he possesses such strength. Oh my, what an extraordinary uncle. Kaido gazed at Doflamingo, his voice icy as he remarked, "You, young one, are far too mischievous." A thunderous bolt descended, and Kaido's expression darkened ominously, his body emanating a palpable heat that distorted the very air around him. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through the street. Kaido strode forward with great force, and with a resounding thud, his footprints were deeply embedded in the stone, causing the street to tremble violently. With each deliberate step he took, the ground was marred by a new depression. Though his pace was slow, none among the onlookers dared to budge an inch, standing frozen in astonishment and trembling fear. As Kaido approached, Doflamingo could not help but twitch his face, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Even the most arrogant and cruel individual comes to recognize the preciousness of life only when faced with death. Life may still harbor the chance for reversal, but once one is dead, all is lost. Wait, we can actually discuss this. Doflamingo thought frantically, his throat tightening. Mr. Kaido, having one more ally is far more beneficial than acquiring another enemy. Wouldn't you agree? To demonstrate my sincerity, I offer you the snow fruit and the stone fruit as tokens of our meeting. Suddenly struck by an idea, he stifled the pain within him and hastily continued. In the underworld, I command considerable influence. Whether in the North Sea or the Grand Line, the underground factions would grant me some respect. If it pleases you, Mr. Kaido, I am willing to provide you with first-hand information on devil fruits. Doflamingo speculated that since Kaido had come to Depugia Island to bid on devil fruits, he must hold them in high regard. Though he too needed the powers granted by these fruits to bolster his strength, they paled in comparison to the value of his life. Moreover, should Kaido spare him, he could flee to his stronghold in the North Sea. The distance would render Kaido's search for him akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Your reputation does not inspire trust, Celestial Dragon, Kaido stated, towering over Doflamingo, his gaze piercing. You are contemplating escape, aren't you? Doflamingo, flushed with shame and his face marred with injuries, struggled to force a smile. Mr. Kaido, I genuinely wish to collaborate with you. Genuine? I doubt that. Kaido narrowed his eyes. It was clear to him that Doflamingo, a despicable schemer, posed a risk of inviting danger into his midst. The benefits of collaboration seemed to outweigh the prospect of subjugation. I might consider letting you go. But should I discover that you have deceived me, you know well the consequences that will follow. To penetrate the underworld and establish his own voice within it. Doflamingo's wealth and power undoubtedly made him a valuable pawn. Yet, one must remain vigilant against such treachery to avoid igniting one's own peril. As Kaido pondered this, a sudden cacophony of footsteps and the sound of wheels rolling echoed around the street, signaling the approach of more individuals. And it was clear that they were not few in number. Kaido narrowed his eyes and turned to the source of the sound. Approaching him was Vice Admiral Crane, draped in a naval coat, flanked by the tall and strikingly beautiful Major General Peach Rabbit and the somewhat lecherous Major General Chibuta, accompanied by several other rear admirals and hundreds of well-equipped, marching naval officers, exuding an imposing aura. The forces of justice and evil were set to clash for the first time. In a brief interlude, after countless attempts, Quinn finally resolved the issue of magnetic factors, Chapter 51. The black storm dark clouds hung heavily in the sky, while tumultuous waves crashed against the island's coastline, as seabirds sheltered with their partners, trembling in their nests. On Dipigia Island, the marks of time crept across Crane's face, her once elegant brows now etched with wrinkles. Though she had surpassed 60 years, her eyes remained bright and clear, embodying the spirit of a formidable woman. To her left stood Peach Rabbit, tall and striking, exuding grace and allure. Her pink corset, meant to encapsulate her ample figure, instead accentuated her curves, inviting a myriad of thoughts. On her right, Chibuta gazed at Peach with a starry-eyed expression. Initially scheduled to arrive at Dipigia Island the following day, he had hastily abandoned his warship upon hearing of Peach's presence and rushed over on a small speedboat. The chance to see his long-cherished goddess outweighed any reprimands from his superiors. The remaining naval rear admirals, both male and female, stood in formation, clearly led by Crane, Peach, and Chibuta. Clad in navy coats emblazoned with the word justice, these officers formed a natural barrier, their expressions serious, heavy, and complex. At Crane's signal, several cannon carriages were pushed to the forefront, their icy muzzles aimed at the battered streets, lined up in a menacing row. Among those present were pirates, who, upon witnessing the naval force's ample preparations, felt as if a bucket of cold water had been thrown over them, rendering them utterly dumbfounded. However, Robert and Cookie's eyes lit up. They realized the Navy had arrived just in time, and they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, they had dutifully paid their taxes to the Navy, and as their benefactors, the Navy was obligated to protect their safety as long as they remained law-abiding. With this thought, Robert laughed triumphantly. Kaido, what does it matter if you're a great pirate? At sea, the Navy holds the ultimate power. Navy, seize Kaido for me. I shall personally rend him to pieces. As Robert raved with manic excitement, Chibuta's expression flickered with displeasure. Typically easygoing and approachable, he despised being ordered around by outsiders. Who is this arrogant fool? Should we eliminate him? He muttered. His voice was not loud, yet clear enough for everyone present to hear. Robert's smile abruptly faded. His neck flushed with embarrassment and anger as he pointed at the tea-pig, stammering and unable to articulate even half a sentence. Crane perused the list presented by his subordinates, shook his head, and spoke with a composed tone. As for the head of the Hafitlia family, eliminating him could lead to complications. Our objective this time is not him, so let him be for now. Capture everyone else. This seemingly straightforward dialogue struck the ears of the crowd, as if they could easily determine the fate of lives, deciding who would remain and who would go. We are bounty hunters, yet we have apprehended numerous pirates for your navy. The bounty hunter's expressions shifted dramatically, protesting in indignation. Robert dared not utter another word. Feeling a considerable loss of face, he shot a resentful glare at the tea-pig and let the matter rest. The agent Toku's eyes flickered, and he approached Crane to reveal his identity. Crane regarded him with surprise, pondering the purpose of a government agent's presence on Dipigia Island. Before she could inquire further, Toku seemed to sense something amiss and swiftly retreated into the narrow alleyway. Crane furrowed her brow and turned her attention to the formidable sea demon, Kaido. At that moment, as all eyes shifted toward Kaido, a palpable tension enveloped the air, breaths quickened, heartbeats escalated, and bodies trembled as astonishment surged within them like a tempest. It was a scene as terrifying as witnessing the apocalypse. Though they had initially come prepared to confront Kaido, nothing could have equipped them for the overwhelming aura that emanated from the world S-monster. The figure before them appeared not as Kaido but as a demon risen from the abyss, instantly shattering their resolve. Sensing the wavering morale, Crane, having battled pirates for decades and weathered countless storms, was acutely aware of Kaido's terrifying strength. Even she had to remain calm and collected. She gazed at Kaido and remarked, Kaido, I did not expect someone of your stature to appear here. Is it surprising? Kaido replied, a wave of heat radiating from him as he squinted and cast a glance at Doflamingo at his feet, sneering, is she here for you? Doflamingo felt a chill at Kaido's scrutiny and forced a wry smile, saying, Mr. Kaido, while Crane has been relentlessly pursuing me lately, this ostentatious display is clearly not directed at me. One Vice Admiral Crane is already a formidable challenge, let alone the likes of the Tea-Pig and Peach Rabbit. Renowned for their strength, Kaido realized that this formidable display was evidently directed at him. The Crane, a Vice Admiral in the Navy, demonstrated an astute sense of perception, mobilizing no fewer than 8 rear admirals to the island of Dipigia. Should their efforts prove fruitless, the expenditure of manpower and resources would undoubtedly amount to an astronomical figure. Mr. Kaido, we are both pirates. The Navy seeks to ensnare us along with you. How about we join forces to vanquish these naval forces? The Bloodblade understood that with his limited strength, he could only contend with one or two rear admirals, and to break through the encirclement, he must rely on Kaido. Kaido, with an impassive expression, inquired, "Would you serve under me?" To which the response came, Mr. Kaido, you jest. We are allies, united in facing our adversaries. Not your subordinates. I hope. Kaido's eyes narrowed with disdain, and without further ado, he swung his club with a swift motion. A resounding crash echoed as it struck, obliterating Bloodblade along with dozens of pirates. Why waste words when one need not have subordinates? Beneath his feet, an incredibly conspicuous, several meters deep, fan-shaped ravine extended for hundreds of meters, shattering all structures in its path and causing several towering trees to crash down with a resounding thud. The entire street has been reduced to ruins. The earth and stone within the ravines have been scorched to a charred black, with tendrils of electric arcs entwining and erupting, transforming the blackened soil into a molten lava-like substance. Hiss! Everyone present was once again astounded by Kaido's formidable display, drenched in cold sweat and left utterly speechless. What manner of monstrosity are we truly contending against? Many individuals in the Navy wore expressions of concern. Doflamingo, in particular, was beset by a complex array of emotions, his scalp prickling with unease. If he were to provoke the capricious Kaido with his meager strength, it would merely result in a swift defeat at the hands of his adversary. He now harbored grave doubts about whether he could truly escape Kaido's clutches by retreating to the northern seas. A heavy burden weighed upon Doflamingo's heart. Did they truly believe that such a paltry force could contend with him? Kaido turned to face the Navy, his expression as dark as a stormy sky. In an instant, his conqueror's haki erupted with a tremendous force. The ultimate deterrent transformed into a frenzied black tempest, radiating outwards with Kaido as its epicenter, shattering dozens of cannons into mere fragments that were swept into the sky like fragile paper. Those present, both the Navy and the pirates, found themselves utterly unable to withstand this violent force. Their consciousness was instantaneously stripped away, leaving them foaming at the mouth and collapsing to the ground. The entire island of Depugia was engulfed by the black storm, beginning to tremble violently, teetering precariously upon the boundless sea. The coastline is increasingly besieged by surging waves. Roaring with fury, the dragon draws water into the sky, while chaotic thunder crashes down in a frenzy. The island of Depugia is in turmoil, seemingly on the brink of being engulfed and shattered by tumultuous waves and raging lightning at any moment. Chapter 52. The Fruit of Transformation, the Conqueror's Haki. Symbolizing the qualities of a true sovereign, along with the armament and observation haki, requires relentless honing and forging, intricately linked to one's own spirit. In Kaido's perspective, this elusive essence of spirit is not synonymous with blind ferocity or brutality. Rather, it embodies a profound yearning that resides within one's character. Much like the free-spirited pirates such as red-haired Shanks and Luffy, who epitomize a personality closely aligned with the notion of freedom. Perhaps due to the challenges in harnessing the armament and observation haki, Kaido, with his unrestrained nature, has mastered the use of Conqueror's haki to an extraordinary degree, wielding it with remarkable finesse. Doflamingo's eyelids twitched uncontrollably as Kaido unleashed his overwhelming Conqueror's haki, a force so dominant that the disparity between them was akin to that of clouds and mud. This is truly too mysterious and terrifying. As the black tempest gradually subsides, countless figures cascade from the sky, a breathtaking spectacle of human rain crashing violently to the ground, their fates uncertain. The remaining officers of the rank of Major General and above exchange glances, their faces as pale as parchment. Kaido approached the Navy with an expression of indifference, as the sky was illuminated by streaks of purple lightning, rendering the entire district as bright as day. Bang, bang, bang. With each step, Kaido seemed to tread upon their very hearts, instilling a sense of dread and trepidation, causing their pulses to quicken and their breaths to become labored, rendering their complexions akin to that of a liver. T-Pig's gaze sharpened, fully aware that inaction was not an option. With a gentle bite of his tongue to regain composure, he summoned his strength and ascended into the air using the Navy's sixth form, the moonwalk. He then executed a powerful arc with his legs, generating two colossal, razor-sharp crescent slashes, fiercely aimed at Kaido. Kaido, with swift reflexes, deftly shifted the trajectory of his strike with a light lift of his left hand, redirecting it towards Crane. Meanwhile, his right hand clenched forward, obliterating another impending blow. As the furious arc of the slash tore through the air, hurtling towards its target, Crane remained utterly still, her eyes closed, seemingly oblivious to the danger. At that moment, a strikingly radiant pink figure swiftly emerged, a flash of white light rendering the strike null and void. "Sister Crane, are you all right?" the pink figure inquired, gripping Kinjer with concern as it gazed upon her. Crane responded with a gentle smile and a nod. Simultaneously, Chibuta adeptly employed shave and moonwalk, maneuvering rapidly through the air and its surroundings, unleashing a tempestuous barrage of kicks upon Kaido, rendering his form nearly invisible to the naked eye. Kaido's visual acuity and auditory perception transcended the realm of ordinary mortals. Even as the wind howled and the strikes landed upon him, a sneer of disdain flickered in his eyes, mere flamboyance. Alarmed by the mocking expression on Kaido's face, Crane inwardly lamented, "Gion, act swiftly. Kaido intends to eliminate Chibuta." As the words fell, Momotaro, Crane, and two agile rear admirals hastened into action, utilizing their shave technique to reach him post-haste. Simultaneously, Kaido made his move. With a resounding explosion of air, he vanished from his previous position, leaving only a disturbance in the atmosphere to testify that he had indeed been there moments prior. Chibuta, who was in the midst of evasion, momentarily froze. As realization dawned, his pupils constricted sharply, and he stiffly turned his neck to glance behind him. There stood Kaido, erect and imposing, a mocking expression etched across his face, his long black hair and beard defying the absence of wind, radiating an overwhelming aura. In an instant, Kaido's colossal fist surged forward. Chibuta, stricken with terror, attempted to retreat, only to discover that the surrounding space had seemingly been ensnared, rendering him utterly immobile. As the formidable fist approached, imbued with a chilling gale, Chibuta's complexion paled, and beads of sweat cascaded down his brow. Suddenly, four silhouettes appeared before him, obstructing his path. Crane, with a grave countenance, declared, "Do not rely on conventional wisdom. Kaido is a renowned monster of the world. Let us strike together without reservation." A heavy weight settled in their hearts as they swiftly summoned their haki, enveloping their swords or hands with it, launching a flurry of intricate swordplay and martial techniques to intercept Kaido's tremendous blow. "Do you truly believe you can impede me?" A gleam of brilliance erupted in Kaido's eyes as his long hair flowed like tentacles. He launched a fist straight forward, shattering the techniques of Crane, Peach Rabbit, and others with overwhelming force, sending them flying along with Chibuta for 100 meters. Like a meteor arrow, he pierced through several buildings, causing the ground to tremble violently, with dust billowing in the aftermath. Amidst the swirling dust, the sounds of struggle emerged as Chibuta and the others pushed aside the heavy stones pinning them down. Unable to suppress their coughs from the acrid smoke, they gazed at Kaido in disarray. Damn it, how can that guy be so powerful? In the fleeting moment, they had wisely shifted from offense to defense, utilizing their haki to protect their bodies, and with Crane's ability dissipating much of the residual force. The remaining impact merely resulted in superficial injuries. "Do not even think about facing him one-on-one," Crane remarked, dusting off her white-gloved hands. "Even Whitebeard finds this monster troublesome." Whitebeard, the world's strongest pirate, once matched in strength with Joel D. Roger, was regarded as the man closest to the throne of the Pirate King. Crane's expression turned grave as she contemplated that if Kazan were to arrive, they might stand a chance against Kaido. At that moment, two figures, one large and one small, were seen fleeing through the ruined buildings. The agile girl in a frilled dress sprinted ahead, displaying a hint of the Navy Six styles. Her pale face turned back as she shouted, "You better back off. If you push me too far, I want any hold back." Despite her nimbleness, she was no match for the man pursuing her, and after several rounds of chase, she bore scrapes on her shoulders and legs, her hair in disarray. These two were Sophia and the world government agent, Toku. Seeing Sophia heading towards Kaido, Toku's expression tightened. He wished to distance himself from Kaido, thinking he must end this swiftly. He leapt into the air, executing a powerful kick aimed at Sophia, feeling a chilling rush behind her. Sophia's face changed dramatically as she quickly dove forward, tumbling to evade the attack, breathless as she reached Kaido's side. Fuming with indignation, she placed her hands on her hips and declared, "Uncle, I want to team up with you. Join me as my subordinate?" Kaido squinted. Sophia hesitated for a moment. Glancing at the menacing Kanabo in Kaido's grip, the lessons of the past clear before her. She then turned to Toku, who seemed frozen in place. As if making a resolution, she nodded decisively. "All right, I'll be your subordinate, but I need a new body." "A new body? What do you mean?" Kaido inquired, intrigued by the peculiar girl. Are you an ability user? Of course, Sophia replied with a proud smile, her eyes crescent-shaped, revealing her small fangs. I am the user of the body switch fruit, and I have my sights set on that woman's body. Sophia pointed towards the voluptuous figure of the beautiful rabbit, standing 100 meters away. In the small theater of myriad faces, no one knew her true appearance, her genuine gender, or her real identity. Even the bounty was merely a faceless image. The reward stood at an astonishing 14,800,000 berries 5 years ago. Chapter 53. Elena's past. The naval rear admiral, Rabbit Guion, a master of swordsmanship and a formidable warrior, was a candidate for future high command. The girl had set her sights on the stunning Admiral Rabbit. Kaido, somewhat taken aback, scrutinized her with curiosity, beginning to question her true identity and gender. If what she claimed was true, that she possessed the ability to exchange bodies at will through her fruit's power, then who was she, really? Was she herself, or was she him? It was as elusive as seeing flowers in the mist, leaving one utterly perplexed. Kaido inquired, What is your name, Lucy? Sophia? Or something else? Do not misunderstand. I am merely curious. The young girl momentarily froze, an expression on her face that belied her tender age. Taking a deep breath, she slowly began. Allow me to share a story with you. With a wistful demeanor, the girl seemed to drift into a distant memory as she recounted her tale. The protagonist of the story was a little girl named Elena, who, at a very young age, was forever separated from her biological parents. At the age of 6, she was taken in by her mother's sister. In the initial days of her stay at her aunt's home, the aunt was gentle, courteous, and kind, treating her as if she were her own child. Although the aunt's son and husband were somewhat indifferent towards her, she still felt a flicker of warmth. The innocent little girl believed that this marked a new beginning in her life, a place to reclaim happiness. Little did she know, it was merely the onset of her nightmare. When the facade of glamour was torn away, what remained was an ugly visage of greed and hypocrisy. One day, while playing in the village, the little girl was ambushed by 2 burly men who covered her with a burlap sack from behind. Despite her desperate cries for help, her pleas seemed only to provoke the men, one of whom struck her unconscious. When she awoke, she found herself confined within a dark, enormous shipping container, surrounded by other children around the age of 10. From the hushed whispers of the children, she learned they were being trafficked to other islands. A few resourceful children devised a plan to escape, instructing one to feign death, thereby prompting the men to open the container. At the moment the men unlatched the container, the children surged forth, overpowering one of the men, and fled with haste. The little girl seized the opportunity to escape as well. Perhaps due to luck or her slight frame, the men chose to pursue the sturdier children instead. She successfully evaded capture. However, she soon realized she was no longer on her original island. Desperate to return to her aunt's home, she knew her absence must have caused her aunt great distress. She yearned to go back. She had to return. No one could fathom the ordeal of a 6-year-old girl, hidden within a cargo ship's container, enduring tumultuous journeys while scavenging for scraps to survive. After 2 arduous months, during which she mistakenly boarded the wrong ships and lost her way multiple times, she finally returned to her birthplace. Yet, as she approached her aunt's door, longing to rush into her embrace, she caught sight through the crack of the door of her aunt engaged in a respectful conversation with an irate man. To her astonishment, that man was one of the very traffickers who had captured her. She distinctly heard that her amiable aunt had sold her for 50,000 Bailey. The little girl fled, too frightened to return to the family that inflicted such suffering upon her. As for the trafficker, he reported her as a runaway, returning to the woman with a fabricated tale, demanding compensation. The girl felt lost, akin to a headless fly, devoid of direction in life. Wandering aimlessly in the village for 2 days, the harshness of existence weighed heavily upon her, adding further scars to her already weary body. Ultimately, she succumbed to hunger. Discovered and taken to her aunt's home, the once kind aunt revealed her true nature. Upon learning that the trafficker no longer desired to purchase Elena, her demeanor shifted dramatically. Daily torment and verbal abuse ensued, as she labeled Elena a burden. The cruel aunt relegated all menial tasks to her, while her uncle provided scant sustenance, insisting she labor to repay a debt. Her cousin frequently ridiculed her, and she endured humiliation and emerged resilient, living to the age of 13. Upon acquiring the fruit of body exchange, her first act was to swap bodies with her cousin, who had taken pleasure in tormenting her. Utilizing her cousin's form, she strangled the soul that resided within her own body. Subsequently, she took her cousin's life, eliminating his parents and meticulously disguising the scene as a crime committed by her cousin, who had fled after murdering his family. In the following years, she transitioned through several bodies, experiencing life across various social strata, ranging from the elite nobility and affluent heiresses to naval cadets, government spies, and professionals in science and medicine. Although her lack of knowledge in these fields often led to complications for the scientific and medical departments, she reveled in the exhilarating tapestry of existence. She developed a fondness for jewels, mastered the 6 styles of the Navy, and acquired both armed and observation hockey. She even sold a nation and wreaked havoc on a naval base, while continuously exchanging bodies and savoring diverse lives. She also came to understand the advantages and disadvantages of the body-swapping fruit. Whether it was 14 years or perhaps 18, she had lost track of the time spent adrift at sea. However, approximately 5 years ago, during a body exchange in the City of Water, she was captured on film, drawing the attention of the world government. Thus began her life on the run for the past 5 years. After hearing the girl's tale, Kaido couldn't help but express a sigh of astonishment. Was the soul inhabiting this body truly female? The Navy and Toku were nearly 100 meters apart, so there was no concern that they would overhear. If the tales were to be believed, the young girl before them indeed bore the weight of a tragic existence. Kaido felt a stir of emotion as he gazed at her and inquired, "So your name is Elena? What's the matter, uncle? Are you feeling sympathy for her?" Elena transformed once more into a cunning fox, smiling playfully as she replied, "I have divulged a secret that I've kept close to my heart, uncle. You must take responsibility for my safety. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I felt an inexplicable trust." With her enchanting eyes shimmering and her cheeks blushing a rosy hue, she playfully blinked at Kaido. "Since you have agreed to serve under me, I will indeed protect you," Kaido said, furrowing his brow. "But what exactly do you mean by the drawbacks of the body-swapping fruit?" "That's a secret, uncle," Elena teased, placing her index finger against her red lips and making a shushing gesture, accompanied by a mysterious smile. Chapter 54. The Mud Buddha still burns with a flicker of fire. The atrocities Elena endured in her youth instilled a deep-seated aversion to men, leading her to utilize her abilities exclusively on women unless absolutely necessary. Furthermore, theoretically, the frequent exchange of bodies and alteration of appearance should result in severe self-identity issues. Yet, Elena seemed utterly unconcerned, reveling in the experience instead. "With your abilities, it should be quite simple to seize a body, right? This world is rife with individuals of dubious tastes," Kaido remarked, displaying no surprise. "Regardless, I am quite intrigued by your plan to acquire the body of Peach Rabbit." Elena smirked mischievously and blinked. "Uncle, how wicked of you. Are you contemplating something peculiar with a mature woman's body?" Kaido inhaled deeply. "Forget I said anything." Meanwhile, from a distance of nearly 100 meters, Crane and her companions could not decipher the conversation between Kaido and Elena. Yet they observed Kaido and Elena whispering and gesturing towards them, which stirred a sense of unease within them. Crane, possessing a profound intellect, suspected that the sudden appearance of the girl was no mere coincidence. Noting the fluctuating expressions on the face of the world government agent Toku, she felt a ripple of suspicion and swiftly approached Toku, asking, "What is the background of that girl?" Peach Rabbit and the others soon joined them, prompting Toku to startle, realizing that the Navy was indeed filled with exceptional talent, having not noticed their arrival. "She has stolen the Navy's 6 powers training methods from the world government, causing significant losses. I have received orders to capture her," Toku explained. As an agent, executing orders is his paramount duty. Upon receiving the command, his superior had cautioned him that the identity of the chameleon should remain undisclosed. The underground families could silence him at any moment, and only the dead could keep secrets. However, these Navy officers, particularly the long-established Crane, possessed strength surpassing his own. If he were to disclose the situation regarding the chameleon to the Navy, it would signify the end of its secrecy. Even if he succeeded in his mission, he would face eradication from the government. Crane, seasoned in the trials of life, discerned that Toku was withholding information. Yet, understanding the stringent management of the world government's intelligence agency, she refrained from pressing further, merely cautioning Peach Rabbit and the others. "Be careful, that girl may be formidable." The Peach Rabbit T-Pig nodded solemnly, casting a grave gaze across the way. The once vibrant street lay in ruins, a chaotic tapestry of gaping chasms and scorched earth, with charred stones exhaling plumes of black smoke. Accompanied by thunder and lightning, the silhouette of Kaido was gradually elongated. Crack! With a deafening crack of white lightning, it seemed as though countless afterimages flickered into existence. By the time they regained their senses, Kaido, with a cold expression, was already less than 10 meters away, brandishing his spiked bat. The expressions of the group changed drastically as they hastily attempted to evade using their shave technique. Just then, a white figure suddenly appeared high in the sky, calling out in a languid yet distinctive male tenor, "Iceball." No sooner had the words left his lips than crystalline snowflakes began to drift from the heavens, swirling through the air. An ominous chill swiftly enveloped the surroundings, plummeting the temperature. The T-Pig and his companions could not help but exhale frosty breaths, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. The relentless, frigid aura rapidly blanketed the entire wasteland, transforming into a furious blizzard that surged towards Kaido, unstoppable. In the blink of an eye, the desolate ruins were transformed into a magnificent frost castle towering hundreds of meters high. The naval officers were overjoyed. The cold seemed incapable of dampening their exhilarated spirits as they exclaimed, "It's Admiral Aokiji." Aokiji lazily descended onto the icy ground, stifling a yawn, appearing somewhat fatigued. He glanced at Crane and said, "Crane, I'm late. Are you all right?" Aokiji was acutely aware that ordinary forces stood no chance against a monster like Kaido. So he had instructed the soldiers to remain at the harbor, readying the warship while he came alone to provide support. The timing was impeccable. Crane furrowed her brow. The T-Pig shot Aokiji a glare, reproaching him. "Kazan, you really have no sense of urgency. Had you arrived any later, we could have been in grave danger. Do you have any idea how close we came to death at Kaido's hands while stalling for you?" "Ah, my apologies. I overslept," Aokiji replied nonchalantly, scratching his ear. The T-Pig, infuriated by his nonchalance, felt a gnawing anger. Yet his expression quickly shifted back to seriousness as he turned his gaze towards the demonic ice sculpture within the city of ice and snow. The frozen Kaido's eyes shifted slightly, still sharp and menacing. Then, with a crack, a web of dense fissures rapidly spread across the ice sculpture. Boom! The ice sculpture shattered into countless pieces, which gradually began to evaporate. Kaido's muscles glistened with a feverish sheen, and wisps of black mist seeped from his skin, starkly contrasting with the dark fruits effect, which manifested as nebulous black particles. The essence escaping Kaido's form was pure black vapor. "Aokiji Kazan? A mere Navy brat," Kaido remarked coldly. "No wonder they are desperately trying to impede me. It seems they were awaiting your arrival. But do you truly believe you can thwart me?" For Kaido, who was currently unable to wield the armament haki at will, the formidable strength of his physical form rendered him largely unconcerned about the threats posed by natural-type users to his life. However, he could easily become ensnared by the intangible nature of such abilities, especially given that he faced one of the future admirals renowned worldwide. Aokiji, adopting a rare serious demeanor, replied, "To be frank, I would prefer not to oppose a monster like you at this moment, but given the orders from above, I must prevent you from wreaking havoc on Depugia Island." "Ruin Depugia Island?" Kaido paused momentarily. His intention was merely to procure a devil fruit encyclopedia and perhaps seize a few devil fruits along the way. He had no desire to wreak havoc on Dressrosa Island. However, reflecting on the notorious deeds that had circulated about him on the seas, it was understandable that the Navy harbored such concerns. The Navy and pirates were, after all, sworn enemies. Being misunderstood, Kaido found no inclination to offer further explanations. Even a clay statue possesses a flicker of anger. Did they truly believe he was made of mere mud? Unpredictable in temperament, eccentric in nature, so be it. Let the world speak its mind and propagate its tales. He was the king of beasts, renowned across the globe, daring to challenge the mightiest creatures of the Navy headquarters alone. He was genuinely incensed. Flames igniting in his eyes. "Bring it on. I am eager to witness your prowess." Kaido's eyes suddenly widened, radiating two piercing glints of cold light. He lifted his foot and forcefully stomped on the icy ground, causing the entire ice city to tremble violently. The onlookers felt a jolt, some struggling to maintain their balance. Had this monstrous being not exerted his full strength just moments ago? The thought raced through Chaffin's mind. Before them, a terrifying fissure spread like withered vines, expertly controlled to shatter all ice crystals within hundreds of meters, leaving not a trace behind. Even the coastline of Depugia Island sank several centimeters with this mighty tremor. The residual force transformed into shock waves, stirring the ocean into a furious roar, conjuring waves towering dozens of meters high that engulfed several pirate ships anchored nearby. The dark clouds above churned, deepening in their ominous hue, while the thunder grew increasingly restless. Seabirds nestled in their nests, trembling in fear. Chapter 55. Unexpected strength. The biting cold wind pierced to the bone, and fragments of ice crystals floated in the surrounding space, lingering ominously. The night was shrouded in an oppressive darkness, cold and profound. Akiji's languid eyes reflected the chilling brilliance, calm and composed, as the temperature continued to plummet. Ice crystals began to form on half of his face, while the air around him swirled with white, icy vortices. Frozen, a time capsule. Akiji's hand shot forth a spear of ice, hurtling towards Kaido with lightning speed. Wherever the ice shard passed, scorched earth and all life were encased in frost. A flamboyant display of power. Kaido let out a cold snort, and with a fierce swing of his spiked club, the unparalleled brute force created an explosive sound that seemed on the verge of shattering the very air itself, unleashing a destructive and violent power that obliterated the time capsule entirely. Even Kazan was caught off guard, his lower body crushed by the impact. His eyes moved stiffly, as if grappling with the incredibility of the situation. His body floated upward at an odd angle, dense ice mist spraying from his severed waist, rapidly attempting to reform and coalesce. Yet, how could Kaido simply stand by and allow him to reconstruct his form? What of the Logia type? It mattered not. The colossal figure of Kaido was undeterred in speed. Rather, he moved as if he were a heavy tank barreling down the road at breakneck speed, trampling everything that stood in his path. He was barbaric and unruly, charging forward with unstoppable force. Chopper and the others felt a surge of urgency, activating their techniques in a frantic attempt to impede Kaido's advance. A swarm of flies, do not obstruct my way. Kaido glared fiercely, pressing down with his palm, forcefully driving two rear admirals into the earth. Subsequently, his colossal foot came crashing down, accompanied by the sound of shattering bones and anguished cries. Blood and viscera splattering in all directions. Kaido, you fiend. Shappa rose, his eyes filled with fury, wrapped his hands in haki, clenching them into fists as he fiercely swung towards Kaido. His fists, akin to heavy artillery, struck relentlessly against Kaido, resonating with the thunderous sound of waves crashing upon the shore. Kaido's expression darkened as he raised his spiked mace, summoning a howling wind before it came crashing down. Kaido, with a defiant sneer, taunted, "Come and try to stop me." Caution was thrown to the wind as Peach Rabbit and Crane swiftly intervened, clutching T-Pig in a frantic bid to escape. Suddenly, an eruption reminiscent of multiple heavy missiles detonating simultaneously shook the very core of Depugia Island, causing it to tremble violently, akin to the onset of an earthquake. In an instant, shocking fissures erupted from the point where Kaido's spiked club struck, racing outward in 4 distinct directions, extending all the way to the island's coastline. The cracks relentlessly widened, tearing through buildings and hills, cleaving entire city blocks in two, while colossal trees toppled over. From a bird's-eye view, one would observe that Depugia Island had fractured into 4 segments. A tempest of hurricanes, explosions, earthquakes, and tsunamis ensued. The residents of various districts were engulfed in terror, gazing into the gaping abyss that seemed bottomless, shrouded in darkness, as a mournful wind howled, and seawater surged through the chasms, inundating the streets and demolishing homes. Expressions of sheer horror adorned their faces, as if they were witnessing the apocalypse, scattering in all directions like frightened birds. Desperation and panic reigned. The townsfolk collided in chaos. Those who lagged behind were mercilessly trampled, while others were swept away by the ruthless tide. The entire island descended into utter pandemonium. "Kaido, look at what you've done," T-Pig cried, contorting his face, his eyes ablaze with fury. "What have I done?" Kaido laughed heartily. "Isn't this exactly what you wished for? Come now, this heroic role-playing game has only just begun." Kaido, with his disheveled black hair and swirling dark mist enveloping him, laughed maniacally. "You aspire to be heroes, don't you? Navy, attempt to thwart this chaos if you dare. You shall meet a most untimely demise." The furious and unwilling Chibuta retorted, "Let your empty words cease here. You weaklings masquerading as heroes. This is all of your own making." The sky rumbled ominously, as if echoing Kaido's formidable madness. Ice Age. Massive, chilling icicles erupted from the white mist, while snowflakes swiftly blossomed from their tips, a frigid aura rapidly spreading, overwhelming the 4 terrifying gashes with an unstoppable force. Once the gashes were frozen, the cold air continued to surge forth, extending its relentless grip across the entire island, deliberately avoiding the crowd. The sharp ice glimmered like ink diffusing in water, encasing the entire island in a frozen embrace. In an instant, the once fearsome gashes, which threatened to tear the island apart and engulf its inhabitants, transformed into a stunning, crystalline sea ice sculpture. You truly are a troublesome fellow, Navy brat, Kaido squinted, observing Aokiji emerging slowly from the icy mist. If you continue your destruction, someone will report it, and it won't bode well for you, Kaido. Aokiji stood firm, hands casually tucked into his pockets, adding, moreover, I never intended to face you alone. At that moment, Momotaro, Chibuta, and Crane positioned themselves beside Aokiji, while the other 4 rear admirals discreetly withdrew. Recognizing their inability to contribute meaningfully to the battle, blindly joining would only distract Aokiji and Crane. Their gazes then converged on Elena, slowly encircling her. Elena, feeling awkward, chuckled and waved her hand dismissively. This is none of my concern. I'm merely passing through. The 4 rear admirals found themselves challenged by her mere presence. And the thought of confronting even one of them, let alone a lurking government agent, was daunting. Elena calculated her combat prowess internally. The tall and slender rear Admiral Lifa pointed her sword at Elena, declaring, We cannot assist in the battle of the advisors. Capturing you is our new mission. Oh dear. Such fiery spirits. Navy sister, is it that time of life for you? Elena twirled her beautiful eyes, a playful smile forming dimples on her cheeks. I hadn't intended to engage with you, but since I've allied myself with the uncle, I suppose I must lend my strength. Wouldn't you agree? With that, Elena lowered her gaze, and when she raised it again, her cherubic face revealed a sinister grin. Let me make this clear. I am unexpectedly formidable. Chapter 56, Exposed? Not a chance. Crane, renowned and battle-hardened, is a prominent figure in the Navy, having led an era alongside Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr, though Momotaro and Chibuta are rear admirals. Their strength far surpasses that of their peers, making them formidable even among Navy vice admirals. As for Aokiji, his status as a potential future admiral speaks volumes about his extraordinary capabilities. Kaido conducted a cursory analysis of the Navy's strength, noting that both Peach Rabbit and T-Pig were far from their peak capabilities, insufficient to warrant his vigilance. The sole figure of concern remained the perpetually languid and composed Kazan. Merely a rabble of misfits. Kaido scoffed, challenging them. If you dare, come forth. T-Pig and the others exchanged glances, and in an instant, Kazan leapt into the air, creating ripples of white cyclone in the space around him. Ice blocks. Twin tridents. From the 4 whirlwinds emerged ice spears resembling tridents, and with a swift motion of his hand, Kazan sent the 4 ice spears hurtling through the air like arrows, aiming directly at Kaido. Kaido moved leisurely, swinging his spiked club to shatter the ice spears with ease, coldly remarking, Do you think I can't count, kid? There are clearly 4 ice spears. Seizing the opportunity, Peach Bunny swiftly positioned herself before Kaido. With fervent determination, she unleashed her armament haki, enveloping her Kenpyra in a deep, lustrous black sheen, slicing through the air with a razor-sharp edge, aiming to cleave Kaido's neck. Simultaneously, T-Pig was not to be outdone, his narrow eyes glinting with a frigid light as he unleashed a relentless barrage of heavy iron fists, targeting Kaido's bronze chest with unyielding ferocity. Kaido's reaction was swift, his eyes flashing with electric intensity as he let out a cold snort, akin to thunder erupting in the ears of the 2, momentarily stunning them. In the next instant, Kaido swatted the T-Pig to the ground with a palm as if it were a mere fly, simultaneously swinging his spiked club to shatter the blade's aura, while his other hand darted towards the waist of Peach Rabbit. Just as he was about to seize her, it felt as though he had struck an invisible barrier, causing him to instinctively grasp at nothing. Seizing this opportunity, Peach Rabbit hastily leaped back to the ground, her face a mask of fear as she regarded Kaido. Immediately, she turned to Crane, whose gloves were enveloped in a peculiar transparent gas. Sister Crane, thank you. Be cautious, if I am not mistaken. He just unleashed a wave of Conqueror's haki that rendered you both momentarily dazed. A mere second or 2 of distraction could prove fatal. Crane's expression was grave. The precision with which Kaido controlled his Conqueror's haki indicated a deeper mastery over it. Peach Rabbit nodded in agreement, acutely aware as a naval officer of her caliber, having witnessed numerous grand battles. Yet, most of her experiences involved clearing out minor enemies. And this was her first encounter in a head-on confrontation with a world-renowned pirate of monstrous reputation. Sister Crane, can we truly stop this beast, Kaido? Peach Rabbit questioned, doubt creeping in. He is far too powerful. I can't fathom how Mr. Garp managed to thwart him and Big Mom. The Rocks Pirates battle was indeed the campaign that solidified Garp's status as a naval hero. Peach Rabbit, do not forget your insignia and the responsibilities it entails. Crane said earnestly, if we, the Navy, do not intervene, then no one will be able to stop him. Crane's gaze was fixed on Kaido, who had just shattered the barrier and was now advancing towards the fallen T-Pig. She held her breath, the transparent gas encasing her gloved hand swelling ominously as she swept it forward, layers of translucent barriers converging to encircle Kaido. The same tactic will not work on me. Kaido wielded his kanabo, mercilessly smashing the wash wall to smithereens, his pace unyielding as he advanced directly towards Chadok. Ice. Rain of arrows. Akiji, quick-witted and agile, raised his palms skyward, conjuring a swirling mass of ice above Kaido's head. Countless ice arrows and spears cascaded down like a torrential downpour, piercing through the air with a cacophony akin to 1,000 horses in silence, accompanied by the flurry of ice shards that enveloped Kaido in a dense mist. Akiji, aware that this maneuver alone would not suffice to subdue Kaido, immediately transformed into a white ice mass, darting into the icy fog with lightning speed. Shortly thereafter, a figure was hurled out, a gravely injured Chahog, now unconscious. Tsuru rushed over to assess Chahog's condition, relieved to find he still had a pulse. Her expression filled with concern as she gazed into the fog, vaguely perceiving flickers of sparks and arcs of electricity, along with the sporadic sound of jarring collisions. Tsuru immediately activated her observation haki, sensing two powerful auras moving rapidly within the mist, their precise locations elusive. Sister Tsuru, shall we assist Vice Admiral Akiji? Momonosuke inquired, his demeanor resolute. Let us leave it to Kazan for now. Although she had long recognized Akiji's exceptional abilities, she had not anticipated his rapid advancement to this extent. Able to contend with Kaido's formidable movements in a fierce stalemate, she understood that acting recklessly at this moment could endanger their allies, thus opting to remain a mere observer for the time being. At that moment, a colossal blizzard surged upwards, reaching heights of 1,000 meters. As a massive azure dragon roared upward, colliding with the storm, the skies, darkened by 10 kilometers of churning clouds, began to spiral downward, drawn into the blizzard, accompanied by the dragon's resonant roar. In an instant, thunder and lightning clashed, and fierce winds howled. Throughout the districts of Depuji Island, earth, stone, and wood were violently sucked upwards. Colossal trees were uprooted, rooftops flew away, and the sky was engulfed in a thick, ominous darkness, leaving the terrified residents in a state of panic. In the heavens, the blizzard and black clouds intertwined, flashes of lightning erupting amidst the continuous rumbling. With a thunderous boom, a massive black and white energy burst open in the sky, resembling a fireworks display, as a veil of white crystalline foam spread across the expanse, exploding above Depugia Island and radiating outward. Debris, timber, and residents were all caught in a freefall descent. Observing this, Tsuru hastily employed the abilities of her wash fruit to mitigate the impact on the residents. However, the scale of the chaos was far too vast, and she could only save half of the island. Concurrently, with a resounding crash, it felt as though dozens of tons of weight plummeted from the heavens, sending ripples of earth and stone cascading outward, stirring up towering clouds of dust that obscured everyone's vision. Then, chunks of ice were ejected from the billowing haze, quickly revealing the roaring winds within. As the thick smoke was instantaneously swept away, the towering figure of Kaido gradually came into view. Meanwhile, the mass of ice on the ground twitched a couple of times before collapsing, releasing a dense mist of frost that swiftly coalesced into the form of Kazan. As Kazan rose, he cast a curious glance at Kaido, remarking, "Had you employed your armament haki in that previous strike, I would undoubtedly have sustained grave injuries, Kaido. Dealing with a brash youth like you requires no such formidable power." Kaido, his face impassive and heart steady, shattered the ice shards clinging to his arms. With a disdainful snort, he mocked, "Kid, your low temperature effect leaves much to be desired. Are you preparing to assist me in storing items? Unable to harness the power of haki, yet you cannot even explore its mastery in battle? This individual before me is nothing less than a free human punching bag. What better way to practice controlling haki than this?" Kaido gazed intensely at Akiji. Chapter 57, The Eerie Ability. As Kaido observed Akiji, he endeavored to sense the latent power within his body, gradually exploring how to harness it. Akiji's gaze flickered. Kaido's choice not to employ haki during their battle left him pondering whether it was a mere coincidence or a manifestation of overconfidence. Meanwhile, several hundred meters away, her Marine rear admirals, along with the agent Toku, had encircled Elena, their tightening grip closing in relentlessly. After a fierce struggle, Elena bore numerous wounds. Yet an enigmatic smile lingered on her face. Although she found it exceedingly challenging to contend with 5 equally formidable opponents, she had gained a rough understanding of their strengths. "You foolish girl, do you think you can defeat us with such meager abilities? Surrender now. You have been cornered," scoffed Rear Admiral Li Fa, her brow furrowed in disdain. Elena remained silent, her head bowed, her long hair shrouding her face, revealing a cruel, twisted smile. In a voice only she could hear, she murmured, "Hee hee hee. Their souls aren't particularly strong. How delightful. This person is crucial to the government. Do not kill her." Toku furrowed his brow, unable to discern Elena's mutterings. A sense of unease washed over him. The full extent of Thousand Faces' abilities remained a mystery, and a moment's inattention could lead to disaster. "Are CP agents truly this timid?" remarked a corpulent Marine with a hint of sarcasm. "She merely stole the Marine 6 styles. How strong could she possibly be?" The other 2 rear admirals remained silent. Yet their expressions betrayed their disdain for their opponent. Toku's feelings of complexity grew heavier still. Then, Elena slowly lifted her head, revealing a bizarre and chilling grin. She turned her gaze toward the corpulent rear admiral nearby, her hand poised like a blade, and without hesitation, she slashed her own throat before the astonished crowd. Crimson blood sprayed forth like a splendid array of flowers, staining the collar of her pleated skirt. Maintaining her sinister smile, Elena's lips moved, emitting a faint whisper, "Exchange." In an instant, a flash of white light enveloped the corpulent rear admiral, and he felt his senses and equilibrium plummet as though he were sinking into the ocean. Disoriented and unbalanced, as if a whirlpool were slowly engulfing him. His vision blurred, the world around him spun incessantly, and a peculiar sensation coursed through him. When the disorienting weightlessness subsided, blood gushed from his throat, and he felt his consciousness slipping away, his vision dimming. Thud. Ultimately, he fell to the ground, unwillingly, as blood splattered from his throat, staining the entire pleated skirt in crimson. Did you hear what she said? Why did she suddenly take her own life? The face of Major General Li Fa was a canvas of questions, mirrored by the bewilderment of others. The girl's expression was peculiar. First came a sinister smile before her suicide, then sheer shock, as if she had encountered a ghost. Toku furrowed his brow in confusion, a chilling sensation creeping over him. When he raised his gaze, he found the corpulent Major General staring at him with a malevolent grin. An epiphany struck Toku, his complexion shifting drastically. Just as he was about to scream, he saw the corpulent Major General raise his hand and, without hesitation, slice his own throat. "Exchange. Major General Kublo. What are you doing?" The other 3 Major Generals shouted in alarm, attempting to intervene, but the spray of blood splattered across their faces, leaving them momentarily stunned. As Kublo's mocking laughter faded into silence, Agent Toku followed suit, raising his hand to take his own life. This chain of suicides alerted Major General Li Fa that something was amiss. The suicides were shrouded in mystery and eeriness. It felt as though a ghost hidden behind the curtain was orchestrating it all. She frowned, warily surveying her surroundings and the other Major Generals beside her, when suddenly, a splatter of crimson blood erupted before her eyes. In Li Fa's incredulous gaze, Major General Alba also followed suit, slitting his throat. Witnessing her comrades inexplicably take their own lives one by one, Li Fa felt she was on the brink of madness. Fear, tension, and terror gripped her as she glanced around, her hand clutching the knife, trembling slightly. "Major General Li Fa, are you all right?" The remaining Major General firmly grasped her shoulder, attempting to steady her. Li Fa, in a daze, felt tears welling in her eyes. After years of service in the Navy, she had never seen so many of her peers commit suicide in such a manner. Even with a hardened spirit, she could not accept the scene unfolding before her. "Kublo and the others have now taken their lives. It is just you and me left." "Major General Dirun," Li Fa said, her complexion pale and her words fragmented. "Yes," Dirun replied in a low voice, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "It is just you and me now. Navy sister, Navy sister?" Li Fa's pupils constricted as she suddenly realized something. She looked up incredulously at the Navy Major General standing so close, that sinister grin strangely familiar yet foreign. "You are that wretched girl." Li Fa sought to retreat. Yet Dirun coldly smirked as he forcefully pushed her to the ground, sitting squarely upon her abdomen, pinning her hands beneath his feet. He then drew his hand towards his throat, where a slender, visible wound appeared on General Dirun's neck, a trickle of crimson seeping forth. The dam had burst. Blood oozing from the flesh of the wound, the scalding liquid splattering across Li Fa's face. With a triumphant glint in his eyes, Durun opened his mouth. Gazing at Li Fa with unrestrained glee, let the exchange commence. Li Fa distinctly perceived a beam of white light, embodying the form of a girl approximately 13 or 14 years of age, erupting from Durun and hurtling directly towards her. Information: Body swap fruit. Overview: Body swap fruit. Upon uttering the incantation for exchange, the soul of the consumer propels forward like a beam of light. If this luminescence strikes any living being, the souls within the two entities will swap. However, one cannot exchange with a being possessing a stronger soul. Should the light fail to make contact with another creature, it will automatically return to its original host after a period of time. During the interval when the soul is extricated, the original body will be rendered in a vegetative state. If the host body is damaged, losing its corporeal vessel, the soul can only endure for a minute before succumbing to death. The soul cannot carry haki, but if the host body has been tempered by haki, the fruit user can utilize the haki of the new vessel post-exchange. Furthermore, if the possessed body is in a state of injury, the fruit user will experience pain. Natural enemies: Soul fruit, Netherworld fruit. Chapter 58. The incredibly powerful Kaido. The woman's body was far more accommodating. Elena, having successfully seized the body of the female Major Li Fa, stretched her waist and revealed a serene smile. Adorning the slender waist of her new form was a serpentine tattoo. The Navy soldiers lay in pools of their own blood, their naval coats stained, their fates tragically sealed. She glanced towards the battlefield, where the poised and statuesque Peach Rabbit was engaged in combat, her beautiful eyes sparkling with mischievous delight. At this moment, Akiji, Crane, and Peach Rabbit exhibited impeccable coordination, fully aware of each other's strengths and weaknesses. Akiji wielded his freezing powers with unparalleled finesse, controlling the dynamics of the battlefield. With Crane and Peach Rabbit providing support, the battle against Kaido reached an equilibrium, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Ice shards danced through the air, the biting cold piercing to the bone, as towering ice columns encircled the area like jagged teeth. Akiji flawlessly executed his freezing abilities, engaging Kaido from a distance while continuously unleashing a myriad of ingenious attacks to wear him down: arrow storms, dual-pointed spears, time capsules, ice ages, and glacial prisons. His unparalleled freezing prowess was exhibited to its fullest, and upon this island, saturated with his icy capabilities, he became the sovereign of the frost-laden realm, wielding dominion over life and death. The icy onslaught persisted, causing the island's temperature to plummet, flowers and grasses withering and freezing, while the sky rumbled with thunder and lightning, accompanied by a hailstorm that fell in chaotic torrents. The battle between the two had a profound impact, altering the very climate of Depugia Island. Akiji stood firmly on a suspended ice pillar, wielding a blade of grass that he had transformed into a military sword with his breath of frigid air, enveloped in the aura of haki. He then dove down with the swiftness of a shooting star, piercing toward Kaido among the cluster of ice pillars. Their clash unfolded in a flurry of blows, with Kaido repeatedly attempting to utilize his haki. Though he managed to do so occasionally, the potency was noticeably lacking, as Akiji decisively shifted from long-range attacks to close combat. Kaido resolutely tucked his kanabo behind him. With fists clenched tightly, waves of heat radiated from his knuckles, rippling outward and shattering several nearby ice pillars. His eyes sparkled with electric intensity, unafraid as he met Akiji head-on with his fists. The collision between the icy sword and his blows resulted in a brilliant explosion of light, sending shockwaves that fractured the ice pillars within 100 meters. The island groaned in response, beginning to sink slightly amidst the tremors. As one colossal fist struck the ice blade, Kaido unleashed a relentless barrage, his other fist generating a violent gale that rushed towards Akiji. In response, Akiji transformed into a mist of icy shards, coiling around Kaido's arm like a serpent, intent on encasing him in absolute zero. Kaido was taken aback. The chilling sensation penetrated to the bone. "You shall not hinder Kazan, Kaido." Suru and Momotaro leaped into action, intending to buy time for Akiji. "Get away. Insects." Kaido let out a cold snort, effortlessly sending the two assailants flying. His eyes narrowed as he swiftly summoned the power within, transforming his fist into a palm, and forcefully grasped the mist like ice, tearing it away. He then channeled his inner strength into a continuous wave of impact, relentlessly bombarding the icy fog. With a thud, the misty ice was propelled 100 meters away, crimson arrows of blood cascading through the air. The mist soon morphed into the form of Akiji, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. One hand pressed against his chest, where several ribs had been shattered by Kaido's strike, and his internal organs were severely damaged. A hint of trepidation lingered on his already gaunt face. This fellow was indeed putting on a facade. Meanwhile, Kaido's face radiated joy as he observed the swirling armament haki around his hands. He had successfully mastered that formidable, solid power. This was not merely a basic armament haki, nor the ethereal armor used for defense that could be transformed into potent offensive power. It was the pinnacle of armament haki, capable of penetrating the enemy's body and wreaking havoc from within. Ha! At last, I have mastered it. Ha! Kaido let out a thunderous laugh, channeling his haki to the desired location. His laughter, akin to a roaring tempest, reverberated across the entire island, shattering the icy ground beneath. The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, consuming the frigid winds, while the dense black mass swirled and raged like an abyssal tide. Jagged purple lightning descended sporadically, obliterating the island's icy pillars and causing structures to collapse. The sea's ice was pierced by the electric fury, and the surging waves seemed to unleash their wrath, relentlessly battering the gradually sinking coastline. The latent power within him surged forth. Kaido's observation haki radiated outward, swiftly enveloping the entire island. The sounds of wind, wails, falling ice, crashing waves, and crackling thunder resonated in his mind, each sensation vividly presenting itself like a series of slides, all within reach. Power. Kaido, proud and defiant, raised his arm to the heavens and laughed heartily. This is the might of the Beast King. Boom. A torrent of ferocity emanated from his being, and the pride he felt solidified his conqueror's haki, surging forth like a relentless flood, causing every ice pillar on the 10-kilometer island to explode simultaneously. Suru's pupils constricted, her voice laced with evident concern. That guy Kaido seems stronger than ever. Having faced Kaido alongside Carp and others, she had witnessed his formidable prowess, and it was clear that the Kaido before her was significantly more powerful than in the past. Kaido's eyes sparkled with a fierce intensity, as he had now fully mastered his immense power and the intricacies of its application. It was akin to shattering the colossal boulders that weighed upon his form, liberating himself from the chains that bound his limbs. A wave of exhilaration coursed through him, compelling Kaido to erupt into raucous laughter, releasing the pent-up dissatisfaction that had long dwelled within his heart. He cast a cold glare at Aokiji, taunting, "Is this all you are capable of, Navy brat? Were you not meant to thwart me? Were you not meant to safeguard this island? The Navy, justice? Pirates, evil? Who has decreed such judgments? To hell with it all. If piracy is deemed evil, then I shall embrace the epitome of malevolence, shattering the feeble notions of justice that reside within you. Navy, world government, all obstacles that stand before me shall be obliterated. Come forth. The true contest has only just begun." Kaido roared with unparalleled arrogance, his right fist clenched tightly, enveloped in the might of his supreme haki. With a tremendous blow, he struck down upon the island of Depugia. The island, which had barely been frozen to slow its descent, shattered into 7 or 8 pieces like mere paper, as seawater surged forth from the gaping wounds, causing the land to sink rapidly. Body swap fruit supplementary information. The body swap fruit allows the user, upon locking eyes with the person they wish to swap with and uttering the designated command, to exchange souls with the other individual. The user enters the body of the other, while the original occupant's memories remain inaccessible to the user. If the user possesses observation and armament haki, these abilities will also transfer to the new body. However, swapping is impossible with someone whose soul is stronger than the user's. And the same applies if the haki of the opposing individual significantly surpasses that of the fruit user. Should the original body be damaged, the soul will be able to exist for only 1 minute after losing its vessel, perishing thereafter. Souls cannot carry haki, but if the new vessel has been tempered by haki, the fruit user can utilize the haki of that body after the swap. Additionally, if the new body is injured, the fruit user will experience pain. If the swapped individual possesses abilities, those powers will accompany their soul to the new body, ensuring that 2 abilities do not coexist within a single vessel. Chapter 59. The success of the seizure plan. The tectonic plates of the island collided and cracked, causing the ground to tremble violently. Waves of seawater surged forth with great force, threatening to engulf and obliterate everything in their path. A colossal wave erupted from the ground, rushing toward Momotaro, who swiftly performed a backflip to evade it. Aokiji, maintaining his composure, stood with a somewhat pale yet resolute expression. He gradually rose, his gaunt figure appearing both slender and upright beneath the flashes of lightning. Utilizing his powers, he froze his damaged organs with his physical resilience. This level of injury would not render him immobile. Narrowing his eyes, he gazed at the demon steadily striding through the tumultuous waves. Though reluctant, Kazan, we must retreat. Depugia Island has been destroyed, and there is no need for us to risk our lives to thwart Kaido here. Tsuru surveyed the ravaged landscape of Depugia Island. Her expression somber. They had failed to protect all the residents from Kaido's wrath, and continuing the fight would bring them nothing but harm. Moreover, Aokiji was a pillar of the Navy. She could not bear to witness his defeat at the hands of Kaido. Tsuru, as you previously stated, if we cannot stop him, then no one in this world can, Aokiji remarked, shedding his navy coat and adjusting his collar. And judging by Kaido's demeanor, it appears he has no intention of allowing our escape. As soon as his words fell, a thunderous sound erupted from Kaido, the air compressing with explosive force. Akin to a black beam charging straight ahead, Aokiji remained composed, a frosty mist enveloping half of his face as he activated his observation haki to pinpoint Kaido's location, vanishing from his spot in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. The piercing sound of air explosions reverberated above Depugia Island, sending ripples of sonic waves that smoothed the tumultuous sea beneath. Hawkeye watched the fierce battle in the sky with great concern, aware that Kaido was far beyond the capability of Aokiji alone. Moreover, Aokiji was injured and already at a disadvantage. Exchanging a glance with Momotaro, she swiftly followed suit. Stepping with grace as they ascended, the four engaged in a tumultuous aerial clash, as if nature itself was enraged, unleashing bolts of lightning and cascading shards of ice. Tornadoes rampaged, devastating the fractured island below. Elena, observing from the ground, was utterly astonished as she beheld the tumultuous sky, the thunder and lightning creating a spectacle that sent shivers down her spine, no matter how many times she witnessed it. Meanwhile, amidst the chaos, Kaido faced three opponents with unwavering composure. His formidable physique, coupled with top-tier armament haki, elevated his prowess, allowing him to handle their onslaught with nonchalance. With his palm enveloped in armament haki, he shattered the hundreds of ice arrows launched by Aokiji, then lunged forward, swiftly appearing behind Hawkeye. His overwhelming force breached the barrier created by Hawkeye's wash fruit, striking her directly in the back, causing her to spit out several mouthfuls of blood as she was flung through the air like a bolt, crashing into the splintered landmass. Hawkeye! Momotaro cried out, her eyes ablaze with fury. Her blade, imbued with armament haki, shimmered with a dark hue, its long edge resembling a silver thread, appearing even more profound in the night. With a sweeping motion, she unleashed a series of crescent strikes, cleaving through the air in relentless succession towards Kaido. Kaido extended his hand with a powerful tremor, his palm enveloped in the dark aura of haki, repelling every incoming slash effortlessly. Witnessing the bizarre return of the strikes, Momotatsu's face paled, but at that moment, a massive block of ice, imbued with haki and as formidable as a sea goddess monument, shielded her from the onslaught. Thank you, Admiral Aokiji, she expressed gratefully, her heart still racing. He possesses formidable haki. Be cautious, Aokiji replied, his voice strained. Momotatsu noticed a drop of blood falling from the tip of Aokiji's left hand. Commander Tsuru, please proceed. I will cover your retreat. With that, Aokiji's body erupted in a swirling mass of ice, conjuring countless ice spears to clash with Kaido. Reluctantly, Momotatsu gazed at Aokiji's determined back, her lips pressed together in a mix of frustration and complexity. She then bent down and launched herself swiftly to the fractured island of Depugia. Sister Tsuru, Momotatsu called into the billowing dust of the deep pit, her face etched with concern. Just as she was about to leap down, a voice called out beside her. Major Momotatsu, are you all right? Turning around, she saw Elena, who was inhabiting the body of Major Rifa, approaching with a troubled expression. Momotatsu furrowed her brow. Major Rifa, why are you alone? What happened to Major Cabro and the others? Engrossed in her battle with Kaido, she had no knowledge of the results of the fight occurring hundreds of meters away. Elena, looking despondent, slowly approached and shook her head with a bitter smile. They are all gone. I am the only one left. I truly am useless. I couldn't save them from that devil wearing human skin. What on earth happened? Momotatsu's delicate brows knitted together. She sensed something was amiss. Elena stood less than 10 meters away. Major Momotatsu, please, look into my eyes. Confused, Momotatsu instinctively raised her head. Now let us exchange. Suddenly, she felt her body fluctuate between weightlessness and heaviness, a dizzying sensation enveloping her, as if drawn into a mysterious vortex. When the disorientation subsided and she opened her eyes again, she was stunned by the sight before her. A beautiful woman, with long legs clad in a navy cloak and a pink corset, brandished a renowned blade and was charging at her with a cold smile. With a swift motion, the woman raised her weapon and struck down with lightning speed. Is this me? Momotatsu was bewildered, instinctively raising her hands to defend with haki, only to realize her hands were no longer as slender as she remembered. These are not my hands. This is not my body. No, this cannot be. Narrowly evading the strike, the reality dawned on Momotatsu, leaving her in a daze, unable to articulate a complete thought. Oh dear, is that so? Most people would lose their senses for about 5 seconds, yet you regained your composure in less than 2. Your spirit is quite strong. You nearly thwarted my attempt at the exchange. With a triumphant smile, Elena reveled in her successful acquisition of Peach Rabbit's body, while Peach Rabbit, witnessing the peculiar phrases emanating from her own lips, experienced a tumult of emotions. Are you a power user? Peach Rabbit regarded Elena warily, as if recollecting something significant, her eyes widening in realization. You are the Thousand Faces? The one who obliterated the naval base 5 years ago, only to have the bounty swiftly rescinded half a month later. The prompt withdrawal of the bounty, shortly after its publication, hinted at the extraordinary nature of the situation. Although Peach Rabbit was merely a naval major at the time, her remarkable memory enabled her to retain the image of this enigmatic pirate, who had graced the bounty for but a fleeting moment. 5 years have passed, and yet someone still remembers me. Not bad, naval sister, Elena mused, toying with the golden sword in her hand. Your body is rather impressive, unlike others who merely possess an exterior while their physique remains frail and unable to withstand hardship. But now, your body pleases me greatly. Her eyes glimmered with the crescent shape of her smile. Return my body to me. Peach Rabbit charged angrily at Elena. With ease, Elena sidestepped, chuckling, how could I possibly return something that I have claimed for myself? In fact, I possess some swordsmanship as well. As she spoke, Elena's delicate hand glided over the blade of the golden sword, which then flipped, and with a swift upward strike, a white, eagle-shaped slash sliced through a half-collapsed structure dozens of meters away, cleaving it as effortlessly as tofu. She joyfully raised the golden sword to the heavens, exclaiming, Uncle, the acquisition plan has succeeded. Chapter 60. The Master of All has it succeeded? It seems that Elena is quite capable. The sky rumbled violently, snow and ice swirling and descending, yet it did not impede Kaido's hearing. Plan? Kaido, what are you plotting? Aokiji, utilizing his powers, formed a thin sheet of ice beneath his feet, his typically indifferent expression betraying a hint of unease. Kaido smirked coldly as he gazed at Aokiji. Perhaps you should be more concerned with your own well-being, Aokiji. Without further ado, Kaido instantly transformed into a colossal azure dragon. The dark, cerulean scales glimmered with an exquisite sheen under the night sky, while the spiked shackles around his wrists exuded a menacing aura. His eyes sparkled with a chilling crimson light, captivating all who beheld him. The enormous 100-meter-long body coiled through the sky before crashing into the thick, dark clouds miles above. Lightning struck, and flashes of white illuminated the scene, revealing an immense shadow churning within the tempestuous sea of clouds. In the fleeting moment of the white lightning, the fractured plates of Depugia Island distinctly reflected the silhouette of a gigantic black dragon, like a nightmarish specter cloaking the earth. Roar. Kaido let out a roar that reverberated through the heavens and the earth as dark clouds churned violently, giving rise to a profound vortex at its center, where purple lightning danced restlessly. Aokiji gazed at the azure dragon that Kaido had transformed into, stirring the winds and clouds, gallivanting within the blackened sky, its grandeur overwhelming, leaving him with a tingling sensation at the back of his neck. Suddenly, a bolt of purple lightning descended from the tumultuous clouds, seemingly with a will of its own, striking directly towards Aokiji. He hastily transformed into mist, narrowly evading the attack, and upon reverting to his human form, disbelief was etched upon his face. Kaido, that fellow, is manipulating thunder amidst the clouds? How is this even possible? Aokiji finds it utterly astonishing, bordering on the absurd. Yet, he remains unaware that when Kaido initially transformed into a dragon, he sensed an innate affinity with the clouds, as if it were a natural gift. He pondered, if Big Mom could conjure the thundercloud Zeus using her soul Pocus, and if Luffy, with his rubber attributes, could unleash the electric power of the thunder god, then why should he not harness the forces of thunder himself? He envisioned that by agitating the density and equilibrium of the clouds, He could alter the distribution of positive and negative ions, causing clouds with differing charges to collide and create convection, thereby controlling the discharge of lightning. In private, he had attempted to manipulate the location of lightning strikes, but with minimal success. However, now equipped with both armament haki and observation haki, and through the synergy of the two along with his ability to stir the thunderclouds, he has attained the capability to accurately direct the release of lightning. This lightning is not mere electric arcs, nor is it high-voltage electricity. It is tangible, formidable lightning, capable of generating between 100 million to 1 billion volts instantaneously. Kaido suppressed the excitement surging within him, stirring the dark clouds. Once again, a bolt of thunder struck down upon Akainu's head. Boom. Although Akainu narrowly evaded the strike, the lightning descended straight onto a section of the Depugia Island, piercing through it and creating a bottomless black hole several meters in diameter. This creature truly commanded the thunder? Akainu's already tousled black hair became even more disheveled, his face devoid of color. He lifted his gaze towards the dark clouds, his pupils involuntarily narrowing as he beheld countless purple lightning bolts cascading down in a frenzied assault. Akainu felt as if he had swallowed a dead cockroach, overwhelmed by the sheer density of the lightning, rendering any attempt to evade it utterly impossible. Resolutely, he raised his hands high, palms facing upwards, furiously channeling his freezing abilities and haki. In an instant, a whirlwind of ice erupted around him, with countless ice shards flying forth, swiftly coalescing above him into a thick ice layer measuring dozens of meters in thickness and spanning 100 meters in length and width. The advanced haki enveloped the ice, solidifying it further. The relentless purple lightning struck down, creating a dazzling display of brilliance as it bombarded the ice surface. For several seconds, the ice layer and the purple lightning clashed fiercely, neither side willing to yield. Kaido, witnessing this scene amidst the swirling black clouds, could not help but let out a derisive laugh. His crimson eyes glinted with a chilling light as he summoned a bolt of purple lightning, as thick as a human arm, which descended upon the ice with devastating force. The ice shattered effortlessly under the overwhelming power, crumbling into countless shards like mere parchment. The intense heat generated by the purple lightning instantly vaporized all the ice fragments, while the lightning erupted, transforming into a myriad of delicate purple sparks that cascaded downwards. Akiji's expression shifted dramatically. He swiftly morphed into mist to evade the onslaught, yet he was still struck by several concentrated bolts of purple lightning, plummeting from the sky and creating a deep crater upon impact. Kaido was acutely aware that he belonged to the natural element, and although the power of thunder was formidable, it was insufficient to inflict severe injury upon him. Therefore, he abruptly plunged down from the dark clouds, transforming into human form and crashing directly into the deep pit. Bang! 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 The ceaseless barrage of thunderous impacts reverberated from the abyssal pit, each devastating blow sending tremors through the island's tectonic plates, causing them to shudder and subside. Standing upon the trembling earth, Alina felt her eyelids twitch involuntarily and her facial muscles contort with each deafening concussion. Without needing to visualize, she could imagine the horrific carnage unfolding in those Stygian depths. After what seemed an eternity, perhaps 100 strikes, perhaps 200, the relentless hammering finally ceased, leaving behind an eerie silence pregnant with unspoken violence. Kaido gradually emerged from the depths of the pit, his face adorned with traces of dust and grime. He cast a glance around and met the hopeful gaze of the peach rabbit fixed upon him. He understood that it was Elena, who had successfully seized the body of the peach rabbit. He stepped forward to stand before Elena, who greeted him with a serene smile, her eyes wide with astonishment and joy. "Uncle, how did it go? Did you win?" Kaido replied calmly, "Of course, I nearly caused the island's foundation to collapse, which wasted a bit of time. Uncle, you are truly remarkable." Alina, filled with excitement, wished to embrace Kaido multiple times, but upon noticing his cold, unwavering gaze fixed upon her, she decisively relinquished the idea, opting instead to shake her hands and offer an awkward, yet somewhat impolite smile. The presence of Peach Rabbit now felt peculiar, as if she had become one of their own. Kaido felt a sense of discomfort within, realizing that he would need to gradually acclimate to Alina's current demeanor. "Uncle, this island is on the verge of collapse. When shall we depart?" Alina inquired. "And what shall we do about that fellow, Doflamingo? That man is still very much alive. He is of no concern for now. Profit is paramount. Let him be for a few days. If he dares to conceal any actions from me, I shall settle the score when the time comes," Kaido replied, his eyes narrowing. He He then opened his observation hockey and swiftly moved to a section of the collapsed structure, kicking aside a stone wall several meters in size. Beneath it lay the utterly lifeless head of the Razorburn family, Cookie. Kaido knelt down and extracted the zoan-type weasel fruit from the cookie. Now, the stone fruit, snow fruit, honey badger form of the weasel fruit, and tiger form of the cat fruit all lay within his grasp. This journey had proven to be exceptionally fruitful. Chapter 61. This island is mine. On this solitary expedition, Kaido reaped abundant rewards. In addition to acquiring the anticipated devil fruit compendium, he unexpectedly obtained 4 devil fruits, and throughout the battles, he liberated and successfully mastered both observation hockey and armament hockey. He also learned to skillfully wield the power of tempestuous winds, ultimately seizing the might of thunder in his hands. Kaido's form swayed, with Alina closely following behind. Soon, the two arrived before the sprawled figure of Don Quixote Doflamingo. Having just witnessed Kaido's formidable power, akin to an apocalyptic force, Doflamingo felt a surge of fear coursing through him. Now, upon seeing Kaido approach, the mere sight of that towering figure left him breathless. His breathing became slightly erratic as he feigned composure and remarked, "Mr. Kaido, you truly embody the might of the world's strongest creature. The future candidates for the position of admiral have all been bested by you." Kaido did not harbor disdain for such ostentation. However, his gaze was frigid, as if he could penetrate the depths of Doflamingo's thoughts. He remarked, "Remember my snail number. You insolent wretch. I expect to receive news regarding the devil fruit within a week. You shall not be at a loss. The price will be set according to market value." He tossed a slip of paper to Doflamingo, upon which his snail number was inscribed. "Do not attempt any underhanded tricks behind my back. You know those tactics may work on ordinary individuals, but against me? Humph. Dare to try if you possess the courage." His tone exuded an undeniable authority. "Do not say I did not warn you. Even if you flee to the North Sea, should I learn of your betrayal, I assure you that I will ensure the complete obliteration of the Don Quixote family from existence." Kaido's words shattered Doflamingo's final thoughts into utter disarray. "Of course, Mr. Kaido. I shall reciprocate your trust with my unwavering loyalty." Doflamingo forced a smile onto his face, striving to appear less disheveled. Kaido cast a couple of glances at him, sensing the ground sinking precariously beneath them. "The island is on the verge of submerging. I am aware you can still move. Therefore, devise your own escape," he stated. With that, and under the grim expression of Don Quixote Doflamingo, Kaido seized Alina and transformed into a magnificent azure dragon, roaring as he soared into the sky. He noticed several warships adrift in the harbor and, without a moment's hesitation, unleashed a torrent of scorching breath, incinerating them all. "Uncle, please let me ride on top. It is quite uncomfortable being held like this," Alina implored. As Kaido's claws released her, she swiftly leaped onto the dragon's back. The dragon's body was adorned with exquisite, sturdy azure scales, enveloped in an endless swirl of dark clouds that seemed to roll and roar. Her beautiful eyes fluttered as she gazed curiously at the island below, now diminished to the size of a bowl in the depths of the swirling black clouds. Kaido's speed was astonishing, and the two transformed into a streak of black light, vanishing instantaneously into the vast expanse of the horizon. Meanwhile, on the plate slowly sinking into the sea, Peach Rabbit dragged Crane from a deep pit. Crane's complexion was ashen. Her already wrinkled face appeared even more weathered, yet fortunately, she still breathed. Peach Rabbit exhaled in relief and hurriedly retrieved her transponder snail to contact the Navy headquarters. "Why is Major General Leafa suddenly calling at this hour?" A naval officer with a handlebar mustache raised his head from his desk, his expression decidedly displeased. "Quickly report to Mr. Sengoku. The mission at Depugia Island has failed. We were unable to stop Kaido, and Crane is gravely injured, while Rear Admiral Akiji's fate remains uncertain." "What?" The mustachioed officer gasped in horror. "On a certain island in the latter half of the Grand Line, before dawn." The sound of drizzling rain was drowned out by the roar of colossal waves, splashing against the dilapidated two-masted sailboat moored at the shore. The tattered black and white skull flag at the top of the mast was violently tugged by the tempestuous winds, emitting a muffled sound, reminiscent of a group of vultures hovering ominously over corpses. Hunger, despair, and a chilling dread for the Jambang pirates, aimlessly adrift on the Grand Line. This unanticipated island heralded a feast of malevolence. After drifting at sea for half a month, the pirates, upon setting foot on this isle, were doomed to transform into a ravenous pack of beasts. They howled and roared madly, brandishing their bloodied blades, mercilessly slaughtering the defenseless villagers. Their maniacal laughter echoed numbly venting their pent-up rage. The carnage continued. The air was thick with the scent of blood, and the entire world seemed to dissolve into a crimson haze, spinning violently as if the very mountains trembled and fell. In an instant, vibrant lives were extinguished. The burning village lay scattered with dismembered corpses, limbs, and entrails strewn across the ground. Thick smoke choked the narrow village paths as villagers, terror-stricken, fled in panic. Some knelt in the bloodied mire, clutching the bodies of their loved ones, their faces contorted in anguish as they wailed towards the heavens, consumed by despair. Mountains of corpses, seas of blood, flames reaching for the sky. You will inevitably meet a wretched end. A young villager in a white coat, cradling the lifeless forms of his wife and child, glared furiously at the grinning pirates. The Navy will never let you escape. The flames of vengeance engulfed him. He yearned for retribution. The Navy? A bald pirate adorned with butterfly tattoos, seemingly amused, scoffed at him. Ha! The Navy is the most unreliable organization in this world. Even if they capture us, they will merely throw us into prison. Do you truly believe the Navy will avenge you? Dream on. The young villager was abruptly filled with dread. In today's world, the number of pirates facing immediate execution is exceedingly rare. Regardless of the magnitude of their crimes, most pirates are apprehended and confined, forced to spend the remainder of their lives in prison. Although this is akin to a death sentence, he harbored a fierce unwillingness. He yearned to witness the demise of these thugs before his very eyes, to make them experience the profound despair of losing their homes and families. Your gaze irks me. The bald pirate's eyes glinted coldly as he slowly raised his cleaver. The blade shimmered menacingly as it descended, severing the young villager's head. Blood gushed forth, splattering across the bald pirate's face, which became grotesquely smeared, enhancing his terrifying countenance. Suddenly, a shadowy light streaked across the sky, resembling a brilliant black comet, plummeting heavily towards the ground. The entire island trembled violently, and a massive cloud of dust billowed forth. In the astonished eyes of the pirates, two figures could be faintly discerned moving through the haze. A gentle yet slightly melancholic voice remarked, "Uncle, if you're going to come down, could you please give us a heads up? Even though this new body is quite capable, it cannot withstand your tumultuous antics. Aren't you fine?" Came a deep voice, somewhat indifferent. The footsteps grew progressively clearer, and the once indistinct figures gradually came into focus. Kaido. The pirates widened their eyes in disbelief, their throats constricting as they stared at the man who had appeared before them. Oh. Kaido squinted, surveying the group of pirates, his tone leaving no room for argument. This island is now mine. Chapter 62. Food is fundamental. The raging flames offered no warmth to the pallid faces of the pirates. Instead, cold sweat uncontrollably streamed down their brows as they stared, entranced, at the man before them, who resembled a demon. There was no mistaking it. This was indeed Kaido. Damn it, how could this monster manifest here? The pirates screamed in their minds. Just a moment ago, they had been brutal executioners wielding cleavers. But now they seemed to be under a spell, as docile as sheep, frozen in place. No one could muster the courage to raise their cleavers against the man standing before them. Kaido, lacking in patience, wore a grim expression. The pirates were instantly struck with terror, their faces paling as they stumbled back a few steps. "Have you slaughtered all the townspeople?" A rough, thunderous voice echoed. And soon, illuminated by the flickering flames, a grotesquely proportioned, corpulent man clad in a long coat approached with heavy strides. He was none other than the captain of the Zhanbong pirate crew, Zhanbong. Kaido cast a cold glance at him, discerning from the aura sensed through observation haki that the newcomer was considerably weaker than Elena. Zhanbong, a brutal and bloodthirsty figure, relished in the cruel slaughter of innocents, deriving a twisted ecstasy from their despair before methodically carving their flesh. The grotesque expressions of the suffering civilians exhilarated Zhanbong to the point of euphoria. Thus, when he noticed that his subordinates were frozen in place, he exhibited considerable displeasure. Just as he contemplated raising his voice to berate them, he beheld the magnificent, chiseled physique illuminated by the flames, which left him momentarily speechless. Kaido. Like his subordinates, Zhanbong's expression mirrored sheer terror, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, and his mind buzzing with disbelief. His breath quickened, and his heart raced. "Kid, join my ranks." Kaido's eyes glinted with a chilling light, his tone commanding and authoritative. Zhanbong was momentarily taken aback, quickly regaining his composure, though his corpulent visage betrayed a hint of trepidation. "That may not be feasible, Mr. Kaido." Aware of the formidable power of the man before him, Zhanbong's thoughts turned to a nation with which he had clandestine business dealings. granting him a modicum of courage as he straightened his back. "Mr. Kaido, should you desire this island, you may take it without hesitation. I shall lead my subordinates to evacuate Riskia Island at once." Beneath his respectful facade lay a trace of arrogance. "Your forces are numerous and formidable, and my presence would not be missed. To be frank, I have already established a partnership with the Kingdom of Hazem. You talk too much." Kaido, losing patience at the veiled refusal, did not allow Zhanbong to finish his sentence. With a swift motion, he struck, driving Zhanbong into the ground like a plant in the soil, fissures radiating outwards for dozens of meters. The legs exposed above the surface convulsed violently for a moment before rigidly straightening, signifying Zhanbong's instant demise. Shock and tremors. No language could encapsulate the complex emotions swirling within the hearts of the pirate lackeys at that moment. There was no need for further dialogue if he refused to become a subordinate. Kaido cast a glance at the trembling minions, who immediately prostrated themselves on the ground in a display of fealty, fearful of inciting the wrath of the demon before them, as they beheld the inferno consuming the village. Causing the structures to collapse with a cacophony of crackling sounds, Kaido unleashed his conqueror's haki, transforming it into a chilling black tempest that extinguished the surrounding flames. The pirates, awestruck by this astonishing display of power, were overwhelmed with a flurry of anxious thoughts and anticipatory trepidation. Kaido cast a cold glance around, observing that more than half of the village on Riskia Island had been reduced to ashes, with villagers suffering heavy casualties. Yet, nearly half of the villagers managed to survive. The remaining inhabitants gazed at Kaido, whose demonic visage stirred a complex mix of emotions within their eyes. "From this day forth, this island shall belong to me entirely. As long as you, the residents, align yourselves with me, the Beast King, and heed my directives, I shall ensure your safety." Kaido's voice resonated powerfully as he paused momentarily before adding, "Should you defy my orders, the consequences need not be articulated, for you should already be well aware. Pirates have long been synonymous with the fears of the common folk, and the notorious reputation of a formidable pirate like Kaido instilled dread in the hearts of countless civilians. However, they recognized that in the perilous expanse of the latter half of the Grand Line, powerful pirates were ubiquitous, and the Navy's influence was comparatively weak, unable to extend its protection to every corner. Furthermore, in recent years, an increasing number of nations have sought the protection of powerful pirates, a phenomenon that has become an accepted norm, even acknowledged in silence by the world government. Thus, after a moment's contemplation, these villagers collectively bowed their heads in search of allegiance. Kaido nodded with satisfaction. The expansion of influence is not a matter of blind colonization. Rather, it is about maximizing benefits in accordance with the prevailing circumstances, which is the objective Kaido pursues. Dispose of this fellow's corpse. For now, you shall take charge here. Soon, I shall summon someone to relieve you, Kaido instructed, pointing at a pirate whose presence was slightly weaker than that of Zhanbong. He understood that entrusting the governance of Riskia Island to these pirates, who had just slaughtered villagers, would be intolerable for the local populace. Thus, the most prudent course of action would be to assign a true warrior from Wano to oversee the area, allowing for a seamless transition later on. As dawn broke, Kaido ordered his pirate minions to repair the villagers' homes. He then instructed the village chief to lead him to the vast expanse of verdant farmland that had initially caught his attention on Riskia Island, a sprawling 4 square kilometers, equivalent to 6,000 acres of fertile land. Kaido approached the edge of the field and plucked a stalk of the crop. The stem stood upright. The leaf sheath was relaxed and hairless, while the leaf blade was lanceolate, adorned with 2 rough, crescent-shaped auricles embracing the stem. This is rice. Kaido's eyes lit up. In the world of pirates, many elements are inspired by a modern background, though this is not universally the case. From a technological perspective, inferior firearms and ammunition serve as prime examples. Noteworthy advancements include the bloodline factor, cloning technology, robotics, and laser technology. Upon arriving in this realm, Kaido discovered that while the variety of crops was abundant, there was an absence of the hybrid rice capable of yielding over 500 kilograms per mu, as found in his original world, to say nothing of the super hybrid rice that could produce 100 kilograms per mu. This indicates that the inhabitants of this world do not place significant emphasis on increasing rice yields. From Kaido's understanding, the crop yield in Wano merely hovers around 100 kilograms per mu. To sustain a formidable army, food supply is paramount. Sporadic maritime plundering is ultimately not a viable long-term solution. Only through continuous experimentation to enhance yield can the issue of food scarcity be addressed. If this problem remains unresolved, the number of troops can only be maintained within a limited scope. What is the rice yield here? Kaido inquired. The village chief, somewhat at a loss to follow Kaido's train of thought, instinctively replied, Lord Kaido, the yield here is 110 kilograms per mu, with 2 harvests a year. In our village, aside from self-sufficiency, most of the grain is sold to supplement household income. 110 multiplied by 2 and then by 6,000 equals 1,320,000 kilograms, or 1,320 tons. If the concept of hybrid rice proves successful, this quantity could multiply several times over. Kaido suppressed the excitement bubbling within him, maintaining a stoic expression as he remarked, Yes, quite impressive. Please summon a few farmers from the village who possess agricultural knowledge. I have plans for you. Shortly thereafter, the village chief called upon 5 farmers. Under the anxious gazes of these farmers, Kaido shared with them the intricacies of hybrid rice self-pollination, the genetics of sterile and restoring lines, and the methods of selecting the best from the inferior. The farmers' initial trepidation gradually transformed into intense concentration, culminating in sheer astonishment as they regarded Kaido. Meanwhile, at the Marine headquarters in the first half of the Grand Line, a grave atmosphere enveloped the room. Chapter 63, Notable Figures. Seated around a circular, hollow conference table were several prominent figures of the Navy. Among them was the inscrutable Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong, the composed Admiral Sengoku, who had retreated to a training role, and the ever-furious Vice Admiral Akainu, alongside the nonchalant Vice Admiral Kazuru, who casually trimmed his nails. Additionally, several Vice Admirals, including Squirrel, Staloberry, and Fire Mountain, who had previously participated in the O'Hara incident alongside Akiji and Akainu, were present. The conference room was enveloped in an eerie silence. At this juncture, Steelbone Kong tapped his fingers upon the table and said, Vice Admiral Squirrel, please recount the events of the Depugia Island incident. As Squirrel was the first to handle the news, no one was better acquainted with the details of the incident than he. Squirrel rose with gravity, his demeanor solemn. According to reports from Major General Lifa, the Depugia Island incident began at midnight last night and concluded at 3 in the morning. The mastermind behind the chaos is none other than the Beast King Kaido, who sequentially attacked the Don Quixote family and the underground criminal organizations on Depugia Island. Commander Crane, Admiral Akiji, and Majors T-Pig and Peach Rabbit engaged in a fierce battle against Kaido for several hours, with rather dismal results. Indeed, one might even say catastrophic. 7 naval vessels were destroyed. Vice Admiral Eberzod was killed, and Majors Drun, Cabro, Lifa, Victor, Jonathan, and Ogard all perished. Major T-Pig and Commander Crane were severely injured and remain in a coma, while Admiral Akiji has yet to be located. The casualties among the Navy personnel and the residents of Depugia Island have yet to be fully accounted for. The assembly, upon hearing these words, experienced a subtle tremor in their eyelids, their expressions somber. The staggering toll of bloodshed seemed to mock the notion of justice that the Navy upheld. Wait, you mentioned that Major General Lifa reported this. How could her name appear on the list of casualties? What is the meaning of this? Zephyr furrowed his brow, having caught the inconsistency in the report. The others regarded Squirrel with puzzled expressions. Squirrel replied, This is precisely another matter I wish to address. As he spoke, he placed a weathered, yellowed bounty notice upon the table. This is an urgent matter that Major General Lifa, or rather, Major Peach Rabbit, was meant to report. This bounty notice from 5 years ago was unearthed from the depths of the pirate database's vault, long sealed away. 1,000 faces? Zifa murmured twice, feeling a sense of familiarity. Why are there no real photographs? This sentiment echoed my own thoughts. The weasel, displaying remarkable patience, replied solemnly. The bounty for Chameleon was published for merely half a month 5 years ago, with an initial reward of 14,800,000 berries, but it was swiftly retracted. I conducted a thorough investigation and discovered a possible connection to the government. According to Lieutenant General Rifa, who seemed somewhat embarrassed, Chameleon possesses the ability to exchange bodies with others. Furthermore, the deaths of Lieutenant Generals Rifa and DeLuan were at her hands, and the body currently occupied by Chameleon belongs to Lieutenant General Peach Rabbit, who has now allied with Kaido. The weasel's tone grew grave as he returned to his seat, maintaining a vigilant posture. Chameleon, having switched bodies and altered appearances, indeed seems an apt name. Sengoku rested his elbow on the table, hands interlaced, chin supported by his knuckles, and remarked with a serious countenance. However, this dangerous individual aligning with Kaido may well add significant pressure on us. I have always maintained that we must eradicate pirates without mercy. Kazan, that useless fellow, has shamefully been defeated by that brute Kaido, bringing disgrace upon our righteous navy. Akainu exclaimed in anger. The majority of the navy and attendants lowered their gazes, remaining silent. Akainu, known for his impulsive temperament and decisive actions, was a well-known figure within the navy, and they prudently refrained from interjecting. The conference room was thick with the scent of tobacco, the haze of smoke creating a somewhat oppressive atmosphere. Ultimately, it was Sengoku who cleared his throat to alleviate the tension. Kazan is currently in a phase of growth and strength, with room for improvement. He has done his utmost to thwart Kaido, thus preserving our navy's honor. Akainu and Kizuru were from Zifa's first batch of students, while Kazan belonged to the third, and at present, he was merely 35 years old. By age, Kazan was 6 years junior to Akainu and 9 years younger than Kazara. Akainu snorted softly, his eyes flickering. Yet he refrained from further provocation. Naval vessels patrolling the waters near Pudding Island should proceed to rescue Tsuruheim and her team. Ensure that we locate Vice Admiral Kazan. We cannot afford to lose such crucial combat power at this critical juncture. Steelbone Kong pressed his fingers to his brow. Expressing his frustration, I can't shake the feeling that something peculiar is afoot with Kaido's current actions, though I can't quite pinpoint it. The latter half of the Grand Line is fraught with peril. He sighed deeply, acknowledging the increasing emergence of pirate factions worldwide, which necessitated a heavier enforcement presence across various regions. However, in the latter half of the Grand Line, the maritime conditions were notoriously treacherous, and the pirate forces formidable. The Navy found itself stretched thin and unable to reach far. Suddenly, Steelbone Kong recalled something and inquired, "Yesterday, I spotted Garp. Why has he attended the meeting?" Sengoku shrugged, responding with a hint of exasperation. He's likely off chasing pirates on a whim again. That guy. Steelbone Kong gritted his teeth, as Karp repeatedly declined his promotion to Admiral, causing him immense frustration. So, Marshal Kong, should the bounty for the 1,000 Faces be reissued? The government representative, Weasel, interjected at this moment. After a brief silence, a glimmer of cold light emanated from Steelbone Kong's eyes. We must not concern ourselves with the thoughts of the world government. I will bear any repercussions. They have concealed such crucial intelligence from us, leading to our significant losses. They must take responsibility for this. At this moment, Steelbone Kong exuded an overwhelming and fierce aura, sending a tremor through those present. His undeniable strength is a testament to his absolute authority. Let's set the bounty for the 1,000 Faces at 448 million berries, Steelbone Kong declared, turning his gaze to Akainu. As for the latter half of the Grand Line, you will temporarily take over Kazan's duties. He regarded Akainu with an inscrutable expression. Remember, whether it be Kaido or Whitebeard's territories, we must observe for now and avoid direct confrontation. Akainu nodded, his eyes narrowing, though it remained uncertain whether he fully comprehended Steelbone Kong's directives. Scene. The objective is Risky Island. Having fully recovered from his injuries, the Inu Nomi user, Austin, who possesses the hyena form, received a call from Queen regarding his reassignment early in the morning and set sail with a mix of joy and apprehension. Chapter 64. Pirates, Plunder. No doubt about it, the knowledge of hybrid rice is straightforward, yet the challenge lies in practical application and patience. After all, the process of hybridizing and selecting from sterile and restorative strains in a previous life took years to yield the first hybrid rice. However, compared to that life, Kaido's advantage lies in his abundant theoretical knowledge, enabling him to circumvent the erroneous experiences accumulated previously and focus directly on the crux of the issues. After thoroughly imparting this knowledge to several farmers, it was nearing noon. Kaido had already informed Queen about deploying the true fighters to guard Risky Island, urging him to arrange suitable candidates immediately. Kaido suddenly recalled something and turned to Elena, who had already donned an exquisite kimono. The intricately pleated collar of her kimono was embroidered with crimson mandala flowers, while the sleeves were adorned with a delicate pattern of meteor showers against a soft blue night sky. "How did you manage to change into a kimono?" Kaido inquired, his voice tinged with surprise. "Oh, this?" Elena replied with a playful smile that crinkled her eyes. "I'm quite skilled at transforming garments, you know. Aren't we headed back to Wano? A kimono is essential, after all. Besides, there's no pongsi worn beneath the kimono." Kaido nearly let slip this notion instinctively. It is indeed a fact that traditional garments, such as the kimono, are often worn without undergarments. This observation is not rooted in cultural discrimination. In previous lives, the mere mention of kimonos often conjured images of women from the island nation, pillows, wooden sandals, and the absence of undergarments. This impression was largely shaped by the fervent exportation of island cinema, which dominated global markets and left many with a distinct perception of this unique bathing culture. However, it is noteworthy that as early as the last century, due to certain circumstances, the cultural practice of wearing kimonos without undergarments underwent transformation. Moreover, for the safety of women attending festivals and fireworks displays, undergarments became essential. As for whether the women of Wano choose to wear undergarments, Kaido remains oblivious. He has neither inquired nor shown interest in questioning his subordinates. His ultimate aspiration is to dominate the world, rendering all other musings frivolous. Surely, an elder like him would not entertain peculiar thoughts, would he? Elena's gaze was cunning, reminiscent of a sly fox. Kaido still vividly recalls how strikingly gallant the original owner of this body once was. However, Elena has adopted a demeanor of a petite woman in this form, which appears exceedingly incongruous and awkward. It is not a matter of her physical beauty, rather, it is the abrupt collapse of the image of naval justice and solemnity that is truly disconcerting. He cleared his throat, not dwelling excessively on this matter, and in a serious tone, inquired, "What is your knowledge of the kingdom of Hazem Prison?" Jean Bang mentioned the kingdom of Hazem Prison just before his demise, seemingly as the foundation of his defiance against Kaido. Kaido was deeply intrigued by the profound heritage of this prison kingdom. Elena, devoid of any inclination to jest with Kaido, articulated, the Hazem Prison Kingdom, situated along the Grand Line, boasts formidable military strength. Renowned worldwide for its Hazem Prison, the nation was established and named accordingly. The citizens born within the confines of the Hazem Prison Kingdom are collectively referred to as the Millen people. With a robust military force exceeding 6,000, the Millen people uphold a reverence for martial prowess, learning combat techniques from a young age. Should war erupt, an astonishing 80,000 Millen individuals can readily arm themselves for battle. It is said that several powerful pirate crews have attempted to invade this nation, only to be vanquished by its military might, with all captured pirates sent to serve in Hazem Prison. You are aware of the underwater city of Impel Down in the first half of the Grand Line, are you not? It houses countless notorious and formidable pirates, particularly those imprisoned in Level 6, the Infinite Hell, where the release of even a single inmate would instigate worldwide turmoil. While Hazem Prison may not confine as many powerful pirates as Infinite Hell, its depths harbor numerous inmates with bounties in the tens of millions, even surpassing 100 million. The current monarch of the prison kingdom, King Akiad VI, along with the warden of Hazem Prison, O'Neill, govern the kingdom with distinct oversight. Additionally, there exists the Hazem Arena, where for a mere 50,000 berries, both warriors and tamed beasts may participate, with the nobility in the stands placing their bets. Presently, the record for the top fighter in Hazem is held by the warden O'Neill's pet, the demon, Shark King Shaq, who also serves as the chief overseer of the prison's deepest recesses. Elena was akin to a living repository of intelligence, prompting Kaido to contemplate her potential replacement of Rigo in the intelligence department. By the way, uncle, when shall we journey to Wano? Elena inquired with a blend of eagerness and anticipation. I have heard that Wano is vast, and its women are exceptionally beautiful. Kaido cast a peculiar glance at her, as if he had caught a whiff of an unusual scent. Could this woman be inclined towards the same sex? A woman, enamored with another woman. Apologies, the imagery was too beautiful. Kaido dared not ponder further. Elena, too, was acutely aware of the awkwardness in her words and was about to clarify when she noticed several delivery seagulls soaring through the sky. Being an avid follower of the news, she instinctively raised her hand to beckon the seagulls to drop their papers, only to witness them plummeting to the ground in unison. The scene was undeniably bizarre. She glanced at the man beside her, who had already unfurled a newspaper to read, clearly indicating that the earlier incident was instigated by him. "Sir, is this how you usually operate?" she inquired. "They are merely delivery birds." Elena felt somewhat flustered. "I am a pirate. Robbing delivery seagulls is hardly a crime." Kaido, adhering to his pirate profession, casually scanned the newspaper, his tone unperturbed. Elena, it seems we have made it to the papers. However, does the Navy not fear misunderstandings by recklessly publishing your likeness? Elena took the newspaper from Kaido's hands and beheld the bounty poster featuring her, adorned in a navy coat. Her expression strikingly fierce. She puffed her cheeks, then burst into a fit of laughter. the sound ringing with delight. "Oh dear, uncle. Do you think others will assume I am an undercover agent you sent to the Navy, or that you have colluded with them?" Elena winked playfully and continued, "Moreover, much of what is printed is sheer nonsense. In their attempt to preserve the Navy's righteous facade, they have brazenly distorted the truth of the news." Kaido wholeheartedly agreed. Aware that the Navy had concealed numerous truths, he squinted, pondering the reactions of the old-timers at this very moment. Indeed, as Kaido surmised, the news carried by the seagulls soaring across the globe erupted like an intercontinental missile, causing a tremendous uproar. Various factions redirected their focus toward a singular point. In a small theater, awakening, the sun shone pleasantly warm upon a beach on a certain island, where a tall man with black curls lay gravely injured, his eyelids fluttering slightly. Chapter 65. The absolute power of the world's strongest man. Under the vast azure sky and gentle breeze, a flock of seabirds glided gracefully through the air, their joyous cries filling the atmosphere. Suddenly, they dove down, spreading their snow-white wings above the water's surface, creating a white streak as their talons plunged into the depths, seizing a silvery fish. A grand ship, shaped like a whale, loomed on the sea, its sails billowing fiercely in the wind, while the waves crashed against its hull with a deep, rumbling sound. A hearty laughter echoed, not loud, yet imbued with an enchanting quality that instantly calmed the tumultuous waves, fading into the vast ocean. The Moby Dick, the robust figure of Whitebeard, sat firmly, resembling an immovable mountain, as his captains gazed at him with utmost reverence. The world's strongest man, the most formidable pirate, a title that no one dared to challenge upon the seas. He was the embodiment of strength that countless pirates aspired to surpass. He heartily gulped down several swigs of liquor, savoring the taste, and squinted at the newspaper in Marco's hands. Whitebeard chuckled heartily. That rascal Kaido really does anything. He battled the Navy's frozen boy and obliterated Depugia Island. That fool truly loves chaos. Marco nodded in deep agreement. "Bista, the flower swordman?" inquired Marco. "Who is this thousand faces? The person depicted here looks quite familiar. Isn't she the Navy's rising star, a skilled swordswoman named Guion?" The newspapers that publish news are meticulously crafted and edited. They predominantly reveal the heinous deeds of bounty criminals and the impassioned declarations of the world government or Navy striving to uphold global peace, with scant attention given to the peculiar abilities of those with extraordinary powers. This observation can be elucidated by referencing the original work, where the 11 supernovas on Sabete Archipelago and the 3 admirals found each other's powers baffling, indicating a lack of understanding regarding each other's capabilities. Furthermore, had the Navy been aware of Bonnie's ability to alter age when confronting her, they would have certainly taken precautions. Of course, some pirates' monikers may symbolize certain traits or powers, but this explanation is merely suggestive and not exhaustive. As for this particular newspaper, its contents broadly describe the long-dormant Chameleon joining forces with the formidable Kaido to seize the body of Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit. Chameleon cunningly exploited Peach Rabbit's identity to successfully ambush Admiral Crane and Vice Admiral Akiji, resulting in Akiji's defeat in his duel with Kaido. In a corner of the paper, there is a mention of Chameleon's bounty notice from 5 years prior, while the majority of the page is dominated by the bounty notices for both Kaido and Peach Rabbit. The juxtaposition of the Navy and pirates, of justice and villainy, presents a rather surreal tableau. At this moment, the aircraft-headed Sachi spoke solemnly. This battle will undoubtedly provoke countless powerful figures lurking beneath the surface, witnessing Kaido's triumph over a prominent contender for the admiral position. Those individuals will surely find it intolerable. The apparent tranquility before them was but a fade, with turbulent undercurrents perpetually lurking beneath. Who is this Chameleon? I feel as though I have never heard of this individual before, mused Diamond Jozu in his resonant baritone. Is he an undercover agent planted by Kaido within the Navy? Or has he aligned himself with them? After all, the benefits of the warlords of the sea offered by the world government are quite enticing. At the mention of the warlords, a fleeting look of disdain flickered in the eyes of the captains. It was not that the warlords lacked strength. Rather, the label of being lackeys of the world government was an egregious affront to pirates. Ordinary pirates may fear the warlords, but they, seasoned veterans of countless battles, were formidable pirates who had made their mark in the latter half of the Grand Line. Let that scoundrel Kaido stir up trouble. Ha ha ha. Whitebeard laughed heartily, exuding a palpable and vigorous power. Suddenly, the skies darkened ominously, and the captains were struck with a chilling fear, feeling a bone-deep cold seep into their spines. Their limbs and necks turned icy. He sprang to his feet, striding boldly to the bow of the ship, his coat billowing behind him with a resounding rustle. A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes as he addressed the trembling pirates aboard the enemy's ship. "You inexperienced brats, King Blenheim is an old friend of mine. How dare you extend your filthy hands into the kingdom of Arado? You are courting death." The pirates' faces paled dramatically. "Spare us, Whitebeard. We had no idea he was your friend. Had we known that Blunder was your friend, we would undoubtedly have refrained from assaulting the kingdom of Arado. Although he arrived just in time to save the kingdom from the brink of annihilation. The mere thought of witnessing the heinous acts of pillage and destruction committed by those scoundrels upon our entry ignites a fierce fury within me." With a piercing glare, Whitebeard's eyes glinted with cold intensity. "Plea for mercy. Who do you think I am? I am Whitebeard." He addressed the rabble. "May you find your graves beneath the sea." Enveloped in a radiant white aura, Whitebeard forcefully swiped through the void as if drawing back a curtain. A cacophony of tumultuous sounds emanating from his fingers. In an instant, a myriad of horrifying fissures appeared, sprawling outwards like a spider's web, fracturing the very air itself. The atmosphere transformed into a mirror-like veil, crumbling and shattering. In a heartbeat, the entire space began to whirl chaotically, and the surface of the sea underwent cataclysmic upheaval. Within 100 kilometers, the ocean appeared as though it had been cleaved by a razor, with monstrous waves reaching heights of dozens to hundreds of meters. Intermingled with the panicked forms of colossal sea creatures, bewildered and disoriented, the pirates stood in disbelief, witnessing what seemed like the end of the world unfolding before their eyes. No, even the apocalypse could not rival such terror. Boom. The pirates felt a resonant tremor beneath their feet, not from any of their comrades, but from the very ship they stood upon. They could distinctly sense the vessel plummeting at an alarming velocity. A familiar sensation akin to the peculiar weightlessness experienced when being struck and sent flying. At that moment, in their line of sight, the Moby Dick seemed to ascend ever higher, becoming a mere speck. Their hearts racing, they instinctively glanced downward, their pupils constricting in sheer astonishment. Below them loomed the increasingly imminent depths of the ocean floor. The surrounding waters were violently cleaved apart by an unseen force, as if an invisible barrier had formed, blocking the waves and creating a vast seawall canyon, stretching for miles without end. The pirate ship plummeted from thousands of meters above, crashing heavily onto the oceanic ravines, splintering its mast into fragments. Before the fortunate few could catch their breath, a shadow swiftly enveloped them. Instinctively, they looked up to witness the previously parted waters surging back with unstoppable fury, ready to grind them into oblivion. Soon, the sea surface resembled a closing curtain, returning to a serene calm. On board the Moby Dick, Whitebeard maintained an air of nonchalance, resuming his seat to enjoy his drink. This is the strongest man in the world. This is the mightiest pirate, possessing the power to obliterate the very world itself. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. Chapter 66. There is but one throne on the stormy Cake Island. A voice cried out, "Mama, that rascal Kaido is making headlines again." The candy minister, Perospero, clutched a newspaper anxiously as he rushed into the Queen's castle. Upon stepping through the grand entrance, he was met with Charlotte Lean's terrifying gaze, accompanied by an oppressive atmosphere that felt almost suffocating. "Mother is dining." In an instant, it was as though a bucket of icy water had been doused over him, making Perospero acutely aware of the recklessness of his intrusion. "No, Mother. I did not intend to disturb you," he stammered, nearly biting his tongue, struggling to articulate his words. Lean's eyes glimmered with a chilling intensity, and Perospero could distinctly sense an overwhelming pressure crashing upon him like a dark tide, causing the temperature within the castle to plummet, sending a shiver coursing through him. "Kaido." Lean's gaze fixated on the newspaper in Perospero's hands, followed by her peculiar laugh. "Have you clashed with the Navy? You're as reckless as ever. But there is only one throne. Soon, I shall defeat both you and Whitebeard and claim the title of Pirate King." A terrifying aura enveloped the surroundings, prompting Perospero to stumble backward towards the castle's entrance. At that moment, the skies above the castle churned with ominous clouds, fierce winds howled, and thunder roared. Concurrently, over 100 kilometers away in the waters off Depugia Island, aboard the Numancia Flamingo, the Don Quixote family surrounded the bandaged figure of Doflamingo. Doflamingo perused the newspaper in his hands, his expression shifting between light and dark, veins visibly throbbing at his temples. "Doflamingo, are we truly going to ally with that beast Kaido?" Diamante inquired with a furrowed brow, the earlier turmoil having left them oblivious to the current circumstances. At this, Treble suggested, "Perhaps we should return to the North Sea, It is our stronghold, far removed from this treacherous stretch of the Grand Line filled with monsters. Doflamingo cast a peculiar glance at him. Flee? Can we escape? While they might leverage their identities within the underworld's dark forces to find temporary sanctuary, would Kaido allow them to slip away so easily? The memory of the cataclysmic battle from the previous night still haunted him, and he was certain that escape was not a feasible option. Collaborating with Kaido could also be advantageous for us. At the very least, we could harness his strength to eliminate rival factions in the underworld. The group regarded him with astonishment as Doflamingo continued, "Our ambitions must not be confined to the present. The North Sea is not our entirety. Though the latter half of the Grand Line is perilous, it also presents lucrative opportunities for expansion. This place is a veritable paradise for arms dealings. If we can seize control of all underworld factions in this region, every weapon supply would require my consent. At that time, the Grand Line shall be ours." With unbridled ambition, Doflamingo envisioned a future resplendent with promise. "I knew you would not disappoint us, Doflamingo." Pika's expression was one of agitation, yet the thought of the stone fruit being snatched away compelled her to curse vehemently. That damned scoundrel Kaido. How dare he seize what rightfully belongs to me? Sooner or later, I shall make him pay. The members of the Don Quixote family joined in unison, their laughter laced with a sinister undertone, plotting in the shadows. However, Don Quixote Doflamingo remained silent, his demeanor grave as he gazed intently in a particular direction, lost in thought. On the island of Reskia, Alina had once infiltrated a naval base, committing to memory the techniques of the Navy Six. Although, given Kaido's current physical prowess and explosive power, there was no necessity for him to study the Navy Six. Such martial arts were to him akin to a mere trifle, lacking flavor, yet too precious to discard. Ultimately, he instructed Alina to transcribe them, for incorporating the Navy Six into the daily training of his subordinates would undoubtedly enhance their strength. Kaido perused the Navy's 6 forms, and at his level of strength, he found many cultivation methods to be fundamentally interchangeable. After merely skimming through it twice, he had already grasped the essence of the Navy's 6 forms. Indeed, as he had surmised, most techniques were of little significance to him. However, the paper drawing and its derivative technique, life restoration, proved to be exceedingly beneficial. In common understanding, paper drawing is often deemed rather impractical compared to kinbunshiku. Yet Kaido appreciated its remarkable ability to alter one's physical appearance at will, much like the original Works Water City arc, where the character Onishi Kadal employed paper drawing to evade attacks with an uncanny level of distortion, creating an illusion reminiscent of the Logia type. Moreover, the derivative technique, life restoration, was extraordinarily formidable, allowing one to manipulate their body, internal organs, and even hair through sheer will, potentially reaching a profound level of transformation. With his formidable Kinbunshiku haki and top-tier Busashoku haki complementing each other, he could elevate both paper drawing and life restoration to an exceptionally advanced degree. Kaido suppressed the excitement within him, allowing his thoughts to settle as he began to explore and cultivate his skills. In just half an hour, he had comprehended the entirety of the Navy's 6 styles, integrating them into his very being. Although he did not sense a significant enhancement in his strength, he felt exhilarated. The acquisition of further knowledge equated to additional safeguards, expanding the arsenal of offensive and evasive techniques available during combat. Moreover, while employing the techniques depicted on paper, he managed to maintain an all-encompassing application of armament haki. This armament haki was not merely a basic form of haki. Rather, it was a superior variant capable of not only defending against incoming attacks but also retaliating by reflecting the force back at the opponent, imbued with penetrating internal power. This was undoubtedly a promising development for him. Just then, Elena approached from a distance. Perceiving the spark of excitement in Kaido's eyes and recognizing that he had achieved something significant. "So, how is it, Uncle? Do you find the Navy's 6 styles to be quite impressive?" Kaido nodded, his voice resonating like distant thunder. "Although I have mastered everything, techniques such as shave, storm step, finger gun, iron block, and moonwalk hold little significance for me. Instead, I find paper drawing rather intriguing." As he spoke, Kaido directed his consciousness to his fingers, which twisted and writhed like tentacles, seemingly devoid of bones, in an eerie display. Elena, astonished, could hardly close her mouth. "Uncle, your learning ability is astonishingly rapid. It took me over half a year to master the Marine 6 styles." She could discern that Kaido's manipulation of paper drawing was exceptionally proficient, indicating that he had already reached a level that matched her years of immersion in the art. Kaido's eyes flickered momentarily as he spoke in a tone audible only to himself. "This skill is not merely superficial. Ah, uncle. A pirate ship has arrived outside, claiming to take up the duty of guarding. Elena was reminded of the pressing matter at hand. I understand. It is indeed a deployment arranged by Quinn. Noticing Elena's approach, Kaido had sensed she might have urgent news to convey, prompting him to extend his observation over Rescea Island, thereby capturing a clear view of the pirate ship anchored nearby. Chapter 67. Domestic turmoil. Austin had previously served in the Shimi region, tasked with quelling local insurrections, demonstrating a notably astute and adaptive demeanor. On the night of the White Prison riot, Austin had engaged in fierce combat against the insurgents Balan and Yalvis in the Shimi Mountains. Although he was unable to prevent the chaos, Quinn recognized his loyalty and fighting prowess. In accordance with Kaido's directives, after careful selection, he was ultimately reassigned to Rescea Island. With a demeanor of trepidation, Austin was informed by Kaido of the significance of Rescea Island, which warranted his utmost attention. In passing, he inquired about the recent situation in Wano country. The silver-haired Austin stammered as he reported that due to Leviathan's shadow extraction abilities, the streets and cities of the Baiwu region were now dominated by eerie, patrolling zombie hordes. The deathly aura enveloped Baiwu like a great hand, subjugating it to Leviathan's terrifying power. It had become exceedingly rare to see a soul during the day. Baiwu had devolved into a ghostly wasteland, where residents only dared to venture out under the cover of night. Many referred to this phenomenon as the vanished Baiwu, a topic of heated discussion across Wano country, instilling fear in various regions. In the other 5 major areas, people were on high alert, hesitant to act recklessly. Moreover, several leaders of clandestine organizations, seeking to recruit soldiers for revenge, found their negotiations unraveling due to the vanished Baiwu, leading to unsatisfactory conclusions. Subsequently, they all fell victim to assassination at the hands of Bulk, meeting untimely deaths in the streets. Afterward, a sense of tranquility enveloped the nation, as the insurrectionists seemed to vanish into the vast ocean, leaving no trace behind. Additionally, Leviathan dispatched hundreds of zombies to assist in the reconstruction of the White Prison, which now stood larger and more fortified than ever, with experimental facilities progressing as planned. With the domestic situation appearing stable, Kaido felt a sense of relief. He then imparted some final instructions to Austin and directed the remaining forces of the Janbang pirates to set sail for Wano country. After completing these tasks, he transformed into a magnificent azure dragon and soared into the twilight, disappearing beneath the setting sun. Austin gazed at Kaido, soaring through the sky like a fish in the ocean, filled with both envy and reverence, acutely aware of his significant responsibilities. He promptly summoned his subordinates and villagers to organize their tasks. As night fell, Kaido's dark clouds rolled into the borders of Wano, intending to first familiarize Elena with the various regions of the land. The swirling black clouds, like ribbons of ominous light, tore through the vibrant night sky in an instant, covering several miles. The overwhelming and eerie atmosphere pressed down upon the land, causing countless citizens to turn pale with fear, their gazes drawn to the starry sky, momentarily engulfed in terror. At the 9-mile experimental base, a group of prisoners was engaged in land reclamation, while the Panther Garo stood frozen in horror, his face contorted. Kaido, he has returned. In the depths of the Shimiyama, the fisherman River Pine suddenly sensed something amiss. Looking skyward, he saw a dark shadow darting through the heavens, his pupils constricting. What a terrifying presence. How could Kaido return after only a few days? In the flower capital, peace had recently returned to the land, following the elimination of several rebel leaders. Kaido's ally, Orochi, adorned the city with festive lights, prompting a city-wide celebration. Within the banquet hall of Orochi's castle, melodies from the zither floated through the air, lingering enchantingly. Orochi, in high spirits, was about to raise his cup to toast his loyal retainers when he suddenly heard thunderous sounds from outside, accompanied by a cacophony of voices. Startled, he immediately overturned his wine cup in anger. What is all this ruckus outside? Do they not know that I am hosting a banquet? A servant rushed in, visibly shaken, reporting, General Orochi, the esteemed Kaido has returned to the country? Is this truly the case? Orochi's anger dissipated as his eyes gleamed with anticipation. If he has indeed returned, that is splendid news. Haha, come. Let us raise our glasses to celebrate the downfall of the traitorous leaders. Drink up. Haha. Shaoling's zither skills are simply exquisite. Haha. After the original graveyard was dismantled, Ash, following Kaido's orders, had a facility named Mingwang Institute constructed in its place. According to Kaido's intention, many citizens of Wano, despite appearing to submit, still harbored the desire for restoration. This adult populace adopted methods of suppression and enslavement, while the children, including those yet unborn, could only be subjected to cultural and ideological invasion. The history of Wano was to be altered, learning from Kaido's revised chronicles. In this official history, the Kozuki clan was branded as historical criminals, having attempted to sell Wano to malevolent forces, leading the nation to ruin. In stark contrast, the heroes portrayed within this narrative were none other than the shogun Orochi and the mighty Kaido, who purportedly saved Wano from peril. These children were warned that they were descendants of criminals, having once attempted to assist the traitor Odin in betraying their country. Yet, the benevolent Kaido chose not to annihilate them but to offer a chance for redemption, allowing them to dedicate their lives to atone for their ancestors' sins and cleanse themselves of guilt. To ensure that these children were not influenced by their parents' ideologies, they were isolated from their families upon entering the Mingguang Institute, where they would be indoctrinated with lifelong loyalty to Kaido. Within the institute, apart from imparting knowledge of the revised history and brainwashing techniques, several true fighters personally supervised the training of these children. At that moment, in the Mingguang Institute, a carefully selected teacher from Flower City, Sakai Midai, stood before dozens of children, instructing them on the official history. Suddenly, she froze as thunder rumbled outside, and a dragon-esque silhouette danced amidst the flashes of lightning. With wide eyes, she excitedly pointed outside, exclaiming, "Children, behold the illustrious Lord Kaido, who can do anything and saves Wano from the flames and waters. Gaining his recognition is the highest honor, even if it means shedding the stigma of being descendants of sinners." Both Toin and Baiwu felt the weight of Kaido's overwhelming presence, their thoughts shrouded in fear. After surveying Wano, Kaido finally soared towards Onigashima with Elena. The sea around the island was as foreboding as ever, shrouded in dark clouds, with thunder rumbling and waves crashing violently. Upon receiving news of Kaido's presence within Wano's borders, Jean, who had been torturing a near-death prisoner in the dungeon, narrowed his eyes momentarily, a flash of excitement crossing his face. He quickly discarded his torturous implements and hurried to the harbor of Onigashima, where he awaited Kaido's arrival. Moments later, a colossal azure dragon descended from the sky, causing the surrounding waters to subside beneath its weight. The clouds above Onigashima roared and wept, yet hesitated to unleash a strike of lightning. "Boss, you have returned," Jean exclaimed, noticing the azure dragon transform into a man as he landed on the rocky pier. However, upon seeing Elena beside Kaido, his expression hardened, and with a swift motion, he drew his long knife, its blade glinting coldly as he pointed it at Elena, coolly demanding, "Naval officer, what brings you to Wano?" Appendix, Mingguang Academy, named to align with the title of Kaido Mingguang. Mingguang, when read in reverse, signifies the illumination of light, embodying the notion of resisting brightness and embracing darkness. Chapter 68, Electromagnetic Weight Enhancement Device. Although Jean typically leads a reclusive life, expressing himself sparingly, his focus on matters surpasses that of ordinary individuals by several folds. Even those with the most inconspicuous presence, once laid eyes upon by him, are likely to leave a lasting impression. He is certain that the woman before him is undoubtedly a rising star in the Navy in recent years. Jean, one of his own. Kaido recounted the events that transpired on Depugio Island. As he narrated the perilous battle, Jin's expression shifted from sternness to astonishment. Finally, with a profound glance at Elena, he sheathed his sword. How is the situation on Ling's side unfolding? When Kaido arrived, he noticed that the Mingguang Academy occupied a vast expanse, nearly a quarter of the area of Lingho. In addition to the few esteemed teachers, the surroundings of Lingho were heavily guarded. As anticipated, since its inception yesterday, all children under the age of 6 in Lingho had been admitted into Mingguang Academy. Some of the younger children still required breastfeeding. Thus, 6 female workers were hired from the City of Flowers to provide care. Rest assured, they have all undergone thorough background checks, Jean remarked. Kaido nodded thoughtfully, recognizing the profound significance of the Mingguang Academy. Once it is established and organized at Lingho, its influence will radiate across the nation, necessitating the recruitment of children from several other regions. As for the area of Huaji City, he instructed Orochi to close all private academies, allowing only the Mingguang Academy to operate for the education of students, focusing solely on knowledge and excluding martial prowess. Huaji City boasts the lowest crime rate among several regions, primarily due to its governance by Black Charcoal Orochi, where the majority of the populace has not resisted his authority. Currently, the establishment of the Mingguang Academy in Huaji City to indoctrinate children suffices, avoiding the need for martial training as seen in Linghe. Of course, this is merely a temporary measure. Should the strategy need alteration in the future, it can be adjusted at will, for he possesses ample time. Subsequently, Kaido instructed Jean to familiarize Elena with Ghost Island, while he himself returned to his residence to indulge in his customary wine. The following morning, shortly after awakening, Kaido received a report from his subordinate, informing him that Elena had departed from Ghost Island early, heading towards Huaji City. Kaido was aware of her peculiar penchant, yet he had yet to assign her a suitable position, thus refraining from intervening further. As he contemplated the 4 devil fruits he still possessed, pondering who might consume them, Queen made his entrance. "Haha, boss. I have constructed the electromagnetic weight augmentation device you requested." Kaido could hear Queen's boisterous laughter from afar, and soon his corpulent figure appeared at the entrance of the hall. Noticing the uncontainable excitement on Queen's face, Kaido felt a twinge of exhilaration himself. Maintaining a stoic expression as he inquired, "You completed it so swiftly?" Queen nodded, clapping his hands. And soon the sound of wheels rolling echoed as a large flat cart was pushed inside. Upon the cart rested 2 nearly 2-meter-long, 1-foot-thick slabs of black iron, with a faint seam visible between them and several protruding blocks marked with numbers. These 2 devices had been meticulously crafted by the artisans of Wano, who had painstakingly melted and forged 5 tons of iron into their current form. I embedded a dense electromagnetic net in the middle, and the ends are set to amplify the weight. Observe, for instance, this setting. As he spoke, Queen adjusted the numbers to 100 and finally pressed a red button. With a thunderous roar, the iron blocks surged from 5 tons to an astonishing 500 tons, the sudden increase in weight collapsing the cart, which sank deeply into the ground, causing the entire residence to tremble and shake. Kaido's eyes sparkled with excitement as he abruptly rose to his feet, circling the electromagnetic weight-enhancing apparatus twice, marveling at its ingenuity. This training device was merely a casual suggestion of his, yet he was astonished to find that Quinn had actually brought it to fruition. Kaido possesses a unique constitution, rendering conventional training methods largely ineffective. Even if he were to flatten several mountains or submerge islands in his pursuit of strength, the results would be minimal. Should the mountains be leveled, he could still rely on a successor with the ability of the stone fruit to reconstruct them. However, if an island were to collapse and sink into the sea, it would be lost forever. Consequently, he has turned his attention to enhancing both explosive power and endurance. Essentially, his immortal form inherently provides remarkable stamina, allowing him to disregard any opponent. Yet, he is acutely aware that this period coincides with Whitebeard's zenith, making conflicts with his burgeoning power inevitable. A grand confrontation is merely a matter of time. To surpass Whitebeard, aside from the hypothetical return of his life, the keys to victory lie in both endurance and explosive force. The emergence of the electromagnetic enhancement device has, therefore, arrived as a timely solution to his pressing concerns. Kaido gazed intently at the electromagnetic weight-enhancing device and inquired, "What is its maximum weight increase?" Without hesitation, Queen replied, 2 electromagnetic weight-enhancing devices, each weighing 5 tons, can amplify their weight by 999 times. 5 tons equates to 10,000 Gene, and 999 times that amounts to a staggering 49,995 tons, or 99,990,000 Gene. I recall from the original narrative that the ton press fruit user from the Don Quixote family could generate a maximum tonnage of 10,000 tons. Had it not been for the monotonous attack patterns of that power user, who relied solely on descending from the sky, allowing opponents ample time to evade counterattacks, it would have been improbable for them to be defeated by mere giants. After all, if the tonnage ability were wielded effectively, applied through punches and kicks, it could unleash force in the range of thousands to millions of tons, especially when combined with the formidable armament haki, resulting in devastating destructive power. However, this does not imply that the ton press fruit is exceptionally strong. In fact, considering the islands of this world range from several kilometers to over a dozen kilometers, ordinary mountains fall within the tens of millions of tons, which pales in comparison to the mountains of my previous life that often exceeded hundreds of millions of tons. Currently, Kaido's strength allows him to effortlessly shatter an island with a single punch, yet since this is intended for training, certain matters must be approached with caution. In summary, the electromagnetic weight-enhancing device crafted by Queen serves as a significant boon for him at present. Nevertheless, I must remind you of one critical flaw, Queen added. As an electromagnetic device, Its power consumption escalates with the increase in pressure, resulting in substantial electricity usage. I charged it for nearly an entire night, and at maximum amplification. It can only sustain operation for about half an hour. Kaido nonchalantly remarked, electricity is hardly a concern, and half an hour is more than sufficient. Current? Huh. I can conjure lightning. After a moment of contemplation, Kaido remarked, now that you are here, I hope you can select a few suitable candidates. During our expedition to Depugia Island, I acquired several devil fruits. Devil fruits! Quinn exclaimed with delight. That is splendid news, Captain. With this, our pirate crew's strength will surely increase. Ha. I shall make the arrangements immediately. In a small interlude, was that a misprint? Akiji sat upon a rock, his upper body wrapped in bandages as he pondered the newspaper in his hand. Chapter 69. The King of Sharks Quinn, astute and quick-witted, promptly made the necessary arrangements. Within 2 hours, 3 individuals were ushered into the residence, one of whom was surprisingly Rigo, the current head of the intelligence department. Kaido was aware of Rigo's considerable strength. Among the elite fighters, only Bulk could rival him in power. He stood as the strongest among the likes of Jin, Quinn, and Elena. The remaining choices included Babanuus, who had previously been defeated by Hisong in the Shimi region, and Cilicia, one of the few women working under Quinn. Rigo, brimming with vitality and demonstrating a steady demeanor, possessed mastery in both armament and observation haki. Recently, he had taken charge of the intelligence department while also dedicating time to physical training. Although Babanuus was not particularly distinguished among the elite fighters, indeed, his abilities could be deemed rather mediocre, his loyalty was unquestionable. As for Cilicia, she was tall and striking, with beautiful long hair, yet her strength was similarly unremarkable. Nevertheless, like Babanuus, her loyalty was steadfast. After careful consideration, Kaido ultimately decided to grant Rigo the tiger fruit, Babanuus the stone fruit, and Cilicia the snow fruit. The recipients of these rewards felt as though they had been granted a reprieve, overwhelmed with joy. However, Kaido cautioned Babanuus and Cilicia, stating, by the order of strength, it should not have been your turn, yet your loyalty has earned you this chance. Remember this, acquiring the abilities of the devil fruits does not equate to an increase in your strength. Do not underestimate others. The seas are fraught with hidden dangers, and there are countless stronger than you. Maintain your training diligently. The extent to which you can unlock your powers depends entirely on your own efforts. After being admonished by Kaido, the excitement on Babanuus and Cilicia's faces dimmed slightly, and they promptly vowed not to disappoint Kaido's expectations. It is good to see you possess this awareness. I shall grant you 1 month to familiarize yourselves with your newfound abilities. After that, you will join the training at Onigashima, Kaido declared. Suddenly, he recalled Elena's extensive experience with the Navy's 6 powers and decided to assign her the responsibility of physical training at Onigashima, appointing her as the instructor. Waving Babanuus and Cilicia away, Kaido turned to Rigo and inquired, how is the intelligence gathering progressing? We must swiftly secure the islands and the waters near Wano, and also, we need to procure a substantial quantity of communication snail devices, as our current system is outdated. Rigo replied, I have conferred with Lord Jean regarding this matter. The terrain of Waji country is treacherous, and within 100 miles, there is virtually no other island. However, beyond that distance, numerous islands exist, with the only notable power in the vicinity being the kingdom of Hazem Prison. The rest pose no significant threat. Yesterday afternoon, I dispatched several skilled individuals to gather intelligence, and we shall have news by the day after tomorrow at the latest. That is reassuring. Waji country can merely serve as a base of operations, the surrounding islands, whether inhabited or uninhabited, and regardless of whether they are local tribes or noble kingdoms, must either submit to my rule or face annihilation and enslavement. What does it matter what the kingdom of Hazem Prison thinks? Any obstacle to my progress shall be dealt with accordingly. At this moment, an incredibly terrifying aura emanated from Kaido, as if Rigo and Quinn beheld a fearsome and grotesque shadow looming behind him. The two were so frightened that they trembled uncontrollably, beads of cold sweat streaming down their faces. As he reigned in his formidable presence, Rigo and Quinn finally felt a significant sense of relief, letting out a long sigh. However, when they gazed back at Kaido, their eyes were filled with astonishment and trepidation, and they couldn't help but think that their leader seemed to possess an even greater strength than before. Kaido paid no heed to the expressions of the two, lost in contemplation about who should receive the Yao Yao fruit. On board the Moby Dick, a vibrant banquet was underway, filled with merriment and celebration. At that moment, A figure leaped from the sea, rushing towards Whitebeard with an anxious countenance, exclaiming, "Old man, Captain Muir has gone to Hassam." The figure, a merman with blue skin and fish-like gills and dorsal fins, appeared visibly distressed. "What is the matter? What business does Muir have in Hassam?" Whitebeard inquired, downing a large bowl of liquor, his voice resonating. The captains of the various divisions wore solemn expressions. Muir, a shark merman, was known for his ferocity in combat and served as the captain of the 8th Division aboard Whitebeard's ship. The merman, trembling and unable to catch his breath, hastily replied. Captain Muir mentioned he had personal grievances to settle in Hassam and instructed us not to intervene. Personal grievances? What does that mean? Asked Marco. The captains aboard the ship were all prominent figures, and the attention they attracted felt like a thorn in their sides. It was quite uncomfortable. After a moment's struggle, he continued, 8 years ago, before Captain Muir became a pirate, his hometown was attacked, resulting in numerous casualties among his kin. Ever since he became a pirate, he has relentlessly sought the perpetrator responsible for that assault, but amidst the chaos of the burning village, he never caught a glimpse of the assailant's face, only recalling a vague silhouette. What relation does this have to his journey to Hassam? Diamond Joseph furrowed his brow. Suddenly enlightened, he exclaimed. Could it be that the culprit is currently in Hassam? The merman gulped nervously, replying cautiously, given Captain Muir's demeanor at the time, it seems likely. He has pursued this matter for many years, and only recently, upon arriving at the kingdom of Arado, did he discover the identity of the one he has been seeking through a poster he saw on the street. Who? The captain's gazes turned icy, as sons of Whitebeard. Muir's enemy was their enemy. The merman, trembling with fear, revealed, the warden of Hassam prison, O'Neill, harbors a demon, the foremost combatant of Hassam, Shark King, Shaq. Shark King? Shaq? Whitebeard found the name somewhat familiar, but could not recall where he had heard it. At his level, it was challenging for anyone to capture his attention. Shark King? Is it that individual? Exclaimed Bizarro, the captain of a pirate crew under the Shark King, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. What's the matter, Bizarro? Do you know him? Inquired Sachi, the captain of the 4th Division. Bizarro nodded, before joining under the old man. I participated in the Hassam Arena Fighting Tournament 2 years ago. The prize money for the champion was a staggering 100 million berries. You truly are a money grubber. Others jested. Who would let such an opportunity slip away? I couldn't just stand by and watch 100 million berries float away. Bizarro sheepishly scratched his head, adding, besides, I was quite confident in my abilities back then. Although Baisalu may not rank among the top 10 captains, his prowess is universally acknowledged. Returning to the matter at hand, Baisalu's smile gradually faded as he solemnly remarked, after several matches, I ultimately secured a position among the top 8, facing none other than Shark King, Shaq. Reflecting on that battle, Baisalu expressed a lingering trepidation. The Shark King is unlike ordinary fishmen. While others retain some semblance of human features, he is a true monstrosity. It seemed as though he existed solely for combat, and after merely exchanging a dozen blows, I was vanquished. To be honest, I felt a tinge of indignation at my defeat. He continued, as I watched him in the subsequent matches from the audience. I observed that he handled each encounter with remarkable ease. However, during the finals, something provoked him, igniting a fury that transformed his very being. In front of thousands of spectators in the arena, he gruesomely devoured his opponent, leaving not a trace behind. It was then that I realized he had not fought me with his full strength. A collective gasp escaped the crowd, their expressions filled with astonishment. The crew, forged from the crucible of countless battles, found slaying to be second nature. Yet, the act of consuming another human was unprecedented, particularly in such a raw manner. If the Shark King is indeed as formidable as you describe, then that Muir stands no chance against him, remarked Malgo, glancing towards Whitebeard. Old man, shall we lend our assistance to Muir? Whitebeard's gaze sharpened as he replied, Malgo, Jaws, you too shall venture to Hassam. Exercise restraint unless absolutely necessary, and above all, consider Muir's desire for vengeance. Chapter 70, The Apostle of Justice. The following night, the land of Wano remained serene and tranquil. After meticulously studying and practicing the Navy's 6th technique multiple times, Kaido finally discerned the secret to the return of life. Perhaps it was time to attempt the ideas brewing in his mind. In high spirits, he transformed into a colossal dragon, soaring through the skies above the oceans. The tremendous wind pressure generated at multiple times the speed of sound capable of crushing an ordinary person, yet it failed to diminish his velocity, even slightly. In an instant, he traversed dozens of miles, vanishing from the borders of Wano, and arriving at a desolate island spanning several kilometers. A crescent moon hung in the sky, casting its light upon a towering snow-capped mountain that lay amidst the rainforest, resembling a barrier that divided the island into two starkly contrasting climates. One half of the island was enveloped in a rainforest with towering trees, where ferocious beasts lurked in the darkness, their growls echoing through the air. Natural stone bridges meandered above the ground, connecting several semi-floating hills, creating a spectacle reminiscent of a science fiction movie. The other half, however, was as frigid as the depths of winter, with snowflakes swirling through the air, a blanket of pristine white covering the land, leaving everything in a state of decay and freeze, as if the earth had abruptly lost its color under the cloak of night. Disturbances stirred within the rainforest, accompanied by the rustling of leaves. Unbeknownst to the creatures lurking within, I am not the prey you should be hunting. Kaido unleashed his conqueror's haki without restraint, and a swirling black tempest erupted around him, shattering the colossal trees and rocks nearby, radiating throughout the island. In an instant, the lurking beasts were toppled to the ground. The surroundings fell into a notable silence as he donned the electromagnetic augmenting device designed to resemble handcuffs, adjusting it to 100-fold, which meant each wrist bore the weight of 500 tons. He could distinctly feel a slight heaviness in his wrists, yet it was insufficient to provide the desired training effect, prompting him to escalate it to 1,000-fold. The immense weight surged through his arms, igniting a fierce glimmer in his eyes. Thus, the training commenced. The staggering weight of 5,000 tons indeed constrained the speed and force of his punches. Yet his formidable physique swiftly adapted to this level of exertion. His movements were grand and vigorous, without employing his armament haki. Each strike, straight jabs, thrusts, hooks, and elbow strikes, seemed to shatter the air, resonating with thunderous booms. The force he generated compressed the space before him into a spiraling shockwave, obliterating floating hills 100 meters away. Integrating his armament haki into his strikes amplified his destructive potential to astonishing levels. After delivering hundreds of punches, he felt the blood within him boiling, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, his gaze ablaze with intensity. It was time to validate his hypothesis. Meanwhile, on the other side of the resplendent starry sky, at the harbor of Sandef Island, several naval warships were stationed. Medical officers in white coats crowded the docks, frantically directing sailors to assist in carrying stretchers loaded with the injured from the ships to the hospital at the heart of the island. Tsuru, with a solemn expression and a face etched with regret, observed the bustling medics. "Tsuru, you mustn't blame yourself. If anyone is to be blamed, it is that brute Kaido," said Momonosuke, his teeth clenched in fury. The casualty figures from the battle had been tallied. 7 warships destroyed, over 1,300 sailors injured or dead, and civilian casualties amounting to 70,000. All this, along with that scoundrel who had stolen my body. Tsuru was already aware that Momonosuke's body had been taken by the 1,000 Faces, yet she found it hard to fathom. Despite her sister standing before her, it felt as though an invisible veil separated them, creating an uncanny sense of estrangement that made her hesitate to reach out and touch her sister's face. Tsuru caught a fleeting glimpse of disappointment in Momonosuke's eyes and quickly reassured her. "I apologize, Momonosuke. I mean no offense. I just need a moment to come to terms with your current appearance." Momonosuke emitted a sound of feigned ease, masking her inner turmoil with a smile. "I understand, Tsuru. In truth, I'm struggling to accept my present form as well. Considering how other rear admirals fell victim to the 1,000 Faces, I feel fortunate to have survived." "Momonosuke, do not utter such despairing words," Tsuru asserted with an authoritative tone, gripping Momonosuke's shoulders. "That monster Kaido could not bring us to our end. We have not yet lost. You are my sister. Even if it means wagering everything, I shall reclaim your body." Crane," said Mamatatsu, her eyes glistening with tears. "Gion, although you have changed, my love for you remains steadfast." At that moment, the bandaged Chibuta interjected. "I shall assist you in reclaiming your body, and afterward, I humbly request your hand in marriage." Mamatatsu firmly replied, "If Major K can help me regain my body, I would be grateful. However, as for marriage, let us forego that notion." Once again, she resolutely rejected Chibuta, who wore a look of disappointment. In the harbor, Akainu, donned in a naval coat and a crimson shirt beneath, traversed the bustling ranks of the medical team with a stern expression. Some physicians contemplated hurling curses at those obstructing their path, but upon meeting Akainu's stormy gaze, they swallowed their words in fear. Akainu walked with a steady gait, exuding an aura of authority. Crane and her companions took notice of him at that moment. "Is Admiral Akainu here to replace Admiral Akiji's duties?" Chibuta, shedding his usual jovial demeanor, wore a serious expression. I hope he can maintain his composure. This situation is far more critical than the earlier events. Crane expressed her concern before rising to her feet. Mamatatsu and Shibuda promptly followed suit, flanking Crane as they boarded a naval vessel. Akainu continued through the harbor, ascending the ship's gangway with a cold, piercing gaze fixed on an individual reclining on the deck. He scoffed, "To lose a battle and still be so leisurely at rest. Kazan, you truly lack awareness." Akiji lifted his eye patch slightly, casting a nonchalant glance at Akainu. "Ah, Sakazuki, you arrived far sooner than I anticipated." The two stood at odds, their conflicting political views well known throughout the Navy. Incompetence should return to headquarters for recuperation. "I am sufficient here," Akainu continued his biting commentary. "I certainly won't meet defeat at the hands of that brute Kaido as you did." Akiji executed a nimble leap, gently tapping the ground with the tip of his shoe, stretching languidly as he approached Akainu. He hesitated for a moment, swallowing his advice, and instead placed a hand on Akainu's shoulder, saying meaningfully, "Be cautious." He then turned, hands in pockets, and coldly brushed past Akainu, clenching his fists. Akainu narrowed his eyes. Clouds cannot obscure the sun. Evil shall ultimately be vanquished, and true victory will always belong to justice. Only absolute justice can bestow peace upon this world, and I shall crush all hypocrites and malevolence. Chapter 71. Shack, Annoying, Disruptive. The night fog engulfed the ground, and the midsummer night held a slight chill. Beneath the hazy moonlight, the stars withered, obscured by the clouds. The sky was a profound black, dark enough to inspire terror, yet eerily tranquil. Amidst the surging waves, a pirate ship, its flag snapping in the wind, anchored near the shore. A band of pirates surged forth, seizing the cover of night, brandishing crude yet lethal weapons as they charged towards the island village. At a critical moment when many villagers were laboring diligently, the tranquility was shattered as a door was violently kicked open from the outside. The cold gleam of a blade sent shivers through the brother, causing him to shrink in fear, only to be dragged from his bed by the pirates amidst the disapproving gaze of his wife, and tossed onto the street. "Surround them all. From this moment, this territory belongs to Kaido, the Beast King. Those who dare to resist shall perish." Many civilians were yanked from their beds, some lying motionless in pools of blood. The villagers huddled together, trembling as they gazed upon the menacing pirates. "Captain, we have successfully seized Brock Island," exclaimed a pirate, approaching a scarred figure adorned with a horned helmet. Brock Island, one of the isles off the coast of Wano country, was renowned as the land of books, with the most famous and tallest structure being the Brock Library. "Is that so?" The scarred pirate, known as Gabriel, with a bounty of 130 million berries, surveyed his surroundings with a cold smirk. "This is excellent. This time, Lord Rigo dispatched us, 5 pirate crews, to gather intelligence and seize territories. We are the third to claim a domain. Upon our return, we can report our success and perhaps earn some favor from Lord Jean. Ha! I can hardly wait to see the expressions on Jonki's and the others' faces." Among the 5 crews, Gabriel's influence and strength were rather unremarkable, which made this reconnaissance mission of utmost importance to him. He commanded his men to plant the flag of the Beast Pirates at the highest point of Brock Island, intending for its illustrious reputation to cast a shadow over the surrounding seas, intimidating any passing ships. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted from the Brock Library, shattering glass and sending debris flying, with thick black smoke billowing forth as if a flood were unleashed, obscuring the chaos within, accompanied by anguished screams. Several figures were carelessly hurled from the smoke, bloodied and writhing on the ground. "What is happening?" Gabriel's expression hardened as he realized that those thrown out were his own subordinates. All the pirates instinctively gripped their cold blades, fixating their eyes on the dense smoke. Creak, crack, creak. A sound reminiscent of footsteps on shards of glass echoed, and from the depths of the smoke emerged a towering figure, 3 meters tall, enveloped in a dark, eerie glow. His muscular physique was bound by chains as thick as his arms. His head was rounded and protruding, resembling that of a true shark, with jagged teeth glistening in a crimson hue and a broad, sharp dorsal fin akin to a wild blade, his gaze piercing and frigid. A merman? Gabriel was momentarily taken aback. The creature before him bore little resemblance to the merman he had conjured in his memories. Yet, the dorsal fin and the taut, sinewy muscles were incessantly reminding him that this was indeed a merman. "Kill him," Gabriel commanded without hesitation, for he had seen the creature clutching one of his subordinates. The pirates raised their crude long rifles in unison, pulling the triggers as flames erupted from the barrels, unleashing a hail of leaden bullets. The sound of bullets ricocheting off the merman's skin echoed like a cacophony of clashing steel as the robust sinews deflected every shot. Gabriel, astonished, drew forth an intricately carved axe from behind him, its aura exuding an overwhelming power. Under his leadership, dozens of pirates charged towards the merman with ferocity. The din of chaos and the clash of battle intertwined as the merman, witnessing the oncoming pirates, let out an enraged roar, flinging one of the pirates aside, sending 3 or 4 tumbling to the ground. With tremendous force, the merman's legs propelled him forward, causing the ground to tremble and crack beneath him. His massive form surged like a rampaging rhinoceros, brutish and violent, resembling a streak of darkness that closed in on the pirates in an instant. Without affording them a moment to react, his powerful hand descended from above with a resounding smack, crushing a pirate's skull down to his groin, blood spilling forth. His expression was devoid of sorrow or joy, cold and detached, as if his gaze were fixated solely on slaughter and bloodshed. An ominous chill piercing the spines of all present. This was no ordinary chill. The eerie coldness invoked a singular thought in the minds of those around: death. The merman stood as a whirlwind of fury, an invisible dread spreading from him to every corner of the village, foreboding and terrifying. Gabriel felt as though he had been transported to an ancient battlefield, shrouded in the horrors of war, decapitated heads, dismembered horses, and a morass of bodies strewn about, their blood staining the desolate landscape. Such a vision was absurd, yet many found themselves struggling to swallow, haunted by these grotesque and bloody images. In that moment, even breathing felt like a burdensome task, the oppressive weight of dread consuming the spirits of all present. Gabriel's eyes widened, bloodshot with terror. The being before him could no longer be referred to as a mere merman. It was a true monstrosity. In an instant, thoughts of retreat blossomed within him, fear constricting his throat. Yet, at that moment, the merman sprang into action. He moved with the swiftness of the wind and the ferocity of a wild beast, weaving through the ranks of pirates like a reaper on the battlefield. He crushed skulls with his mighty hands, pierced chests with his razor-sharp claws, and even callously lifted a pirate above his head, tearing him asunder before the horrified eyes of his comrades. Gore and viscera flew through the air, a gruesome spectacle of crimson and carnage. The surroundings seemed to transform into a hellish battleground, drenched in a vivid crimson hue that was almost suffocating. Within mere moments, dozens of pirates perished under the relentless slaughter wrought by the merman, and Gabriel was utterly powerless to intervene. A primal roar erupted from Gabriel, his eyes bloodshot with rage, as he helplessly witnessed his subordinates being slaughtered before him. Now, only he remained, facing the monstrous foe. "I shall slay you," Gabriel bellowed, wielding his intricately carved axe, summoning a fierce gale as he lunged at the merman. The merman, with his webbed hands, charged forward, colliding directly with the axe. The impact generated a tempest of wind and electricity, shaking the ground beneath them and creating a chasm several meters deep. Realizing that he gained no advantage from the clash, Gabriel's heart sank. He swiftly withdrew, retreating several meters while channeling his inner might to envelop the axe in a dark aura. With a swift motion, he descended with the axe, engaging the merman in a fierce contest. Their battle expanded, consuming streets, buildings, and plazas, leaving destruction in its wake. After exchanging more than 20 blows, neither could claim victory. The merman glanced at the sky, seemingly losing patience. "Shaq, detestable intruder." The voice was gravelly and deep, echoing like a demon from the abyss. Gabriel was momentarily stunned. The creature could speak. However, as he regained his composure, he suddenly realized the merman had vanished from his sight. Without warning, a shadow enveloped Gabriel from above. Instinctively, he looked up just in time to see the merman descending upon him. With a thunderous crash, Gabriel found himself unceremoniously plunged into a deep pit. Chapter 72. Young Ming lightning sliced through the void like a sharpened sword, accompanied by the thunderous roar of the storm god. Dark clouds loomed ominously over Burke Island, as a chilling wind howled, and the vegetation and debris scurried away, dissipating the acrid scent of gunpowder. The relentless rain was swallowed by the tumultuous waves, which crashed violently against the shore, sending plumes of white spray soaring into the air. A dark, shark-like creature stood resolutely upon the coast. The lightning pierced the heavens, and the deafening thunderclaps displeased him greatly. Cold chains constricted his sinewy muscles, wild and solitary. The blinding flashes of lightning elongated his form, while raindrops cascaded down his face, glistening on his sleek skin. His gaze was cold, as if he had witnessed the worst of humanity's depravity. He was profoundly alone, a state he had long accepted. With a furious roar, he cast his head back and then leaped into the ocean, transforming into a streak of darkness that vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the deep pit on Burke Island, blood clogged Gabriel's throat, leaving him with a searing discomfort. His body was riddled with fractures, his temperature plummeting, and his consciousness fading. That bastard. I will not let him escape. Gabriel's face contorted in a grotesque manner as he struggled to retrieve the phone bug from his pocket. Exerting the last remnants of his strength to dial the number, the sun's rays pierced through the earth, its resplendent golden light tearing apart the veil, heralding the arrival of a new dawn. Kaido sat cross-legged in the heart of a deserted island, roasting meat amidst the scorched earth, a testament to his rigorous training. The embers still smoldered from the night's toil, yielding remarkable results. His previous hypotheses had proven entirely correct. It seemed that the understanding of life's return varied from person to person. For instance, Rob Lucci's interpretation led to a relinquishment of power in favor of enhanced speed. Conversely, Kaido's comprehension of life's return not only harmonized perfectly with his own abilities but also offered corresponding enhancements in both strength and speed. The concept of life's return felt tailor-made for him. Kaido mused that choosing to practice this technique was undoubtedly the right decision. Exclaiming with excitement, although he had yet to stabilize that state, with continued practice, he was confident he could master this newfound power entirely. After a meager meal of several massive roasted beasts, Kaido thought it was time to return. He transformed into a dragon and soared into the sky. 2 hours later, he arrived back at Onigashima. As soon as he set foot on the island, Rigo hurried over to deliver news. What has happened? Kaido inquired. Boss Kaido, there is troubling news. Yesterday at noon, Gabriel and his team, who landed on Kuro Island, were attacked and annihilated, Rigo reported. What exactly transpired? Kaido demanded, his interest piqued. Taking a deep breath, Rigo continued. I received Gabriel's last communication. They were assaulted by a fishman creature whose physical characteristics were distinct from normal fishmen. That creature uttered a single phrase, "Shark hates to be disturbed." If my suspicions are correct, that monster is the first warrior of Hassam, Shark King Shaq. You previously mentioned that Hassam is the most formidable kingdom in the vicinity, Kaido scoffed, his eyes glinting with menace. In my grand vision, there is no room for such kingdoms. Since they have harmed my people, it is akin to tearing the veil of civility. I cannot allow Gabriel's sacrifice to be in vain. Boss Kaido, the Hassam kingdom is not to be underestimated. Its entire nation can serve as a fighting force. And it is also a member of the world government. If we provoke them, they have harmed my people. How could I possibly let this go unpunished? Kaido's tone brooked no dissent, his eyes glinting with a frigid light. Merely a trifling Hassam, a member state of the world government. As we seek to expand our territory, a clash with them is inevitable. This is non-negotiable. Survival of the fittest, only the strong endure. To avoid being swept away in this era of fierce competition among pirates, one must relentlessly encroach upon rivals and continuously expand one's influence. This is the law of nature, and indeed, the law of the sea. Kaido fixed his gaze upon Rigo and inquired, Rigo, are you truly fearful of the mere Hassam? To this, Rigo exhaled in relief and replied with a grin. To be candid, Kaido, in the past, your stays at Onigashima were fleeting, often vanishing into the world without a trace. Recently, it is rare to witness your dedicated efforts in expanding our dominion, which has stirred within me a concern that my mismanagement might jeopardize our strength and tarnish your esteemed reputation. However, it is reassuring now. For since you have long harbored intentions to subdue Hassam, I shall personally venture forth to gather intelligence, ensuring that we seize Hassam in one decisive stroke. Rigo, with his nimble mind, possessed wisdom that rivaled even Queen's, demonstrating a blend of maturity and fervor in his endeavors. In his earlier years, he commanded a ship and single-handedly held back Admirals Weasel and Stalaberry, sustaining grievous injuries yet allowing his subordinates to escape from the jaws of peril. Kaido initially recognized his capabilities, which led him to rescue and employ him. Rigo has held a profound respect for Kaido, demonstrating a steady diligence over the years that has earned him Kaido's unwavering trust. Kaido pondered for a moment and said, gathering intelligence on the enemy will certainly help mitigate casualties during the assault. However, given that Hassam is a formidable war power, I am somewhat uneasy about your going alone. Therefore, let Jean and Babanuus accompany you. It will also provide Babanuus an opportunity to hone his skills. Is Lord Jean also going? Rigo inquired, somewhat troubled. I can manage Babanuus, but if Lord Jean decides to act, I fear I would be unable to restrain him. Kaido discerned the underlying implications and smiled as he responded. Since Jean is not particularly eloquent, you shall be responsible for arranging the journey to Hassam. This will serve as a test for you. Naturally, you cannot, nor should you attempt to, hinder Jin's intentions. I will convey the essential matters regarding the Hassam expedition to him clearly, so you need not feel burdened. Regaton sighed in relief. Shortly after Regaton's departure, Kaido received a call from Don Quixote Doflamingo. Mr. Kaido, I have utilized my influence in the underworld over the past few days to procure a devil fruit. There seemed to be a strong wind on his end, as the sound of howling could be heard. Kaido had nearly forgotten about letting Xiaoming search for the devil fruit, but to his surprise, Xiaoming had quite the remarkable memory. One must commend Xiaoming the student for his awareness. What fruit, you may ask? He was well aware that Doflamingo had perused the devil fruit encyclopedia and had conducted some research on various fruits, including zoan types, particularly the ancient breeds, such as the scythe dragon fruit. It turns out to be an ancient variety. Kaido was somewhat taken aback, at least in his recollection. With the addition of Jack's ancient species, the mammoth, there were only 5 devil fruits of the ancient type that had appeared. The toothless dragon of the calamity of flames, Queen's brachiosaurus of the plague, the mammoth of drought, Drake's theropod, and Pegwan spinosaurus. Where are you? Kaido inquired in a lowered voice. The ruins of Dragonstone. In a small theater, asleep. Amidst the chaos of battle between pirates and the navy, Carp had startled a pirate captain, his fist raised as if to knock the pirate unconscious when he unexpectedly fell asleep. Chapter 73, The Red Totem Marine Fort. Under the command of the sentry at the shore, the warship slowly sailed into the harbor to dock. The ship's ladder was soon lowered, and Tsuru, Momotaro, and Chafun stepped forward, while Aokiji trailed behind. Appearing lethargic and still half asleep, leading over 100 despondent marines onto the sacred ground of Marine headquarters. At the port, Sengoku, Steelbone Kong, and others had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Tsuru and the others, they immediately approached to offer their condolences. This mission was arduous, Commander Tsuru. The honor of being personally received by the fleet admiral is not bestowed upon everyone, which demonstrated Steelbone Kong's high regard for Tsuru and her team. Tsuru managed a bitter smile and said, I apologize, Admiral Kong. We were unable to save the people of Depugia Island from Kaido. This is my failure. Steelbone Kong understood Tsuru's strong sense of duty and reassured her, do not blame yourself. I know you all did your utmost. We will eventually settle this account with Kaido, with interest. As he spoke, Steelbone Kong glanced at Sengoku, who immediately approached Tsuru to reminisce about past events, while Steelbone Kong's gaze shifted to Aokiji. Noticing the bandages wrapped around Aokiji's chest and abdomen, he furrowed his brow and asked, How did you sustain such serious injuries? Aokiji nonchalantly replied, It's nothing grave. I'll recover with some rest. Steelbone Kong nodded, Take care of your health. He then turned his attention to Momotaro, saying, Captain Momotaro? Yes, Momotaro replied with a gentle nod, accustomed to such scrutiny. Steelbone Kong expressed his surprise at the existence of such body-swapping abilities, remarking, Though it may be somewhat presumptuous to say, how has your body adapted post-swap, despite merely holding the rank of captain? Both Momotaro and Chafin's strengths are not to be underestimated, even among the ranks of the vice-admirals. It can be stated that, aside from grooming Aokiji, Akainu, and Kizaru as the next generation of admirals, the Navy has also focused on cultivating Momotaro and Chafan. It is not my body, so of course, I cannot adapt. Momotaro continued. Moreover, I currently lack the former heavy burden on my chest, which makes me quite uncomfortable. Nevertheless, since I am living as Major General Rifa, I will not tarnish her reputation until I reclaim my original body. The coordination of the new body and the strength of the physique are indeed incomparable to the past. To conquer the myriad faces, one must constantly refine oneself, surpassing former limitations and transcending one's own capabilities. With this awareness, I feel reassured. Steelbone Kong remarked, The present circumstances differ greatly from those of the past. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to report to me. Tautu remained silent for a moment before stating, In the recent incident at Depugia Island, a major general, 6 brigadier generals, and over 1,000 Marines lost their lives, which has significantly impacted the morale of the Navy. Many families of the fallen Marines require consolation. Marshal Kong, I wish to personally visit the family of Brigadier General Lifa. Lifa, being 2 years younger than Tautu, was diligent and received considerable care from her. The families of the Marines have already received visits of consolation. Your situation is unique, and it is indeed important for you to extend your condolences to Brigadier General Lifa's family. However, her relatives are currently engulfed in grief. and visiting them now may only exacerbate their sorrow. Steelbone Kong sighed. Let us postpone that for a while. With Quinn stationed in Wano, Kaido felt at ease and summoned Elena to the island of Onigashima to oversee and train his subordinates. After inquiring about the location of Dragonstone Kingdom, he resolved to venture there alone. The latter half of the Grand Line is fraught with peril. Its unpredictable climate often leads to the downfall of many pirates. Not through conflict with others, but rather due to the treacherous seas and islands. Recent information indicates that Dragonstone Kingdom was once one of the few powerful independent nations in the latter half of the Grand Line, with numerous smaller nations relying on its protection. However, due to the passage of time and perhaps cultural and natural conflicts, Dragonstone Kingdom gradually declined, while its vassal states grew stronger, ultimately uniting to defeat it. With the fall of the once mighty Dragonstone Kingdom, disputes arose among the nations regarding its subsequent ownership, leading to a protracted 3-month struggle on its territory. The conflict resulted in heavy casualties, with corpses strewn across the land and rivers running red with blood. The prosperous Dragonstone Kingdom was left utterly ravaged, its treasures plundered. Strangely, not long after, the kings of those smaller nations began to die under mysterious circumstances. Some speculate that the gargoyles of Dragonstone Kingdom cursed the kings to their demise, yet the truth remains elusive and shrouded in mystery. The distance between Dragonstone Kingdom and Wano is a daunting 1,000 miles. As Kaido soared through the sky, the day waned towards evenings, casting a crimson hue across half the heavens. Contemplating a brief respite for the night, he was suddenly drawn to the commotion below on the island. Curiosity piqued. He plummeted down amidst swirling dark clouds. At that moment, on Baliseo Island, a cacophony erupted as numerous villagers brandished torches and wielded clubs, their faces etched with fury as they pursued something. A diminutive figure, clad in tattered garments and adorned with snow-white fur, dashed frantically ahead, clutching a steaming piece of cooked meat, evidently freshly prepared. Though her expression was one of panic, her agility was remarkable. She deftly evaded the clubs and stones hurled by the villagers. "Catch that thief!" the villagers shouted. "Just 2 days ago, she stole my cooked sweet potatoes. Yesterday, she took the sheep I had tied up." A throng of villagers relentlessly pursued the girl, driving her to the precipice of a cliff. Turning to face her pursuers, she bared her teeth, her fur gleaming like fresh snow. With striking blue eyes and golden pupils, she slightly extended her fingers, revealing sharp claws that emerged with a swift, electric crackle. A fur tribe member? One villager recognized. However, another keen-eyed villager noticed the red totem of a serpent entwined around a sword emblazoned on her shoulder. Exclaiming in astonishment, "Is that the mark of sin?" "What is the mark of sin?" Someone pondered, recalling the name from somewhere. Upon scrutinizing the red totem on the girl's shoulder, another villager asserted, "There is no doubt. It's the serpent-entwined sword, the emblem of the Harzum prison kingdom. A mark branded upon the offenders of that punitive realm." Harzum. The villagers gasped, their faces pale with fear, eyes wide as saucers. That formidable war nation. The dread that Harzum instilled among the common folk rivaled, if not surpassed, that of Germa. While Germa's fearsome reputation was steeped in legend, Harzum was a tangible power in the nearby seas, its military prowess a frequent topic of discussion among the locals. But isn't she a member of the fur tribe? How could she be associated with Harzum? They mused, noting her youthful appearance, barely 13 or 14 years old. The implications of entangling with Harzum were unmistakable for these villagers. The mark of sin signified that the girl was a criminal of Harzum, a nation indifferent to the fates of its offenders. "Kill her, and perhaps Harzum will reward us." Upon hearing this, flames of fervor ignited in the villagers' eyes, as if they glimpsed a mountain of treasure. Chapter 74. The Shurabeast Arena. The clouds quietly encroach upon the body of the setting sun, yet the sunlight remains, staining the horizon in hues of crimson. Yearning to leave behind a fleeting affection in this mortal realm, the azure sky stretches endlessly, adorned in resplendence for its grand finale, as all of nature bows in farewell. In an instant, the world stands solemn and silent, the pale glow of the clouds gradually revealing a sense of despair, slowly and mournfully consumed by the encroaching night. The waves crash excitedly against the shore, with sprays of water dancing in the air before cascading back into the sea, with the ebb and flow of the tide. Under the flickering flames, the villagers gaze intently at the girl before them, their faces twisted in grotesque expressions. No amount of splendid exterior can disguise the filth, ugliness, and darkness festering within. Suddenly, 2 audacious villagers, one to the left and one to the right, converge upon the girl, brandishing clubs aimed at the back of her head. Ready to strike. Just as they are about to land their blows, the girl's figure flickers and vanishes from sight. Instead of striking her, the two men inadvertently clash their clubs against each other's heads, toppling one another to the ground, bloodied and dazed. A strange laughter echoes from the jungle by the coast, and the villagers turn to see the girl with snow-white hair perched on a branch, laughing heartily. Upon meeting their gaze, her smile abruptly freezes, revealing sharp teeth like a wolf guarding its prey. It is then that the villagers notice the shackles on her wrists, now broken. The two burly men shoot each other a look of shame and fury, then point at the girl, exclaiming, "Damn wild girl, you're asking for death." Although they are puzzled as to how she ascended the tree, the enraged villagers feel mocked, their anger igniting as they seize stones from the ground and hurl them at her. Agile and nimble, the girl leaps like a squirrel among the branches, deftly avoiding the barrage of stones. As she hears the villagers' mix of hatred and frustration in pursuit, she escapes with laughter, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Suddenly, a loud crash announces the breaking of something. Several thick wooden beams rush towards her with a deafening whoosh. Startled, the girl swiftly leaps 10 meters into the air, landing on a branch, while the beams collide with her previous position, splintering into fragments with a resounding thud. Before she can regain her footing, a sharp crack resounds as the branch beneath her shatters, and she plummets into a trap meticulously laid beneath the trees. A large steel net descends swiftly, sealing the opening tightly. The sound of heavy footsteps and the brightening glow of torches follow, revealing the cold, cruel faces of the villagers above the net. "Humph, wild girl. Where do you think you can run now?" The girl bares her teeth, glaring fiercely at the villagers, attempting to claw her way through the iron net. However, the villagers are unyielding, striking her down with their clubs and shovels. They sneer, "Do you not grasp your situation, wild girl? You are nothing but livestock, at our mercy. You cannot escape." Amidst the chaos, the young girl, seemingly sensitive to the words uttered, struggled to articulate herself, desperately extending the piece of meat towards the netting. A villager, wielding a heavy shovel, struck her hand with force, causing her to recoil in pain, the meat tumbling to the ground. They had assumed her to be mute, only to discover she was an uncivilized wild girl. Laughter erupted among the villagers, who jeered at her. For the mark of sin was a totem branded upon the criminal's flesh, signifying a bond to the dark fate of slavery, an existence akin to that of livestock. "And no, I am not livestock," the girl stammered, her words a frantic jumble as she recalled some terrifying past, her emotions surging as she leapt to tear through the iron barrier. The electric characteristics of the fur tribe rendered several unsuspecting villagers unconscious. "Kill her. If she escapes, it will be perilous. Fill the pit. Bury her alive." A villager, recognizing the gravity of the situation, urged the others. They hurriedly began to shovel dirt into the trap. The confined space, filled with choking dust, left the girl akin to a startled fawn, lost and frantic. She paid no heed to the shovel swinging toward her, relentlessly crashing against the iron net, striving to tear it apart with her scarred claws. Sparks flew from the iron as the leading villager, filled with trepidation, shouted, "Use stones. Crush her with stones." He swiftly lifted a boulder weighing 30 to 40 pounds, aiming it at the approaching girl. With a resounding thud, the stone struck her forehead, blood seeping forth, the wound and crimson rapidly spreading, staining half her head. Pain and dizziness engulfed her, akin to a misfiring weapon. She was left with a ringing in her ears, only able to perceive the indistinct sounds of maniacal laughter. Straining to gaze upward through the iron net, she beheld grotesque, twisted faces, their laughter chilling her to the core, much like the audience in an arena, reveling in the sight of bloodshed. The surroundings erupted in shouts and fervor, mocking her minuscule fate, ridiculing her lowly station, and celebrating the grisly spectacle of blood. She found a strange affinity for that cacophony, yet loathed the suffocating confines of her cage. She was not a mere instrument for the nobility's wagers, but rather a fierce combatant fighting for validation, for survival. Choosing to resist with her last breath, the world beyond was devoid of freedom. Everyone regarded her as a monster. Kill them. Eliminate these hypocritical fiends. A fire ignited within her, her round golden eyes narrowing into slitted, angular pupils, her fangs elongating momentarily, radiating a chilling gleam. Just as she contemplated unleashing her wrath, a resonant voice echoed from outside. "To bully a girl alone, how pitiful these wretches are." A colossal figure emerged before the villagers, whose imposing silhouette suggested a physique sculpted with the precision of the golden ratio. The sheer explosive power encapsulated in each muscle was enough to send a jolt of awe through the onlookers. with raven black hair cascading down and a countenance as sharply defined as if chiseled from stone. The man exuded an aura of authority that commanded respect without uttering a word. Merely standing there, he instilled a tremor of trepidation in the hearts of those present. The villagers gaped in horror at the sudden manifestation of this man, their faces stricken with fear. Kaido, Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Die, you repugnant and despicable wretch. In an instant, a formidable energy enveloped the gathering, rendering them utterly immobile. A tempestuous black storm erupted around the man, uprooting trees and sweeping away anything within a 100-meter radius into the sky. The ferocity of the winds threatening to rend the very earth asunder. Even ensnared within this chaotic maelstrom, the girl could feel the penetrating chill of dread coursing through her. Moments later, the storm ceased abruptly, and figures, along with trees, plummeted to the ground like mere scraps of paper, their fates uncertain. A colossal hand tore aside the iron net, revealing a fearsome visage at the opening, yet to the girl, there was no face more familiar or comforting. It was an inexplicable feeling, one that transcended words. "Are you all right, little one?" Kaido inquired, gazing at the girl, who was battered and bruised. "Yes," she replied. Her eyes filled with astonishment and hope as she looked at Kaido. "Master?" Kaido. Chapter 75, The Tamer. "Master, did I mishear? Or is there something amiss with this young lady's mind?" Kaido felt somewhat disoriented. However, he did not linger on his confusion. Instead, he prioritized rescuing the young girl from the trap. Kaido scrutinized her intently. The girl was clad in tattered garments, shackled, with one shoulder exposed. Her fur shimmered brilliantly, and her blue eyes sparkled like gold. Despite her soiled appearance, she possessed a delicate and charming visage, petite and endearing. She was undoubtedly a member of the fur tribe. As Kaido gazed at the young girl, she too was observing him. Her eyes sparkled with a mix of surprise and excitement, shimmering like stars. Her gaze remained fixed upon Kaido, eliciting a sense of discomfort within him. The sight of her head bleeding profusely, half her face stained crimson, rendered her visage both grotesque and fearsome. Had Kaido not been so accustomed to such gruesome displays in this world, he might have been paralyzed by fear. Nevertheless, he proceeded to apply a rudimentary bandage to the girl, though his lackluster skills nearly transformed her into a mere bundle. "Master," the girl spoke weakly. At that moment, Kaido was certain he had not misheard. He felt a wave of bewilderment wash over him. "What is your name?" he inquired. The girl blinked at him, obediently shaking her head. She possessed no name, adorned with broken shackles, yet she referred to herself as Master. Kaido has likely discerned her true identity, a slave. The girl's aura is not insignificant. When compared to his subordinates, she is at least stronger than Babanus. This implies that the girl could have dealt with these villagers on her own merits. So why did she not choose to eliminate them from the very beginning? Was it a matter of mercy? Kaido was perplexed. "Your eyes are truly remarkable. From now on, you shall be known as Tong." Kaido contemplated nurturing a formidable subordinate. The young girl, Tong, nodded in a manner that suggested partial understanding, uttering, "Okay, Tong." Noticing her unclear enunciation, Kaido sighed deeply, feeling the weight of responsibility upon his shoulders. "I shall teach you to speak henceforth, Tong." Tong nodded in agreement. Just then, a growl emanated from Tong's stomach, betraying her hunger. "Are you hungry?" Kaido laughed heartily. An unsettling sound, before activating his observation haki to survey the entirety of Baliseo Island. "Come, let us find you something to eat." Under the deep blue night sky, tranquility reigned in the kingdom of Hazem. The castle's architectural design bore a striking resemblance to Western medieval styles, with towering spires, pointed arches, grand windows, and vibrant stained glass depicting spear-wielding warriors. A golden-haired maiden, clad in an opulent white gown and adorned with a silver crown, stood by the window, gazing intently at the dazzling neon-lit streets beyond. She appeared to be around 18 or 19, with a slender figure, large eyes, snow-like skin, and astonishing beauty. A middle-aged man, donned in silver armor and wielding a large sword, approached, pausing behind her to follow her gaze out the window. As the lights began to twinkle, the streets buzzed with activity, and the disciplined patrols marched along. The middle-aged man remarked, "No nation can compare to Hazem at this moment. Captain Rona, you have arrived." The golden-haired maiden replied calmly, without turning, "How long do you think this peace can endure?" In response to Princess Avril, Hazem is the mightiest and wealthiest kingdom, destined to thrive for millennia, Captain Rona asserted without hesitation. "Is that so?" A flicker of barely perceptible concern crossed Avril's eyes as she replied, "What is the situation at the prison? As you know, Princess Avril, Warden O'Neill's authority supersedes that of his subordinates, Rona stated. I am aware. There is no need for you to inquire further about the prison affairs, Avril interjected. However, there is a matter I wish to entrust you with. What matter? Rona inquired. The financial records of the arena and the public officials responsible for betting. Rona furrowed his brow. Betting has always been the purview of the royal nobility, Princess Avril. You are aware of this. Of course I am aware, which is precisely why I need you to investigate more thoroughly. Many matters are not as simple as they appear. Captain Rona, your unwavering loyalty to my father reassures me to entrust this task to you, Avril explained. Rona remained pensive. To investigate the nobles. I must first report to the king. This is a private inquiry. There is no need to inform my father. Furthermore, if he were to learn of it, he would certainly disallow it, Avril insisted. Do not worry. Should any complications arise, I will take the blame, ensuring you remain unscathed. After a moment of contemplation, Rona nodded. Very well. Meanwhile, at the Hassam prison, the ominous structure looms like a towering chimney, reaching a height of 100 meters with a radius of 200 meters. Within its dark confines, chilling howls reverberate, creating an atmosphere of dread. The prison is divided into 3 levels, its interior winding along a corridor. With massive iron locks suspended in the hollow space above, each floor capped with several meters of iron plating. The first level, known as the electric prison, is lined with a dense web of electrified wires, coursing with tens of thousands of volts of blue-white electricity that dart unpredictably, while arcs of electricity crackle dangerously. The second level, the Crimson Lotus prison, radiates intense heat, with temperatures so high that no one has ever escaped from its grasp. The third and lowest level, referred to as the ice-cold prison, is shrouded in icy iron plating, exuding a bone-chilling cold. Beneath this level lies a clear pool, where monstrous sea creatures glide beneath the surface. Imposing and fearsome guards patrol the area, ever vigilant as they conduct their rounds, consistently inspecting the cells. In the ice-cold prison, a middle-aged man clad in a fitted black military uniform adorned with several medals stands around 50 years of age. He possesses a medium build, with thick, neatly groomed eyebrows and bright, spirited eyes, his face slightly shadowed with stubble and skin bearing a yellowish hue. He strides confidently through the prison, halting a mere 10 meters from the frigid pool, his gaze fixed intently. Suddenly, a serrated sea creature erupts from the water, its cavernous maw poised to devour the manhole. With remarkable composure, he calls out, "Shark!" In an instant, like an arrow unleashed, Shark leaps from the depths, piercing through the creature with incredible speed, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The sea creature crashes heavily to the ground, revealing a muscular figure resembling a shark, bound with dark chains and greedily licking the blood from its hands. The man's expression shifts, a smile breaking across his face as he addresses the creature. "Shark, my child, the strongest warrior of Hassam, the mightiest warden, you remain as formidable as ever." "Father," Shark responds in a deep, gravelly voice. The man inquires, "How are the beasts being tamed?" Shark nods affirmatively. "That is good, my child. In 2 days, the arena will open. You must be prepared to enter." Shark shakes his head, but upon seeing his father's expectant gaze, he relents and nods. Chapter 76. Moonlight in the Starry Sky is a picturesque tapestry. With the night air enveloped in a gossamer veil, Kaido inquired about Toe's origins, yet due to her indistinct articulation, she could only supplement her descriptions with limited gestures, coupled with Kaido's own conjectures. Nearly 2 hours passed before Kaido gleaned a rough understanding of Toe's circumstances. Toe was a fighter raised by a noble from the kingdom of Hassam prison, possessing a lineage that intertwined human and fur tribe blood. This amalgamation explained why her fur was not as luxuriant as that of the fur tribe, and why her facial features, ears, and certain parts of her body retained the normal characteristics of a human. Consequently, from the moment of her birth, she was shunned by both races. Regarded as an outcast due to her mixed heritage, her life revolved solely around the brutal training and various lethal techniques imposed by her captors, molding her into an arena combatant, with no exposure to anything beyond that. Toe communicated to Kaido, through gestures, that her current record stood at 27 victories and 2 defeats. After her final match, she injured the guard who was overseeing her and made the choice to escape. She did not harbor a disdain for combat. Rather, she loathed the sense of confinement akin to being caged. Subsequently, she found herself adrift on Baleso Island. Upon hearing Toe's animated recounting, Kaido felt a profound sense of empathy. In a certain sense, he was akin to those captors, having also trained a cadre of assassins within the Light Academy. However, the distinction lay in their motivations. Others sought profit and the thrill of bloodshed, while he fought for survival, aiming to solidify and expand his influence. The foundation of Wano country still relied on its citizens, who were indispensable laborers. Although some individuals were indifferent to who governed Wano, nefarious intentions were plentiful, altering domestic policies, distorting history, dismantling the current foundation, and reconstructing the next generation's bases were all necessary tactics for ruling Wano. No one yearns for freedom more than he. Yet his chosen path to liberation could only be attained by dominating the world and becoming the supreme power. From now on, you shall accompany me. I shall not bind you, he declared, offering a roasted leg of lamb to tow. She glanced at Kaido, and after a few moments of contemplation, accepted the leg, devouring it ravenously. Yet, in her haste, she nearly choked, her neck turning crimson. After several thumps to her chest, she managed to swallow the meat, her eyes gleaming as they scanned the roasted delicacies upon the fire. Kaido chuckled wryly. Eat slowly, it's all yours. The crackling of the fire before them sent sparks flying, the flames casting a rosy glow upon Tong's cherubic face. After consuming several dozen pounds of roasted meat, Tong let out a delightful burp and weakly murmured, I'm thirsty. She leaned closer to Kaido, sniffing inquisitively, before burrowing into his cloak and emerging with a fruit resembling a peach, her eyes sparkling with delight. Little one, that is not meant for you. As Kaido's words fell, Tong had already taken a bite. With a crisp crunch, she chewed twice, and her expression instantly transformed, hurriedly expelling the fruit and feigning nausea. Soon, her eyes flickered, a blend of confusion and astonishment as she gazed at her hands. The hair on the back of her hands stood rigid like steel needles, producing a faint rustling sound. A sizzling arc of electricity coursed through her palms, emitting a blinding radiance. Visible changes unfolded across her body. The skin and hair rapidly underwent a qualitative transformation. 2 streaks of blood appeared on her delicate left cheek, and a faint aura of blood began to pervade her blue eyes, completely staining the golden iris red. Her momentum surged in an instant, as the ground beneath her feet suddenly caved in, and cracks slowly spread outward with a resounding crack. To Kaido's astonishment, she could sense that her aura was nearly on par with that of Pejuang. The tendrils of her hair surged wildly, elongating as her body convulsed and expanded dramatically. A tempestuous cyclone erupted from her being, enveloping her in a storm's eye, while azure arcs of electricity danced across her form. With a thunderous roar, the cyclone's electric discharge erupted violently, sending forth a fierce gale that rustled the trees within a radius of several dozen meters. Gradually, the cyclone subsided, and the swirling dust began to settle, revealing a statuesque, mature female orc standing indifferently within a several-meter-deep crater. Her crimson eyes glinted like blood, and her beauty was striking, accentuated by 2 crimson streaks on her face that added a touch of alluring malevolence. Her long, pristine thighs were adorned with silvery, needle-like fur, and her flowing white hair, entwined with blue arcs of electricity, cascaded down like a silken waterfall. In her doll-like, elegantly wide palms, 5 obsidian claws glimmered ominously. Ferocious, untamed, and bloodthirsty. Originally standing at a modest height of 1.6 meters, she had now transformed to an imposing stature of approximately 2.5 meters. Was this the moon lion form of the fur tribe? Kaido gazed upwards in surprise, his eyes fixated on the sky where a crescent moon hung, furrowing his brow in confusion. It is not a full moon tonight. How could it transform into a moon lion? At that moment, however, Tong bared her teeth at Kaido, her blood-red eyes flickering with intensity, while arcs of electricity coursed through her claws, mirroring her escalating emotions. Had she lost control? Kaido pondered, perplexed by the current situation, yet aware that revealing her fangs towards him was ill-advised. Little one. In a state of frenzy, Tong was oblivious to any sound. Her legs surged with power, and in an instant, she sprang into action. Like a flash of white-silver light, her speed was astonishing, accompanied by the explosive sound of air being displaced. She moved with lightning agility, darting rapidly around Kaido. Every surface capable of supporting her, ground, tree trunks, and even the air, was crushed and shattered beneath her. In the blink of an eye, the ground was strewn with chaos, pockmarked with half-meter-deep craters, and tree trunks splintered into multiple sections. A moon lion form? Indeed, an impressive display of explosive speed. Kaido boasted that he had not opened his observation haki, but instead relied on his extraordinary auditory and visual acuity to closely pursue the silhouette of his opponent. The surrounding fierce winds intensified and grew more formidable. Kaido understood that she was continuously accelerating, creating a wall of wind and blades to confine him, all the while seeking out weaknesses to strike. However, this level of speed was far from impressive. In Kaido's eyes, two beams of brilliance erupted as he swept his massive hand, unleashing a tyrannical gust that shattered the wind blades, causing the wall of wind to disintegrate in an instant. Kaido, with unrelenting strength, swiftly seized Tong and pressed him to the ground. Tong struggled with all his might, unleashing a furious barrage of electric arcs from his hands. Kaido remained unfazed, scoffing. This meager amount of power is insufficient even for a proper massage. With that, he flicked his fingers against the back of To's head. To, as if struck by lightning, instantly succumbed to unconsciousness. Had the consumption of the Itachi fruit truly driven her to madness? Observing To slowly revert from her mature beastly form to her original petite and charming appearance, Kaido mused, "Little one, while my interest in the moon lion is piqued, should you fail to master the strength of your transformation and assault me again, the next encounter shall not be as lenient as this." In a small interlude, at Marineford, Akiji and a penguin soaked in the hot springs. The bathhouse was encrusted with ice, exuding an intense chill that left many naval personnel in the adjacent bath trembling. Chapter 77. Dragonstone Nation. In the ruins of Dragonstone Nation, the azure sky stretched endlessly. Surrounded by ridges, ancient trees stood tall and verdant. The mountainous terrain of Dragonstone, Black Tide, Flowing Serpent, Rage, and Well converged to form 5 islands, resembling a colossal dragon lying dormant upon the sea, ancient and weathered. The island was littered with crumbling walls and fragmented stone paths, marred with cracks, flanked by moss-covered gargoyles. Scattered bones, pale and lifeless, lay strewn across the ground, while vultures circled ominously overhead. Entwined vines and ancient tendrils aggressively climbed the dilapidated fortress, unabashedly rooting themselves in the crevices, greedily extending their talons like demons. The ancient inscriptions carved into the city bore the marks of time, enhancing their antiquity. In the distance, lush mountains undulated, concealing wild beasts within their depths. A waterfall cascaded down a sheer cliff, resembling a blade cleaving the rock as it thundered into the abyss below. The ruins of Dragonstone Nation stood as a natural arena for beasts to clash. At some forgotten ancient altar within the ruins, a group led by Doflamingo awaited, some standing, others seated. Law, Baby 5, and Buffalo engaged in playful antics, while the perpetually oblivious Corazon ignited the fluff of his shoulder cloak. "Doflamingo, will that demon truly arrive?" Pika inquired, her voice sharp. Buffalo, caught in the merriment beside her, stifled a laugh upon meeting Pika's warning gaze. "Who knows? But Pika, the strong are always extraordinary," Doflamingo remarked, sitting upon the crumbling wall, fingers interlaced, a sinister smile gracing his face. Suddenly, a lion-like beast, towering several meters high, erupted from the forest, baring its massive jaws and charging straight towards Doflamingo and his companions. Sword. Long sword. Diamante wielded a fabric blade, which, in an instant, elongated in a most peculiar manner, shooting forth like the undulating waves of the sea. In a swift motion, the fabric weapon transformed into a glimmering edge, piercing the beast's forepaw and eliciting a spray of crimson blood. At that moment, Toripole casually unleashed a sticky chain to ensnare the creature, while Gladiolus, Pika, and Mahabai swiftly followed suit, delivering a fatal blow. The beast collapsed with a thunderous crash. Scattered across the ground lay several more of such beasts, while circling vultures swooped down to feast upon the flesh. Doflamingo, with a cold smirk upon his face, raised his hand and curled his fingers, unleashing beams of white light that instantly bisected the vultures. "Enough of this damned place," Pika exclaimed with a hint of disdain. "Oh, aside from its primitive desolation and abundance of ferocious beasts, it is indeed a fine location," Doflamingo replied with a chuckle. "To be honest, I have little desire to linger here." "Doff, you must have heard of the legends of Dragonstone, have you not?" "It is a place shrouded in a curse that led to its ruin," Diamante remarked. The grotesque gargoyles were nearly ubiquitous in the ruins of Dragonstone, standing sentinel like malevolent spirits, their bizarre forms chilling to behold. An uneasy silence enveloped the group as they instinctively swallowed hard, casting wary glances around the desolate remnants of the kingdom. The wind rustled the leaves, creating an eerie sound akin to the claws of a demon, pressing in upon them with a sinister laugh. A shiver coursed through the group. Baby 5, frightened, sought refuge behind Law, who exclaimed, "Baby 5, don't push me. A cursed place is invariably tainted by foul energies. This is no favorable locale." Doflamingo. Tory Pole swallowed hard. Dragonstone had lain barren for many years, the footprints of humanity long erased by the annals of history. On this island, rife with monsters, they were keen to avoid the threat of nocturnal predation. Suddenly, a thunderous roar jolted them back to reality, and Doflamingo's lips curled into a slight smile. Here it comes. A mass of black clouds surged forth like a tidal wave, brimming with fierce lightning, as if to consume the very light of the heavens, casting the land into a profound gloom. A tempest arose in Dragonstone, the forest of trees swirling violently, shocking the group into a state of alarm. With a deafening crash, a thick, dark cloud descended from the sky, resembling a black waterfall, followed by a tremulous sound as it struck the ground, unleashing a violent gust of wind that swept through the area. The ground within 100 meters began to convulse like a whirlpool, shaking violently as if heralding an earthquake. Gulps echoed as the group hastily swallowed their dry throats. During their previous encounter on Depugia Island, they had nearly all lost consciousness and had missed witnessing the ensuing cataclysmic battle. Their understanding of such a formidable conflict limited. Only moments ago did they grasp the true nature of the terrifying entity with whom they were allied. This was a force that should not exist in this world. So powerful it was that it rendered one breathless, teetering on the brink of madness. The gaze of the crowd seemed enchanted, unable to divert their attention from the overwhelming and oppressive haze that obscured the sky. A heavy footfall resonated, and with each step, the ground beneath them trembled in response. The formidable aura emanating from the mist, coupled with an unfathomable dread, caused many of the family officials to weaken at the knees. Though they knew only mere seconds remained, it felt as though they had endured centuries, their minds and bodies relentlessly tormented. The palpable weight of pressure made him perceive a menacing dragon lurking within the haze. Beads of cold sweat trickled down his brow. Emerging from the haze, Kaido surveyed his surroundings with a discerning eye. Indeed, a splendid locale. Primal, untamed, teeming with beasts, and strewn with gargoyles and remnants of corpses. It was precisely to Kaido's taste. Hito's diminutive head peeked out from beneath Kaido's cloak, gazing about with curiosity. To facilitate Hito's adaptation to the powers of the Yatagarasu fruit, Kaido lingered on Ballas Island for an additional day. However, as Hito had not manifested the Moonlion form since then, Kaido recognized the futility of insistence and thus brought Hito to Dragonstone Island. A group of individuals stood in fearful silence until Don Quixote Doflamingo, taking a deep breath, broke the tension with a smile. "Mr. Kaido, you've arrived. If it's not a figment of the imagination, then indeed, I have come," Kaido replied. Doflamingo found himself at a loss for words. Such a response rendered conversation quite challenging. With a hint of awkwardness, Doflamingo chuckled, instructing Treble to present a pear-shaped fruit adorned with rings, which he handed to Kaido, saying, "I acquired this from a band of pirates lacking discernment." His choice of words was meticulous. He neither mentioned theft nor purchase. Kaido, however, paid little heed to such nuances. After a brief comparison with the Devil Fruit Compendium, he confirmed it was indeed an ancient type, the Scythe Dragon Fruit. To his surprise, he discovered that Xiao Ming had quite the extensive network in the underworld, procuring fruits as easily as returning home. Kaido's gaze intensified as he remarked, "What do you think, Xiao Ming? Would you consider a long-term partnership?" Doflamingo's expression faltered. Sensing he was aboard a ship of thieves, he longed to decline, yet the piercing gaze of Kaido sent chills down his spine. He forced a smile and replied, "Of course, it would be an honor to collaborate with Mr. Kaido." His face twitched slightly in discomfort. Chapter 78. The Fortress Observing Doflamingo's strained smile. Kaido felt a surge of delight. "Since your awareness is so elevated, I shall not shortchange you," he declared, retrieving a bag of berries from his cloak and tossing it to Doflamingo. "This is 200 million berries, a deposit for our long-term collaboration. The rules remain unchanged. You are to provide me with first-hand information on devil fruits. Should you procure them, I'll pay you 10% above the original price. In the future, I will have Queen handle communications with you." Kaido placed his hand gently upon Doflamingo's shoulder and remarked, "From this point onward, we shall be collaborators. Shall we, Xiaoming? May our partnership be a delightful one." Xiaoming was a term of endearment for Doflamingo. The latter's expression twitched momentarily. A delightful partnership? What nonsense. This was nothing short of tyranny. Yet, what recourse did he have? Doflamingo forced a semblance of a smile, striving to appear sincere. Of course, Mr. Kaido. May our collaboration be pleasant. Kaido nodded slightly, toying with the devil fruit, his expression returning to its usual aloofness. Is there anything else? If not, you may take your leave. No need for farewells. Don Quixote Doflamingo was momentarily taken aback. Did you not hear me clearly? Ah, I may have forgotten to mention. From this day forth, the ruins of Dragonstone Kingdom shall be under my dominion. Kaido cast a glance at the agitated Pika and the others. Do you wish to remain? The group fell silent, rendered speechless. Then we shall not impose further, Mr. Kaido, Doflamingo said, a smile gracing his lips as he waved his hand, leading his subordinates away from the kingdom's ruins. Yet, the instant he turned, his countenance darkened like a stormy sky. Doflamingo, are we truly to let this slide? That demon has gone too far. Pika seethed once they had distanced themselves. They had been invincible in the North Sea, playing with lives as if they were mere toys. And now, feeling the weight of life tethered to another's whims filled him with both fury and dread. Of course, there are advantages to collaborating with him. With his backing, unifying the underworld will merely be a matter of time, Doflamingo replied. Until we possess sufficient strength, it is prudent to exercise caution in his presence. The throne of the Pirate King remains uncertain as to who shall ultimately claim it. Watch closely, Pika. I shall undoubtedly bring this world to its knees. Anchored at the coast was the Flamingo pirate ship, its skull flag fluttering in the wind, slicing through waves as it sailed the seas. Meanwhile, on one of the 5 islands of Dragonstone Kingdom, Dragonstone Island, the events were unfolding. Kaido ascended an ancient, dilapidated altar, its engravings obscured and entwined with verdant ivy. Cold gargoyle statues stood sentinel on either side of the crumbling stone columns, their expressions grotesque and lifelike, emanating a palpable malevolence towards the living, despite being mere inanimate objects. Yet, Kaido found a peculiar familiarity in these grotesque figures. He could not help but conjure an image in his mind. Each evening, as the sun sank like a blood-red orb and the chill thickened the air, the rugged mountains loomed like slumbering behemoths, accompanied by the thunderous roar of cascading waterfalls that shattered the heavens. A gentle breeze whispered through, sending the treetops rustling, akin to a frenzied dance of phantoms in the night. In the depths of the forest, beasts drooled as they prowled, their eyes a hungry shade of green, searching for prey. Flanking the serpentine stone path were gargoyles, their ghostly flames flickering like candles, leading directly to a cool, shadowy palace. Before the palace sat gargantuan stone sentinels. One to the left a hellhound, and to the right a winged dragon, standing as the most loyal guardians of the ancient edifice. Just the thought of it sent a thrill through Kaido. Master, here, I quite like it, he mused, his eyes gleaming with a bright intensity, nodding in satisfaction. Kaido expressed his profound agreement. Is that so? I too find this place quite delightful. For Tong, everything around her was astonishingly novel. She surveyed the mountains with curiosity. She leaped onto a stone pillar, her eyes wide with wonder as she gazed at the gargoyle. With both tiny hands gripping the gargoyle's head, she playfully opened her mouth and pretended to bite down, the hard texture causing her cheeks to puff up in frustration as she made a face at the stone creature. Kaido understood that children are inherently playful, especially since she had been confined in a cage since childhood, making her yearn for new experiences far more than her peers. Thus, he allowed her to roam freely. Meanwhile, Kaido retrieved the communication snail and reached out to the agile Quinn. Haha, boss, how's it going? Have you got the goods? Through the communication snail, Kaido could sense Quinn's hearty laughter. That fellow knew his limits and dared not offend me. Kaido's gaze lifted slightly. From now on, the channels for the devil fruits will largely depend on him. For the time being, you shall be responsible for liaising with him. Boss, you can rest assured. I'll handle this, Quinn replied readily. However, boss, that fellow Flamingo is quite cunning and treacherous. I've heard rumors that he is ruthless, having personally eliminated his father. Kaido was more aware of the details surrounding Doflamingo's patricide than Quinn, and he sneered. Ultimately, he must lead in the underworld. When the time is ripe, we will infiltrate with our people and take full control of the underground world. At that point, if he knows his place, we shall keep him. If not, there are always some reckless obstacles on the roadside, and I wouldn't mind kicking them aside. Kaido was well aware of Doflamingo's ambition, but the pirate world adheres to the principle of strength, might makes right. Survival of the fittest. This is the harsh truth of navigating the treacherous seas. With your assurance, I feel at ease. Hee hee, let me have some fun with him first, Quinn chuckled. Additionally, send more men over. I intend to establish a maritime fortress in Dragonstone. Kaido's words caused Quinn's smile to freeze. Boss, you are not jesting, are you? The ruins of Dragonstone are hardly less perilous than the Calm Belt. The climate is peculiar. Not to mention the multitude of ferocious beasts and the remnants of battles long past, a veritable graveyard teeming with bones. Are you afraid? Kaido's tone sharpened. Fear? After all these years together, do you still not know me? However, mere combat cannot quell the threats posed by the Dragonstone ruins. There lies a naval fortress several hundred miles away, manned by none other than Admiral Aokiji. Kaido had not considered this. Although he had bested Aokiji, he was uncertain if the Navy headquarters would take any new actions. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, when soldiers come, let them be met with soldiers. When water comes, let it be met with earth. Kaido was determined not to relinquish the prize that was Dragonstone. Establishing a fortress would demand substantial manpower and resources, which the Navy would surely notice, Quinn remarked. Furthermore, intelligence indicates that a new admiral is set to replace Aokiji at the naval fortress. Who? Kaido inquired. Quinn furrowed his brow. Akaino. The Red Dog? Kaido mused. He is a proponent of unyielding justice, believing that all pirates embody evil, and his life's creed is to extinguish all malice. Kaido narrowed his eyes. The arrival of the pirate Captain Bybark and his crew to claim the rich territory of the Dragonstone ruins is something I must secure. A brief interlude. Bakanu, Jean. Enrigo disembarked at Hazem, where Bakanu, chattering incessantly, received a sharp reprimand from Rigo. Chapter 79, A Fortuitous Encounter? The G2 Naval Base Fortress is a walnut-shaped island with a radius of 5 kilometers. The outer perimeter is heavily guarded, and several naval warships are docked in the crescent-shaped harbor, their sails furled, while Marines patrol diligently, maintaining a formidable presence. Within the fortress, the atmosphere is oppressive and stifling. Sakazuki leaned back at his desk, a simmering anger evident in his demeanor. Before him stood a middle-aged man clad in a naval coat, his insignia marking him as a rear admiral. The middle-aged officer appeared anxious, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he cast nervous glances at Sakazuki. Is the intelligence accurate? Sakazuki's voice was steady. Is there indeed movement from Whitebeard's side? The G2 naval base occupies a strategically significant location, nestled between the territories of Whitebeard and Kaido, allowing for timely observation of their actions to facilitate an appropriate response. The middle-aged officer responded earnestly, Admiral Sakazuki. It has been reported that the captain of the pirate crew under his command, Namio, has been sighted. It appears they are headed towards the Hazem prison kingdom. What is Whitebeard plotting? Sakazuki squinted. Send someone to disguise themselves and infiltrate Hazem to ascertain his intentions. Understood. I will make the arrangements immediately. Though Sakazuki is known for his fiery temperament and unwavering commitment to absolute justice, he possesses considerable strategic acumen and a nimble mind. However, his tactical prowess is often overshadowed by his boldness and martial strength, leading to a frequent underestimation of his intellect by the outside world. He is no fool. Recklessly dispatching troops to encircle Whitebeard without certainty would be tantamount to inviting disaster. Moreover, the geographically sensitive nature of the naval fortress and the unpredictable element of Kaido must be taken into account. In the Hazem prison kingdom, 3 towering figures cloaked in black capes traversed the bustling streets of Hazem, which thrived with lively crowds and vibrant activity. As they walked, they paused to eavesdrop on a conversation emanating from a nearby beverage stall. At an outdoor round table, 4 individuals were seated, one of whom remarked, "Another competitive tournament is set to commence tomorrow. It's truly exhilarating. I've heard that the champion of this event will be awarded 500 million berries. 500 million berries. My goodness, that's an increase of 5 times compared to the previous 2 years. No wonder there have been so many formidable figures appearing in Hazem lately," someone else mused. Speaking of formidable figures, isn't there one nearby? A man with a scruffy beard expressed concern. It said that his subordinate was annihilated by monsters on Buke Island. I wonder if he will be infuriated enough to take action against the islands in the vicinity. The others recoiled in fear, one exclaiming, "Are you referring to the individual who recently stirred up the Debugia Island incident?" Observing the man nodding heavily, the burly figure with a brown mohawk displayed a palpable gravity in his eyes. It was rumored that the recent battle had inflicted staggering losses on the Navy, claiming the lives of several rear admirals. The island of Debugia was also sunk, resulting in tens of thousands of civilian casualties. If he indeed harbored resentment towards Hazem due to the deaths of his subordinates, One could only wonder if the kingdom's forces could restrain him. Although they were all from Milan, their capabilities were insufficient to qualify for the kingdom's military, which consisted of the finest warriors handpicked from the Milan populace, capable of matching 10 foes single-handedly. Upon hearing this, the group fell into a contemplative silence until a robust man broke the tension with a hearty laugh, asserting that Hassam was a formidable nation and a member of the world government. No matter how powerful the individual in question might be, he would have to consider the strength of Hassam's backing. The mohawk-haired man shot him a glance, countering, "But he is a madman." The burly man retorted defiantly, "We have King Aki at 6, Warden O'Neill, the champion fighter Shaq, Captain Rona of the Royal Guard, and an army of 6,000. At a mere command from the king, the entire Milan populace would rally, and we could swiftly amass tens of thousands of troops." I refuse to believe he wouldn't be intimidated. A man with a scruffy beard interjected, "Yet, he is a madman." The burly man reddened with indignation. "Most of the news is fabricated. We haven't witnessed it ourselves. So how can we ascertain his true power? Perhaps Captain Rona could subdue him." However, just as he finished speaking, a bone-chilling aura crept up from behind, penetrating his spine, causing him to shiver involuntarily. "What was that you just said?" A chilling voice suddenly pierced the air. The burly man and his companions froze, turning stiffly to find 3 robust figures looming before them like mountains, exuding an icy demeanor. The leader, cloaked in black, swayed slightly, and from beneath the tightly wrapped black helmet glimmered a pair of eyes imbued with a frosty light. In an instant, their pupils constricted in terror. "What is this?" Before they could utter another word, Rego, standing beside Jin, leapt forth, unleashing a surge of energy that sent the 4 tumbling to the ground. They lay in a half-meter deep pit, writhing irregularly, eyes rolling back, blood pooling from their heads, clearly unconscious. The commotion attracted the attention of those nearby, but they merely cast fleeting glances before diverting their gaze. Such occurrences were commonplace in Hassam and hardly remarkable. As long as there was no conflict with the kingdom's military, one would not find themselves on Hassam's blacklist. Rego coldly remarked, "Kaido is beyond your comprehension, you fools." Jin glanced at the fallen figures, his eyes still glinting with a me among the trio. Rego and Jin are Kaido's trusted subordinates, held in high regard and renowned across the seas. Should they make a grand appearance, it would undoubtedly stir a commotion far and wide. Hence, it is most prudent to have the less notable Babanuus participate. Indeed, Babanuus felt a surge of excitement within. Having recently acquired new abilities, he yearned for the opportunity to showcase his prowess. However, at that moment, Jin suddenly sensed something amiss and glanced in a particular direction. Rego inquired, "What is it, Lord Jin?" "Nothing," Jin replied, averting his gaze with a tone that remained consistently indifferent. "Let us split up. This is also the boss's intention." "Very well," Rego concurred, his thoughts aligned with Jin's. He turned to Babanuus. "Should any situation arise, remember to maintain constant communication." With that, the 3 of them melded into the crowd, swiftly disappearing into the vast sea of humanity. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of an alley, the cloaked figures of Margot and Diamond Jaws sat atop a cargo crate. Jaws, furrowing his brow, remarked, "Did you feel that?" Margot, the murderous intent that just erupted is unlike that of an ordinary swordsman. Margot smirked, "It's that fellow, Jaws. If he is involved, what is that madman Kaido planning for Hazem? It seems this journey will not be easy." Despite his words, there was no trace of fear on his face. Rather, he appeared somewhat exhilarated. "Are you saying it's that bastard Jin?" Jaws exclaimed incredulously. "No wonder the presence was so overwhelming. It was him." "Ah, he must have noticed us just now," Margot stated, suddenly pausing and turning to gaze upward with a half-smile. "I didn't expect him to actually come here." Jaws, momentarily taken aback, followed Margot's gaze. There, atop the alley's ledge, stood Jin, looking down upon them with an imposing presence. Chapter 80. Different paths, same destination. He appeared as if a bolt from the blue, a stark figure against the night sky. His robust frame towered over them, and although his cloak fluttered without a breeze, it seemed to resonate with a fierce energy. The air was thick with a palpable aura of menace. Suddenly, the walls and ground of the alley were marred by several spiraling, sharp sword marks, shattering the cargo crates behind Margot and Jaws. In an instant, dust filled the alley, and the once solid stone pavement was riddled with charred, jagged sword scars, as if scorched by some infernal flame, utterly transformed. Margot elevated the corners of his mouth in a smile, saying, "What a stroke of misfortune, Jin. I never expected to encounter you in such a place." Jin regarded Margot coldly. "What brings you to Hazem?" Do not overstep your bounds. If I recall correctly, this is not your territory. What schemes is Kaido concocting? Margo gazed at Jean, seemingly hoping to glean some insight from his eyes. The Whitebeard and the Beast Pirates are currently the foremost powers on the seas, having engaged in numerous confrontations, and they are well aware of each other's strengths. While rumors abound regarding Kaido's capricious temperament, Margo understands that beneath his rugged exterior lies a shrewd intellect. His strategic maneuvering to conquer Wano country is testament to his cunning nature, far from the reckless brute some might perceive him to be. Is he inclined to initiate combat? It was evident that Jean preferred to forego idle chatter. Your attire suggests you come prepared, does it not? With a confident smile, Margo replied. If you are unafraid of revealing your identity and tarnishing Hassem's reputation, I would not mind engaging you in battle. Jean narrowed his eyes, a sudden glint of cold light flashing within them, causing his cloak to billow more fiercely. An intense and invisible aura of murderous intent carved chaotic gashes into the walls. Even from a distance of several meters, Jaws could sense the palpable ferocity emanating from him. However, in an instant, Jean restrained his murderous aura, sidling up to Margo. And spoken differently, you would do well not to impede my path, Margo. Next time, you may not be so fortunate. With that, Jean vanished into the alleyway in the blink of an eye. Diamond Jaws exhaled deeply, the cold sweat on his brow still fresh, reflecting. His presence remains as formidable as ever. In terms of swordsmanship, he is not inferior to Vista and might even overshadow him. Margo remarked, moreover, his physical strength is remarkable, and he wields his devil fruit powers with exceptional skill. He is indeed a formidable adversary, having heard that Kaido had instructed him to make contact with the underworld. Yet he had taken it upon himself to eliminate several underground families. Jaws expressed his concern. His appearance here is no mere coincidence. Should we inform father at once? Margo, maintaining his composure, pondered for a moment before responding. Let us refrain from reporting to father until we have a clearer understanding of the situation. Our immediate priority is to locate that Muir. We must prevent him from challenging the Shark King alone. That individual is exceedingly dangerous. At the ruins of Dragonstone Country, one of the 5 islands, lies Dragonstone Island. Kaido ascended the moss-covered steps, accompanied by his companion, into a dilapidated and desolate palace city. The palace loomed majestically, supported by a multitude of crumbling stone pillars that upheld most of the vast dome above. Certain corners of the palace lay in ruins, allowing faint rays of light to filter through. Vines crept in through the gaps in the decaying ceiling, a testament to their astonishing reproductive prowess and vitality, enveloping every nook and cranny within the palace. From the ceiling, tendrils dangled like serpentine appendages, twisting and curling like small, inverted snakes. Aside from the towering stone pillars, the interior of the palace bore an air of desolation and melancholy. The path leading to the throne resembled a grand avenue, flanked by numerous statues of ancient warriors, their leopard-headed visages exuding an imposing majesty. On the walls were stone gargoyles clutching lanterns, seemingly capable of evoking the splendor of a bygone great nation. The throne itself soared to a height of 10 meters, resembling a sword adorned with star-like glimmers, emanating an icy chill. Kaido, filled with curiosity, was just about to step forward for a closer look. Suddenly, a massive green-scaled python, exhaling dark venom, swooped down from the ceiling, opening its gaping maw to strike at Kaido. Kaido, swift and decisive, seized the serpent's body and forcefully slammed it to the ground, causing a torrent of blood to erupt, leaving the monstrous creature lifeless. He ascended to the throne, his fingers grazing the backrest, which instantly shed its stone hide, revealing a blade of deep, icy blackness, its sharpness palpable in the air. To his astonishment, it was indeed a sword. This formidable weapon occupied a significant portion of the throne, concealed beneath a veneer of stone that obscured its resplendent brilliance. Kaido felt an increasing curiosity. What manner of sword was this? Why was it embedded within the throne? What history did it possess? He grasped the hilt and drew the sword upward. It was an imposing black longsword, nearly 6 meters in length, its entire surface a profound darkness, exuding an intense, shadowy glow that cast the entire palace into obscurity. Kaido could sense that the blade was enveloped in an overwhelming aura of death and malice, each distinct yet intertwined in a tumultuous amalgamation of energies. Truly an exceptional sword, Kaido mused, noting the enigmatic inscriptions etched upon the sword's hilt. A peculiar sensation washed over him, compelling him to believe that this sword was by no means inferior to Whitebeard's Naginata or Mihawk's black blade, Yoro, as he infused it with his own haki. Kaido distinctly perceived the black sword swiftly absorbing his formidable energy. With a sweeping motion towards the palace above, a tumultuous wave of sword energy mingled with the terrifying aura of death and malice coalesced into a blood-black sword wave that pierced through the palace's dome, ascending straight into the void. With a thunderous boom, the palace was cleaved in twain, a streak of blood-black brilliance slicing through the sky, forcibly rending the heavens apart, leaving behind a radiant scar of several miles in length. How formidable! A flicker of intensity flashed through Kaido's eyes, but it swiftly vanished without a trace. What a pity that I cannot wield a sword. Perhaps I shall bestow it upon that brat, Jin. He might find it to his liking. Each individual pursues a unique path. Although swordsmanship is commendable, it does not suit him. He finds greater ease in utilizing his fists and the spiked club. While others can forge their own black blades through the refinement of their haki, he too can enhance his physique and strengthen his spiked club in the same manner. Though the origins of each path may appear disparate, they ultimately converge towards a common destination. It has been said that the reason the kingdom of Dragonstone was able to dominate for a time is due to its similarity with the Land of Harmony, both renowned as great swordsmithing nations. Now, it seems that such claims may not be unfounded. Kaido mused. It is truly unfortunate that the art of sword forging has not been preserved. Kaido calculated that it would take approximately 3 more days for the ships from the Quinn faction to arrive. He intended to use this time to rigorously train Tong. For it is through battle that one truly grows. With Dragonstone now firmly under his dominion, Kaido made some adjustments, renaming the ruins of Dragonstone to Dragonstone Island, which was divided into 5 regions: Dragonstone, Black Tide, Flowing Serpent, Lag, and Well. Tong, I have a task for you, Kaido said, as he noticed Tong blinking curiously at him. Dragonstone Island is teeming with beasts, and if we do not clear them out, it will hinder the establishment of our fortress in the future. Therefore, your mission is to defeat at least 20 beasts each day. Chapter 81. The damned species. As the last rays of sunlight faded, night descended. A thin mist enveloped the sea, and the moonlight shone dimly, accompanied by the cawing of crows perched atop trees, like wisps of smoke entwined in the air. As the city lights flickered on, the streets became a bustling tapestry of people, their silhouettes illuminated by the dazzling neon lights obscured by the hazy fog. Hassan Prison. The frigid prison. Shark, a hulking figure, quietly squatted on a platform, his massive hands delicately gripping a book no larger than his thumb. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the text, savoring every word with a comical intensity. Laughter erupted from the prisoners in the cells on either side. Look at Shark. That fool is reading again. I wonder if he can actually comprehend it. Ha ha. The other inmates chimed in, banging on the iron bars of their cells in amusement. With a slight narrowing of his eyes, Shark carefully marked his page and stood up. In an instant, his imposing form seemed to swell, his icy gaze radiating a chilling light as he strode towards the ringleader of the laughter. Hey, Shark, what do you think you're doing? This is a prison. I'm just a prisoner, the ringleader exclaimed, his expression shifting to one of fear as Shark approached. But Shark paid no heed. With a creaking sound, he swung open the cell door and stepped inside, seizing the prisoner in a fierce grip. The shackles binding the prisoner's feet scraped against the ground with a dismal noise. Pathetic scum, Shark bellowed, yanking with a force akin to uprooting a stubborn weed. The pain was instantaneous. The prisoner was violently wrenched from the shackles, but with his feet still trapped, blood gushed forth from his severed limbs. A shack spoke coldly, casting the prisoner directly into the frigid pond, where a fierce sea creature leaped from the depths and devoured the prisoner in a single gulp, crimson splatters erupting in the icy waters. Shack's ruthless demeanor sent shivers down the spines of the other prisoners, who seemed to momentarily forget that in this prison, Shack was the executioner who could determine their fates at any moment. He approached another cell, his icy gaze penetrating the darkness where another prisoner was locked away. The prisoner felt a chill run down his spine, his throat tightening, rendered speechless by fear. No one dared mock Shack any longer. The once cacophonous, icy prison was instantly shrouded in silence. Just as Shack intended to return to his reading, a guard rushed towards him in a flurry. Shack furrowed his brow, irritated by the interruption of his solitude. The guard, aware of his indiscretion, suppressed his trepidation and stammered, "Warden, Princess Avril requests your presence. She awaits you in the guardroom." Upon hearing the name Avril, Shack's expression softened, his eyes brightened with a mixture of surprise and joy. The princess? Very well. I shall go at once. He draped his dark warden's coat over his shoulders, unable to conceal his delight, and hurried towards the guardroom. 2 minutes later, Shaq arrived at the door of the guardroom, pausing to adjust his attire with meticulous care. The guard couldn't suppress a grin at Shaq's nervousness, yet refrained from laughing aloud. Shaq composed himself, striving to appear at ease, then pushed open the door to the guardroom. The first sight that greeted him was the enchanting Princess Avril, adorned in an elegant cream gown, her eyes shimmering like autumn waters. Even with his efforts to maintain composure before entering, Shaq was taken aback by Avril's striking beauty, his heart racing. The others in the guardroom discreetly withdrew, sensing the moment's intimacy. "Why you summoned me, princess?" Shaq stammered, momentarily lost in her presence. Avril, her cheeks flushed, did not directly answer his question but instead smiled gently. "Shaq, the cold of this prison is biting. Do you not feel the chill from your prolonged stay here?" Shaq shook his head, replying honestly, "Not at all." Unlike ordinary fishmen, as an ancient megalodon, his resistance to both heat and cold surpassed that of his peers, with his physical capabilities far exceeding those of ordinary fishmen. For instance, his biting force and grip strength were tenfold greater than that of typical fishmen, augmented by rigorous training that rendered him superior in physical prowess. "You guard this icy prison, allowing my father and Lord O'Neill to rest easy. The grand tournament commences tomorrow. Will you not participate?" Avril inquired with a charming smile. "Yes, I shall," Shaq replied. His gaze lowered as he furtively glanced at Avril. Avril blinked playfully. "If you find the time, step outside more often. I've heard that remaining cooped up in prison can affect one's spirits." "I prefer solitude," Shaq replied, his tone flat. Avril shot him a playful glare, biting her rosy lip with a hint of melancholy. "Do you not wish to come out and seek me? Every time I visit you in prison." Avril adopts a look of such forlorn beauty that it stirs a wave of emotions within Shaq. He promptly nods and expresses, "Shaq seeks the princess. Let us make a pact," she replies, her face lighting up with a smile. "After your competition tomorrow, you must come to the palace to see me." Grasping Shaq's hand, she entwines their pinky fingers. Shaq, with an endearing smile, scratches his head in mild embarrassment. They chat about mundane matters, but as time slips away, Avril sighs. "I never anticipated the hours would pass so swiftly. If I do not return now, my father shall surely scold me." Aware of Avril's strong sense of time, Shaq refrains from further detaining her. He walks her to the entrance of Hazem prison, reluctantly watching her depart before turning back into the prison. Meanwhile, within the palace, Avril strides through the long corridor, her countenance cloaked in frost. The guards behind her dare not utter a word, exchanging bewildered glances, uncertain of the princess's sudden change in demeanor. In the prison, she was gracious and gentle, yet upon leaving Hazem, she seems transformed. Approaching her private quarters, Avril dismisses her guards. Her personal maid, Kliss, enters and, noticing the princess's icy expression, inquires, "Princess Avril, what troubles you? Your complexion appears quite dire." Kliss, "Fetch me water at once." "A basin?" "No, 10 basins. I must wash my hands and change out of these garments reeking of fish." Kliss grimaces, her face contorted in distaste. "The fishmen are indeed a repugnant species. They deserve to be subjected to 1,000 tortures. I can still sense that nauseating stench." Simultaneously, at the naval base Fortress G2, a naval officer bursts into Akainu's office, breathless with urgency. "What is the matter?" Akainu inquires, his expression stern. The officer swallows hard, his eyelids fluttering. "Admiral Sakazuki, reports indicate that a pirate ship under Kaido's command has set sail. If I am not mistaken, they are headed towards the naval fortress." In a serene mountain setting, Hakone presents the stolen food to Hiyori, watching her with a beaming smile as she consumes it. Chapter 82. The grand tournament commences. Headed towards the naval fortress? Akainu furrows his brow and speaks in a low tone. "Which pirate crew is under Kaido's banner?" "According to the flag, it appears to be Bark." Bark, with a bounty of 340 million berries, is no ordinary pirate under Kaido's reign. Investigate his intentions for leaving the country at this time. Akainu commands, his gaze turning cold and resolute. "Once confirmed, apprehend him immediately. It is high time we delivered a significant gift to Kaido." The moon waned on the horizon, as a shaft of sunlight pierced the mist, illuminating the earth below. Before the gates of the Hazem arena, a throng of eager spectators had gathered, each purchasing tickets to enter, while Malgo and Diamond Jorge blended into the crowd. Within the arena's waiting hall, the combatants congregated, accompanied by several beasts shackled in chains, creating a cacophony of noise. According to the tournament draw, the participants were divided into 8 groups designated A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and H. each comprising approximately 100 warriors. From each group, a victor would emerge, followed by a subsequent draw to pair the champions for duels, ultimately determining 4 formidable contenders. These 4 would then proceed to the semifinals, culminating in the grand finale to unveil the mightiest fighter, the champion of this year's competition. Each preliminary match featured several favorites, and the champions of these rounds would attract considerable wagers from the organizers. Babanuus found himself placed in Group C, meaning he must distinguish himself to emerge as the champion of his group if he wished to vie for a place among the top 4. This was a biennial competition of great renown. "Hey, you look unfamiliar. Is this your first tournament?" A burly man inquired of Babanuus, his eyes filled with disdain. "Let me make it clear. I, Lord Sean, have participated in over 40 competitions." The surrounding warriors wore expressions of amusement, eager for the spectacle. Babanuus glanced at him, retorting, "So, you are undefeated?" Sean was momentarily taken aback. He had competed in 45 tournaments and had only emerged victorious in 23. Feeling insulted, his countenance darkened. "You're courting death, boy," he growled, towering nearly 6 meters, his imposing presence formidable. He lunged forward, aiming to crush Babanuus's shoulder. In a swift motion, Babanuus stepped forward, deftly seizing Sean's wrist. With a surge of strength, he twisted his arm, effortlessly hurling Sean over his head, where he landed with a resounding thud on the ground. Sean's head struck a pit, blood staining his visage as he lay motionless. By the gods, this fellow is incredibly strong. The audience surrounding the arena was utterly astonished. Babanuus reveled in the moment, basking in the attention directed towards him. His prowess among the warriors of Wano had been deemed mediocre, and after several setbacks, he had begun to doubt his own strength. It was only now that he realized it was not his weakness, but rather the formidable nature of the other warriors that had overshadowed him. Soon, a contingent of soldiers arrived in the waiting hall to maintain order. After a brief examination of Sean, they quickly lifted him onto a stretcher for medical attention. The waiting hall swiftly reverted to its original cacophony of noise. At that moment, Jean and Rigo were seated in the blue stands of the arena. Upon learning from Jean that Margot and his companions had also appeared at Hazem, Rigo became more vigilant. He suspected that Margot's presence was no mere coincidence and remained on high alert. When he sensed 2 powerful auras emerging from the nearby stands, he surmised that the 2 figures cloaked in brown were indeed Margot and Joss. "Lord Jean, it is Margot and his group," Rigo cautioned. Jean responded with a nonchalant him. Choosing not to elaborate, he had suspected Margot's presence since the moment he purchased his ticket. The entrance to the arena, known as the Gate of Fate, featured 2 imposing bronze warrior statues facing each other, forming an archway that led into the arena. One statue gripped a battle axe, while the other held a sword, eternally locked in a fierce struggle. Inscribed on the brick wall beside the entrance were the names of all the gladiators who had perished in battle. The entire arena was constructed from vibrant brick walls, and surrounding the circular arena was a chilling thicket of swords. Should a gladiator fall from the arena into this sword forest, it would signify a death sentence. Encircling the sword forest were several tiers of stands, each tier adorned in a distinct color. The stands were broadly categorized into 4 colors, descending from the top: black, blue, yellow, and red. The 2 lowest tiers of red stands were reserved for the royal and noble families of Hazem. Above those, the 5 tiers of yellow stands were designated for nobles from various regions and local power brokers. The furthest black stands, though the highest, were occupied by the lowest of the low, slaves and ordinary citizens of Hazem. The nobles and royals, their faces aglow with excitement, placed extravagant bets, each round yielding considerable fortunes. Aside from the royal family of Akiyad, for prominent noble houses, Cthulhu, Pros, Antonio, and Giovinarda were also present. The nobles relished the spectacle of warriors spilling blood in the arena, the crimson spray reminiscent of a fountain, captivating their senses. "Margot, I fear that Jean has ulterior motives for coming to Hazem," Jaws remarked, casting a glance in Jin's direction. "If it interferes with that Muir's revenge, we could be in serious trouble." Margot maintained his composure. "Do you know which group Muir has been assigned to?" "Group H," Jaws replied. "As long as Kaido does not intervene, it should not pose a significant issue." Marco remarked, "Kaido has recently been expanding his territory. Hassan has also heard whispers of it, claiming he has seized several islands." Jozu expressed his concerns. Marco chuckled. "Everyone is vying for expansion, Jozu. Though Whitebeard has not forcibly taken any island nations, the number of countries seeking refuge is countless. In the latter half of the Grand Line, the most formidable force is undoubtedly the Whitebeard pirates. Keep a keen eye, should there be any unusual movements from Jean. It would not be too late to report to father. Marco then gazed towards the commentary platform. I am also curious about the true strength of Hassam, a nation renowned for its military prowess. At this moment, the arena was abuzz with anticipation, all eyes fixated on the commentary stand. The live commentator, Jesse, ascended the platform accompanied by two attendants clad as ancient warrior women. Jesse, brimming with excitement, began by extolling the wisdom and valor of the king and nobles of Hassam, eliciting fervor from the Millen people while drawing scorn from outsiders. After his praises, Jesse bellowed, "Ladies and gentlemen, do you remember the champion who dominated the arena for 5 years, winning 2,000 matches without defeat? We remember." The audience roared in unison. "Do you recall the first warrior of Hassam who tore apart his opponents and crushed their skulls, reigning supreme in the arena? We remember." The thunderous voices of thousands echoed. "And do you remember the most formidable warden in the history of Hassam's prison, known as the prison demon? We remember." Jesse shouted with unrestrained enthusiasm. "Call out his name. Shark! Shark! Shark!" Chapter 83. The attack amidst the fervent cheers of the audience. The iron gate on the eastern side of the arena thunderously rose. A momentary hush fell over the crowd. Everyone held their breath, eyes wide, fixed upon the iron gate. Suddenly, a dark and menacing figure loomed, proudly standing there. Its ebony form, fearsome fangs, and wild, primitive dorsal fin all proclaimed its savage bloodlust. Dark chains coiled around its upper body, and cold shackles bound its limbs. Muscle rippled beneath its skin, perfectly proportioned, as if sculpted by the gods. Its piercing gaze spun about, compelling onlookers to avert their eyes. It was a born hunter. With a resounding crash, Shark wrenched apart the shackles, unleashing a primal roar that reverberated through the audience, igniting their blood with fervor. He then strode boldly through the gate of fate. Just as the iron gate at the opposite end of the arena swung open violently, and a saber-toothed tiger, measuring several meters in length, lunged forth, charging directly at Shark. Though Shark stood a towering 3 meters tall, the size disparity with the beast was stark. Yet, Shark remained undaunted. As the saber-toothed tiger pounced with ferocious speed, he summoned his strength and leaped high, delivering a powerful strike to the tiger's skull. Bang! The audience in the grandstand was momentarily startled by a sudden, muffled sound, their hearts trembling in response. Instantly, a spray of red and white material erupted forth. Blood splattered across Shark, who greedily licked the crimson liquid as it flowed downwards. Then, seizing the ear of the saber-toothed tiger, he effortlessly lifted it and hurled it several meters away. The atmosphere was so tense that one could hear a pin drop. And the commentator, taken aback for a moment, finally regained composure, exclaiming with fervor, "One strike. A single blow to annihilate." The reigning champion of numerous competitions, Shark, a ferocious beast that has claimed the lives of dozens with a mere flick of his wrist. The audience erupted in enthusiastic cheers for this spectacular opening display. "Shark! Shark! Shark!" On the stands, Rigo spoke in a low tone. "This merman possesses formidable strength. It is no wonder Gabriel fell before him." Rigo could sense that the aura of the Shark King was not significantly weaker than his own. Moreover, reports indicated that upon mutation, the Shark King's power would increase even further. The ferocity of the beast in the latter half of the Grand Line was unparalleled compared to those in the first half, rivaling even the Sea Kings of the Calm Belt. A mere warrior from a kingdom, when he dared to provoke the beast pirates, had essentially signed his own death warrant. Jin's voice was calm and indifferent, yet there was a glint of intrigue in his eyes. If captured and subjected to training and interrogation, he could prove to be a valuable asset in battle. Rigo smiled. Indeed, he is a commendable fighter. With Babarnas's strength, he is no match for Shark. Even with the powers of a devil fruit, it would be exceedingly difficult to gain any advantage in this confined arena. Having witnessed the opening spectacle of the competition, Rigo had formed a preliminary understanding of Shark's prowess. According to his original plan, he rose to leave, intending to ascertain the exact numbers and deployment of Hasam's forces. On the other side of the grandstand, Margot and Jaws were engaged in hushed discussions, influenced by Shark's impressive display. Jaws' eyes gleamed with excitement. The War Kingdom is indeed far superior to those flimsy realms. The foremost combatant, if given the chance. I would very much like to test my strength against him. Margot was acutely aware of Jaws' remarkable arm strength, comparable to that of the giant oars, and few could withstand such praise from him. He was significantly stronger than Namor, though he acknowledged that this comparison might be somewhat exaggerated. However, as fellow mermen, in terms of size, arm strength, and explosive power, Namor was simply outmatched. Margot sighed, recognizing that while Namor could not contend with Shark, the arrival of these two altered the dynamics entirely. Dragonstone Island. Kaido meticulously sliced the beast's meat and placed it over the fire, allowing the succulent juices to drip onto the charcoal, emitting a tantalizing sizzle. Behind him lay a mountain of slain beasts, and Kaido turned to the crouching Hitomi, smiling as he remarked, "Your combat talent is remarkable. You have made great strides, having dispatched 20 beasts in just half a day." With that, Kaido grasped the neck of a beast, deftly slicing open its abdomen with his fingers, and then tugged downwards on its pelt. With a swift motion, he peeled the skin away in one seamless pull, leaving not a shred of flesh marred. The entire process was executed with elegance and fluidity, akin to the creation of a masterpiece. Hitomi stood mesmerized by his skinning technique. "Eat up. You must be famished after a day of fighting," Kaido offered, presenting a generous portion of roasted meat to Hitomi. She eagerly accepted it, devouring it hungrily. Since transforming into her moon lion form on Balasur Island the previous night, Hitomi had not reverted to that state again. Kaido pondered that it might be mere coincidence, yet he deemed it favorable. She was gradually mastering the honey badger form. "Once you have fully perfected the honey badger form, I shall impart to you the 6 styles of the Navy." In the natural world, the honey badger is an exceptionally ferocious creature, daring to bare its fangs at beasts several times its size, possessing a tough hide and an indomitable fighting spirit. "Master, what is the Navy's Rokushiki?" To's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she looked at Kaido. Her ability to articulate words had improved, though certain pronunciations remained unclear. "It encompasses combat techniques that transcend human limits. Although you are of hybrid fur tribe descent, you have flawlessly inherited the superior physique and combat prowess of the fur tribe, along with a learning and absorption capacity that surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Furthermore, as a user of a Zoan-type devil fruit, mastering the 6 styles of the Navy will enable you to unleash your power to its fullest potential." Kaido not only instructed her in the Navy's 6 forms, but would also subsequently teach her the 2 types of haki, armament haki and observation haki. Tong displayed a remarkable aptitude for combat, despite her training spanning merely 2 days. Her strength and explosive power had seen significant advancement. Even in her incomplete honey badger form, she could hold her own against the Spinosaurus, page 1, with only her lack of battle experience being a noticeable deficiency. This is precisely why Kaido urged her to relentlessly hunt the beasts of Dragonstone Island. Kaido opened his observation haki, encompassing 5 small islands, and then withdrew his focus, fully comprehending the situation. The number of beasts on these islands was countless, with approximately 800 that surpassed your aura. "Master, how do you know this?" asked Hitomi, her face filled with confusion. "When you become the strongest in the Dragonstone region, I shall teach you the 6 powers of the Navy," Kaido replied with a mysterious smile. "When you become the strongest on Dragonstone Island, which means the strongest among the 5 regions, I will impart this ability to you." "All right," Hitomi nodded, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. At that moment, the transponder snail in Kaido's cloak suddenly rang. He pressed the answer button, and a weary voice came through. "Boss Kaido, we are under attack. What is happening?" Kaido's cold gaze sharpened. He recognized this as Bark's voice. Bark spoke slowly, handing the conversation over to his subordinate, who sounded anxious. "Boss Kaido, we were targeted by the Navy shortly after we left the country. 2 hours ago, we engaged in battle at sea with Marine Vice Admiral Fire Mountain and Vice Admiral Zero Ross, resulting in casualties on both sides. Captain Bark managed to fend them off, but he sustained some injuries." "Where are you now?" Kaido inquired. He was well aware of Bark's strength, which was comparable to Elena and Rigo, and his transparent fruit ability was particularly useful in combat. "Barleso Island," Bark's subordinate replied. Chapter 84, The Storm Brews. "What are you all doing? You can't even handle Bark." Akainu's roar echoed, audible even outside the attic. "Do I have to take matters into my own hands?" Akainu was exceedingly furious, veins bulging on his forehead, his expression dark. "Vice Admiral Sakazuki, this cannot be entirely blamed on us," the transponder snail replied, appearing somewhat embarrassed. The fact that the cutter Bark is an ability user was not overlooked in the intelligence. Fire Mountain admitted helplessly they had initially thought they could capture Bark without issue. But the reality was far more complex. Bark turned out to be an ability user and almost caught them off guard. Akainu's eyes burned with fierce flames as he scoffed. As long as that guy remains unhandled, he will always be a nuisance. He understood that merely placing blame was futile. Taking a deep breath, he asked, "Have we investigated the matter thoroughly? What could Bark's actions signify at this time? At that moment, far away in the waters 100 miles from Barleso Island, two large warships cut through the waves, braving the winds. On the decks of the warships, countless sailors were engaged in urgent medical treatment, covered in dirt and ash. Fire Mountain sat cross-legged at the bow, exhaling clouds of smoke from the transponder snail in his palm, saying, "I have a general understanding. They are following Kaido's orders." Intending to head towards the ruins of the Dragonstone Kingdom. The ruins of the Dragonstone Kingdom? Akane questioned, somewhat perplexed. That abandoned nation from centuries ago? If he recalled correctly, that nation, which ought to have been forgotten in the annals of history, had long since devolved into a sanctuary for ferocious beasts. At this juncture, Bark's journey to Dragonstone Island clearly bore ulterior motives. Fire Mountain nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, centuries ago, the kingdom of Dragonstone was renowned as a mighty nation of forging along the Grand Line and was a formidable power in warfare, rivaling both the Samurai Kingdom and Wano country. What were they intending to do at the ruins of the kingdom of Dragonstone? Akainu furrowed his brow, pondering deeply, yet could not conjure a reasonable explanation. Do you know where Kaido currently resides? Fire Mountain hesitated, responding, "I regret to inform you, Admiral Sakazuki, that we possess no intelligence on Kaido. Such an individual is elusive, appearing only briefly. Even if we were aware of his departure from Wano, we remain ignorant of his whereabouts." Akainu focused intently, contemplating before inquiring, "How are your injuries?" "Fortunately, they are not severe," Fire Mountain replied, casting a glance at the deck where his subordinate, Zeros, was being bound with bandages, adding, "At least, it is less grievous than Bark's condition." Suddenly, a chilling wind swept across the sea, extinguishing the cigar that Fire Mountain had been smoking. He frowned, attempting to reignite it twice, yet it remained unlit. Bark should not have fled far. Take some time to pursue him and ensure his annihilation. This is an opportunity, Akainu stated with unwavering resolve. Otherwise, should he manage to contact Kaido, all our efforts will be in vain. No sooner had he spoken than Fire Mountain was startled by a rumbling thunder from the horizon, nearly dropping the transponder snail from his grasp. Instinctively looking up, he was left aghast, his face a mask of horror. The once clear sky had instantaneously darkened. Ominous winds swirling violently. Black clouds surged forth like a tidal wave from the distance, overwhelming in their grandeur, as purple lightning cleaved through the heavens, striking the ocean with reckless abandon, sending monstrous waves crashing. The seabirds screamed in terror, flapping their wings in frantic flight. The sea roiled, monstrous waves threatening to engulf the sky as towering tsunamis surged forth, crashing against the naval vessel with a ferocity akin to a great wall advancing relentlessly. The sailors stood transfixed, chilled to the bone by the spectacle before them, engulfed in dread. What on earth is happening? Surely this is a jest. The Marine's eyelids fluttered violently. "Respond to me, Vice Admiral Fire Mountain." Akainu's voice echoed through the transponder snail. "What is occurring?" Fire Mountain's mind buzzed, his thoughts scattered, as he unwittingly dropped the transponder snail to the ground. An overwhelming, unstoppable tsunami surged forth, capsized and shattered the warship, dragging it down into the depths of the sea. Moments later, the ocean returned to its previous tranquil state, as though nothing had transpired. Such is the fate of the humble and the weak. Within the ominous clouds, the instigator of it all, Kaido, spoke coldly. After uttering these words, he surged through the dark clouds towards Ballas Island with fervor. His speed was remarkable. Within half an hour, he beheld the island where he had encountered Hitomi before, Ballas Island. It was here that Bulk was currently resting and recuperating. He dove down and landed steadily upon the island. The pirates, upon seeing Kaido's grim expression, dared not utter a word, fearing to provoke his wrath. Yet, understanding Kaido's temperament, they steeled themselves and led him onward. 5 minutes later, Kaido arrived at a cave where he found Bulk. Bulk's injuries were severe. A conspicuous and ghastly sword wound nearly cleaved his chest, while 2 additional wounds marred his legs. Though not deep, they were sufficient to impair his combat ability. Despite having staunched the bleeding, his face was ashen, as if he were on the brink of death. "Captain Kaido," Bulk exclaimed, attempting to rise upon seeing Kaido enter. But Kaido halted him. Kaido remarked, "Take good care of yourself. Those who harmed you have likely met their end in the depths of the sea." Bulk understood Kaido's implications, though he felt a pang of regret for not being able to exact personal vengeance. "I am incompetent," Bulk lamented. "You have done your utmost." "There is no need for self-reproach," Kaido reassured him. "The Navy's overt attack on you was, in truth, aimed at me. The coincidence is too striking. Bulk was attacked by naval vessels merely a day after departing abroad, which cannot be mere happenstance. What about Dragonstone Island? Bulk expressed his concern. That territory will undoubtedly fall under my dominion, Kaido asserted with unwavering conviction. If he seeks to orchestrate something grand, then I shall indulge him in his game. Bulk raised an eyebrow, sensing from Kaido's tone that he was already aware of the mastermind behind the attack. He could not help but inquire. Do you already know who it is? He too harbored suspicions. The Navy's timing was indeed too fortuitous, leading him to wonder if there were a traitor aboard his ship. Kaido nodded and remarked, the likes of those insignificant characters from Fire Mountain would not dare to engage in such actions. It appears they are monitoring our every move, executing their plans with unwavering decisiveness. Aside from him, I truly cannot fathom who else would possess such audacity. His icy gaze instilled a profound sense of dread within Bartolomeo. Meanwhile, at the naval fortress base G2, Akainu's expression was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Before the communication was severed, he distinctly heard the murmurs and cries of the Marines. Though the screams lasted but a fleeting moment, they stirred within him an unsettling premonition, as if a tempest were brewing. Chapter 85. A fight on any day Hasam Arena. Come on, take him down, Light. I've wagered 200,000 berries on your victory in Group E. Give it your all. The audience erupted in jubilant cheers, rallying behind their favored combatants. As the competition progressed to Group E, the battle escalated to a fever pitch, with fewer than half of the warriors remaining in the 30-meter arena. Just half an hour prior, without resorting to his abilities, Babanuus had emerged as the dark horse from Group C after an arduous struggle. In the crimson stance, the rotund noble Cthulhu Andy raised an eyebrow in mockery, casting a pointed glance at the furious and clenched-fisted Jorgo Vandal Zod. Mr. Zod, I hear you wagered 5 million berries on Light's victory? It seems you might be facing a loss. Zod, observing the tense standoff in the arena, gritted his teeth and retorted, Andy, you scoundrel, do not celebrate too soon. The outcome is still uncertain. Andy swirled his high-stemmed glass, the crimson liquid rippling within, and chuckled. Light, as a renowned fighter, boasts a record of 28 wins and 5 losses. Everyone knows his prowess. Only by uniting against him can one hope to claim the championship of Group E. Mr. Zod, do you truly believe he can triumph over the other warriors? The combatants were no ordinary soldiers. Over 30 of them converged upon a long-legged warrior in the arena. The long-legged fighter, undeterred, displayed formidable leg techniques and struck with precision. Yet, facing so many adversaries, he sustained several wounds after numerous exchanges. You. Zod's eyes blazed with fury as he huffed, had you not deliberately allowed my slave to escape. I would not have placed all my bets on Light. How can you blame me for that? Andy shrugged, feigning innocence. Mr. Zod, you mustn't wrongfully accuse the innocent. I did nothing at all. Zod seethed with frustration. His suspicions lingered without evidence, yet he sensed malice in Andy's demeanor. At that moment, draped in a golden coat and adorned with various exquisite accessories, Pros Babbage scoffed, it's merely a lost slave. What's all the fuss about? Zod cast a fierce glance at Babbage, turning his head away coldly, his eyes flickering with unspoken thoughts. At the naval fortress base, Akainu was plagued by an ominous premonition. Pacing restlessly in his loft office, he shouted towards the door, Major General Jonathan, dispatch a warship immediately to investigate what has transpired at Mount Fire. As he spoke, a sense of unease washed over him, prompting him to don his navy coat and step outside. Jonathan was preparing to relay the message when he noticed Akainu's hurried demeanor and inquired, Admiral Sakazuki, where are you headed? I must personally visit the ruins of Dragonstone. Akainu replied, his eyes crackling with intensity. Just then, a thunderous sound akin to a landslide echoed, causing the entire loft to tremble precariously as commotion erupted outside. Akainu's expression shifted. What is happening? Jonathan appeared equally bewildered. Suddenly, the hurried footsteps of a young naval officer rushed in, breathless and alarmed. Something's gone awry. A dragon is attacking the naval base. A dragon? Akainu was momentarily taken aback, but his countenance quickly darkened, his voice rising with fury. Damn it. It must be that scoundrel Kaido. Kaido, this is a naval fortress. Does he not fear our retaliation? Jonathan and the young officer were stricken with terror. For Kaido's infamous reputation had long spread within the Navy, particularly following the recent incident at Tapugia Island, which had further solidified his notoriety. Indeed, it was Kaido's mischief that had befallen the forces at Mount Fire. Flames of wrath ignited within Akainu, the temperature in the loft surged, and another explosion reverberated outside. Perfect timing. Let me confront this scoundrel. Akainu hastened from the loft, finding the fortress base in utter chaos. 2 cliffside fortifications had been obliterated. flames raging throughout the base as countless sailors scrambled to douse the inferno. Above, dark clouds loomed ominously, shrouding the island in shadows. Violent bolts of lightning crackled, thunder rolled, and among the swirling blackness, a colossal figure could be faintly discerned. Suddenly, a powerful blast of heat erupted from the clouds, spiraling down like a tempest. Intent on piercing the earth. Infuriated, Akainu soared several meters into the air, half of his body transforming into seething magma. Hellhound. The molten lava twisted and coalesced, morphing into a massive, fearsome red hyena that charged with ferocity towards the oncoming blast. Boom. The two titanic forces collided in the sky, unleashing a cataclysmic shockwave. Blinding golden light erupting forth, the clash resonating like thunder. The shockwave, laden with devastating molten rock, radiated outward, shattering brick walls and obliterating all structures within a radius of several hundred meters of the base fortress. In an instant, it transformed into a smoldering wasteland of charred stone and burning debris. Most of the Marines tragically caught in the chaos were reduced to ashes by the shockwave, while a few fortunate survivors howled amidst the flames and screamed within the ruins. The air was thick with the acrid scent of embers and charred debris. Akainu, his eyes aflame with rage, trembled with fury as he glared at the sky, bellowing, "Kaido, you despicable fiend, why have you attacked the naval fortress? If you wish to fight, must you choose such a day?" Kaido responded with a cold smirk. "You are provoking the Navy. Are you intending to engage in open warfare with us?" Akainu harbored his own thoughts. This was a naval stronghold, and once conflict erupted, it would be difficult to contain. A disdainful voice echoed from the depths of the dark clouds, followed by the emergence of Kaido's colossal dragon head. "Red Dog, you are the Navy, and I am a pirate. This war has long since begun. The latter half of the Grand Line is no place for your Navy to run rampant." Akainu's face darkened like ink, his teeth grinding in fury. "You are courting death," Kaido thundered. "When you commanded an attack on my subordinates, you should have anticipated this, Akainu. I am more than willing to sink your naval fortress. Dare you?" Akainu's eyes widened in fury. "Watch as I bring you down. If you have the guts, come and try." Kaido gathered energy, preparing to unleash another fiery assault. Akainu's expression turned icy, half of his body morphing into a more intense flow of magma. Meteor volcano. In a brief interlude, a date shack was on a date with the princess, awkwardly expressing himself through a writing board, while the princess smiled warmly. Chapter 86. Royalty Meteor Volcano. Akainu raised his arms to the heavens, as molten fists surged forth in a furious torrent. A multitude of colossal lava fists shooting towards the ominous black clouds above. The intense heat radiated, causing the entire atmosphere to shimmer with waves of scorching air. Kaido's cold gaze was intense, and he soon exhaled a searing breath, generating a spiral shockwave intended to obliterate the advancing lava. The clash between the scorching breath and the molten rock resonated with a thunderous roar, echoing like a relentless tide. It surpassed even the might of the Demon Slayer Order. Below, the Navy troops were engulfed in trepidation, utterly terrified by the overwhelming display of power. In such a cataclysmic battle, they found themselves powerless to intervene. It was akin to fish and shrimp helplessly watching a dragon fight. They could only bear witness to the fierce struggle between the dragons, employing devastating techniques to determine the victor. In the conflict between monstrous entities, it is always the innocent bystanders who suffer the most. Kaido's fierce breath possesses formidable penetrative power. Yet Akainu's volcanic meteoric eruption is a devastating area attack, relentless and expansive, building up to a catastrophic climax. Jonathan's gaze was fixed upon the sky, and his expression shifted dramatically as he bellowed to those around him, "Withdraw immediately." The others, bewildered by his urgency, soon witnessed explosions erupting amidst billowing black smoke, accompanied by the shrill sounds of cutting air, as fist-sized fireballs scattered like fireworks, raining down in a dense flurry. The smoke-filled sky was marked by thousands of crimson streaks. The naval forces appeared as though their very lifeblood had been siphoned away, their faces drained of color, scrambling in panic. "Run." Boom, boom, boom. The fiery projectiles descended chaotically, akin to volcanic ash from an eruption, indiscriminately obliterating infrastructure, watchtowers, lofts, streets, and homes. Almost half of the naval fortress lay ravaged by the merciless onslaught of volcanic ash. Smoke. Infernos. Death. The sky blazed, the earth wailed. The towering flames consumed all, while black smoke enveloped the streets, leaving them riddled with destruction. In the midst of the raging inferno, naval soldiers clutched their mutilated comrades, unleashing heart-wrenching cries of anguish. Jonathan, leading the soldiers in retreat from the fortress, resolved to focus on confronting that scoundrel Kaido. Akainu, having returned to his original form, clenched his fists, brimming with pent-up energy. Having hastily dodged the fiery stones, Jonathan found himself covered in ash, and upon realizing Akainu's refusal to relent, he felt a surge of urgency, pointing at the inferno and roaring, "Sakazuki, do you wish to endanger more soldiers? Do you believe that if I withdraw, Kaido will cease his assault on the naval fortress?" Akainu gazed at his longtime friend, his voice resolute. "Defeating evil is the only path to justice. Jonathan, you know that sacrifice is inevitable." Jonathan recognized his own impatience, hasty in his words. He understood that once Akainu set his mind to something, he would see it through to completion. Observing the near half of the naval soldiers fallen or wounded, he felt a pang of compassion, gritting his teeth as he closed his eyes to regain composure. "I apologize. I was hasty. Proceed with the operation. Leaving the soldiers here will only hinder us." Akainu replied. Jonathan nodded, promptly summoning several lieutenant-ranked naval officers to prepare for the evacuation of the soldiers from the island. "Did I permit you to leave?" Kaido's chilling voice resonated above, sending a shiver down Jonathan's spine. At that moment, Kaido was gathering his powers once again, preparing to unleash another scorching strike. "Kaido, enough of this farce." Akainu advanced swiftly, his movements akin to a moonlit dance, closing in on Kaido with remarkable speed. Kaido's cold eyes narrowed slightly as the swirling heat exhaled towards Akainu. With his arms enveloped in the advanced haki, Akainu skillfully countered the fiery breath. "Is that all you've got, Red Dog?" Kaido mocked with a chilling smile, his dragon form undulating amidst the dark clouds. Suddenly, the entire expanse of the black cloud swelled violently like a surging tsunami. A chilling wind swept down, dispersing the remnants of embers and smoke in the alley, bringing with it a piercing cold. Boom! A bolt of purple lightning struck down abruptly, creating a ghastly pit in the street. "My apologies, I miscalculated," Kaido remarked nonchalantly. A tense energy gathered between Akainu's brows as he coldly uttered, "That bastard." It was evident that if struck by such a formidable bolt of lightning, the soldiers would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Boom! Another bolt of lightning descended, prompting Akainu to swiftly employ the shave technique, maneuvering himself beneath the strike. With his hands enveloped in haki and electricity, he clashed against it to nullify its power. Veins bulged on Akainu's forehead as he roared towards the heavens. "This is a Navy stronghold, a bastion of the Grand Line's latter half. I shall not permit you to destroy it at will." "Humph, this is merely an appetizer. Red Dog," Kaido declared. "The true spectacle is always reserved for the finale." Kaido stirred the black clouds, which gathered ominously, nearly enveloping the entire island, only to suddenly diminish by half. Despite the reduction in coverage, the energy contained within became even more astonishingly pure. Akainu could clearly perceive the swirling black clouds, where energy brewed and thunder rumbled. Then, the endless purple lightning emerged from the vortex like a monstrous claw, striking down with incredible speed. "I shall not allow you to succeed." Akainu's entire form transformed into magma, rapidly swelling into a roiling sea of lava. The magma churned, giving rise to a crimson figure of molten rock. He gazed at the chaotic lightning descending from the sky, wielding his hands to command the entire sea of lava against the relentless onslaught of lightning. Billions of volts of concentrated lightning clashed explosively with the high-temperature sea of magma. This resulted in a shockwave of blinding light, far more powerful than before, erupting with a deafening roar. Soil, stone, buildings, artillery, fortifications, everything evaporated. The brilliance engulfed the entire island. Hassam, the noble Antonio's castle. Antonio Phelps, with snow-white hair, sat at one end of a round table in a pavilion, while the prison warden O'Neill occupied the opposite side. The two engaged in a game of chess, and after making a move, Phelps inquired, "Warden O'Neill, how are preparations progressing?" "All is proceeding smoothly," O'Neill replied, stroking his beard. "From here on, it depends on you, Captain Phelps. Once the plan succeeds, will you truly help me ascend to power?" Phelps frowned, his hair already streaked with gray at over 50 years of age. "The current king's ideology is excessively antiquated. You surely wish to no longer be subservient, do you not?" "Yet, I cannot shake this unease," Phelps continued. "I still cannot comprehend why you would assist me. You hold a high position as a warden. Your power is not inferior to mine." O'Neill chuckled lightly, placing a white piece back into the chest box. "Because the 6th of Akiad is an enemy to both you and me." Noticing the confusion on Phelps's face, O'Neill stood, turned his back, and sighed. Over 20 years ago, during an external war, my father was heralded as a heroic martyr. However, my subsequent investigations revealed that he was secretly executed by the 6th of Akiyad. Captain Layton was executed by the king? Phelps exclaimed incredulously. Captain Layton had achieved remarkable feats. How could the king possibly order his execution? O'Neill turned back, interrupting Phelps. Precisely because of his accolades, executing my father solidified the king's throne. You should be well acquainted with the royal family's machinations, Captain Phelps. Now that we are in the same predicament, do you still wish to extricate yourself for self-preservation? Phelps fell silent for a moment. The 6th of Akiyad was inherently suspicious, making collaboration truly challenging. His gaze hardened. Very well, when shall we set the time? O'Neill regarded him with a meaningful glance, smiling as he replied, the finals are tomorrow. He will attend to present the championship award at the arena. Chapter 87, Deceived? A shroud of black haze envelopes the sky, as fierce flames rend the streets, leaving gaping wounds in the fortress. Amidst the tumult of fire and thunder, the naval stronghold is reduced to a grotesque ruin. Rear Admiral Jonathan leads the remnants of his dwindling crew to the harbor, striving to organize their escape amidst the chaos. At this moment, the atmosphere is charged with a violent clash between floating magma seas and dense thunderclouds, erupting with waves of energy that propel dust high into the air. In the face of such overwhelming power, firearms seem mere toys, utterly ineffective. A blinding light engulfs the horizon, clouds roil, and the ocean churns violently. Lightning cleaves the sky, as magma blankets the heavens, intertwining with a raging sea of flames and tumultuous storms. The two adversaries remain locked in combat for nearly 100 exchanges. Kaido, realizing that a stalemate would persist indefinitely, harnesses a concentrated surge of energy, unleashing a mighty thunderbolt that crashes into the magma sea below. Simultaneously, he transforms into his human form and dives downward. The thunderbolt strikes the molten expanse, creating a gaping fissure in its surface. Magma and Akainu are intrinsically linked. Thus, under the relentless assault of the thunder, Akainu feels a surge of turbulence within him. Seizing this fleeting moment of vulnerability, Kaido, enveloped in the pinnacle of Haki, plunges into the magma sea, intent on his target. What are you trying to do, you bastard? Akainu senses impending doom and attempts to evade. Yet, Kaido is not one to allow such an escape. In a flash, he accelerates, shattering the very fabric of space at speed surpassing sound, appearing before Akainu in an instant. With a formidable hand, he seizes Akainu and thrusts him downward toward the island. The impact is catastrophic. A cloud of yellow dust billows as the island is violently thrust several meters beneath the surface of the sea. Cleaved in two, Kaido emerged from the fissure with great strides, his raven hair swirling wildly as if possessed, exuding an air of defiance and fury. His cold gaze pierced through the atmosphere, tendrils of dark energy seeping forth, annihilating all visible entities before him. A flash of purple lightning descended, casting a shadow upon his figure, which resonated throughout the island, reminiscent of an invincible, world-destroying demon. Magma dripped from Akainu, melting the earth and stone beneath him, his expression grim and thunderous. The surging magma spread like a tide, colliding with Kaido's overwhelming presence, transforming the island into a realm of searing lava and dense, ominous clouds. On the seas, warships bobbed amidst the tumultuous waves, even at a distance of several miles. Jonathan could still perceive the terrifying force that unsettled his very soul, a power that was utterly insurmountable. Gazing at the naval fortress illuminated by a crimson glow against the black clouds, the heavens appeared dimmed, filling Jonathan with dread, awe akin to that of a divine being. Major General Jonathan, shall we abandon Vice Admiral Sakazuki? Inquired a junior officer, his expression fraught with fear. He is none other than the demon Kaido. Jonathan's countenance darkened as he replied gravely, immediately contact headquarters. This battle may very well mark the disappearance of Naval Fortress G2 from these waters. Meanwhile, on the island, Kaido and Akainu were already locked in fierce combat. Kaido swung his spiked club with a grandiose ferocity, each strike powerful and unadorned, each one a deadly blow. He understood well that, when compared to Akiji's frigid ice, Akainu's magma represented an extreme heat capable of consuming even flames. The two abilities could be seen as two opposing forces, each equally destructive, making it difficult to determine which was superior. It is often said that water and fire are incompatible, Likewise, Kaido and Aokiji embody not only opposing powers but also clashing personalities. His magma, renowned for its intense heat, could incinerate all in its path, even devouring flames, symbolizing both fervor and annihilation. The sea of magma surged forward, devouring everything in its wake, leaving only ashes behind. Is that all you can do, Red Dog? Your sense of justice is truly mediocre. With a swing of his spiked club, Kaido shattered the crimson hound created from magma. Humph, let us see how long you can remain arrogant. As his words fell, Akainu let his right arm hang, magma flowing down like a river of fire. Obliterating all in its vicinity, the sea of magma cradled his form, as if he were the sovereign of this realm. A great fireball. The rolling magma took the shape of a massive crimson fist, accompanied by a fierce wind, hurtling towards Kaido. A glimmer of admiration flickered in Kaido's eyes as he thought to himself, truly deserving of being one of the future 3 admirals. However, he did not flinch. Instead, he tightened his grip on the kanabo, channeling his haki as he charged toward the molten fist. Thunderous 8 trigrams. The two forces collided, unleashing a deafening roar that echoed through the air. Kaido's thunderous onslaught was utterly domineering, as even Akainu's ferocious flames were effortlessly dispersed by a single swing of his club, generating a formidable gust that surged back towards Akainu from the shattered remnants of his punch. Akainu, quick to react, vanished into the molten sea to evade the assault, while the concentrated force of the wind pressure barreled through, creating a gaping void in the half-molten cliff hundreds of meters away. The sea of magma spanned several miles, providing Akainu ample space to maneuver freely. Following Kaido's devastating strike, Akainu summoned a dozen fierce Red Lotus hounds, charging aggressively towards Kaido. Kaido leapt into the air, utilizing the pressure generated by his sweeping strike to shatter the Red Lotus hounds completely. His observation haki expanded, keenly sensing the presence of Akainu amidst the thick sea of magma. However, this molten expanse seemed to embody Akainu himself, with his essence permeating every corner, rendering it exceedingly difficult to pinpoint his exact location. Kaido, feeling lethargic and disinclined to ponder further, waved his hand with a flourish. Dark energy surged forth, stirring the clouds in the sky, and instantly summoned a tempest of lightning that struck the sea of magma below. The molten sea roared and churned violently, resembling tumultuous waves, as dozens of Red Lotus biting dogs were shattered into fragments. The aura of Akainu also underwent a subtle yet discernible transformation, although this slight change was nearly imperceptible. Kaido seized upon the fleeting shift in energy to rapidly pinpoint Akainu's location, propelling himself towards him with explosive speed. Just as Kaido approached Akainu's true position, the surface of the magma abruptly receded, and the surrounding magma surged upwards, towering several meters high, as if a tsunami sought to engulf Kaido. You have been deceived, Kaido. Akainu sneered coldly. Your arrogance has led you to your demise. To die by my hand is your honor. The air was filled with Akainu's derisive laughter, as the scalding winds of magma swirled violently, swiftly converging to engulf Kaido entirely. Chapter 88. The immortal body. The magma boiled and churned, akin to the relentless assault of waves crashing against the shore, where the surrounding infernal flames surged and shattered all in their path. The sea of magma, spanning several kilometers, suddenly contracted towards the center, gradually taking the form of Akainu. His head was bloodied, his breath ragged, yet he laughed maniacally, a grotesque satisfaction etched upon his face. For this island was devoid of Kaido's presence, signifying that Kaido, the demon, has finally been vanquished. This is the consequence of your defiance against the Navy. Akainu laughed heartily, his mirth resonating with unparalleled satisfaction. The Navy embodies the true justice of the world. You, this fiend, have finally faced your reckoning. The surroundings lay in disarray, pockmarked and strewn with debris, fissures crisscrossing the terrain. Yet, in Akainu's eyes, all this chaos was worthwhile, for he had obliterated Kaido. The illustrious world monster ultimately fell at his hands. What of the strongest creature, what of the mightiest pirate? Before the might of his magma-infused fists, they were all rendered utterly powerless. Kaido has perished. How far off can Whitebeard's demise be? He embodies justice, the ultimate arbiter of evil, the most formidable guardian of righteousness. Akainu gazed skyward, laughing maniacally, only for the smile to gradually fade from his countenance. What is happening? Kaido is dead, yet the storm clouds remain unyielding. The sky loomed ominously, dark clouds swirling, and lightning coursing violently, as if a heavy stone lay upon Akainu's chest, suffocating him. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed in his ears, reminiscent of a funeral bell, sending tremors through Akainu's heart. Another thud reverberated, magnified as if through a stethoscope, the sound resonating throughout the island, compelling him to tremble uncontrollably. Unease and tension rapidly burgeoned within. What could this sound signify? Thud, thud, thud. The pounding of his heart, constricted and intense, resonated as though someone were striking the ground with a mallet. The earth quaked, the cliffs swayed, and countless charred stones cascaded down. A conspicuous and gigantic fissure tore open, shrieking as innumerable stone pillars erupted from the ground, dense as a petrified forest. Cracks and chasms swiftly spread across the island, permeating every corner, reminiscent of a tortoise's shell. Meanwhile, the surface of the sea underwent cataclysmic transformations. Towering tsunamis surged forth, crashing upon the ocean's surface like a relentless wall of water, obliterating everything in its path. The Sea Kings, terrified, sought refuge beneath the waves, yet the surging tsunami swept them up to heights of 100 meters. The warships, previously in retreat, swayed helplessly amidst the tumultuous waters. Despair etched upon the faces of the Navy as the monstrous waves capsized the vessels, dragging them into the depths. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder and lightning struck in rapid succession, vowing to rend the heavens until obliterated, casting a chaotic violet glow across the surrounding sea. Akainu beheld a colossal, ominous purple lightning bolt brewing within the black clouds. And then, boom, a bolt as thick as a waist plummeted, piercing through the very heart of the fortress. The once mighty stone pillars were instantly annihilated. In that fleeting moment of devastation, Akainu's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? Before him, through the dense black smoke, a massive, imposing figure emerged. With black hair, bull-like horns, a long beard, dragon tattoos, and a countenance of fury. This could only be Kaido. Akainu stared at Kaido in disbelief, murmuring to himself, seemingly in denial. How is this possible? You should be dead. Your presence had vanished just moments ago. Surprised, are you? Kaido's eyes glimmered with mockery. Red Dog, I am immortal. Did you truly believe your meager methods could vanquish me? Akainu, contorted with rage, bellowed. What nonsense. This world knows no such thing as immortality. Ignorance is not your fault, Kaido retorted coldly, casting a disdainful glance at Akainu. What's wrong? Are you fatigued after such a short skirmish? Let me state this clearly. I can still fight for another half-month. This injury is hardly a concern. Akainu's eyes turned icy as he declared fiercely, bring it on. I can still fight for a year. Kaido, with a grin, replied. The young Red Dog certainly has a fiery spirit. However, I am quite eager to see whether your magma is mightier or my fist is firmer. As he pressed against the shackles on his wrists, they crashed into the ground, creating a network of fine cracks that spread for several meters. Akainu's eyelids fluttered. This demon had been battling him while encumbered by such heavy restraints. He himself had undergone the rigorous training of carrying burdens and was acutely aware that movement would be hindered under such conditions. Of course, those with superior physical prowess, after reaching a certain level of mastery, would find that a few tons of weight had a negligible effect on them. Now feeling significantly unburdened, Kaido remarked, "Let us engage in a proper duel, young Red Dog." Knowing he was to confront Akainu, Kaido had adjusted his shackles to a minimum of 5 tons. For Kaido, a mere 5 tons posed little challenge, yet it still constrained his power to approximately 95%. Additionally, he possessed other hidden cards, but there was no need to reveal them all. Removing the limitations should suffice against Akainu. Are you underestimating me? Akainu felt a sense of belittlement. I harbor no contempt for you, Kaido responded. Resurrection from death also demands considerable stamina. He observed Akainu intently. I merely overlooked this at the outset. Akainu thought to himself that it would have been better had he said nothing. I acknowledge your strength. In the Rocks era, the Roger era, and even now, you are indeed a formidable adversary for the Navy. Quickly recalibrating his mindset, Akainu narrowed his eyes. Your aura vanished earlier. I could not have misperceived it. If I could kill you once, I can certainly do so a second time. That remains contingent upon whether you possess the opportunity, Kaido retorted. If you can let your presence permeate the magma sea, why should I not be able to conceal my aura? Kaido, with a smirk that danced between amusement and disdain, remarked, a limited mindset will only drive you closer to death. Do not doubt my words. I am indeed the most formidable adversary you in the Navy have ever encountered. Enough of this idle chatter. Unleash a colossal torrent of flames. Enraged and humiliated, Akainu retaliated with a fierce and powerful magma-infused punch, exuding an aura of lethal intent as it hurtled towards Kaido. A flicker of admiration flashed in Kaido's eyes. Excellent. Let us engage in a spirited duel, Red Dog. Raising his palm, he unleashed his formidable haki. In a brief interlude, Regu eavesdropped on the conversation between O'Neill and Phelps, stealthily infiltrating the palace with intentions to conduct a thorough investigation. P.S. What could possibly be the enigma surrounding Kaido's immortality? Readers are warmly invited to share their thoughts in the comments section. Chapter 89, At Last. Zhuangzhou dreamed of a butterfly. The entire island was shrouded beneath a blanket of ominous clouds, devoid of daylight. The atmosphere was stifling, oppressive, and suffocating. Thunder roared as if tearing the heavens apart. Boundless flashes of lightning illuminated the skies, rendering the world as pale as parchment. The sea was beset by a biting wind, and the tsunami surged forth like a legion of silent steeds, tumultuous waves crashing violently. The two combatants battled fiercely for several hours, the golden flames obscuring the sun and the earth-shaking sounds reverberating across the land, causing the island to tremble. The battered naval fortress lay in ruins, ravaged and scarred, with no patch of ground remaining intact. The horizon of the sea dimmed with the last remnants of twilight, the final streak of crimson gradually fading from the sky. The bright moon sought to rise but was obscured by dark clouds, the light growing ever more somber and muted, swallowed by the night. Blood streamed from Akainu's mouth and nose, his body marred by injuries, yet his gaze remained fixed upon Kaido, molten fury coursing through him. Is this all your strength? Kaido's steps were steady, and as he spoke, his form shifted, appearing before Akainu with an imposing presence. Akainu's eyelids twitched slightly. Was that the Marine 6 styles you just employed? Despite its distinctions from Soru, Akainu, having immersed himself in the Marine 6 styles for years, could discern it with keen perception. The Marine 6 styles, is it truly so challenging? Boy, you have much yet to learn. Kaido's aura radiated a dark energy, cascading like a waterfall. Return and practice diligently, with every muscle in his body exerting force simultaneously. He advanced with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger, his form like a swift arrow piercing through the fabric of space, hurtling directly towards Akainu. Kaido's speed was already astonishingly swift, and in this sudden outburst, it surpassed his usual velocity by several degrees. The thought of retreat had scarcely flickered in Akainu's mind when Kaido's colossal fist, imbued with a sense of distorted spatial pressure, came crashing down. With a resounding thud, Akainu was propelled from the center of the island, skimming the ground, until he collided with a steel barrier along the coast, coming to a halt only after crashing into it several meters away. A conspicuous, charred streak extended from the island's heart to the coastline, measuring several thousand meters in length. Without hesitation, Kaido narrowed his eyes and surged straight towards the coastal barrier, crashing into the steel fortification. A vivid crimson blaze erupted suddenly as the steel barrier was pierced and melted, unleashing a torrent of molten lava that shot forth from above. Thinking of escaping? Do not even entertain such notions. Kaido snorted coldly, tearing through the barrier and leaping into the sky, reaching for the lava. Instantly, the molten substance twisted and contorted, transforming into a ribbon of lava that ensnared Kaido, tightening fiercely around him. Such tricks will not work on me. With an overwhelming display of advanced haki, he forcefully expanded the lava that enveloped him, seizing the molten ribbon and, empowered by the haki's ability to ensnare even the entities of nature-type users, revealed its true form, an ankle. Release me, Kaido. Akainu grimaced in pain, his other limbs immediately morphing into fiery red hounds lunging forward. Kaido clenched his other fist and shattered the red lotus hound, while his entire body enveloped the magma with the color of armament haki. Akainu gradually revealed his true form, his face a mask of horror. I have already told you, you are no match for me. Kaido swung Akainu overhead twice, summoning a howling gale, before hurling him violently towards the ground. Boom. It was akin to the detonation of a small hydrogen bomb, as the battered island instantly fractured into countless pieces. Even from several miles away, one could behold the mushroom clouds soaring hundreds of meters high above the naval fortress. Kaido stood in the void, his cold gaze piercing downwards. He could distinctly sense that Akainu's presence had not dissipated. The rapidly rising temperature in the air quickly alerted him to the impending danger. In the next moment, torrents of lava erupted from the fissures of the island, resembling columns of light shooting into the sky. The molten stream surged and coiled, melting the earthen barriers in a tumultuous display. The nearby sea boiled, and scalding white vapor enveloped the shattered island and the surrounding waters for miles in a dense, ethereal mist. Kaido, your time has come, Akainu proclaimed with thunderous authority. Steaming sauna? Kaido's eyes narrowed, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Creating such a thick fog? You are courting death, Red Dog. No sooner had the words left his lips than a black vortex erupted from Kaido, soaring skyward and piercing the void. The heavens darkened, heavy clouds resembling iron loomed ominously above, and a chilling wind howled, transforming into a swirling tempest that absorbed the white mist. Within moments, the miles of clouds morphed into an oppressive mass of darkness, stretching endlessly into the horizon. Kaido stood amidst the void, akin to a demonic deity, commanding the dark clouds of the heavens with a mere wave of his colossal hand. Thunderous wrath, lightning, fierce and swift, enveloped the entire island, descending in a frenzied onslaught that rendered the air impenetrable. Each bolt bore an astonishing voltage, crashing directly into the erupting magma. No. Akainu's heart raced as the magma pillars crumbled, the relentless lightning mercilessly shattering them, striking one after another towards the depths of the island where Akainu stood. Blinding radiance consumed all light, and everything was engulfed in the tempest of thunder. Minutes later, as the ominous clouds dispersed, the moon shone brightly amidst the sparse stars. The sea lay in tranquil silence, caressed by a gentle breeze. The naval fortress, along with the island, was erased from existence, leaving only the shimmering surface of the sea. Kaido stood amidst the void, his dark hair swirling wildly, his gaze as frigid as ice. Whether Akainu was alive or dead remained uncertain to him. The vast ocean limited his observation haki, allowing him to perceive only half of his usual range. Yet, even if Akainu had miraculously survived, he would undoubtedly bear severe injuries. With a slight furrow of his brow, he transformed into a colossal azure dragon, soaring through the skies before vanishing in the blink of an eye. At Marine headquarters in Marineford, Admiral Sengoku sat with an air of composure, his demeanor inscrutable, while the ambience was thick with tension. On the plush black sofa sat Sengoku, Zephyr, and Garp. Sengoku and Zephyr were deep in thought, arms crossed and brows knitted, whereas Garp was obliviously munching on donuts, the crunching sound echoing in the room. Sengoku could no longer contain himself and bellowed at Garp. Garp, show some seriousness. This is an urgent assembly. In a fit of frustration, he snatched the donut from Garp's hand and, tilting his head back, devoured it whole. Garp, taken aback, rushed forward, shaking Sengoku's shoulders in exasperation. Sengoku, you glutton. Spit that out right now. Sengoku swallowed with a loud gulp, retorting, it's gone, so give up. Garp stood there dumbfounded. Zephyr, feeling embarrassed sitting among the two, couldn't help but shift away slightly. Clearing his throat, Admiral Steelbone interrupted the duo. Sengoku, typically composed and authoritative, found his image crumbling in the presence of the playful Garp. Feeling somewhat drained, he stated, there has been an incident at Marine Fortress G2. All eyes turned to Steelbone, who, with a solemn expression, declared, Kaido has attacked the Marine Fortress. Sengoku furrowed his brow. Is the intelligence accurate, Admiral Steelbone? Steelbone nodded gravely. Sengoku's countenance darkened. Can we still establish contact with Marine Fortress G2? Akainu is stationed there. He should be fine, right? All communications have been severed, Steelbone replied with a heavy sigh. The four exchanged glances, and Zephyr, with his striking purple hair, remarked, Kaido truly gives us no respite. Just recently, he caused a global uproar. And now he dares to attack a marine fortress, showing utter disregard for us. Should we mobilize the troops? He continued. He has openly provoked us. Perhaps we should invade Wano and dismantle his power entirely. Garp, usually the jester, spoke seriously for once. Let me lead the charge. At Garp's declaration to personally lead the assault, Steelbone and the others couldn't help but cough in surprise, leaving Garp bewildered. Sengoku's expression twitched as he replied, when have you ever conducted a campaign without destroying marine vessels? Ha ha ha, those are merely trifles. The warship is not impervious to blows. And I find myself helpless when my friend exposes my shortcomings in person. Garp, with a face full of embarrassment, retorted, at worst, I shall board your warship, Sengoku. Sengoku quickly waved his hand in refusal, stating, I do not wish to see my warship ruined in your hands. It is evident that Garp had long instilled a sense of foreboding in Sengoku's mind. Garp, clearly displeased, exclaimed in irritation, you are truly ungrateful, Sengoku. Just moments ago, you enjoyed my donuts. Huh, who witnessed me consuming your donuts? Zephyr, do weigh in on this. Sengoku countered sharply, refusing to yield. The two seemed on the verge of a quarrel. As for the expedition against the pirates, it was of little urgency. At this juncture, Steelbone Kong interjected. In the latter half of the Grand Line, they occupy the majority of the territory. Many non-allied nations have flocked under their banner, and a number of formidable figures have staked their claim in opposition. In recent years, numerous pirate crews have dared to challenge their domains. His tone was calm and measured, akin to the gentle warmth of spring sunshine, unhurried yet impactful. He continued, the current situation is chaotic, seemingly favorable to the Navy. However, should we deploy a large-scale military force for an offensive, once the pirates realize the precariousness of their position, they will undoubtedly band together in resistance. Both Whitebeard and Kaido cannot abide seeing the Navy or the world government reaping benefits from this turmoil. The Navy is not without its formidable warriors, Steelbone Kong, Carp, Sengoku, Zephyr, Akainu, Akiji, and Kizaru all stand as world-class forces. Yet, precisely because they govern the entire world, it is imperative to have capable officers stationed across the seas and the Grand Line, resulting in a relatively dispersed naval strength. If they were to concentrate their might, dealing with pirates would undoubtedly be a straightforward endeavor. However, should the Navy mobilize its forces on a grand scale, it would inevitably stir upheaval across the seas. Even if they were to eliminate one faction, the Navy would suffer significant losses. Furthermore, such actions could inadvertently bolster other factions, allowing them to exploit the chaos to their advantage. Particularly, Whitebeard's influence is deeply entrenched and far-reaching. His vast power cannot be uprooted by merely deploying 1 or 2 admirals or a mere 10,000 naval lieutenants. Although Kaido's forces may not rival the vastness of Whitebeard's, they are certainly not to be underestimated. Should they conspire against the Navy, it would undoubtedly herald a cataclysmic upheaval for the world. Thus, the Navy adopts a somewhat laissez-faire approach towards the pirates. They capture when possible, yet as long as significant losses are avoided, the equilibrium of world peace remains intact. Moreover, the majority of pirates are ambitious, akin to wolves and tigers congregating, ultimately destined to engage in fierce battles over sustenance and shelter. Even if larger factions consume the smaller ones, the gain is marginal. The Navy would never allow Whitebeard to dominate unchallenged, fostering a precarious balance among Kaido, Big Mom, and the Whitebeard faction, ensuring mutual restraint along the latter half of the Grand Line. The Navy, therefore, turns a blind eye to some extent. This embodies the principle of checks and balances, reminiscent of the yin and yang philosophy. Without night, there can be no day, and without men, there can be no women. If one day evil were to be eradicated entirely, the very existence of the Navy, and indeed the world government, would become meaningless. Sengoku pondered for a moment and remarked that the immediate priority was to thoroughly investigate the situation at the Navy stronghold. Marshal Akainu. Kaido's repeated provocations towards the Navy could not simply be overlooked. Of course, Vice Admiral Steelbone's expression was inscrutable, and the temperature in the room dropped sharply. If memory serves, Wano is a non-ally nation. Humph, soon that young man will learn the consequences of provoking the Navy. Meanwhile, oblivious to the scrutiny of the Navy's higher-ups, Kaido made his way to Ballas Island, ensuring the extent of Bark's injuries before returning to Dragonstone Island. Dragonstone Island, shrouded in dense forest and tranquil solitude, found Hito seated by a fire, attempting to skin a beast using the techniques previously demonstrated by Kaido. Despite her remarkable aptitude, she struggled to grasp the intricacies of such formidable skills, thus only managing to replicate the form without capturing its essence. Frustrated, she cast aside the beast's hide, puffing her cheeks in irritation, then turned her gaze to the skewered meat sizzling over the flames, the rich aroma wafting through the air as juices dripped and hissed. She felt a sense of pride in her grilling proficiency. How many had she slain? Kaido nodded, indicating that he likely departed around noon, which meant that Tong had spent the afternoon slaying 15 beasts. You surpass my expectations. He settled down, devouring roasted meat with fervor. Within half an hour, he consumed nearly 10 tons of meat, and then he uncorked his wine gourd, taking several hearty swigs. Tomorrow, I'll teach you the 6 marine styles. As for how much you can grasp, that hinges on your own comprehension. In the flickering firelight, Kaido's muscles gleamed with a bronze luster, radiating brilliance. The 6 marine styles, Tong articulated clearly. Chapter 91. Bedding dawn broke, its radiant light piercing the tranquil stillness of Dragonstone Island, golden rays filtering through the dense foliage, evaporating the dewdrops upon the grass. In the heart of Dragonstone Island, In a spacious area, Tong squatted atop the head of a gargoyle, tilting her head to observe Kaido. The 6 marine styles transcend the limits of the human body, necessitating relentless training and refinement, emphasizing speed, precision, ferocity, and practicality. It is a martial art of lethal intent. Noticing Tong's puzzled expression, Kaido refrained from lengthy explanations, stating, "In any case, I will demonstrate it for you." With a clear understanding of the 6 marine styles, Kaido intentionally slowed his movements to ensure Tong could observe the techniques and grasp the essentials. He demonstrated shave, finger pistol, tempest kick, iron block, moonwalk, and paper drawing in succession. Witnessing the actual movements, Tong's eyes sparkled with understanding. This was far more immediate and comprehensible than convoluted written explanations. She committed the techniques and their nuances to memory and commenced her practice, with Kaido providing guidance alongside her. Not quite. Shave requires you to unleash a flurry of steps in an instant, using explosive power to solidify the air beneath your feet. However, you must be even swifter and lighter. Even if you can execute a dozen steps in a heartbeat, you must control your direction of movement. What is moonwalk? While it may not possess the explosive power of shave, the principles are similar. Lightness is key. Whether alternating the power of your legs or using them simultaneously, maintaining rhythm is essential. This is incorrect. Focus your strength, condense your power, envision it. The essence of tempest kick and finger pistol lies in speed, precision, and ferocity. Begin by learning to concentrate your strength, transforming your fingers into steel, and piercing through the gargoyle before you. It is piercing, not shattering. Your control over power still requires refinement. Indeed, it has improved significantly this time. However, the latter part of your performance was less than satisfactory. Meanwhile, at the Hasam Arena, following the fierce battles of the previous day's group matches, the competitors who advanced include Group A's Sawtooth Kimura, Group B's Boxer Johnny, Group C's Babanuous, Group D's Undertaker Hart, Group E's Beastmaster Vandy, Group F's Shark King Shaq, Group G's Serpent Blade Spinu, and Group H's Naval. According to the tournament's progression, the matches will proceed in the format of Group A versus Group B, and so forth. Thus, we have Sawtooth Kimura facing Boxer Johnny, Babanuous against Undertaker Hart, Beastmaster Vandy contending with Shark King Shaq, and Serpent Blade Spinus squaring off against Naval. At this moment, the first match is unfolding with fervor. Sawtooth Kimura. A pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million, wields his sawtooth knife with a commanding presence, executing strikes that are both fierce and deadly. Boxer Johnny, while defending, retreats with tightly clenched fists, his focus razor-sharp, unwilling to afford any lapse in attention. As Kimura brings his knife down with a powerful slash, Johnny deftly dodges, the blade's edge shattering the stone floor, embedding itself into the ground, causing a flicker of concern on Kimura's face. Die. Johnny sneers, embodying the patience required of a boxer, waiting for the opportune moment. Seizing the instant Kimura draws his knife, Johnny launches a piercing punch, propelled by the force of the wind. As the punch closes in, Kimura's expression shifts from surprise to a sinister grin. The blade twists, and a glimmer of cold light erupts. In an instant, Kimura has maneuvered behind Johnny, his hands gripping the sawtooth knife, blood cascading from the blade. Johnny, akin to a statue, stands frozen on the arena floor, his eyes wide with disbelief. A spurt of blood suddenly erupts, and Johnny collapses, the crimson spray dispersing around him. Immediately, the commentator Jesse announces Kimura's victory. Pirate Kimura, a formidable fighter, muses the noble Andy, swirling his goblet of wine with fervor in his eyes. I have yet to attempt taming a pirate. This could present an intriguing challenge. You think you could tame a pirate with a bounty of over 100 million? Zord retorts, dousing Andy's enthusiasm with cold water. This is Hasam. Nothing is impossible, mister. Zord, Andy replies with a light-hearted smile, his words carrying an underlying implication. It appears you have yet to place a successful wager since the commencement of the tournament. It seems your judgment may not be as keen as you believe. You, Zord, infuriated by the repeated jabs, yearns to silence Andy, yet recognizes that engaging in verbal sparring with him is futile. He turns his head away, disinterested in further contention. Who are the next 2 contenders? Inquires the opulently adorned Babbage. Among the trio, Babbage is the wealthiest. Upon hearing his question, Zord promptly responds, Babanuous will face Undertaker Hart. Babbage ponders for a moment, then glances at Zord. Mr. Zord, who do you favor? Zord casts a sidelong glance at Andy, noting his calm demeanor as he sips his Lafite, confirming that he won't interject. He then states, Undertaker Hart is a renowned mortician from the kingdom of Quindon, known as the Reaper of the battlefield. He appeared to be concerned that Babbage might not believe him, and continued, "You saw the previous match. He won effortlessly, with great ease. As for Babanuus, he is a clumsy brute, someone I have never even heard of. The fact that he managed to advance from Group C is a testament to the fierce battles he endured. It is abundantly clear to anyone that the Undertaker is bound to win this match. So, do you wager on the Undertaker's victory?" Babbage inquired. "Absolutely," Zod exclaimed with excitement. "This is a match devoid of suspense. I wager 10 million bellies on the Undertaker." Just as Zod had articulated, the odds of Babanuus defeating the Undertaker were 1 to 10, and it was swiftly predicted. The betting was orchestrated by the Antonio family, while the remaining 3 noble families had their clandestine connections to profit from the wagers. At that moment, the 3 servants approached, whispering softly among themselves. Zod's expression shifted as he glanced towards the cloaked figure in the blue stands, exclaiming in astonishment, "That person is betting 200 million bellies on Babanuus's victory? Have you identified him? Could it be that someone from the Antonio family is attempting to manipulate the odds? 200 million bellies is no trifling sum. One would not dare wager such an amount without absolute certainty. Although the Antonio family is the foremost nobility, they would not dare offend the other 3 families." After contemplating, Zod coldly smirked. "Perhaps he is a fool seeking exorbitant profits. Such individuals I shall ensure lose thoroughly today. Increase my stake to 30 million bellies." The servants hastily went to make arrangements. "Since Mr. Zod is wagering 40 million bellies on the Undertaker's victory, I shall place a wager of 10 million bellies on Babanuus winning," Andy said with a smile. "You are destined to lose, Andy." Zod glared at him. "It's merely 10 million bellies. Consider it a stroke of luck." Andy replied, unperturbed. Zod was infuriated. "Are you deliberately opposing me? Mr. Zod, do not misunderstand. I am betting on Babanuus simply because you are backing the Undertaker. Regardless, you are bound to have misfortune today. Betting against you is surely a winning strategy. Is it not?" "You." Zod felt personally attacked. "Well, I shall also change my bet to Babanuus. Although I am quite wealthy, I wouldn't mind having a bit more," Babbage remarked. At that, Zod and Andy fell momentarily silent. Scene transition. The poor town Red Dog was swept by the current to a small island, where a little girl in patched clothes discovered him on the beach and, along with her grandmother, dragged him back home. Chapter 92. The Eye of the Storm. 200 million belly rests upon the prowess of Barbarius. Renowned for his signature combat skill, the Inferno Calamity. Having witnessed several bouts, he is acutely aware of Barbarius's current vulnerabilities. The Undertaker, Haltet, secures his victories with ease and grace. However, Jin discerns that, based on the fluctuations of his aura, Barbarius is not significantly inferior to him. Moreover, Barbarius has yet to unleash the powers of his stone fruit, which he previously demonstrated before Jin, indicating that as long as he does not encounter a user of Haki, he remains virtually invincible. Jin's aura is subdued, his brilliance concealed, as he quietly observes the unfolding battle. At this moment, Barbarius has crossed the threshold of fate and positioned himself on the arena stage. The surrounding stands are filled with jeers, with few believing in his potential triumph. Having endured several setbacks, Barbarius has tempered his mindset, remaining unperturbed by the derision, merely casting a glance towards the stands and offering Jin a slight nod. The Undertaker, Haltet, brandishes a long-handled black scythe, his figure draped in loose attire, adorned with a half-black, half-white jester mask enveloped in a shroud of darkness. Barbarius stands resolute, his nerves taut. He has observed the Undertaker's combat style. His movements are swift, and his strikes are ferocious. Engaging without utilizing his abilities would undoubtedly lead to a grueling struggle, and once locked in a fierce contest, defeat is imminent. As the 2 combatants stand apart, every gaze in the arena converges upon them, the atmosphere charged with intensity. The second match commences, with the announcer Jesse's voice resonating. The audience erupts into fervent cheers, while Barbarius adopts his stance, channeling a measure of his armament Haki as he advances with a powerful punch. The Undertaker roots himself firmly, exuding stability and strength. As Barbarius's fist hurtles towards his chest, he neither flinches nor retreats. Instead, he grips the black scythe with a sideways hold, aiming to cleave Barbarius in 2. Barbarius, having anticipated this maneuver, adeptly leverages the air, his foot striking with such force that it fractures the atmosphere like shattered glass, allowing him to shift just enough to narrowly evade the blow. Was that just the Navy's 6 styles technique, Soru? In the stands, the keen-eyed spectators immediately recognized the borrowing technique employed by Babanus. However, It was merely an unfinished product. True mastery of the shave technique allows one to instantaneously shift several meters. The Navy's 6 styles are not uncommon in this maritime region. Yet the methods of their practice are predominantly controlled by the Navy and certain clandestine channels. Many have not personally experienced the technique but have witnessed its execution. In truth, Babanis's shave is indeed an incomplete version, hardly qualifying as even that. Initially, Elena had commanded Kaido to instruct these pirates in the Navy's 6 styles. As a genuine combatant, Babanis, possessing mediocre fighting capabilities, naturally became one among the numerous trainees. Although he had endured years of struggle alongside Queen, his physical constitution was not particularly exceptional. After only 2 days of training, he had achieved some proficiency in the shave technique, albeit to an inconsistent degree. The half-formed shave he had just executed stemmed from his instinct to resort to his abilities in a moment of panic, thereby escaping into the arena. The Undertaker, slightly taken aback, swiftly advanced, his movements as swift as autumn winds sweeping through fallen leaves, forceful yet enigmatic. Almost simultaneously, multiple afterimages emerged in the arena, encircling Babanis. Countless phantoms appeared, the black sickle transforming into a blade-like fortress, stirring up sand and gravel from the ground, leaving behind erratic scratches on the surface. Cold sweat trickled down Babanis's forehead as he concentrated intensely, attempting to discern the precise location of the Undertaker amidst the phantoms. However, his observation haki had yet to reach fruition. Relying solely on his eyesight made it exceedingly difficult to distinguish between the real and the illusory. He could only faintly identify the Undertaker's position through his exceptional hearing. Suddenly, a blade struck from behind, catching Babanis off guard. He startled and quickly evaded, but the blade carved a narrow fissure into the ground. Babanis felt a sense of familiarity, yet could not recall where he had seen this before. Jaws, furrowing his brow, appeared deep in thought. "Did you not notice the direction he was observing?" remarked Malco with a smile. "Moreover, the last individual we encountered on the island with Jean was indeed him. Then, is he one of Kaido's subordinates?" Jaws' expression shifted to one of realization, though he mused that Jin's overwhelming presence had overshadowed Babanis' existence. "He is on the verge of defeat," Jaws observed intently, his gaze fixed on the match, where Babanis was increasingly showing signs of decline. "I beg to differ," Malco replied, teasingly withholding his thoughts. "Though Babanis appears to be in disarray, he displays not a hint of panic upon his face. One devoid of confidence would never exhibit such composure." Jaws furrowed his brow, remaining silent as his gaze remained fixed on the arena, where the battle persisted for over 30 rounds. "He must win," Marge suddenly remarked. Just as Marge had predicted, Barbunas pressed his hand against the ground, causing the arena to distort unexpectedly, erupting with dozens of stone spikes that thrust the Undertaker into the air. These stone spikes moved with the agility of octopus tentacles, altering direction and length, piercing the Undertaker like arrows. The black scythe clattered to the ground, blood dripping from its edge. The commentator, taken aback by this display, took a moment to regain composure before declaring Barbunas the victor. The audience erupted in astonishment. Zod roared, while Andy and Babbage exchanged glances and raised their glasses in celebration. "Is this fellow truly an ability user?" Jaws pondered in disbelief. "Those stone pillars were conjured by him. I heard that during the Depugia Island incident, several devil fruits were auctioned off that night, only to end up in Kaido's hands and given to such an ordinary subordinate. What a waste," he mused. "Has that lunatic Kaido lost his mind? It seems he has indeed been expanding his influence." Marge narrowed his eyes, contemplating. "So, Kaido has truly set his sights on the nation of Hazem. The situation is dire." Jaws' expression grew solemn. "Hazem is an ally of the world government. Kaido's interest in Hazem is anything but wise. An invasion of this nation would equate to a declaration of war against the world government." Marge maintained his composure, stating, "Let that madman Kaido deal with the headaches. If the world government were as easy to challenge as that, it would not have remained unshaken for hundreds of years. Neither Rox nor Roger managed to destabilize the world government during their eras. Most seeking refuge under Whitebeard were non-allied nations of the world government, along with a portion of relatively weaker nations striving to survive in these waters. Pirates occupying and ruling over weaker allied nations would prompt the world government to decide whether to mobilize troops for defense based on the costs and benefits. However, Hazem is different. It is a formidable military power, contributing vast sums in tribute. Should Hazem be invaded, the world government would undoubtedly intervene, leading to significant upheaval. This matter necessitates informing Father. Perhaps we should prepare in advance," Jaws contemplated. With over 170 allied nations of the world government, summoning the scattered powerful individuals would unleash a cataclysmic storm upon these waters. Chapter 93. The Brutal Shark King in the Palace of Hazem. Avril stood before the floor-to-ceiling window dressed in a pale lotus-colored gown, the curtains fluttering in the gentle breeze as she gathered her dark tresses. Captain Rona of the Royal Guard stood behind her, his demeanor respectful yet aloof. Avril's almond eyes narrowed slightly as she spoke. So, a third of the arena's revenue flows into the hands of the Antonio family. No wonder there are significant discrepancies in the accounts presented. It seems Phelps has embezzled the funds. You ensure that there is no third party aware of your investigation, correct? No. Ronan pondered for a moment, his face reflecting concern. Princess Avril, it appears that Mr. Phelps has been engaged in embezzlement for several years, and the amassed wealth must be quite substantial. It strikes me as peculiar. What does he intend to do with such a significant sum? Antonio, the foremost among the four noble families of Hazem, commanded nearly half of the kingdom's military power and wielded immense influence. Many of King Akiadvi's decisions had to take Phelps' sentiments into account. Avril did not directly address his inquiry, but instead asked, "Has Phelps been in contact with anyone recently?" "Director O'Neill spent nearly 2 hours with him yesterday," Ronan replied, furrowing his brow, suddenly incredulous. "Could it be? Let us conclude our discussion here, Captain Ronan," Avril interjected. She already understood that O'Neill was implicated in Phelps' misdeeds. But both were powerful figures within the kingdom, surrounded by many eyes and ears in the palace. It was prudent to tread lightly. Ronan seemed to have more to say to validate the conjecture swirling in his mind, yet he recognized the gravity of the matter and refrained from reckless speculation. "Considering the time, the arena must be preparing for Shark's appearance," Avril said. "Please inform the palace to prepare a banquet once Shark claims the championship. I wish to celebrate his victory." Avril gazed at the distant, bustling streets, her eyes flickering as she contemplated something unknown. Despite Barbuna's victory in the match, which awarded Jean a fortune of 2 billion, he exhibited little emotional change. "Lord Jean, the intelligence investigation has been completed," a voice suddenly floated in from behind. Rigo leaned in closer, whispering tidbits into Jin's ear. "The advantageous conditions are indeed aligned with our interests." Jean narrowed his eyes. "Report this to the boss and gauge his thoughts. If all goes as planned, when they incite rebellion and chaos, we will seize Hazem in one fell swoop." "I shall attend to this immediately." Rigo seemed to envision the imminent scenario, turning to leave the arena in search of a secluded spot to contact Kaido. Meanwhile, in the arena, the anticipation for the first fighter, Shark, was palpable, surpassing the cheers for the beast tamer, Vandy. The crowd erupted into a frenzy of applause and roars. The popularity of Shark, the first fighter, was astonishing. Vandy, clad in a pirate hat and wielding a 15-section steel whip, sported a mustache and large copper-ringed eyes, his robust frame resembling a sturdy cypress rooted firmly in place. He exuded a calm and composed demeanor, as if he were entirely at ease. Many spectators who had bet on Shark found themselves taken aback by Vandy's tranquility, curiously inquiring among themselves, "Who is this beast tamer? Why does he not seem the slightest bit intimidated by Shark? Who knows? Perhaps he is simply a fool unaware of the formidable reputation of Hazem's first fighter, Shark." A half-joking remark came from a companion nearby. "You truly are quite ignorant," a robust man sneered, his voice light yet cutting. "The beast tamer Vandy is known as the executioner of the kingdom of Montiast. His steel whip has claimed countless lives." "Executioner? I've never heard of him," someone scoffed dismissively. "Before the Shark King, everything is trivial. No one can defeat the Shark King." The robust man's expression faltered, and he retorted defiantly, "The beast tamer Vandy will surely vanquish the Shark King." Instantly, the two were embroiled in a heated argument, their faces flushed with emotion. Meanwhile, Shaq and Vandy had already engaged in combat. Vandy wielded his 15-section steel whip like a sinuous serpent, slicing through the air with the intent to strike Shaq's chest. The whip clashed against Shaq's torso with a series of metallic clangs, sparks flying as it forced Shaq back several steps. On the surface, it appeared that Vandy held the advantage, yet his countenance remained grim. He could keenly sense that his whip, capable of piercing iron plates, had failed to breach Shaq's defenses. What kind of rigorous training must one undergo to attain such formidable resilience? With a sharp mind, the beast tamer recognized the necessity of caution. Since he could not break through Shaq's defenses, he had to push him back and seize control of the arena to secure victory. Resolute in this thought, he swung his steel whip, extending it like a viper glowing with emerald light, fiercely striking at Shaq. In that moment, Shaq suddenly lifted his gaze, his eyes gleaming with icy resolve. "It's time, Shaq." As the words left his lips, he vanished from sight, leaving Vandy's whip to pierce the stone floor. Vandy hesitated, momentarily bewildered, and just as he sought Shaq's whereabouts, he felt a sudden weightlessness as he was hoisted high by an immense force. It was none other than the Shark King, Shaq, who lifted Vandy above his head, one hand grasping his shoulder while the other twisted his leg. Vandy's expression shifted dramatically. "You foul fish man, what do you intend to do?" In a panic, he attempted to drive his whip toward Shaq's neck. Shaq merely snorted derisively, opening his mouth wide to crush the whip into fragments of iron. With a powerful tug, he tore Vandy apart with a swift motion, blood cascading like a waterfall from Shaq's head, mingling with the fetid sin of entrails that clung to his shoulders before falling to the ground. Jaws deeply concurred and suggested, "Margot, should that mirror encounter any peril, we shall intervene. Once we have avenged him, we will depart from this land without delay." "Indeed. This is the very purpose of our journey." Margot narrowed his eyes, his tone turning frigid. In a small theater, herbal remedies. A pirate crew was pillaging the town of Plactus, and the herbal concoctions clutched by the patchwork girl Mina were overturned by the marauders, leaving her in tears. Chapter 94. The weak have no right to live. That Muir, captain of the 8th Division under the Whitebeard pirates, gained notoriety within the shadow of the world's strongest man, Whitebeard. Each captain under his banner subsequently entered the public consciousness, and Muir was no exception, having achieved considerable fame along the Grand Line. His adversary was the young pirate, Snakesword Spinu, who had recently garnered some fame. Muir had no time for idle banter. As the announcer declared the commencement of the match, he launched his assault first, employing his remarkable grip strength and bite force to subdue his opponent. Although he lacked the formidable prowess of Jinbei, who seamlessly integrated Fishman Karate and Fishman Jiu-Jitsu, Muir had immersed himself in Fishman Karate from a young age and swiftly defeated Snakesword Spinu in just a few exchanges. Thus, the semifinals were quickly arranged: Saw Blade Kimura versus Babinus and Shark King Shaq versus Muir. Meanwhile, Gene encountered some complications due to the substantial sum he had wagered. A representative responsible for overseeing the betting approached him, expressing concerns over the amount and wishing for him to personally discuss the matter backstage. Gene sneered inwardly. Having navigated the seas for many years, he had long seen through the vile tricks of these noble capitalists. Rather than confronting them directly, he followed the representative backstage. In the backstage corridor adorned with beast stone pillars, armored guards stood rigidly in 2 lines. At the end of the corridor loomed a nearly 10-meter-tall golden door, flanked by 2 statues, one wielding a sword and the other an axe. The representative led Gene to the grand door, paused, and gestured for him to enter. The door was thunderously pushed open by 4 guards. Before Gene lay a hall resembling flawless white jade, with jeweled stone columns and diminutive statues of half-naked warriors crouching reverently, holding a square basin. A red carpet stretched through the center of the hall, flanked by dozens of guards standing with solemn expressions. At the end of the carpet stood a white jade table, sunlight cascading through the stained glass, illuminating the table's surface. A middle-aged man clad in an opulent silver-threaded robe reclined on an intricately carved bench before the jade table, his eyes as cold as the frigid winter. He appeared to be in his early 40s, and his gaze did not linger on Gene for long before he spoke in a detached tone. "You are the one who wagered 200 million berries on Babinus and emerged victorious?" "I am Antonio Forte, the younger brother of General Phelps of the Kingdom's army." Gene possessed a towering stature, cloaked in mystery, and to Fort, such individuals were merely pretentious. He appeared to be born of a superior lineage. Casting a sidelong glance filled with utter disdain, "Where did you acquire such a vast fortune of 200 million berries?" "Just yesterday. 200 million went missing from the storeroom. We have every right to suspect you of theft. With odds of 1 to 10, should he be compelled to repay, including the principal, he would owe a staggering 2,200 million berries. In this realm, where nations are forged upon islands, that sum equates to nearly a decade's revenue for an ordinary country. Even for a powerful nation like Hazem, it approximates their annual earnings." Fort, representing Phelps, held full authority over the arena's betting operations. He had resided in this position for many years, acutely aware of its implications. To extract 2,200 million berries from him was akin to extracting a tooth from a tiger, utterly inconceivable. Hence, he sought to evade responsibility, fabricating accusations against the bettor so that he could pocket their 200 million berries without recompense. The mere thought of his cunning left Fort basking in self-satisfaction. "Are you attempting to pull a fast one?" "Such base tactics," Gene rasped, a cold smile gracing his lips. You, pitiful weakling, ought to refrain from targeting me. Fort, momentarily taken aback, was soon consumed by indignation. He waved his hand dismissively, commanding those around him, I cannot comprehend your words. Seize him. Kill the defector on the spot. The surrounding guards swiftly unsheathed their swords, advancing with precision and a steady gait, clearly illustrating their extensive training as the elite of the Millen people. Fort wore a mocking expression, seemingly envisioning Jin's imminent demise. Just as the guards closed in, swords raised to strike, an explosive surge of furious, searing sword energy erupted from Jin's core. It resembled a blood-red rose adorned with thorns, ruthless and predatory, shattering the weapons of dozens of guards. The fierce sword energy raged like a tempest, relentlessly battering the guards' armor, scorching and cleaving through it. The entire episode transpired in the blink of an eye, fluid and seamless, leaving onlookers to believe the guards had barely approached Jin before being sent reeling. They remained oblivious to the very origins of the scorched sword marks upon their armor. Jin stood resolutely, the ground beneath him charred black within a radius of several meters, flames licking the red carpet beneath. Fort's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression a portrait of incredulity. These guards were seasoned warriors, meticulously selected from the inherently combative Millen people, each capable of taking on 10 opponents single-handedly. Yet, these so-called elite fighters had been vanquished in an instant by the cloaked man before him. They hadn't even lasted a single exchange. Cold sweat poured down his brow, his throat dry and constricted. He had never anticipated that this seemingly ordinary towering figure harbored such concealed might. Accustomed to arrogance and dominance, he had unwittingly encountered a formidable adversary this time. Escape was imperative. He must flee. This notion took root in Fort's mind, prompting him to call for help while desperately attempting to flee. However, a long blade was already poised just inches from his eye. A slight thrust forward would pierce his eyeball and penetrate his skull. Do you believe you can escape? Jin's voice was cold. Fort dared not move, his face ashen, a pungent odor emanating from below. He pleaded, do not kill me. I can give you money. 20 billion berries. No, 22 billion berries. Under normal circumstances, Jin would have relished the opportunity to torment and torture him slowly. Yet he currently lacked interest and wished to avoid further entanglement with Fort. Where's the money? Fort, fearing for his life, quickly replied, it's all in the warehouse behind. No sooner had he spoken than Jin's blade pierced through his skull, the tip emerging behind his eye, blood cascading down. Fort's mouth gaped open, and he could not comprehend when Jin's blade had penetrated his head until his last breath. Jin withdrew the sword, sweeping it to the side as flames erupted from the blade, vaporizing the blood. The weak have no right to live, he declared, sheathing his weapon. Scene. The pirates laughed raucously as they ransacked Mina and Grandma's humble abode, inadvertently awakening the previously unconscious Akainu. After a brief moment of eye contact between the pirates and Akainu, the former attempted to flee only to be instantly subdued by Akainu, leaving Mina in shock. Chapter 95. Sea Beast Jin approached the warehouse at the back of the great hall and effortlessly broke open the copper door. Upon seeing the treasures within, he was momentarily taken aback before retrieving a transponder snail from his pocket to contact Rigo, speaking succinctly, I need you to come to the backstage of the arena. Guided by his observation haki, Rigo quickly located Jin. Upon surveying the warehouse filled with gold, silver, jewels, and rare antiques, he couldn't help but gasp in awe. Truly, the Hazem is remarkable. A single warehouse holds such wealth. I cannot fathom the treasures in the royal treasury. Roughly estimating, he concluded the value to be nearly 30 billion berries. Regaining his composure, Rigo suggested, we currently lack the means to transport these treasures. Once Babanuus finishes his match, we should have him use his abilities to conceal these riches. Jin concurred with Rigo's proposal, stating, be cautious upon entry and exit. We cannot let anyone discover this. Rest assured, Lord Jin, Rigo replied with a smile, rising to depart the warehouse and head towards the arena. At that moment in the arena, Babanuus was locked in a fierce battle with Sawtooth Komura. In terms of pure physical combat, Babanuus was no match for Komura, yet he adeptly utilized the remarkable capabilities of the stone fruit to hold his ground, resulting in a stalemate. As Rigo observed, he suddenly noticed several men clad in white windbreakers high in the black stands. They were thoroughly bundled up, obscuring their faces, and carried wrapped, rod-like objects on their shoulders. Rigo murmured to himself, audible only to his ears, have they already begun their operation? In the arena, Babarnis faced off against Che Mira in a series of exchanges. ultimately harnessing the power of the stone fruit to merge with the arena itself, transforming into a towering half-stone giant over 30 meters high. Utilizing the advantageous terrain of the arena, he triumphed over Chimera. The victor, Babarnis, raised his fists and surveyed his surroundings, exclaiming in a display of the splendor of conquest. Noticing Rigo's signal, he departed the arena and returned to the waiting hall, where he conferred with Rigo. After explaining the situation, Babarnis followed Rigo to the warehouse, where they relocated the treasures within to the depths below. Meanwhile, in the dark underbelly of the Hazem underground port, a profound silence enveloped the space. Situated 60 meters beneath the surface, illuminated only by a few dim, flickering lights, a chill river flowed through, its waters whispering softly, when suddenly, sounds from the depths of the port emerged, resembling the distant roar of ocean waves, growing ever closer and louder. In an instant, these sounds coalesced into a thundering roar akin to a tsunami, as the river's waters surged violently, rising to engulf the stone corridors on either side. The air was thick with the briny sin of the sea, accompanied by the clanking of iron chains. From the shadows, pairs of glowing red eyes flickered ominously, their brightness chilling and fearsome. As footsteps approached, the owners of these eyes gradually revealed themselves, massive, toothy amphibious sea kings, each bound with cold chains. Upon their backs rode several burly men clad in black, armed with advanced weaponry, their faces twisted into sinister grins. Listen well, win this war, and you shall be hailed as the heroes of the new Hazem, proclaimed the Warden O'Neill, rallying the Sea King army and inspiring his subordinates. We have long suffered under the oppression of the Achaead royal family. It is time to strike back. Down with Achaead 6. Down with him. Down with him. Down with him. The black-clad men echoed his fervent cries, their expressions wild with enthusiasm. O'Neill was pleased with the response of his troops. The underground port was a covert passage he had constructed from the 4th level of Hazem prison, leading directly to the Hazem arena. Once Shaq emerged victorious in the finals, Achaead 6 would personally present the award to him. As soon as Phelps' gunshots rang out, it would be time for him to make his entrance. A storm was on the brink of engulfing the Hazem prison kingdom. Bright and sunny, with clear skies, the Moby Dick awaited. Old man, if Jaw's report is accurate, that madman Kaido has set his sights on the Hazem prison kingdom. Captain Bista of the 5th Division spoke. Whitebeard, Big Mom. Both were once regarded as the kings of the world, formidable figures aboard the rock ship, while Kaido was merely a fledgling pirate in training. However, after the incident at God Valley, where the ambitions of Rocks to seize the world were shattered by Marine Vice Admiral Garp and Roger, the Rocks pirates disbanded, each member pursuing their own path. The apprentice pirate Kaido, leveraging his extraordinary strength, swiftly earned the respect of many ferocious pirates, continuously expanding his influence, subtly positioning himself to rival Whitebeard and Big Mom. Now, he has set his sights on Hazem, which will undoubtedly stir the world. That lad has quite the appetite. Whitebeard squinted, taking a swig of liquor. Hazem is a member of the world government. Swallowing it whole could ignite a devastating backlash. Old man, are we to remain passive? Sachi inquired, with the other captains also gazing expectantly at Whitebeard. Whitebeard grinned, a hearty laugh escaping him. That brat truly gives one cause for concern. He sank to Pugia Island, and news just came in that he destroyed a naval fortress last night. This rascal is turning the seas into chaos. With his laughter, the air roared and churned, the space around them fracturing into a web of rifts, the sails taut against the wind, the clouds swirling rapidly overhead. The expressions of the captains shifted dramatically. Even though Whitebeard was deliberately suppressing his aura, they could not help but feel the overwhelming presence of the world's strongest man, their blood boiling and hearts racing. Let the Marines deal with the headache, Whitebeard chuckled. Have Marco ensure that Muir is protected. By the way, has Gaminio been located? Recently, there were sightings of him at Starfish Island, but when our men arrived, he had vanished, Sachi reported. The captains murmured Gaminio's name, their expressions varying. Vista voiced his concern. Old man, his abilities are quite peculiar. Even Marco would find it challenging to subdue him, and his counter-surveillance skills are exceptionally strong, making it difficult to locate him. Curse that rascal Gaminio for bringing trouble upon us. He sullies the name of our father. Many captains gritted their teeth, filled with loathing, injuring our own and betraying trust. We cannot allow him to disrupt the rules aboard the Whitebeard pirates. He must be captured. Yet, Whitebeard remained steadfast, like an indomitable mountain, gazing toward the horizon of the ocean, lost in thought. In a comedic interlude, a Kainu, with bandages wrapped around his head, begrudgingly assisted with carpentry under the guidance of the little teacher Mina, appearing quite impatient, inadvertently melting the hammer in his grip. Chapter 96. Fishman Karate. As the announcer declared the conclusion of the second semifinal, the impatient Muir was the first to ascend the arena. He had long awaited this battle. In those years, he was powerless, unable to rescue his compatriots from the clutches of Shaq. Forced to watch helplessly as Shaq led his pirates to raid and incinerate his homeland, slaughtering his fellow countrymen. Now, the moment for vengeance has arrived. Nam stood in the arena, surveying his surroundings, his gaze sharp as a blade, coldly fixated on the iron gates. With a thunderous crash, the gates swung open, stirring a light dust as, amidst the cheers of the audience, King Shark Shaq strode through the door of destiny, entering the arena with heavy steps. He raised his arms in a flamboyant display, showcasing his robust, primal physique, muscles rippling with raw, untamed beauty, emitting a beastly roar that ignited the fervor of the crowd. The commentator, Jesse, was filled with excitement, proclaiming, "This is a battle of immense spectacle. My goodness, just received word, dear audience. You may find the name of the dark horse Nam somewhat familiar. Indeed, his true identity is." Jesse paused for dramatic effect, capturing the audience's undivided attention. Inhaling deeply before exclaiming, "That man, known for his fearsome reputation alone, is capable of silencing the cries of children, the most formidable and notorious pirate of the seas. Edward Newgate, the Whitebeard. And our contestant Nam is the captain of the 8th Division of the pirate crew led by that very man, a powerful merman, Nam." The name of Whitebeard echoed far and wide, a beacon of his era, a target for countless formidable challengers. Tales of Whitebeard's terrifying exploits circulated wherever humanity existed, be it the Four Seas, the Grand Line, or the Red Continent. Just as Jesse had predicted, upon revealing Nam's background, the audience's expression shifted dramatically, revealing shock and trepidation. Yet, someone shouted, "This is precisely the kind of battle we crave. It makes the contest worthwhile. Come on, Nam, defeat King Shark." Almost everyone in the stands rose to cheer for Nam. The presence of a captain from the Whitebeard pirates was of little concern to them. They yearned for the visceral thrill of combat. Jesse relished this fervent atmosphere. Having introduced Nam, he swiftly redirected the conversation to King Shark. His opponent was none other than the reigning champion of the Hazem Arena, a respected fighter who instilled fear in the hearts of criminals, the most formidable warden of Hazem, King Shark Shaq. The outcome of this monumental clash remained uncertain, and the question lingered: who would emerge victorious? Just as Jesse was about to announce the commencement of the battle, a soldier from the Royal Guard approached him, whispering a few words. His expression transformed into one of astonishment. Under the puzzled gazes of the audience, Jesse cleared his throat, the atmosphere ripe with anticipation. A sly smile gradually spreading across his face. "Ladies and gentlemen in attendance, before we commence the match, allow me to introduce a distinguished guest, the king of the Hazem Kingdom, His Majesty Akiad VI." Suddenly, a resounding blast of horns echoed around the perimeter of the arena, commanding the attention of the audience. A contingent of royal guards, impeccably aligned, swiftly formed 2 rows, leaving a central pathway open. The guards raised the golden banners symbolizing the Hazem totem, creating a majestic display that dispelled the dust in the air and evoked a sense of reverence. At that moment, a man, adorned with a jade-encrusted crown and draped in a crimson robe, his expression stern and hair grizzled, strode confidently through the ranks of the guards and took his seat in the most spacious and lavishly decorated area of the stands. He was the supreme ruler of the Hazem prison kingdom, His Majesty, the 6th Ikeyad. The atmosphere in the stands turned peculiar, as the expressions on the faces of the crowd grew strange, plunging the arena into a brief silence. The 6th Ikeyad furrowed his brow, his displeasure evident as he cast a cold gaze around the arena. The audience quivered in response, instinctively rising to their feet, rigidly chanting the name of Ikeyad. The king had left the palace. It was truly astonishing. I hadn't seen the king in half a year. However, from the lowest tier of the black stands, someone whispered in hushed tones, "Lower your voice. Speaking ill of the king can lead to death at the hands of the guards." His companion's voice trembled, fear etched upon his face. To outsiders, Hazem appeared as a formidable war nation, a fortified bastion against external threats. Yet, for the majority of the marginalized Millen people, who suffered relentless exploitation from the ruling class, the aspirations to join the royal army were exceedingly rare. Those who could not enlist continued to endure oppression and servitude. In their struggle for survival, many Millen individuals chose to become fighters, yet the odds of surviving the arena's brutality were dismally low. Moreover, King Ikeyad VI was notorious for his indulgence in debauchery, spending his days lost in excess, rarely attending to the affairs of state. His inherent paranoia had led him to eliminate numerous mid- to low-tier Milan individuals. Even though many of the lower-class Milan harbored deep-seated grievances, they remained silent. Cowed by the tyrannical presence of Ikead VI. Though he appeared to be in his 70s, the king was actually just over 50. Years of excess had ravaged his physique. Ikead VI glanced at the two competitors in the arena before turning his attention to the stiff-faced commentator, Jesse, and frowned. Isn't this a competition? Why hasn't it started yet? Sensing the king's palpable dissatisfaction, Jesse forced a strained smile and announced, the second semi-final match is about to commence. Meyer had long been impatient. Upon hearing the commentator's declaration, he assumed the traditional stance of the fishman martial arts and unleashed a powerful punch forward. Tank Sawa. Bang. A resounding explosion echoed through the arena, yet the scene remained unchanged, causing the audience to furrow their brows in confusion as they wondered why Namur was striking at the air. However, their perplexity soon dissipated when they witnessed a wave of energy emanating from Namur, sweeping outward like a tempest, instantly clearing the dust from the arena. Shark King Shaq gasped as the wave reached him, distinctly feeling the force of a shockwave generated from nowhere pushing towards him. Under the astonished gazes of the spectators, Shaq's body was abruptly propelled backward. It was the fishman karate. Some in the audience brightened at the recognition of this fishman's secret technique. Fishman karate? Some found the term somewhat familiar and inquired, what is fishman karate? Much like the 8 treasure pistol of the flower country. Fishman karate is a secret art passed down within the fishman tribe, and the Sun Pirates boast several masters of this technique. Notable among them are Fisher Tiger, the captain of the Sun Pirates, and the legendary pirate Jinbei. Fisher Tiger, known for storming the Holy Land a year prior to liberate slaves, has since become a target of a substantial bounty from the world government, yet he remains at large, with his influence only growing. Note, Fisher Tiger died 12 years prior to the Straw Hat Crew's arrival in Wano, while this narrative unfolds 14 years ago, indicating Fisher Tiger is still alive. Chapter 97. Namur vs. Shark King. Unlike the spectators outside, Shaq, possessing ancient fishman lineage, could perceive more distinctly the moment Namur unleashed a straight punch. The moisture in the surrounding air seemed to be manipulated by an unseen force, rapidly expanding outward, transforming into a powerful shockwave that reverberated through the arena. The immense thrust propelled Shaq several meters back. An ordinary individual would surely have been sent tumbling out of the ring and into the forest of swords. Yet, Shaq was no ordinary being. With his muscles taut and his toes embedded like steel blades into the arena floor, he carved 2 deep gashes into the ground, stabilizing his stance. His gaze was piercing as he strode purposefully towards Namur, who let out a cold snort and executed another tanka-washing punch. However, this time, its effect was notably diminished. Shaq merely hesitated for a brief moment before fiercely tearing through the shockwave. With a sudden surge of strength, he stomped down with such force that the ground erupted beneath him. With a swift sound, he moved like a flash of light, instantly appearing behind Namur, his wrist blade shimmering like a razor, glinting with a cold luster as he propelled himself forward, aiming directly for Namur's back. The moment he stepped onto the stage, Namur had already activated his observation haki. Although his proficiency was still lacking, preventing him from accurately pinpointing Shaq's rapid movement, the instant Shaq materialized behind him, he was locked onto by Namur's haki. Reacting swiftly, Namur crouched low, channeling his entire body's strength into his fist, striking Shaq squarely in the abdomen. The shark-washing punch. With a tremendous force capable of shattering thousands of tiles in an instant, Nyo-Air sent Shaku soaring through the air. His movements were decisive and swift as he positioned himself above Shaku, his fists tightly clenched, and struck ferociously against Shaku's chest. The impact resounded with a thunderous boom. Shaku's body plummeted like a falling arrow, crashing directly into the center of the arena, creating a deafening roar that shattered the surroundings and sent clouds of dust billowing into the air. Unbelievable, isn't it? Nyo-Air has managed to subdue Shaku? Many spectators wore expressions of disbelief. Yet, some among them remained unfazed, remarking that Shaku, being the world's strongest and most ruthless pirate and the captain of a formidable crew, naturally possessed such strength. Jaw's brow furrowed, his expression grave. Something felt amiss. Judging by the energy and the performances in recent battles, the strength of the Shark King should surpass that of Nyo-Air. How could Nyo-Air possibly overpower him? It was not surprising that Jaws held such reservations, as both he and Nyo-Air were captains within the Whitebeard pirates, sharing a strong bond, frequently engaging in friendly sparring to hone their skills. They had a clear understanding of each other's capabilities. Did they not observe the atmosphere in the arena? Margao, quick-witted, soon grasped the situation, stating, "Based on the information we have, while the Shark King may be taciturn, he is a natural performer." Performer? Jaws inquired, puzzled. He has claimed championship titles multiple times and is adept at manipulating the arena's atmosphere. Just look at the expressions of the crowd, and you will understand. He is feigning weakness. A competent performer knows to first build the atmosphere before launching a counterattack, Margao explained. This kind of theatrics is precisely what the audience yearns to witness. Jaws' eyes widened in realization. Are you suggesting? He quickly extended his observation haki into the depths of the dust cloud, and his expression shifted to one of astonishment. That fellow is indeed acting. In the stands, the oblivious onlookers were nervously sweating. Hey, the Shark King can't possibly be defeated this easily, can he? I've placed my bets on him. Many spectators eagerly anticipated the revelation of the situation hidden within the haze. Suddenly, a roar erupted from the dust, dispersing all the debris and causing a painful ringing in the ears of those present. That voice belonged to the Shark King. As expected, I knew he could not be defeated so easily. Observing the wild figure standing within the deep ravine of the arena, the crowd's anxiety transformed into delight. Shaku glared coldly at Nyoair, his shark-like hand morphing into a knife edge that struck the stage, a glaring crack spreading from beneath his strike to Nyoair's feet, nearly splitting the arena in two. Nyoair momentarily froze as a gust of energy erupted from the crack before him, forcing him to choke on the dust. Damn you. Shaku. Nyoair gritted his teeth, staring at the dark figure across from him, a fierce killing intent igniting within him. How dare you mock me? He was acutely aware of Shark's formidable strength, thus he resolved to cease concealing his own prowess. With a swift motion, he advanced towards Shark. Shark's foot struck the ground with tremendous force, causing one end of the arena's stone platform to abruptly rise, thrusting towards the descending Namer. Namer opened his jagged maw and, with a resounding crack, shattered the stone slab. Channeling his might, he unleashed 2,000 tiles worth of power, directing a fierce blow towards Shark's face. Even the onlookers could discern that this punch was at least as potent as the Tangchao washing fist. Witnessing Shark's apparent inability to evade, many spectators instinctively closed their eyes, unable to bear the thought of a gruesome scene unfolding. A deep, resonant thud echoed through the arena as Namer's triumphant grin lingered, for his fist had struck Shark's head with considerable impact. The venue fell into an eerie silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. However, it soon became apparent to Namer that something was amiss. His powerful strike had failed to budge Shark even a fraction. A look of shock swiftly painted Namer's face as Shark slowly turned his head, casting a cold, steely gaze upon him, his voice a low, gravelly whisper. Are you merely tickling me? Namer, in a state of panic, exclaimed, that was enough force to shatter 2,000 tiles. How is it possible that you remain unscathed? What must your body's resilience be to withstand such might? Now it was Shark's turn. He seized Namer's wrist, and in response to Namer's horrified expression, he swung him around as if wielding a club, relentlessly slamming Namer's face into the ground. The sound of heavy impacts reverberated throughout the arena, causing potted plants positioned along the spectators' corridors to topple, and the entire stands trembled slightly. The arena floor became pockmarked and cracked. Despite Namer's timely use of armament haki to shield vital areas, he could not cover his entire body in time. Shark's powerful strikes soon left Namer dazed and bleeding profusely. Incredible. The Shark King has vanquished the captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Truly, he is the foremost warrior of Hazem. The audience erupted in cheers. Feeling Namer's struggles cease, Shark tightened his grip on his wrist, lifting him before preparing to hurl him into the forest of swords. Suddenly, two figures dashed into the arena with blinding speed, like bolts of black lightning. In a brief interlude, inconsistent appearances. After much effort, Akainu finally assisted Mina in constructing a small dwelling. Mina praised Akainu, who, while feigning anger, was secretly pleased. Chapter 98. Chaos unfolds. Two shadowy figures, swift as lightning, surged into the arena. Shark felt as though an electric serpent had struck his wrist, causing him to instinctively loosen his grip, allowing Namer to be snatched away by one of the figures. Anger surged within him, and he prepared to step forward to reclaim his prize. But the other figure intercepted him, colliding with Shark. Let me have a go at you, savage. As if engaged in a titanic struggle, Jaws and Shaq clashed, causing the entire arena to tremble and a substantial circular segment to collapse. Meanwhile, Malgo confirmed that the mysterious figure had merely fainted. allowing a sigh of relief to escape him. He cast a cold glare at Shaq and declared, "I shall attend to that individual. Jaws, this brood is yours. Rest assured." "Malgo," Jaws replied, a smirk playing on his lips as he intensified his grip and taunted Shaq. "Is that all the strength you possess, barbarian?" Shaq, renowned for his ferocity and might, could hardly withstand Jaws' provocation. A glint of menace ignited in his eyes as the veins in his arms bulged and his strength surged, colliding violently with Jaws. The arena beneath their feet began to crumble rapidly under the force of their clash. At that moment, the spectators in the stands grasped the gravity of the situation. The sanctity of the arena despised any interference. Voices rose in protest against the two hooded figures, demanding their expulsion from the stage. King Akiyad VI, fully aware of the arena's significance to the valorous realm of Hazem, raised his hand decisively. "Anyone daring to intrude upon the sacred battleground shall be deemed a traitor and executed on the spot." At the periphery of the arena, the royal guard stood ready, weapons drawn, aiming at Malgo and Jaws upon the stage, fingers poised on triggers. Hundreds of bullets erupted, trailing white smoke as they pierced through the cloaks of the two men. Yet, a remarkable scene unfolded. One individual was enveloped in azure flames, the bullets vanishing into the blaze, either consumed or dissolved by the fire without effect. The other remained unmoving, producing a sharp clanging sound as bullets struck him, merely sparking before falling harmlessly to the ground. The spectators were left in awe, expressions of disbelief etched upon their faces. King Akiyad VI felt a flush of embarrassment wash over him. Gritting his teeth in exasperation, he barked, "Use firearms. Use blades. We must eliminate these insurrectionists by any means necessary." The guards surged forward, rushing into the fray, brandishing their bloodied weapons with fervor, aiming to strike down the two combatants. Malgo remained unfazed. One hand transformed into a wing of blue flames, tearing through the cloak, casting a vast shadow across half the arena as he fanned his wings, sweeping the approaching guards off the stage. Meanwhile, Jaws' body became visibly encrusted in diamond, a dark ink-like sheen enveloping him, shattering the cloak as the audience's expressions froze in horror, akin to witnessing a specter. Before them stood Malgo, the immortal phoenix, captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard pirates. He was among the earliest followers of Whitebeard, serving as the ship's doctor and recognized as the most distinguished figure among the captains under Whitebeard's command. His reputation soared high, regarded as Whitebeard's right-hand man. The other was Jaws, captain of the 3rd Division, known for his diamond-like resilience. Diamond Jaws was likewise a formidable force who joined the Whitebeard pirates early on, having fought through countless battles, his reputation soaring as a result. His strength surpassed even that of the giants. The spectators were on the brink of madness. As 3 captains of the Whitebeard pirates made their appearance in Hazem, the implications of which were unmistakable. Was the strongest pirate in that world, Whitebeard, setting his sights on Hazem? The people of Mirren gasped in astonishment, their thoughts racing. Rumors had long circulated that numerous kingdoms in this sea region had pledged allegiance to Whitebeard. It was evident that Hazem had not submitted, prompting him to choose Hazem as a target to send a warning to other nations. No one dared to confront the Whitebeard pirates head-on. Even the Navy and the world government maintained a respectful distance, allowing them to grow, adopting a stance of observation. Though Hazem was a warlike nation, this was only in relation to ordinary kingdoms. As long as the Navy and the world government remained resolute, Hazem would inevitably yield. Amidst the crowd, one individual clad in a white windbreaker discreetly opened his collar, revealing a miniature transponder snail within. He murmured, "Lord Phelps, there's been a situation on site. The identity of the troublemaker has been confirmed as a member of the Whitebeard pirates." The response was swift. "How fortuitous that the Whitebeard pirates have arrived. This can be conveniently blamed on them. Proceed with the plan. You will take the opportunity to assassinate the king and shift the blame onto the Whitebeard pirates. This way, I will not need to expend additional forces to capture Hazem. Once you signal, I will act." The man nodded in agreement. Understood. At this moment, Marco felt the public sentiment curiously turning against his father, Whitebeard, resulting in a wry smile. He knew that any attempt to explain would only exacerbate the situation. He turned to Jaws and urged, "Jaws, stop hesitating. Resolve this matter, and we will immediately retreat from Hazem." Jaws chuckled, "Leave it to me, Marco." Enveloped in an indestructible diamond exterior, Jaws felt a sudden increase in his strength as he tightened his grip. Shaq felt a sharp pain in his palm, his body instinctively recoiling. He had not anticipated that the brute before him would exhibit such exponential power upon transformation. The king, a Kaido 6, experienced a fluctuation of emotions. He had heard of the Whitebeard pirate's might, but surrounded by his subjects, he could not afford to lose face. Bolstered by the backing of the world government, his confidence surged, and he proclaimed with righteous indignation, "Pirates are nothing more than mere thieves of the sea, utterly insignificant." He commanded all soldiers and citizens of Mirin, expel the pirates. All participants in this expulsion will see the commoners elevated to third-class citizens and third-class citizens promoted to second-class citizens, should anyone manage to capture them alive. Those who contribute will be directly promoted to first-class citizens. Let me witness the glory of Hazem in your hearts. With a fervor that was either born of anger or a response to the king's call, soldiers and civilians surged from the stands, flooding the arena like a black tide. At this moment, Margao had nearly completed the treatment of Namur, awaiting his awakening. His mind remained composed as he surveyed the tumultuous battlefield and the civilians caught within it. Truly troublesome. He then unfurled his azure flame wings, repelling the advancing warriors, plunging the scene into chaos. Amidst the turmoil, a gunshot rang out, and in the astonished gaze of the guards, King Akied 6 fell listlessly to the ground. A conspicuous blood hole appeared in the center of the king's forehead, blood gushing forth. Chapter 99. What divine lineup? The king. The guards were thrown into utter disarray. The king of the Hazem prison kingdom, Akied 6, had been shot before their very eyes. A firebomb exploded in the air, radiating a dazzling red light. The king was dead. He had been mercilessly gunned down by pirates. A cry for vengeance arose, avenging the king. The news of the king's demise sent shockwaves throughout the arena, igniting a fervor among both warriors and civilians alike, emotions escalating to a fever pitch. The people of Milan glared with resentment at Margao and his companions, their collective fury palpable and intense. The flames of revenge spread among the crowd, with anger and hatred swirling into a tempest that consumed all rational thought. Kill the pirates. Avenge the king. The frenzied Milan people surged onto the stage recklessly. Margao sensed the dire situation. He darted towards Shaq, delivering a powerful kick that sent Shaq, who was grappling with Jaws, flying as if he were a cannonball crashing into the blue stands. He tossed Namur to Jaws, instructing, "Jaws, hold these fellows off. I shall confront the Shark King." With a sudden expansion of his wings, he stirred up a whirlwind, soaring into the hole in the stands. The sound of fists and feet clashing echoed from within, and a colossal figure was hurled out from the breach. Shaq appeared disheveled. He had not anticipated the punk-haired warrior's formidable strength, which overwhelmed him entirely, were it not for his rigorous physical training that had hardened his body to an ironclad resilience. He would not have withstood Margao's relentless barrage of strikes. However, his body was nearing its limit, every inch of skin and cell protesting against the onslaught. Margao's precise attacks targeted his joints, rendering him nearly paralyzed and unable to move. A piercing bird call shattered the air as Margao transformed into an immortal bird, spreading his azure flame wings, soaring through the haze above the crowd. His wings flared, casting a shadow over the arena, dimming the light around him. His talons, enveloped in armed hockey, radiated a chilling sharpness, carrying the force of a dive aimed at shattering Shaq's skull. Suddenly, a flaming longsword appeared abruptly before Shaq, intercepting Margao's attack. The clash of claw and blade reverberated, unleashing waves of searing energy that toppled those charging onto the stage. Margao regained his footing, transforming back into human form, a ripple of surprise flickering in his eyes. "Jean, what do you mean by this? You cannot kill this man." The air crackled with undeniable tension. Malgo narrowed his eyes. "Not allowed to kill? Today, anyone can be spared, except for this one who must die." Jin positioned his sword before him, unleashing a fiery whirlwind beneath his feet, his eyes ablaze with battle intent. "Then let us speak with strength, Malgo. It seems you are resolutely determined to oppose me." Malgo chuckled lightly. "Yet you seem to have forgotten, it is now 1 against 2. Do you have any chance of victory?" At that instant, Diamond Jaws surged from behind with tremendous force, the weight of the high-purity diamond causing the entire arena to tremble. Boom! A yellow figure swiftly leaped onto the stage, colliding with Jaws in a fierce struggle. With a resounding crash, the arena suddenly plummeted, cracks sprawling chaotically, disintegrating in an instant. A massive stone hand, resembling a ceramic sculpture, spiraled upward from the center of the arena, seizing Shaq and hurling him outside the combat zone. As the arena crumbled, the stones bizarrely rippled, and beneath the swirling waves, countless stone spikes erupted, resembling a bed of iron thorns, densely shooting towards Malgo. Malgo spread his wings, and the stone spikes swiftly sank into his blue flame-imbued body, vanishing without a trace. Malgo darted backward, landing on the spectator stand. As the arena collapsed with a thunderous roar, debris engulfing the crowd, Jaws landed beside Malgo, his gaze piercing as he fixated on the trio standing on the opposite platform. "We have a bit of a predicament here, Malgo," Jaws remarked. Jin's prowess was formidable, and in terms of one-on-one combat, Malgo would find it difficult to gain the upper hand. They could have leveraged their numerical advantage to suppress Jin. However, Jin's side now clearly had the upper hand in numbers. The Beast Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates frequently clashed at sea, and their confrontations were not few. Jaws understood well that Rigo, though not Kaido's signature powerhouse, was deeply trusted by him, managing many internal affairs, and was equally matched in strength. A devil fruit user? I did not foresee this, Rigo. When did you acquire the powers of a devil fruit? Jaws' eyes gleamed. It seems to be a Zoan type. At that moment, Rigo transformed into a tiger form, his physique significantly more robust than before, towering nearly 4 meters tall, his tiger stripes particularly striking, with golden hair bristling like a hedgehog. His claws glinted coldly. Indeed, a Zoan type, the cat fruit, tiger form. Upon transformation, Rigo's pupils mirrored those of a tiger, golden-ringed eyes shining brightly. With a mischievous grin, Rigo said, "It has been a long time since we last fought, hasn't it, Jaws?" "Humph, spare me your bravado, Rigo," Jaws replied hoarsely. "I wouldn't mind teaching you a lesson again." Rigo, licking his claws, retorted mockingly, "You were never able to handle me before. What can you do now?" "Jaws, today I shall tear apart your diamonds." "My lord Jin, is there anything you require of me?" Babinus was acutely aware of the disparity between his strength and theirs. Should a confrontation arise, his meager abilities would be utterly insufficient. It was only the power of the stone fruit that could find utility in this terrestrial battlefield. Thus he took the initiative to volunteer. "Leave this to me and Rigo. You stand guard and ensure they do not escape," he commanded. As he finished his instructions, ripples emanated from beneath his feet, the stones and soil resembling a tranquil surface of water, and he gradually sank downward, soon vanishing from sight. The arena lay in disarray, a testament to the earlier skirmishes, with nearly half of the spectators reduced to mere pulp by flying debris. The remaining citizens of Hazem were covered in dust, their faces reflecting their trepidation as they gazed at the opposing forces. The commentator, Jesse, emerged from the rubble, gripping the microphone in astonishment. The adversaries of the immortal phoenixes are none other than the Beast's pirates, led by the Calamity, Jin. Is that beastly figure a power user? Is he also a subordinate of Kaido? Have they come to rescue Hazem? Can someone please explain the current situation? The wind howled fiercely, and the arena was engulfed in a cloud of dust, the trapped individuals pale with fear as the tension between the two factions escalated. The scent of gunpowder thick in the air, signaling an imminent clash. At that moment, a heavy and thunderous cadence of footsteps echoed from outside the arena, and soon a formidable army clad in black armor appeared at the entrance. Leading them was a venerable elder, donned in silver armor, his eyes obscured by dust as he proclaimed in a resounding voice, "I am Phelps, the commander of the Hazem Kingdom's forces. All present, lower your weapons and surrender. Those who did not partake in the assassination of the king, vacate the arena to a distance of 100 meters. Now, regarding the matter of my work being published, I acknowledge that it may seem superfluous to share my thoughts on a book that has not performed well. Nevertheless, having penned 99 chapters, I shall consider it a reflective moment. The performance of Pirates of the Beast King has been disappointing, with fewer than 3,000 collections. A rather poor showing among contemporaneous works. However, I take pride in the kindness of my readers, who have offered numerous suggestions and introduced original characters and various supporting roles in our discussions. Throughout this journey, I have received considerable support from my readers, which serves as a small consolation amidst my creative endeavors. The notion of cross-dressing is quite perplexing. It feels rather awkward for a man to don women's attire. Perhaps we should consider alternative options? As for additional chapters, I shall aim to release 4 updates tomorrow, with the possibility of further additions at opportune moments. I make no bold demands, simply hoping for a touch of mercy and kindness from my esteemed readers. For every chapter that garners a positive response, I shall add another. For every few chapters that achieve a milestone, I shall increase accordingly. Let us convene at 2 o'clock tonight. Chapter 100. The Mantis catches the cicada. Phelps, invigorated and resplendent, swiftly led his troops to encircle the arena. He cast a cold, piercing gaze over the scene, instilling dread in the hearts of those present as they beheld the ominous, armored legion. Some astute observers swiftly discerned the peculiarities surrounding this event. Phelps's arrival was not unexpected. As the commander of the Hazem army, it was his duty to respond promptly to the scene of the rebellion. However, the extraordinary aspect lay in his ability to assemble such a formidable and well-equipped force in such a brief span of time. A deeper contemplation would reveal the unusual nature of the king's assassination. Yet, with Phelps wielding immense power, none dared to challenge him, and the remnants of the royal guard and the populace withdrew from the arena in haste. In a mere moment, aside from Phelps's troops, only 4 individuals remained: Margot, Jaws, Jean, and Rigo. Phelps scoffed, his eyes glinting with icy disdain, and declared, "These individuals attempted to assassinate the king and deserve death 1,000 times over." The black-armored soldiers raised their weapons in unison, their cold muzzles aimed squarely at Margot and his companions. Margot exchanged a glance with Jean, a wry smile playing on his lips as he said, "I initially suspected you were the mastermind, but it seems we are both mere victims in this ordeal. Enough with the pleasantries. If we are to fight, let us begin," Jean replied coldly, his gaze scanning the surroundings with the ferocity of a hellish demon. "They are but insignificant insects." A searing vortex emanated from beneath him, igniting the wooden structures of the stance. Rigo, startled, leaped onto the arena's wall, surveying Jaws from above. Margot, with a foot planted on the railing, unfurled his wings, summoning a tempest that sent wooden debris flying in all directions. The chaotic winds cutting into the walls and railings like shards of glass. Phelps was genuinely taken aback by the prowess of these two. Yet bolstered by the presence of his 1,000-strong black-armored force, he decisively commanded, "Open fire." Bullets erupted from their chambers, a relentless barrage akin to a torrential downpour. Flames enveloped Jean, the cyclone ascending, incinerating the bullets before they could graze his skin. Margot remained unperturbed, seemingly impervious to the bullets that pierced his body. His gaze fixed on the black-armored soldiers, a glint of cold fury in his eyes. Jaws, transformed into diamond, was invulnerable to blades or bullets, rendering them as feeble as clay before him. Meanwhile, Rigo stood firm on the wall, his observation hockey discerning the trajectory of the bullets, and with his partially armored form. He deflected every shot. The black-armored soldiers were stunned. How could their gunfire have no effect on these rogues? Phelps, astonished, nearly dislocated his jaw. Were pirates truly this formidable? Phelps felt a surge of anxiety, grappling with the notion of attributing the assassination of the king to these individuals. Whether this was the correct choice remained uncertain, and he could not foresee the unfolding events. Should he fail to apprehend the pirates, or worse, lose his life in the attempt? His ambition to usurp the throne would dissolve into mere fantasy. Uncertain and retreating, he commanded his troops to engage the pirates. A seasoned strategist, he recognized the unfavorable turn of events and sought an opportunity to escape. To him, self-preservation was paramount, and any promises made before achieving success were mere illusions. As Phelps contemplated his flight, fate often had a way of thwarting his desires. Just as he was about to withdraw from the arena, a shadow loomed over him. Startled, he turned to see a familiar face, a wave of relief washing over him. "O'Neill, you have finally arrived. Come quickly to aid me against the pirates. They are exceedingly formidable." O'Neill sat regally upon a chair borne by a colossal amphibious beast. Casting a glance at Phelps, he surveyed the chaotic arena and remarked nonchalantly, "So, has the king been assassinated at your behest?" Behind him stood a formidable army of sea creatures, numbering over 40, each a 10-meter behemoth, with the largest approaching 30 meters in length, their tough hides impervious to bullets. Phelps was momentarily taken aback by O'Neill's inquiry, but replied, "Indeed. The lecherous Akiad 6 was eliminated by my agents amidst the chaos, and the pirates' interference serves as a perfect scapegoat, with Akiad's only daughter inheriting nothing of consequence. I shall ascend to the throne without contest." A self-satisfied grin spread across Phelps's face as he reveled in his cunning. O'Neill narrowed his eyes, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Did everyone hear that? Phelps seeks the throne." "We heard," echoed the burly men atop each sea creature, their laughter laced with malice. Phelps's eyes widened in realization, his face flushed with indignation, his beard trembling with rage. "O'Neill, how dare you conspire against me?" Having surpassed 50 years of age and risen to the rank of commander of the kingdom's army, wielding significant power in Hazem, Phelps had long coveted the symbol of supreme authority, yearning for the day he could fulfill that ambition. Thus, when O'Neill approached him with the plan to seize the throne. He had readily acquiesced. Little did he know, he had merely been a pawn in O'Neill's game. Conspire against you? O'Neill scoffed. Phelps, do you truly believe I am oblivious to the truth of those past events? I am aware that Achaead 6 fears my father's power, apprehensive that one day he might be ousted from his throne. However, I am acutely conscious that my father has long commanded the kingdom's military. In your envy of his position, you surely whispered insidious words to Achaead 6. Damn him, and damn you, Phelps. No, O'Neill, it is Achaead 6, that scoundrel, who has plotted against your father. I never intended to harm him. Phelps fervently defended himself, stumbling backward. Even in the face of death, he wishes to argue. O'Neill, weary of further rhetoric, struck his sea creature, which let out a thunderous roar that echoed throughout the arena. The creature suddenly opened its massive maw, clamping down on Phelps at the waist. With a sickening crack, Phelps was severed in two, blood spraying forth. O'Neill commanded, relay the order. The puppeteer behind the king's assassination has been slain by me. I shall temporarily oversee Phelps' forces. Those who refuse shall meet their demise. Immediately, several brawny men from the sea creature's ranks set off to deliver the message. O'Neill gazed at the chaotic entrance of the arena, where dust swirled, obscuring the circumstances within. He furrowed his brow and inquired, "Where's Shaq?" Inside the palace, a few armed guards hurriedly rushed through the corridors, nearly colliding with Captain Ronar. Ronar wore an expression of displeasure, ready to reprimand, but upon seeing the guard's distressed demeanor, his brow furrowed in concern. What happened? Captain Ronar, a crisis has arisen. The guards' faces were stricken with grief. Captain Phelps has betrayed us, and chaos has erupted in the arena. He dispatched assassins to kill the king. Ronar was taken aback, his expression darkening. The king has been attacked? How could Captain Phelps betray us? If you were slandering Captain Phelps, do you understand the implications of such treachery? The guard hesitated, glancing at his companions, momentarily at a loss. Describe to me the events that transpired in the arena. Ronar, as a competent soldier, maintained his composure. The two guards exchanged glances before recounting the details of the arena incident. Upon hearing, Ronar's expression fluctuated between concern and resolve. The situation is dire. This matter must be reported to Her Highness immediately. You are to gather all available forces from the palace. After watching the two guards depart, Ronar swiftly made his way to